Amidst the frequent occurrence of eerie incidents, a fake martial arts manual costing just $20 initiated the awakening of a mysterious system. Youth, I see a dark aura around your forehead. Within 3 days, you are destined for a disaster of bloodshed. As Suemo stepped out of the school gate, a frail-looking Taoist priest grabbed his sleeve. The priest appeared emaciated, dressed in tattered robes, disheveled and grimy, resembling a beggar more than a spiritual figure. Are you kidding me? You're the one doomed for bloodshed. Your whole family is. Your entire family has a disastrous fate. Suemo snapped, his temper flaring. Who could tolerate being cursed right after leaving school? However, the priest's expression turned grave. This world has already undergone a drastic change, and strange occurrences are on the rise. Those lurking demons and spirits in the shadows can no longer hold back. You have already been marked. But fear not, for I have a solution. With that, he pulled out a crumpled manual titled the 9-Yang Divine Technique. Guaranteed authentic or triple your money back. Cultivating this technique will fill your body with vitality like the morning sun, keeping all evil entities at bay. Normally, it's 1,000. No, we are fated to meet. So just $100. Before he could finish his sentence, his stomach growled audibly. 20. That's enough for a bowl of pork trotter's rice. Suemo pointed to a food stall not far away. The priest agreed without hesitation, completed the transaction via QR code, happily ate his bowl of pork trotter's rice, and then went off to find his next target. Back at his dorm, Suemo casually tossed the manual onto his bed. He opened his laptop, only to find the internet flooded with chilling news. 13 people in Yuching died mysteriously after picking up red envelopes. Corpses collectively reanimated at a funeral home in the Southern District. And most alarmingly, a deadly love letter was circulating on their very campus. These posts vanished as quickly as they appeared, leaving a lingering sense of dread. Hey, you're in the dorm. Sumo's roommate, AI Rui, burst in energetically, holding a copy of Golden Bell Shield. With a mischievous grin, he pulled out a pink, fragrant envelope from his bag. Written boldly on the front were the words, Suemo, I like you. I found this on your desk. Could be from a pretty senior, you know. AI Rui teased with a wink, then hurriedly left. The room's temperature seemed to drop instantly, and the love letter lay quietly on the desk, exuding an ominous air, like a harbinger of death. At that critical moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Sumo's mind. Detected the presence of a malevolent force near the host. Super Enhancement System activated. The host may use this system to strengthen items to combat evil entities. Defeating these entities will earn merit points. 1 merit point exchange equals 1 enhancement opportunity. A free enhancement opportunity is now awarded to the host. Scanning the room, Sumo's gaze landed on the desk, chairs, kettle, and finally, the 9-Yang Divine Technique. Without hesitation, he chose to enhance the manual. A golden light burst forth as the pages fluttered open on their own, and tiny golden figures performing various stances flew into his forehead one by one. Boom. As the manual disintegrated into ashes, the system's prompt rang out. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a new technique, the 9-Yang Heaven-Devouring Divine Art. The information about the 9 Suns Devouring Heaven technique gradually unfolded in Sumo's mind. It involved using one's body as a furnace to cultivate vitality and condense a bloodkey sun. When mastered to its peak, one could gather 9 bloodkey suns within, capable of annihilating all evil in the world with overwhelming power. Impressive. Suemo couldn't help but exclaim. The system is truly incredible. It can even enhance fake manuals to this level. Eagerly, he closed his eyes and began practicing in the familiar posture etched in his mind. In an instant, his blood and chi surged like a roaring river. Within a few breaths, all the blood and chi converged in his dantian, forming a crimson sun. The first bloodkey sun is complete. An overwhelming force surged through his entire body, washing over his flesh and bones. Suemo clenched his fists, feeling his physical strength increase tenfold. His vision also sharpened. Could clearly see the veins on the leaves outside the window, and even the antennae of ants crawling in the cracks of the stones. This is just the first bloodkey sun. If I managed to condense 9, what kind of power would that be? The system chimed in timely. Host is advised to practice diligently every day, slay demons and spirits to earn virtue points, and exchange them for enhancement opportunities. Current enhancement progress for the bloodkey sun, 0-10. Suemo immediately understood that to condense the second bloodkey sun, he needed to complete 10 enhancements first. This meant he had to start hunting ghosts. Just as he reached for the ominous love letter on his desk, a pungent stench assaulted his nose. It turned out that the process of purging impurities during cultivation had left behind a layer of filth. He quickly took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and opened the window to air out the room. Once the air cleared, Suemo returned to his desk. From the room next door, he heard someone grumble. Damn it. Who left the bathroom door open after taking a dump? This smell could knock out a horse. Quick, someone light a cigarette. Suemo pretended not to hear and opened the love letter. The elegant handwriting caught his attention. Dear Suamo, the first time I saw you, I fell for you. I know this is sudden and might seem inappropriate, but I truly like you. Will you give me a chance? Tonight at midnight, I'll come to see you. The handwriting abruptly turned jagged and chaotic, the ink morphing into a blood-red hue. Don't reject me. I will find you no matter what. Midnight and be late. So it really is a death letter. Suamo took a deep breath. Fortunately, his roommates were all out tonight, leaving him undisturbed. With the newfound power of his cultivation technique, he was oddly looking forward to this date. As night fell, a chilling aura began to envelop the dormitory. The computer screen flickered on and off, and the room plunged into an eerie silence after lights out. Suamo opened his eyes, sensing her presence. Didn't you say we had a date? Why aren't you showing yourself? Come on, classmate, your sincerity seems a bit lacking, he said with a faint smile. The blood-key sun within him gave him confidence, leaving him utterly unafraid of this mysterious visitor. Whoosh! The oppressive aura in the dorm room suddenly froze. Then, the flickering computer screen came to life. A girl with glasses and a quiet demeanor appeared before Suamo. She lowered her head slightly, a shy smile on her face. Hello, Suamo. My name is Wang Wenjing. It's nice to meet you. Her smile seemed a bit forced, but it couldn't hide the eerie and grotesque undertone in her expression. Wang Wenjing? The name sounded familiar. Suamo squinted at her, studying her closely, then suddenly chuckled. Hey there. He leaned in closer, his eyes brimming with playful mischief. So, this date, you mentioned Edis at just a video call? Isn't that a bit boring? The girl froze for a moment, seemingly caught off guard, but before she could respond, Suamo interrupted her. Can you crawl out of the screen? Like, Sadako. He gestured with his hand, his tone dripping with disinterested sarcasm. Her smile stiffened instantly. After a moment of silence, she murmured, I'm a ghost. Are you a ghost too? Why? Why am I the one feeling scared? She let out a self-deprecating laugh before lifting her head abruptly, her gaze turning icy. No, you're just a regular human. You accepted my love letter and agreed to this date. So now you must die? You have to die. Her eyes locked onto Suamo with an unnerving intensity, the corners of her mouth stretching wider and wider. Her voice grew low and menacing. Suamo, if I crawl out of this screen, won't you be afraid? Afraid? Suamo nodded earnestly. I'm afraid you'll get stuck halfway in the screen. The girl looked baffled. What kind of logic is that? Her expression shifted to one of irritation, her smile growing increasingly twisted. Fine then. Let me show you what Sadako's style really looks like. Suamo smirked mockingly. All right, I'll just come out and meet you for this date. Heh. As he spoke, her head suddenly pushed forward, her once delicate face now grotesquely distorted as it pressed against the screen. Then, to his surprise, her entire head emerged from the monitor. Next came her upper body, then her lower body. She actually crawled out of the screen. Suamo instinctively took 2 steps back, giving her space. The experience was so surreal it felt almost immersive. Whoa, impressive, he remarked, his tone utterly devoid of shock, as if commenting on a peculiar exhibit. But, he waved dismissively. The floor is cold. You might catch a chill. Get up already. He reached out, grabbing her hair, and yanked her upright. The girl blinked in confusion, clearly not expecting this. Wait, I was just about to strike a creepy pose. Why are you pulling me up? And a chill. Her tone was filled with a mix of frustration and awkward embarrassment. You sure know a lot, she muttered under her breath. Quiet. Let me take a good look at you, Suamo said, pressing a hand over her mouth as his eyes roamed over her figure. His gaze was intense and focused. A real female ghost. This is my first time seeing one in person. Pushed and silenced, the girl struggled slightly, her cheeks tinged pink. She seemed at a loss for how to react to his close scrutiny. Hey, how about showing me your true form? Suamo suddenly suggested, his voice laced with teasing. The girl's body froze, her eyes filling with fear. She jerked her head up, as if wanting to say something, but before she could utter a word, Suamo exhaled deeply, summoning an overwhelming surge of energy. The powerful aura of vitality radiated from him, enveloping the entire room. Ah, she screamed, her once gentle face twisting into an eerie, horrifying visage. Her tongue turned gray and dangled limply, her eyes bulging grotesquely, and her face darkened to an ashen blue. She looked every bit the ghostly specter she claimed to be. Ah, a hanging ghost. Suamo exclaimed sharply. Are you a cultivator? You? She stammered, unable to withstand the burning energy surrounding her. Panic filled her eyes as she turned to flee back into the screen. You're not going anywhere. Suamo grabbed her hair again and flung her to the ground with a thud. She collapsed, trembling violently, too terrified to meet his gaze. Her voice quivered with desperation. Please, please spare me. You wanted my life, and now you want mercy? Suamo sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Goodbye. He waved his hand lightly, a faint smile on his lips. Wang Wenjing, it was nice meeting you. See you in your next life. With a single punch, a surge of energy and heat rolled forward like a tidal wave. Bang! The hanging ghost let out a piercing scream, its face twisted beyond recognition, and its body was instantly vaporized by the intense heat. As the scream abruptly ceased, a chilling wisp of energy flowed into Sumo's body. The system notification chimed in at the perfect moment. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have killed a level 1 ghost, the Hanging Ghost. You have gained 100 merit points. That's it. Sumo frowned deeply. He quickly realized the reason. It was likely because the Hanging Ghost was too weak. As the Hanging Ghost dissipated, the oppressive gloom in the dorm room gradually lifted, and the pale pink love letter crumbled into a pile of ash. Sumo mused to himself. I've only managed to form one blood energy sun so far. My strength is far from sufficient. If I encounter a stronger malevolent spirit, I might be in real danger. He sat back down at his computer, attempting to search for more traces of malevolent spirits. Unfortunately, all related information online had been thoroughly wiped clean. Suddenly, something struck him. Wang Wenjing. He opened the campus forum and searched. A photograph immediately appeared on the screen. It was the girl he had just gone on a date with. However, this Wang Wenjing had been dead for 6 months. She had hanged herself in the girls' restroom, an incident that caused considerable panic throughout the school. Rumor had it that she had written a love letter to someone she secretly admired, but after being rejected, she couldn't bear the blow and chose to end her life. Fragile and pitiful, Suemo sighed softly as he closed the web page. But still, why did she have to write me a love letter? These days, what kind of decent person even writes love letters? The next morning, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Suemo opened it to find a man and a woman standing outside. Both exuded an air of authority and danger, clearly no ordinary individuals. The woman, about 1.7 meters tall, wore her hair in a neat ponytail and a sleek black trench coat. She was tall and well-proportioned, the kind of beauty that would turn heads on the street. The man, on the other hand, was built like a mountain, with a scar running from the corner of his right eye to the left side of his mouth, a wound that looked like it had been inflicted by a terrifying weapon. His intimidating appearance alone could make a child burst into tears with just one glare. Suemo. The woman looked at him, a trace of surprise flickering in her eyes. That's me. May I ask who you are? We're from the Malevolent Spirit Management Bureau, the woman said, handing him an ID. Also known as the 749 Bureau. Suemo, would you mind having a word with us? 749 Bureau? So it really exists. Suemo pondered silently, a hint of anticipation flashing across his mind. This mysterious department must have far more knowledge about supernatural entities than he did. Perhaps he could glean some useful information from them. Before long, he followed the two individuals into a simply furnished meeting room. The woman in uniform extended her slender hand. Suemo, let me reintroduce myself. Lin Xianxian, from the 749 Bureau. She gestured toward her colleague beside her. This is Wang Tianlei. Wang Tianlei gave a toothy grin, the scar on his face twisting grotesquely, adding an air of menace. Pleasure to meet you. Suemo shook his hand and got straight to the point. What brings you two to me? Lin Xianxian pulled a photograph from a folder and placed it gently in front of Suemo. We need to confirm, did you receive this death letter? Suemo recognized it immediately. Yes, I got it yesterday afternoon. It came for you. At midnight. And then, I killed it. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Xianxian's eyes. Are you a practitioner? Kind of. Suemo hesitated slightly. I guess you could say that, with a bit of a cheat. Understood, Lin Xianxian said seriously. Mr. Su, since you are a practitioner, I trust you understand the rules. We won't interfere with your freedom, but we must remind you. Do not use your abilities to break the law. Otherwise, the 749 Bureau will send someone to deal with it. This is not a threat, just a sincere warning. Suemo nodded in acknowledgement. It made sense. Without boundaries, those with power could easily lose their way. Mr. Su, thank you for your time, Lin Xianxian added. The bounty for taking down the Hanging Ghost will be delivered to you shortly. There's a bounty? Sumo's eyes lit up. Lin Xianxian then pulled out her phone and displayed a QR code. By the way, Mr. Su, have you registered on the forum yet? This is a platform developed by the 749 Bureau specifically for practitioners. It contains a wealth of information on supernatural entities and allows you to take on various eerie missions. With Lin Xianxian as his referee, Suemo quickly completed the registration process. As he browsed the forum, he realized he could only access information about level 1 supernatural events, clearly a protective measure for practitioners. Lin Xianxian explained the points system in detail. Completing forum tasks earns you points. Each point can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan. The Hanging Ghost from yesterday was classified as a level 1 entity, with a bounty of 20 points. That's 200,000 yuan. Points can be converted and withdrawn at any time, with immediate processing. After the 749 Bureau personnel left, Suemo delved into the forum's contents. Through pinned posts, he learned about the basic structure of practitioners in this world. He made up his mind. He would work hard to hunt down supernatural entities and enhance his abilities. This world was clearly far more dangerous and mysterious than he had imagined. In this world, Practitioners are divided into various schools. There are those who cultivate Buddhism, those who practice Taoism, and those who refine their physical bodies. Among them, the most unique are the ghost controllers. Their power does not come from within themselves, but from the ghostly entities they harbor within. The stronger the ghost, the more powerful the ghost controller becomes. The cultivation world categorizes power into 9 levels, ranging from level 1 to level 9, with level 9 practitioners being revered as grandmasters. The eerie entities are ranked correspondingly. Suemo was browsing the practitioners' forum, which featured not only bounties related to strange occurrences, but also missions targeting evil cultivators. A striking red post caught his attention. Blood Butcher, level 3 evil cultivator, bounty, 300 points. Unfortunately, he lacked the necessary clearance to view the details. With my current strength, I can eliminate a level 1 eerie entity with just one finger. That should make me a level 2 practitioner, right? Suemo thought to himself. If I can condense 9 blood energy suns within me, I might be able to reach the Grandmaster realm. The forum marketplace was filled with a dazzling array of items, but the prices for tools to deal with ghostly entities were exorbitant. A Dragon Tiger Mountain barrier-breaking talisman for 50 points equivalent to 500,000 yuan. A Mao Mountain corpse pinning nail for 500 points. A Thunderstruck Wood artifact for 500 points. The manual, 9 ways to subdue silver-armored zombies, for 1,000 points. And the Divine Sky Purple Thunder Talisman for a staggering 5,000 points. Looking at his measly 20 points, Suemo couldn't help but feel like a pauper. Just then, a particular task caught his eye. Haunted incident in the abandoned building on the west outskirts. 9 people have jumped to their deaths within a month. Suspected ghostly activity. Task level 1. Reward 30 points. As Suemo prepared to investigate the west outskirts that evening, a call from AI Rui came through. Suemo, how's it going? Is it the senior? Is she pretty? AI Rui's voice was brimming with gossipy excitement. Yes, it's a senior, and she's indeed very pretty, Suemo replied. Is it Wang Wenjing? AI Rui suddenly recalled something. Wait, why does that name sound so familiar? Wasn't she the one who hanged herself half a year ago? Just kidding, I haven't actually met her yet, Suemo interrupted. As night fell, Suemo flagged down a taxi at the campus gate. The driver, still chewing on a pancake, nearly choked when he heard the destination. The abandoned building on the west outskirts? That place is haunted, the driver exclaimed in fear. Half a year ago, a gambler who had lost everything bet his fate one last time flipping a coin to decide whether to jump. And he did. Now, over the past month, more people have been jumping, and they say it's that gambler dragging others into betting their lives. After some bargaining, the driver finally agreed to take him there for 300 yuan. An hour later, the taxi stopped near the abandoned building. Through the darkness, Suemo gazed at the structure. Overgrown with weeds and shrouded in shadows, the unfinished building loomed like a monstrous ghost with its jaws wide open, silently awaiting its next prey. Hey, young man. Suemo had just taken 2 steps when the taxi driver hurriedly called out to him, his face full of concern. Young man. Listen, are you feeling troubled? You can talk to me about it. The driver rubbed his hands together, his tone sincere. You're still young, don't do anything rash. That place over there is no good. He pointed toward the distant, abandoned building and lowered his voice. How about this? I'll waive the fare, and you come back with me. I'll treat you to a couple of drinks. Seeing Suemo hesitate, the driver's eyes lit up. If that doesn't work, maybe I can take you to somewhere fun, just to cheer you up? On the way here, the driver had been growing increasingly uneasy. This spot was infamous for suicides and ghost stories. Several people had jumped off that building already. This young man, so determined to go there, was he planning to do something drastic? No way. He had to save him. Sumo's eyes brightened. Something fun? Now you've got my attention. He glanced at the abandoned building and thought to himself, forget it. Dealing with ghosts and earning some merit points is more important. Don't worry, old brother. I'm not done living just yet. I'm just going for a stroll, nothing to worry about. With that, Suemo turned and headed toward the abandoned building. As he walked, he pondered. Taking taxis back and forth was really inconvenient. Should he just get his own car for ghost hunting? Too tiring. Hiring a driver? Too much hassle. If only there were a driver who didn't need a salary, was always on call, and followed orders without question. Now that would be ideal. At this thought, Suemo couldn't help but chuckle. Finding a driver like that? That'd be impossible unless they were a ghost. Wait. In this world, ghosts are very real. Watching Sumo's retreating figure, the taxi driver seemed to make up his mind. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Hello? 911. This is a concerned citizen. There's a young man at the abandoned building in the western suburb. She looks like he might jump. Cold. Bone-chillingly cold. The path ahead grew darker and darker. Suemo trudged through the overgrown weeds, quickly approaching the abandoned building, feeling as though a thick black fog was blanketing the area. The closer he got, the harder it was to make out the building's shape. The place was heavy with ominous energy. Quietly, Suemo activated his inner power. His blood surged, and the biting cold dissipated instantly. He pressed forward and soon arrived at the building's rusted front gate, secured with an old, corroded chain. At the slightest touch, the chain broke apart. Pushing the gate open, he stepped inside and walked deeper into the structure. The surroundings were eerily silent, but Sumo could feel the oppressive energy growing denser with every step. It must be on the rooftop. Looking up, Sumo could clearly see a thick, impenetrable black fog shrouding the rooftop of the abandoned building. He reached the rooftop. There, 4 or 5 people were gathered around a table, their faces pale with fear. They barely reacted to Sumo's arrival. At each of the table's 4 corners sat someone, seemingly engrossed in a game of mahjong. Bang! The man with his back to Sumo slammed a mahjong tile onto the table with a sickeningly excited voice. Self-draw. You all lose again. The other 3 looked utterly hopeless, their faces ashen, terror growing in their eyes. Ha! You lost. And you know the rules. Losers face the punishment. Get moving. The 3 stood up woodenly and walked to the edge of the rooftop. Without hesitation, they leapt off. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy bodies hitting the ground echoed below. Moments later, the 3 bloodied, mangled figures reappeared on the rooftop, their deaths grotesquely evident. So this was the punishment for losing? To relive their own deaths over and over. It was a torment beyond comprehension. We've got a new player. The man at the table didn't move his body but suddenly twisted his head around a full 180 degrees to face Sumo. His gaze locked onto him. Hey, brother, care to join us for a game? An average person would have been so terrified that their legs would go weak. But Sumo strode forward confidently, his expression calm. He sat down at the table, locking eyes with the gloomy-faced man across from him. The man was surrounded by a thick, oppressive aura, far stronger than that of the ghost who had delivered the love letter earlier. Hey there, buddy. Judging by your looks, you must have had a pretty rough death, huh? Sumo asked bluntly. The man froze for a moment before breaking into a sinister grin. His face twisted grotesquely, flesh and blood churning until it became a gory mess. Think jumping off a building isn't brutal? He sneered. Don't worry, your turn's coming soon. As his face returned to its normal state, the man continued. This is my turf. Since you're here, you'll have to gamble with me. Win, and you can leave. Lose, he gestured to the pale, ghastly spirits surrounding them, and you'll stay here with me. Nobody's beaten me yet. Well, someone's full of themselves. Sumo scoffed, pulling out his phone to play the iconic theme of the god of gamblers. Do you know what people call me? The little gambling god of Yuching. From a young age, Sumo had never lost a game of cards. His luck was absurdly good, likely one of the perks of being a transmigrator. However, he despised gambling, fully aware of the harm it could cause, and had never considered using it to make a fortune. But now, since this gambling ghost was so eager for a match, let's play 3-card poker. Sumo propped his legs up on the table, exuding confidence. The ghost beckoned to a blood-soaked female spirit with her head tilted unnaturally to one side. She shuffled and dealt the cards, creating an eerie scene that ironically resembled the phrase, sexy dealer, live dealing. 3 cards in hand. Sumo didn't even glance at them, simply tapping the face of the cards with his finger. The ghost, on the other hand, carefully lifted a corner of his hand, his eyes lighting up with excitement. 3 kings. Such a powerful hand, one he hadn't even seen when he was alive. Kid, take a good look. The ghost slammed his cards onto the table. 3 kings. Unless you've got 3 aces, you're not leaving here alive today. Impressive. Truly impressive. Sumo gave him a thumbs up. Pulling a hand like that is no small feat. Ha! Now you realize you're out of your depth? Want me to? What's the rush? Sumo interrupted leisurely. What if I really do have 3 aces? Impossible. Sumo smiled faintly. I think so too, but... With that, he slowly revealed his first card, ace of hearts. The ghost's eyes widened in disbelief. Sumo flipped the second card, ace of spades. The gambler couldn't sit still any longer. One more card. Sumo calmly picked up the last card, glanced at it, and curled his lips ever so slightly, a hint of disappointment flashing across his face. As expected, there was still no thrill. His unbeatable gambling streak was still going strong. Ha! There's no way you've got 3 aces. The gambler became overly excited, as if injected with adrenaline. This game is all about bluffing. Judging by your expression, it's a weak hand, isn't it? Sumo shrugged, looking helpless. Sorry, I can't help it either. He flicked the last card in his hand onto the table with a sharp snap, a glaring ace of clubs that reflected a dazzling light, nearly making the gambler squint. Ow, how is this possible? The gambler slumped into his chair as if his soul had been ripped out. His vacant stare and lifeless demeanor made him look more like a gambler in the truest sense of the word, rather than the spectral demon he was. Sumo smirked. You said it yourself, if you lose, you face the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stood up, grabbed the gambler by the collar effortlessly, and tossed him off the rooftop like a piece of garbage. Anu! A blood-curdling scream echoed from the top of the skyscraper. In just a few breaths, the man's figure reappeared on the rooftop, his face pale and his body grotesquely twisted. He had just leaped to his death, only to be dragged back, forced to relive the agony of dying once more. It was the torment he feared, a cycle of endless despair. Another round? Suemo chuckled softly, casually dealing the cards. Sorry, you lost again. Off you go. Straight flush. The gambler gritted his teeth, announcing his hand with fiery determination. I think I might have a slight edge over you this time. Down you go. Are you even trying? With skills like yours, you dare call yourself a gambler? Get off my rooftop. Once, twice, 3 times. After the 10th fall, the gambler finally snapped. Dark, ghostly energy surged around him like a stormy sea. You're cheating. This is rigged, he bellowed in shock and fury. 10 consecutive rounds, and every single time he lost by just the right margin. 3 eights? Suemo had 3 nines. A JQK straight? Suemo played a QKA without hesitation. The gambler's mind felt like it was about to explode. This guy was like a bad omen, completely unstoppable. Suemo spread his hands innocently. You dealt the cards yourself, and your ghostly minions played them. I didn't even touch the deck. And you're accusing me of cheating? His smile grew even more relaxed. If you're outmatched, you have to admit it. The gambler's expression shifted unpredictably, his face a storm of conflicting emotions. Suddenly, he slumped back into his chair and waved his hand dismissively. Fine. I lost. You can go. Suemo remained motionless, his fingers lightly tapping the table as he smiled at him. What? What do you want? The gambler's confidence wavered under Suemo's gaze, and his voice betrayed a hint of panic. I've played by the rules. Don't push your luck. What I want. Suemo clapped his hands together with a grin. Is to finish you off. Finish me off. The gambler's face twisted with rage. Over my dead body. He let out a furious roar, raising his hand to unleash a surge of ghostly energy. Kill him. Whoosh. The 9 ghostly entities surrounding the rooftops sprang into action, transforming into wisps of blue smoke as they flew towards Suemo. The wind howled violently, dark energy swirled chaotically, and a cacophony of eerie wails filled the air. I've got 9 ghosts under my command. What chance does one man have? The gambler sneered internally. Boom. A blast of searing energy erupted within the vortex of ghostly energy, like a fireball detonating and engulfing the rooftop in an instant. Aya! The ghosts let out agonized wails as they disintegrated. The gambler's expression changed drastically. Before him, Suemo stood, his body radiating an intense, blood-red aura. His fists moved like a divine force, striking with the ferocity of a dragon's wrath. With every punch, a ghostly figure exploded into blue smoke. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 1 ghost jumping ghost. 100 merit points awarded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 1 ghost jumping ghost. 100 merit points awarded. In mere moments, the rooftop was completely cleared. Not a single ghost remained, only Suemo stood triumphant. That felt great. Suemo flexed his fists, the thrill of the battle still coursing through him. This kind of instant victory is unbeatable. You. The gambler was utterly terrified, his bravado shattered. He turned to flee. Don't run. Get back here and die. Suemo summoned his energy, his blood surging like a tidal wave. The sun, within him ignited, its radiant power bursting forth like the first light of dawn. What the hell? What is that? The gambler glanced back, only to see a blazing sun rushing toward him. The sheer intensity blinded him, and before he could react, his consciousness was obliterated. His final thought was, did I just get killed by the sun? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 2 ghost gambler ghost. 500 merit points awarded. Disperse. Suemo commanded, and the fiery energy swept across the rooftop, burning away all traces of dark energy. The eerie atmosphere vanished entirely, leaving the world serene once more. Meanwhile, in a taxi parked at a distance, the driver anxiously waited. Suddenly, he heard several chilling screams from the direction of the abandoned building. The sound was so harrowing, it made his skin crawl. Instinctively, he turned to look. On the shadowy rooftop, he thought he saw a ghostly figure flash by, followed by a rising red glow like a sun emerging from the darkness. The driver froze, staring in disbelief. He quickly checked his phone for the time, 10:30 p.m. Am I seeing things? How is the sun out at this hour? 2,400 merit points. I can even take down a level 2 ghost with ease. It seems my strength is greater than I thought. Suemo felt a sense of satisfaction, though there was still a trace of frustration in his heart. There weren't enough ghosts in this area. After all, each enhancement required 10,000 merit points, and he was still far from his goal. Opening the app, he submitted the task and deliberately added a note. The haunting in the abandoned building was caused by a level 2 ghost. Additional 30 points, just a minor request, hope you don't mind. With that, he prepared to leave. As he exited the abandoned building, Suemo noticed the taxi driver still standing beside his car, seemingly waiting. Raising an eyebrow, Suemo smiled and asked, Driver, are you waiting for me? A flicker of doubt crossed the taxi driver's eyes. He hesitated, glanced at the abandoned building, then back at Sumo, and asked in a low voice, "Buddy, was all that commotion earlier you're doing?" Sumo responded with a faint smile, but said nothing. The taxi driver slapped the steering wheel, as if suddenly understanding something. "I knew it. There's got to be an expert here. Just like in the novels, people like you really exist in the world. I get it. I get it. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask." But then, the driver abruptly smacked his forehead, his face filled with alarm. "Oh no. This is bad. What's wrong?" Sumo asked. "Well, earlier, I thought you were planning to end it all, so I called the police," the taxi driver said awkwardly, hastily adding, "They should be on their way now." Sumo froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Do I look like someone about to end it all?" The taxi driver avoided answering with a sheepish smile. At that moment, a police car pulled up in the distance. Its lights flashed as officers stepped out, their expressions tense and wary. "Did you call this in?" one officer asked, his tone cautious and scrutinizing. The taxi driver hurriedly explained the situation. Though still a bit flustered, he managed to clarify things enough to resolve the awkward misunderstanding. "Good thing you're okay. Don't wander around places like this," the officer said sternly, casting a sharp glance at Sumo. There was a hint of unresolved concern in his expression. "You've got nothing better to do than loiter in a place like this? Get out of here, and don't come back." The officer shot Sumo a disapproving look, as if both warning him and reminding himself of the dangers. This was a place where several tragic suicides had occurred, and the cases had already been handed over to specialists. Muttering to himself, he added, "Good thing you didn't go in. Otherwise we'd be here tomorrow to collect another body." The officer shuddered at the memory of those grim scenes, recalling the times Head had to handle the aftermath with nothing but plastic bags. "Sir, I'm really sorry," the taxi driver suddenly said nervously, trying not to offend Sumo again. "No worries," Sumo replied with a smile, understanding that the driver had acted out of concern. Though the situation seemed a bit absurd, he appreciated the driver's good intentions. The driver hesitated briefly before finally speaking up. Sir, can I ask you something?" "Go ahead," Sumo replied casually. The taxi driver seemed slightly anxious, his voice trembling as he asked, "Do you think there really are such things in this world? Ghosts?" Sumo raised an eyebrow and countered with a question of his own. "What do you think?" "I think they exist," the driver murmured, hesitating. "I remember that one time. It couldn't have been my imagination." "What happened?" Sumo's eyes lit up as he leaned forward eagerly. "You've seen a ghost? Where? Were there many?" The driver almost pressed the gas pedal in shock, glancing nervously at the rearview mirror. "The way you're asking it's a bit strange. And why do you sound so excited? You're even asking if there were many. That's definitely not something a normal person would ask." Sumo's gaze sharpened, though his tone remained calm. "Don't be nervous. Just keep talking." A sudden thought struck Sumo, and he realized that the person sitting in the back seat might not be an ordinary individual either. He hadn't missed the commotion near the abandoned building earlier, especially that final burst of light that rose and disappeared like a sun, resembling special effects in a TV show. Zhao Yuron, you've heard of him, right? The taxi driver lit a cigarette and slowly rolled down the window. "Zhao Yuron." Sumo nodded, somewhat familiar with the name. "Yeah, I've heard of him. He's the boss of the Yuron Group, a well-known developer. He's built quite a few high-end properties, and his reputation is pretty good." The driver spoke casually. "We're from the same hometown. In terms of family ties, Zhao is technically my distant cousin." Sumo was a bit surprised. "Wow, with such a big-shot relative, why are you still driving a taxi?" The driver seemed to anticipate the question and waved it off with a smile. "Even emperors have poor relatives. Zhao and I aren't that close. We're cousins, but the relationship is pretty distant. About a month ago, his mother had a big birthday celebration, and I attended. Zhao has a daughter named Zhao Yuron. She's absolutely stunning, graceful, charming, just beautiful. Get to the point." The point is about his daughter." The driver's tone shifted. "That night, I had a bit too much to drink and went outside to use the restroom. I happened to run into his daughter. For a moment, I thought I saw someone clinging to her back." He paused, his voice turning somber. "A person." Sumo felt a chill run through him. "I was terrified. I rubbed my eyes, and when I looked again, the figure was gone. I thought I must have imagined it, and didn't pay much attention. But recently, I heard people say." The driver's tone grew heavier. "The girl's fallen ill. She's so thin now, she's nothing but skin and bones, barely looks alive, thinner than a skeleton. Zhao has taken her to countless hospitals, big and small, but after a month, there's still no cure." The driver lowered his voice. "Master, do you think, could it be something supernatural at work?" Sumo felt an unsettling premonition flash through his mind. The driver's description was eerily similar to a case of possession. If the girl's vital energy was completely drained, the malevolent spirit clinging to her back could seize the opportunity to fully take over. "It's possible," Sumo replied calmly. "But I'd have to see her to be sure." "Can you help her?" the driver asked urgently. Sumo looked at the driver, his emotions complicated. After a long pause, he sighed. "No matter how distant the connection, she's still your cousin's daughter. If you can help her recover, it might bring you some peace of mind. That's true, the driver said with a faint, wry smile. Even if I can't do much, I need to at least try. I make enough driving a taxi to get by, but if I can help cure her, it'll be worth it. Suemo remained silent for a moment, then wrote down a phone number and handed it to the driver. If needed, give Zhou a call. The driver took the number, his gaze firm and filled with quiet gratitude. Suemo said no more, got out of the car, and walked away briskly. After watching Suemo leave, the taxi driver pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts in silence, and dialed a number. Inside a villa in Nanshan, Zhou Yuanshan paced anxiously. Countless cigarettes had burned out in his hands, yet his eyes remained fixed on the heavy, ominous door. His daughter's piercing screams echoed from within, sharp and soul-wrenching. The thought of his once graceful and radiant daughter, now reduced to a thin, ghostly figure, tore at Zhou's heart. But he was powerless. He looked toward the ceiling, tears blurring his vision, and pleaded silently. If I, Zhou Yuanshan, have ever done anything wrong, let the punishment fall on me. Why must my daughter endure such suffering? Half a month had passed, and her condition showed no signs of improvement. Even the top experts from prestigious hospitals were at a loss. As Zhou watched his daughter grow weaker by the day, her life hanging by a thread, his own heart seemed to wither alongside her. Even his hair had begun to turn gray. A friend told him that his daughter's condition might not be due to illness, but rather because she was possessed. Because of this, Zhou Yuanshan spent a fortune to hire an expert to perform an exorcism, but it was completely useless. The so-called expert merely sprinkled some talisman water, made a few random gestures, and called it a day. Zhou Yuanshan was utterly despairing. My daughter, Daddy has failed you. Ring, a phone rang. Distracted and frustrated, Zhou Yuanshan picked up the call. It was an unfamiliar number. He considered hanging up, but hesitated after all. Not many people had his number. Acting on impulse, he answered. Who is this? Big cousin. It's me, Chen Dagong, the one running the car rental business. Oh, Dagong, what's up? Zhou Yuanshan frowned slightly. What could this distant relative possibly want, calling in the middle of the night? How's Yuron's condition? Any better? Still the same. Big cousin, I know someone who's a real expert. Maybe they can help with Yuron's illness. Dagong. Zhou Yuanshan's tone grew heavier. You don't need to worry about this matter. I'm hanging up. Big cousin. Listen to His person might actually have real skills. Their number. The decision is up to you. I'm only doing this for Yuron's sake. Click hung up. Zhou Yuanshan silently repeated the phone number to himself and fell into deep thought. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to put his faith in so-called experts again. But what if? What if this time it worked? Yuqing, Bureau 749. Captain, the mission at the abandoned building in the western suburbs has been completed. The report was submitted by Suemo, a staff member informed. Lin Xianxian stepped forward and asked, is this a new registration? Registered just this morning. It's really him. She raised an eyebrow, and he noted that the haunting at the abandoned building was caused by a level 2 ghost. Giving only 30 points seems a bit disrespectful. Lin Xianxian paused. Immediately deploy a team to inspect the site and measure the residual ghost energy levels. Half an hour later, the response came back. The residual ghost energy concentration was confirmed level 2 ghost. Captain, that's not all. We've also discovered that the signs of battle here are incredibly faint, as if the ghostly entity was instantly killed. Moreover, the sinister aura in this area has almost completely dissipated. A glimmer of contemplation flashed in Lin Xianxian's eyes. If someone could effortlessly eliminate a level 2 ghost, just how powerful was this cultivator named Suemo? A level 3 cultivator? Or perhaps, level 4? She paused for a moment before finally speaking. Classify this as a level 2 mission. Sumo's clearance level has been upgraded to level 2. Maintain close surveillance. Understood. The staff member quickly executed the command. Lin Xianxian's slender fingers gently tapped on the desk as her brows furrowed slightly. A nagging intuition lingered in her mind. This Suemo might be far more extraordinary than he appeared. Ding. Sumo's phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. Dear Cultivator, congratulations on completing the Evil Spirit Extermination mission. Evil Spirit Classification, Level 2. Mission Classification, Level 2. Mission Reward, 100 points. Your clearance level has been upgraded to Level 2, granting you access to Level 2 Evil Spirit incidents. Keep up the great work, eliminate evil spirits, and let's safeguard the peace of humanity together. Good night. Seeing the message, Suemo couldn't help but pause for a moment. Why did it feel like receiving one of those generic birthday texts from a service provider? Still, the 100 points were quite satisfying, equivalent to nearly 1,000,000 yuan. Earning such an amount in just a few hours made Suemo feel wealthier than ever. Of course, beyond the points, the most valuable reward was the merit gained from slaying the ghost that was the true treasure. He closed the app and was about to put his phone down when a news notification popped up. The headline read, Ghost Rider teens speed to their deaths at night. Innocent vehicle owners caught in legal nightmares. Curious, Suemo clicked on the article, and its contents made him frown slightly. It turned out that 2 months ago, 3 underage boys with dyed yellow hair each brought along a female companion for a late-night outing. Together, they pooled 30 yuan to buy 2 bottles of cheap liquor and a few packets of peanuts, drinking themselves into a frenzy. Spotting some parked motorcycles on the street, the boys seized the opportunity to steal them with practiced ease. They then began racing recklessly through the city streets, completely ignoring the safety of pedestrians. The scene was nothing short of a circus act. The motorcycles roared past, with the boys and their companions performing stunts like accelerating abruptly, drifting, and sharp cornering, reveling in the thrill. But in the end, their joyride came to a tragic halt when their motorcycles lost control on a sharp mountain curve, crashing off the road. All 3 bikes were totaled, and the 6 riders, 3 boys, and their 3 companions died on the spot without any chance of rescue. What was most frustrating, however, was that the deceased boys' families filed lawsuits against the owners of the stolen motorcycles, demanding compensation and blaming fate for their misfortune. They even threatened that if they weren't paid, they would seek retribution in blood. The absurdity of the situation left many shaking their heads. Suemo shook his head as he turned off his phone. He felt no sympathy for those Ghost Rider teens. Their fate was well-deserved. But the innocent motorcycle owners caught in the crossfire? That was truly unfortunate. The next morning, Suemo woke up feeling completely refreshed. The energy in his dantian surged like a blazing sun, filling him with vitality for the day. His stomach growled with hunger, so he headed straight to the cafeteria. "Boss, give me 100 buns." "How many?" "100. The vendor stared at him, seemingly doubting his ears. "100. Suemo replied calmly. "Kid, are you buying breakfast for your entire class?" "No, it's all for me." The vendor was momentarily stunned before chuckling. "You're kidding, right? You think you can finish 100 buns?" "Let's find out," Suemo said with unwavering determination. "If I finish them, you owe me another 100 for free." "Huh, is that so? All right then, deal. No backing out." The vendor and the surrounding students all turned their incredulous gazes towards Suemo. What followed left them utterly speechless. Suemo devoured the buns like a whirlwind, chewing and swallowing with incredible speed and efficiency. It was as if he were eating something utterly trivial, leaving everyone around him in awe of his astonishing appetite. The steamed buns in front of him were rapidly disappearing. Suemo stuffed one meat bun after another into his mouth at such a speed that the surrounding students were left dumbfounded. "Whoa, is this guy a reincarnated starving ghost or something?" A girl whispered in shock. "How can someone eat like this? It's like Zhu Beiji devouring buns. I doubt he even tastes the filling. If this guy became a mukbang host, he'd go viral for sure." Someone chimed in. "He's seriously eating, not pretending. Could this be the legendary foodie?" Another voice remarked. "He's pretty handsome, but his eating habits are way too wild." A girl curled her lips and muttered, 100 buns in one sitting? My living expenses couldn't support a junior like this." An hour later, Suemo rushed to the restroom in a hurry. That high-level match had ended quickly. When he returned to the cafeteria, all 100 buns had been completely devoured. Suemo let out a loud burp without a care for appearances, patted his slightly rounded belly, and declared, "3/4 full." "Boss, what do you say?" The bun stall owner stood frozen in place, his eyes wide open. He had never seen someone eat like this before. Unable to hold back, he gave a thumbs up. "You're incredible." The owner, being a straightforward man, didn't hesitate. He brought out the remaining buns from his stall. "Here, brother. Eat to your heart's content, it's all on me." "Oh, I couldn't possibly," Suemo said, feigning modesty, but his hands didn't stop as he grabbed another bun and stuffed it into his mouth. Tastes amazing, boss. You've got real skills." After finishing over 200 buns, Suemo finally felt full. Satisfied, he patted his now fully rounded stomach. He could feel the food he'd eaten transforming into energy, filling the blood-key core in his dantian. His strength seemed to have increased just a tiny bit. "Ah, what a life. Eating and drinking, that's what it's all about," Suemo murmured to himself. "No matter how strong you are, you still need food." As Suemo reached for his wallet to pay, the owner stopped him with a wave of his hand. "Brother, are you looking down on me?" the owner said, thumping his chest. "A man's word is his bond. I said it's free, so it's free. This one's on me." After a pause, the owner glanced at the now empty steamers and added, "But next time you'll have to pay. I can afford this once, but another round like this would really hurt my pocket." From that day on, the nickname Food God spread across the campus. Everyone at Yuching University knew about the guy who could eat over 200 steamed buns in one sitting. Someone even recorded a video of Suemo and posted it online, instantly outshining all other mukbang streamers. The bun stall also became wildly popular, with people flocking to taste the buns that had impressed the legendary eater. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Suemo left the cafeteria, planning to head downtown to look for a place to stay. His top priority now was hunting ghosts, and living in the dorms was far too inconvenient. With 1,000,000 yuan in his pocket, Suemo felt quite confident. "Young man, I see your forehead is darkened, and you're A familiar voice came from behind him. Suemo let out a cold laugh and spun around. You're the one who's got issues. Your whole family has issues. Whoa. The old Taoist priest jumped in surprise upon seeing Suemo. Then, with a sheepish and slightly guilty expression, he said, young man, what a coincidence. We meet again. Shut up. Suemo rolled his eyes at him. The old Taoist quickly changed the subject. Young man, I see your forehead is bright now. Your calamity of blood has been resolved, hasn't it? So, how's that ultimate martial arts manual? Have you mastered it? Is it working? It's working like a charm. Old man, I'm so grateful to you and your whole family. Suemo replied with a fake smile, his tone dripping with sarcasm. While the Taoist chuckled awkwardly, stroking his beard. As long as it's working, as long as it's working. My efforts in casting spells and chanting weren't in vain. Then, Suemo pinched the bridge of his nose, thinking to himself that this old man's shamelessness was truly unparalleled. Pointing to a roadside food stall, he said, boss lady, make this old man a bowl of braised pork rice. Then he pulled out his phone to pay, scanned the code, and I'm out. The old Taoist hurriedly stepped forward and addressed the plump owner of the stall. More pork, more rice, more sauce, and more side dishes, please. The boss lady rolled her eyes so hard they nearly turned over. Her ample bosom jiggled as she replied irritably, got it. Geez, you're so demanding. Go wait over there and don't block my stall. She cursed inwardly, thinking, this old man, always hanging around the school gate selling those fake martial arts manuals, scamming people for food and drinks. His eyes can't seem to stay off me either. What a dog. He should be ashamed. All right. Oh, and boss lady, throw in a side of pickled vegetables too. The Taoist didn't seem bothered, casually finding a seat at a nearby table. Watching Sumo's figure as he walked away, the old Taoist stroked his beard and muttered to himself, strange. A sedan was smoothly cruising along the road leading to the city. Suemo was gripping the steering wheel when a slightly anxious male voice came through his phone. Mr. Su, this is Zhao Yuron. I was introduced by Qin. About my daughter's situation. Let's talk in person, Suemo replied calmly. If it's caused by malevolent spirits, I can handle it. But if it's a medical condition, I'm afraid I can't help. Are you available tonight, Mr. Su? Zhao Yuanshan's voice carried a tone of earnestness. 8 o'clock, at the gate of Yuqing University. University? Zhao Yuanshan's voice faltered for a moment. Are you a student? The hesitation on the other end of the line didn't escape Sumo's notice. However, Zhao Yuanshan quickly adjusted his tone. Understood. They'll send someone to pick you up on time. After ending the call, Suemo stepped into a real estate agency called Ijia. Several staff members glanced at his youthful appearance before resuming their work. Are you here to look at properties, sir? A young woman wearing a name tag jogged over. Her tag read Zheng Xiaotao. She looked visibly tired, with faint dark circles under her eyes. As Zheng Xiaotao approached, Suemo subtly furrowed his brows. A faint, chilling aura seemed to linger around her. After showing him several listings, Zheng Xiaotao apologized, looking a bit guilty. Sorry, I couldn't find anything suitable. You've been having nightmares lately, haven't you? Suemo asked abruptly. Her face turned pale instantly, and fear flickered in her eyes. How do you know that? Maybe I can help. At a nearby cafe, Zheng Xiaotao sat with trembling hands. Mr. Su, do you believe in ghosts? I do. It's my area of expertise, Suemo replied calmly. Go ahead, tell me. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Xiaotao began recounting what had happened a month ago. Her stepfather had taken his own life by drinking pesticide at home. She didn't feel much grief for the man who often berated her mother and wanted her to drop out of school to work. But on the 7th night after his death, she saw her stepfather who should have already been laid to rest inside her home. The shadow of her stepfather emerged faintly in the darkness, his skin an eerie bluish black, and his face twisted into a grotesque expression. His mouth opened and closed repeatedly, as if roaring something, but Zheng Xiaotao couldn't hear a single sound. She blinked hard, and the figure vanished without a trace. The following night, the same scene played out again. Her stepfather's distorted face loomed close, silently screaming at her in rage. Trembling all over, Zheng Xiaotao hurriedly told her mother about it. Her mother's face turned deathly pale, her lips trembling as she said, "Don't overthink, it's already dead." That very night, her mother hastily packed their belongings and took Zheng Xiaotao away from the village. In their new home, life gradually settled down. Her mother found work, and their days seemed to slowly improve. Her stepfather's shadow never appeared again. However, one late night, Zheng Xiaotao dreamt of him once more. This time, the vision was startlingly vivid. His grotesque face, bluish-black skin, and eyes filled with hatred. Her stepfather's voice echoed in her ears. "Tao Tao, that wretched woman, why did she harm me?" The words repeated over and over. Zheng Xiaotao woke up in terror and dared not close her eyes again. The room was filled with an icy chill, as if unseen eyes were fixed on her. From then on, every time she shut her eyes, her stepfather would appear, relentlessly accusing her. "She's a vile woman, and her daughter is no better. A thankless wolf. She deserves to die, and so do you." I'll make you pay. I'll make you both join me. His sinister laughter echoed in the darkness. I don't understand what happened or why he's saying these things. Zhang Xiaotao's voice trembled, her hands shaking uncontrollably. Suemo gently held her wrist. Don't be afraid. Take your time. What happened next? A few days ago, my mom was in a car accident. She's badly hurt, Zhang Xiaotao sobbed. Has he appeared in your dreams in the past few days? No. Suemo thought to himself that there might be more to the stepfather's death than it seemed. Which hospital is your mom in? Can you take me to see her? Soon, the two arrived at room 307 of the city's second hospital. It was a three-person ward, but Zhang Xiaodao's mother was the only patient there. The other beds were empty. Outside, the medical staff whispered about the room being haunted, saying the temperature there was unusually low and previous patients had been frightened into heart attacks in the middle of the night. They speculated that this woman was being tormented by a malicious spirit. Standing at the doorway, Suemo felt a chilling air rush over him, and the temperature dropped sharply. He decisively walked to the window, drew the curtains, and locked the door. The room darkened, and he turned to the darkest corner of the room, speaking calmly. All right, ghost. Care to come out and have a little chat? Zhang Xiaotao's eyes were filled with fear as she glanced towards the corner of the room, where there was clearly no one. Her pupils trembled slightly, unable to believe what was unfolding before her. Mr. Su, who are you talking to? Her voice quivered with noticeable fear. Sumo's gaze was sharp, fixed unwaveringly on the seemingly empty and dark corner of the room. The only sound in the hospital room was their breathing, and the corner remained eerily silent. Not coming out. Suemo let out a cold laugh, his focus unwavering. In an instant, his energy surged, and an invisible wave of heat spread throughout the room, making the air feel as though it was engulfed in flames. Ah! Zheng Xiaotao suddenly heard a piercing, blood-curdling scream. What followed was a scene so horrifying that it left her paralyzed with terror. In the corner, a shadowy figure began to materialize, emerging from nothingness into reality. It was a face with a ghastly blue-black hue, its malicious eyes filled with venomous hatred. The twisted, crooked mouth formed a sinister grin, and a nauseating stench emanated from its body. It was her stepfather. Zheng Xiaotao gasped, covering her mouth with her hands. She stumbled back a few steps, nearly collapsing. A ghost. It's really a ghost. Her mind teetered on the edge of shutting down entirely. Who are you? The ghostly figure, shrouded in black smoke, fixed its menacing glare on Suemo. Its voice was harsh, like the sound of sandpaper scraping. A concerned citizen, Suemo replied with a faint smile, gesturing towards the unconscious woman on the hospital bed. His tone was calm, as if discussing the weather. Why don't you tell me you had grudge or hatred compels you to haunt your wife and daughter? He paused, his eyes suddenly turning razor sharp. And let me warn you, didn't try anything foolish, or else. Before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming aura radiated from Suemo. To the ghost, he appeared like a blazing sun, capable of incinerating it in an instant. The ghost involuntarily retreated 2 steps, pointing at the woman on the bed with a voice filled with venom. That wicked woman caused my death. I'm just taking my revenge. What's wrong with that? It then turned its hateful glare towards Zheng Xiaotao, its eyes brimming with malice. And her. She's not even my child. She's that vile woman's spawn. I died, and she must be thrilled, isn't she? The ghost's voice was hoarse, like the grinding of sandpaper. Those 2 wretches don't deserve to live. My grudge won't be resolved unless they're dead. Not even the heavens can stop me. Zheng Xiaotao's face turned ashen. Her voice trembled as she stammered. What? What are you saying? Mom said you committed suicide. Suicide. The ghost spat on the ground, its voice seething with hatred. I wasn't done living. Why would I kill myself? That night, I was drunk, and she poured pesticide down my throat. No, that's impossible. Zheng Xiaotao shook her head, unwilling to accept such a brutal truth. Her world shattered in an instant. How could her mother be a murderer? Suemo stepped closer to the hospital bed, gazing down at the unconscious woman. She's gravely injured. With his heightened senses, amplified by his energy, he could see the thick black aura coiling around her like venomous snakes. Disperse. Suemo struck the air with his palm, and the black aura around the woman dissipated like smoke. The woman slowly regained consciousness. The moment her eyes fell on the ghost, her entire body trembled violently. Don't harm my daughter. I'll pay with my life for what I did. You wretch. The ghost's malevolence surged as it prepared to lunge at her. But before it could reach her, Suemo swatted it away with a single slap, sending it crashing heavily into the wall. Mom, what is going on? Zheng Xiaotao sobbed uncontrollably, her voice choked with emotion. My dear daughter, you've suffered so much. Tears welled up in the woman's eyes as she began to reveal the painful truth she had kept hidden for years. For so long, she had endured the man's abuse, his beatings, and berating, hoping only to give her daughter a better life. She wished for her daughter to graduate from college, find a good job, marry a kind man, and escape the tragic cycle that had defined her own life. But she never imagined that the man, after losing all his money to gambling, would turn his wicked thoughts towards their daughter. That night, she overheard him on the phone, and his words froze her to the core was negotiating a price to sell their daughter. He planned to sell her to a remote mountain village, to marry her off to a fool, reducing her to nothing more than a tool for bearing children. The woman couldn't bear it. She had to stop him. The only way to free her daughter from this nightmare was if he died. That night, the opportunity presented itself. The man had been in high spirits after finalizing the deal, drinking himself into a stupor. The woman took the pesticide she had prepared in advance and poured it all into his mouth. Mom, Zhang Xiaodao never imagined the truth could be so horrific. Suemo remained silent, his gaze as sharp as a blade as he stared at the malicious ghost before him. Heh, just a worthless burden. So what if I sold her? The ghost sneered, his eyes glinting with greed. I raised her for so many years, can't I get something back? Do you know how much she's worth? 30,000. A full 30,000. That's enough for me to live it up for a long time. The ghost's voice was twisted with excitement. He pointed at the frail woman lying on the hospital bed, spittle flying as he ranted. You wretch. I was planning to torment you slowly. Then her. But now I've changed my mind. They'll kill you right here and now. As soon as he finished speaking, thick black smoke erupted from his body. His form twisted into a sinister shadow, lunging toward the weak woman on the bed. Do you think I don't exist? Sumo's voice was cold and steady. In a flash, he struck with a precise and powerful kick, hitting the ghost squarely. Arc! The ghost let out a piercing scream as his body was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the wall. Suemo didn't give him a chance to recover. He stepped forward swiftly and pinned the ghost's head under his foot. The ghost struggled frantically, clawing at Suemo, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, completely futile. Why are you helping her? The ghost howled, his voice filled with confusion and rage. I see you're her lover. You're all in this together. You're all scum. Suemo looked down at the writhing ghost under his foot, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. You're unworthy of being human, and you're not fit to be a ghost either. Do you understand? With a deafening roar, flames suddenly ignited on the ghost's body, an invisible fire born from Sumo's immense energy and will. In mere moments, the ghost was utterly consumed, leaving no trace behind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating a level 1 malicious ghost. You've been awarded 100 virtue points. A crisp notification rang out in Sumo's mind. With a casual wave of his hand, the oppressive gloom in the hospital room dissipated like retreating tides. Suemo walked to the window and pulled open the heavy curtains, allowing warm sunlight to flood in and bathe the pale-faced woman on the bed. He won't bother you again, Suemo said, leaving those words behind as he turned, opened the door, and strode out. Mom. As the door closed, Zhang Xiaodao rushed to the bedside, sobbing uncontrollably. Xiaodao, Mom's okay, the woman said weakly, lifting her hand with great effort to stroke her daughter's hair. Her voice was frail but filled with love. Mom made mistakes and deserves to be punished. But my poor Xiaodao, from now on, you'll have to live on your own. Promise me you'll live well. With those final words, the woman drew her last breath, a faint, peaceful smile gracing her face. The sunlight on her pale features gave her an almost serene glow. Outside the hospital, Suemo exhaled deeply, his heart heavy. He couldn't fathom what kind of twisted mind could sell their own daughter for 30,000 yuan. He deserved to die. He deserved worse, Suemo muttered to himself, his earlier carefree mood long gone. 8 p.m., outside the school gates. A sleek black Maybach S680 pulled up slowly in front of Suemo. The window rolled down, revealing a young, professional-looking man. Mr. Suemo? The driver asked respectfully. That's me, Suemo confirmed with a nod. Good evening, Mr. Su. Mr. Zhou sent me to pick you up, the driver said as he quickly stepped out to open the rear door for Suemo, his attitude exceedingly polite. Inwardly, the driver recalled his boss' instructions to treat this guest with the utmost respect. Thank you, Suemo said with a slight nod as he stepped into the luxurious car. Not far away, AI Rui stood frozen, holding a bowl of cold noodles, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watched the scene unfold. No way. Suemo? He rubbed his eyes, certain that the familiar figure was indeed his roommate. I know that silhouette anywhere, it's definitely Suemo. AI Rui tilted his head back, trying to hold back tears. Damn you, Suemo brothers are supposed to be tight, and you're out here playing mind games. An S680? Worth millions. And with a chauffeur, no less. He pulled out his phone, ready to confront Suemo with a message. You rich kid, how long are you planning to keep fooling your roommate? And you still mooch off my barbecue and sodas. But after a moment's thought, he decided to wait and confront Suemo in person. It'd be much more satisfying. Inside the car, Suemo leaned back into the plush leather seat, his fingers brushing over the refined interior. No wonder it's a Maybach. This seat, this comfort, it's amazing. It was Sumo's first time experiencing such a high-end vehicle, and he couldn't quite put his feelings into words. He just knew it felt incredibly luxurious. He couldn't help but think, these rich people really know how to enjoy life. It's so decadent. But then a glimmer of ambition flashed in his eyes. He'll be rich too. He'll hunt more ghosts, earn more points, and buy 10 of these. Then he'll line them up in a shaper, maybe of shape. Why isn't he here yet? Zhou Yuanshan's face was filled with anxiety. He paced back and forth along the roadside, occasionally glancing down at his watch. Truth be told, he didn't have high hopes for this so-called master he was waiting for. However, the thought of what if kept him from giving up. So, he arrived early, hoping to meet the rumored master as soon as possible. Dajuan, Zhao Yuron will be fine. Don't wear yourself out worrying. A deep, gentle voice came from nearby. It belonged to a middle-aged man who bore a resemblance to Zhou Yuanshan, albeit with a slightly rounder belly and darker circles under his eyes. This was Wang Dajuan, Zhou Yuanshan's old friend and business partner of several decades. Patting Zhou Yuanshan on the shoulder, Wang Dajuan smiled warmly and said, "Come on, we're like brothers. Yuron is like my own daughter." Zhou Yuanshan forced a bitter smile and gave Wang Dajuan's shoulder a firm pat. "Sai, you've been working hard these past few days." Wang Dajuan lowered his head in silence for a moment, his eyes tinged with sorrow. He then spoke slowly. "I understand how you feel right now. After all," he shook his head, his gaze dimming. A few years ago, Wang Dajuan's own daughter had tragically passed away in a car accident. Zhou Yuanshan said nothing, gently patting Wang Dajuan on the back. His own heart was heavy with worry. At this moment, it seemed the two of them truly shared a deep, unspoken pain. Suddenly, a sharp, eerie laugh pierced the air. "TSK, TSK, ominous, very ominous." Startled, Zhou Yuanshan and Wang Dajuan turned around abruptly. Standing behind them was a frail, scruffy old Taoist priest, his tattered robes barely hanging on his thin frame. His face was lit up with an unsettling grin. Where did this beggar come from? "Get lost." Wang Dajuan barked impatiently, his brows furrowed. The old Taoist priest remained unfazed, his smile unwavering. He didn't even glance at Wang Dajuan. Instead, his eyes roamed up and down, scrutinizing Zhou Yuanshan. "Dajuan." Zhou Yuanshan raised a hand, signaling Wang Dajuan to hold back. Then he addressed the priest. "Master, what do you mean by very ominous?" "Haha." The old priest's grin grew even more peculiar. Pointing at Zhou Yuanshan, he said cryptically, "If my guess is correct, someone in your household is gravely ill. Am I right?" Zhou Yuanshan's eyes lit up slightly. He stepped forward urgently, his tone tinged with desperation. "Master, how do you know that?" The old Taoist exuded confidence. "I was born with a divine eye. I can naturally see these things. There's a dark aura surrounding you, and your forehead has a faint greenish hue. This means calamity has struck your home. If it's not resolved soon, I'm afraid, you may face the tragedy of burying your own child." Zhou Yuanshan's heart sank. Could this be a genuine master? He asked hurriedly. "Master, do you have a way to save her?" The old Taoist let out a sly chuckle, his tone shrouded in mystery. "That's hard to say, but if you take me to see the patient, I might be able to help." Zhou Yuanshan glanced at his watch. Over an hour had passed, and the young master he had originally arranged to meet still hadn't shown up. As he hesitated, Wang Dajuan interjected impatiently. "Yuanshan, this guy is clearly a fraud." "Enough." Zhou Yuanshan cut him off and said in a low voice. "Master, if you can truly cure my daughter, I will reward you handsomely." "Such generosity." The old Taoist raised a thumb in approval, his face brimming with satisfaction. "Time is of the essence. Let's go see the patient now." "Master, could you wait just a little longer? I'm still expecting someone." Zhou Yuanshan hesitated. Meanwhile, inside a car, Su Mo gazed out the window, watching the night scenery blur past. His mind was restless. In just one night, it felt as though the entire world had changed. The once powerless and naive college student had now embarked on the path of cultivation, becoming someone with extraordinary abilities. "How much longer until we arrive?" he asked the driver, turning his head. "Mr. Su, about half an hour," the driver replied. Rumbly an urgent roar echoed in their ears. Suddenly, 3 motorcycles shot past the Maybach like arrows leaving a bow, skimming dangerously close to the car's body before vanishing at the edge of their sight in an instant. "Holy crap!" The driver jolted in fright, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he cursed under his breath. "These lunatics, they're speeding like they have a death wish." Indeed, the speed of those motorcycles must have been no less than 200 kilometers per hour, practically flying down the highway. Half an hour later, the Maybach came to a smooth stop at its destination. "Mr. Su, we're here," the driver announced as he turned off the engine. As Suemo stepped out of the car, a middle-aged man in a dark suit hurried over to him, his face filled with both anxiety and anticipation. "Mr. Su, I presume? I'm Zhou Yuanshan." The man introduced himself, extending his hand. Suemo was about to respond when his gaze was drawn to a familiar figure nearby, the old man who had sold him the Juyang Divine Skill Manual. The old Taoist priest stood there, his eyes wide with surprise, clearly not expecting to run into Suemo here. "What the? Why are you here?" they both blurted out simultaneously. Zhou Yuanshan, thoroughly confused by this unexpected exchange, cautiously looked at the Taoist priest. Master, do you and Mr. Su know each other? Oh well. The old Taoist awkwardly rubbed his hands together, letting out a dry laugh. I've crossed paths with this gentleman a few times before. Never thought we'd meet again. Hear what a twist of fate. Suemo had no interest in entertaining the conman. He turned to Zhou Yuanshan directly. Mr. Zhou, take me to see your daughter. This way, please. Zhou Yuanshan nodded and led the group toward the residence. Walking alongside them, Wang Dajuan leaned in close to Zhou Yuanshan, lowering his voice but failing to hide his skepticism. Old Zhou, these two look like frauds to me. One's a scruffy Taoist who looks more like a beggar, and the other's just a wet behinthier's kid. Can they really cure anyone? Zhou Yuanshan simply shook his head in silence, choosing not to respond. At this point, he had no other options. It was worth a try. What if it worked? Wang Dajuan sighed heavily, his tone filled with anguish. Ah, heaven is so cruel, letting Yuron suffer like this. But I believe Yuron will get better. When she does, I'll treat her like my own daughter. Zhou Yuanshan felt deeply moved by his friend's words. Ever since Yuron fell ill, Wang Dajuan had been by his side through thick and thin, tirelessly helping in every way he could. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the brief exchange ahead, the old Taoist sidled up to Su Mo and lowered his voice. Kid, what are you doing here? This place is no joke. Why? Su Mo shot him a sideways glance. The Taoist pointed discreetly at Zhou Yuanshan. See that guy? He's surrounded by ominous energy. His house must be haunted by some malevolent spirit. His daughter's illness? 90% chance it's caused by a ghost. In other words, there's a ghost in his home. Aren't you scared? Is there really a ghost? Sumo's expression turned serious. Of course there is. The Taoist's face was solemn. Oh, the Taoist's tone suddenly shifted. But, about that time I said your forehead was dark. Yeah, that was fake. I was just starving. I hadn't eaten in 2 days. By the way, that pork knuckle rice was amazing. He patted his stomach with a wistful look. Focus, Suemo interrupted him. The Taoist quickly sobered up, casting a wary glance at the villa in the distance. You need to find an excuse to leave. This place is heavy with resentment. The ghost here is no ordinary one. If a fight breaks out, I might not be able to protect you. Suemo stared at him, incredulous. Wait, you can actually catch ghosts? Of course. I'm a legitimate Taoist priest, licensed, and everything. No scams. The Taoist proudly pulled out a small booklet from his robe, the words, Taoist Practitioner Certification, prominently printed on it. Suemo was speechless. The thing looked like it had been printed at some sketchy shop by the bridge in Dong Demon. Impressive, Suemo said flatly, giving a half-hearted thumbs up. Then, with a serious tone, he added, if there's a ghost here, I'm not leaving. Why not? Because I catch ghosts too. You're kidding, right? How would you even catch a ghost? I know the Juyang divine skill. Isn't that the martial arts manual you sold me? Suemo replied, his eyes glinting with mockery. The old Taoist's mind was instantly flooded with a series of massive question marks. He stared blankly at Suemo, a trace of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Nine Yang divine skill? Could it be the book he had given him? Good heavens. That manual he had desperately snatched from the Pindaddy website was a fake. It cost only 1 yuan and 80 cents, with free shipping, and came with 10 extra books. The seller even offered a 3 yuan cashback for a good review. He knew perfectly well it was a counterfeit. Could this kid have actually mastered it? His facial muscles twitched as he sighed inwardly. This can't be true. A fake manual? What kind of nonsense could it possibly produce? Young man, the old Taoist started awkwardly, stammering. Actually, the manual I gave you. Well, it's completely useless. It's a fake. Don't take it seriously. What? Suemo froze for a moment, his eyes widening. Fake? That can't be right. I really mastered it. Not only that, but it's even a strengthened version. Its efficiency in dealing with ghosts is ridiculously high. The old Taoist was utterly speechless. He could only rub his nose with his hand, his tone growing heavier. You're not joking, are you? Listen to me, meetings aren't as simple as you think. Ghosts are real. If you encounter a malicious spirit, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you. Don't end up losing your life over this. Suemo didn't respond, only giving a faint smile before turning to continue following Zhou Yuanshan. The old Taoist let out a deep sigh, muttering to himself, this is my own doing, and now I have to face the consequences. No matter what, I can't let that malicious spirit harm him. All this trouble just for a bowl of pork knuckle rice. I've really lost big this time. Before long, the group arrived in front of Zhou Yuanshan's villa. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with a lush garden filled with plants whose names were hard to identify. The stillness was unsettling, as though even the air had frozen. The late-night atmosphere made the villa appear particularly ominous. We're here, Zhou Yuanshan announced as he approached the large iron gate, pressing his finger against the fingerprint lock. With a soft click, the gate opened. He turned to Suemo and the old Taoist, explaining, my daughter's condition is very unique. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I've kept others away. The old Taoist's gaze swept over the villa, his eyes narrowing as he said gravely, The resentment here is overwhelming. That malicious spirit is no ordinary being. His tone became stern as he warned, "Stay behind me, don't wander off, and don't make a sound." "Understood. All right, he'll just follow your lead," Suemo replied nonchalantly. "You're on." A sudden, urgent cry came from inside the house, followed by a series of blood-curdling screams. Each scream sent chills down their spines, especially in the dead of night, making it all the more terrifying. "It's Yuron. She's having another episode." Zhou Yuanshan's face turned ashen as he rushed into the house, heading straight for a room on the second floor. Wang Dajuan followed closely behind, looking equally tense. The old Taoist quickly stopped Suemo, whispering, "The resentment here is too heavy, and that malicious spirit is definitely not simple. Stay close to me, and don't wander off." Suemo simply nodded without saying another word. The group hurried through the corridor and reached the door of the room, which was tightly shut. Zhou Yuanshan pushed the door open in his desperation, and they all surged inside at once. The room was brightly lit, and the stark white bedsheets seemed almost blinding. A figure lay propped against the headboard, her body alarmingly emaciated, reduced to little more than skin and bones. Her face was deathly pale, her eyes bulging as though they might pop out of their sockets, and her mouth gaped open as she struggled to breathe. This was Zhou Yuanshan's daughter Zhou Yuron. On the desk in the room sat a photo frame. The picture inside showed a vibrant, youthful girl wearing a school uniform, her hair tied in a ponytail, and a radiant smile on her face. It was impossible to reconcile that image with the frail figure on the bed. "Yuron, don't scare Daddy." Zhou Yuanshan's voice was thick with pain and anxiety, teetering on the edge of despair. Zhou Yuanshan's hands were trembling as he gently caressed Zhou Yuron's pale face. Wang Dajuan stood to the side, looking uneasy, his eyes filled with helpless sorrow. "Dad, please, kill me." Zhou Yuron's voice was cold and weak. She turned her head to look at Zhou Yuanshan, a faint glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. She clutched his hand desperately, almost crying out, "I want to die. I can't bear this torment anymore." Her voice quivered and then broke into a painful scream. Suddenly, she clutched her head, overcome by searing pain that made her lose control, her screams twisting into distorted cries. "Mr. Su," Daozhang Zhou Yuanshan asked in a pained, low voice, "is there still a chance to save her?" If not, he paused, his gaze fixed on his daughter, filled with complexity and despair. Her suffering had already drained him of all strength, and for a fleeting moment, a look of resolve flashed in his eyes. Wang Dajuan immediately stepped forward, grabbing Zhou Yuanshan's arm, his voice urgent. "Calm down, Lao Zhou. There must be a way. We can save her." Suemo was a little surprised. The man in front of him seemed even more anxious than Zhou Yuanshan. Could it be he knew something? A thought crossed Sumo's mind. Was this one of those dramatic family secrets, a scandalous affair? But no, Zhou Yuanshan's wife had passed away long ago. If there had been such a situation, surely Zhou Yuanshan would have remarried by now. Questions swirled in Sumo's mind, but he dared not think too much. Still, something about Wang Dajuan's reaction seemed off. Was Suemo overanalyzing the situation? At that moment, the sinister energy surrounding Zhou Yuron grew stronger. The old Taoist priest was visibly anxious, sweat streaming down his face as he frantically pulled out a stack of talismans from his robe. They came in all shapes and colors. Sumo's sharp eyes caught sight of a few purple talismans edged with gold, and he couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. This old man seemed to have some real skill. Purple talismans. Suemo was secretly astonished. These were not ordinary items. However, his sharp gaze also noticed some tiny words printed on the back of the talismans. Xin Printing Factory. So it's mass-produced after all. The old Taoist quickly rummaged through the pile and pulled out a crumpled talisman. The symbols on it were crooked and faded. He muttered a few incantations under his breath before tossing the talisman onto Zhou Yuron's chest. The talisman floated into the air and suddenly emitted a golden yellow light, which enveloped Zhou Yuron's body. A humming sound resonated as the talisman glowed brightly. Zhou Yuron's screams came to an abrupt halt. Her eyes closed, and her body collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Suemo watched the scene intently, shaken. It actually worked? The old Taoist wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression relaxing slightly. "This talisman is genuine. It's a good thing I didn't sell it earlier, or we'd be in big trouble." Zhou Yuanshan and Wang Dajuan stood frozen, their eyes wide with shock. Finally, Zhou Yuanshan snapped out of it. He rushed forward and grabbed the old Taoist's hand, his voice trembling. "Daozhang, my daughter, is she?" The old Taoist let out a soft chuckle and nodded. "Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. Your daughter's soul is damaged, and she's been afflicted by malevolent energy. I've cast a spell to temporarily save her life. As for her ultimate fate, that depends on the will of the heavens." Suemo frowned slightly and turned to glance at Wang Dajuan. At that moment, Wang Dajuan's expression was unusually complex, as if he were suppressing a hint of anger. What's this guy up to? Suemo wondered to himself. Wang Dajuan's behavior was exceedingly unusual. The talisman in the old Taoist's hand had merely managed to temporarily preserve Zhao Yuron's life. So why did he appear so enraged? There must be some unspeakable secret hidden within. Sumo's eyes flickered as she looked at the already unconscious Zhao Yuron. A heavy black aura enveloped her body, and even an ordinary person could tell that this woman's life was slipping away rapidly. She didn't have much time left. Master, I beg you save her. Zhou Yuanshan's voice carried a trace of desperation, and the hope in his eyes was almost heartbreaking. Although he had little expectation before, the old Taoist in front of him seemed to possess genuine abilities. He stared intently at the old Taoist, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes, as if clutching at his last lifeline. Yes, master. If there's truly a way, please save Yuron. No matter how much it costs. I, Wang Dajuan, will pay. Wang Dajuan's tone was filled with anxiety. The old Taoist sighed and shook his head. This is difficult. He cast a deep look at Zhou Yuron, lying on the bed. This child has been entangled by a vengeful spirit. To save her, we must first subdue that spirit. What does the spirit want? Zhou Yuanshan asked urgently. The old Taoist didn't answer. He slowly stepped forward, lightly pressing his finger against Zhou Yuron's forehead. Instantly, a dark green mark appeared. Upon closer inspection, it revealed the twisted and grotesque face of a woman. Hiss! The old Taoist took a sharp breath, his expression growing unusually grave. The spirit entangling her doesn't want to kill her, it wants to replace her. What? Zhou Yuanshan and Wang Dajuan's faces changed instantly, especially Wang Dajuan, who froze for a few seconds before his lips began to tremble slightly. Replace her? Master, what do you mean? The old Taoist pointed at Zhou Yuron. Look at her. Her body is now filled with malevolent energy, and her vitality has been nearly drained. By all logic, she should already be dead. But she's still alive because the spirit doesn't want her to die. It's feeding on her soul while keeping her life tethered. It wants to replace her. In just a few more days, the spirit will fully merge with her body. By then, your daughter will appear to be alive again. But she will no longer be your daughter. Zhou Yuanshan's eyes turned bloodshot, tears threatening to fall. Master, I beg you save her. No matter what it takes, please free my daughter from that spirit. The old Taoist shook his head and sighed. It's too late. All I can do is force the spirit out, but I cannot kill it directly. If it refuses to release your daughter's vitality, then killing it will result in her death as well. Zhou Yuanshan clenched his fists tightly, determination shining in his eyes. Master, please act. I don't care anymore if it costs a life, so be it. I cannot let my daughter's body be taken over by a spirit. If she truly cannot be saved, then kill that spirit and avenge her. No matter the outcome, I will reward you handsomely. You misunderstand, the old Taoist said, waving his hand dismissively. The path I practice is solely for subduing demons and expelling spirits, not for personal gain or rewards. At that moment, Wang Dajuan suddenly stood up and strode over to the old Taoist. Grabbing him by the collar in fury, he shouted, If you keep spouting nonsense, don't think I won't throw you out to feed the dogs. Dajuan, no. Zhou Yuanshan hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, but Wang Dajuan stood his ground, his face dark with anger, clearly infuriated. He pointed at the old Taoist priest, his chest heaving with rage, thinking to himself, this guy is obviously a fraud. Hey, let go of me. The old Taoist, with his frail and skinny frame, was nearly lifted off the ground as Wang Dajuan grabbed him. He struggled in vain, unable to free himself. Let go. Suemo stepped in from the side and suddenly grabbed hold of Wang Dajuan's wrist. You son of a! Wang Dajuan began to shout, his eyes blazing with fury. But before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through his wrist, as if it were caught in a steel vise, nearly snapping his bones. His face twisted in agony, and unable to endure the pain, he released his grip. Seizing the opportunity, the old Taoist broke free and stumbled to the side, gasping for air, looking disheveled and far from his earlier composed demeanor. With a light shove from Suemo, Wang Dajuan staggered backward uncontrollably, eventually slamming into a nearby cabinet. The impact left him pale and visibly in pain. What are you doing? Wang Dajuan gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at Suemo. I'm curious, Taoist master, Suemo said with a faint, icy smirk, his tone laced with sarcasm. Why are you so nervous if you figured out the problem? Or could it be that you're involved in this somehow? Wang Dajuan's expression shifted, clearly uneasy. He retorted angrily. I treat Yuron like my own daughter. Dajuan, stop it. Zhou Yuanshan took a deep breath, his expression somber. I know you care about Yuron, but you've seen it yourself, her illness isn't something ordinary medicine can cure. I trust the Taoist master's method. If you're going to keep causing trouble, I think you should leave first. Wang Dajuan's eyes dimmed, and he let out a heavy sigh. He said nothing more, only turning silently to look at Zhou Yuron lying on the bed, his face filled with worry. Taoist master, please proceed, Zhou Yuanshan said firmly. Let's see today what kind of malicious spirit is harming my daughter. Wang Dajuan added with a bitter edge. The old Taoist adjusted his robe, a hint of disdain flashing across his face. What happens next might be quite horrifying. Are you sure you want to watch? Zhou Yuanshan hesitated but remained silent. Wang Dajun stood still, his eyes full of concern but refrained from intervening further. The old Taoist turned his gaze to Su Mo, as if silently asking, "Are you staying too? Not afraid. Why are you looking at me?" Su Mo chuckled coldly. "Didn't I already tell you? I really know the 9-yang divine skill. I wasn't lying." The old Taoist was momentarily speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You really think you're some kind of martial arts master? If that knockoff version of the 9-yang divine skill actually worked, then there really would be ghosts." He let out a self-deprecating laugh, but suddenly froze, a chilling thought crossing his mind. Wait, could it be? No, no, that's impossible. It's just a knockoff. Shaking his head to dispel these absurd notions, he reached into his robe and pulled out a crumpled talisman. "Step back, everyone. I'm going to test the ghost-expelling talisman to see if it can force the spirit out. Things might get noisy, but don't panic." The three stepped back as instructed. The old Taoist moved forward, holding the talisman between his middle and index fingers, and began chanting an incantation. It was then that Su Mo noticed the old Taoist's left hand was missing 2 fingers. The ring finger and pinky appeared to have been cleanly severed by something sharp. "Heaven above, reveal the fiend. Begone!" The old Taoist shouted, finishing his incantation. With a swift motion, he flung the talisman forward. The talisman flew through the air and landed precisely on Zhou Yuron's forehead. Buzz! The talisman hovered briefly in midair, emitting a bright light, before gently settling on her forehead. Boom! The moment the talisman touched her, an eerie black mist erupted violently from Zhou Yuron's nose and mouth, as if something terrifying had been unleashed. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the room, but it wasn't from Zhou Yuron. It came from the swirling black mist that had emerged. Buzz! The talisman lit up with a golden glow, illuminating the dim room. The paper trembled slightly, tightly trapping the black mist within its confines. The mist writhed and contorted under the oppressive golden light, twisting into various shapes until it finally condensed into a blurry human face. Though the features were indistinct, it was clearly a woman. The face, formed entirely of the black mist, let out an ear-piercing scream as if the golden light caused it unbearable pain. Whoa! Su Mo stared at the scene in shock. That old man actually has some skills, not just a complete fraud. This kind of supernatural phenomenon was something he had only seen in movies during his past life. Witnessing it in person was an entirely different experience, far more immersive and unsettling. Zhou Yuanshan's face was ashen, his body stiff as a board. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, seeing this entity attached to his daughter filled him with a wave of despair. His daughter was truly being haunted by a malicious spirit. Wang Dajun stood nearby, his face grim. Su Mo noticed his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. When Wang saw the black mist form into a face, his breathing became rapid, and his chest heaved visibly. "Foul spirit, why have you latched onto her?" the old Taoist priest demanded sternly. "If you stop now, I can grant you a chance at reincarnation and spare you from wandering as a lost soul. But if you persist in your wickedness, I will act on behalf of heaven and destroy you." Though the priest's tone was firm, his heart was heavy with dread. His fingers, holding the talisman, trembled slightly. This spirit, taking the form of a face, was at least a level 2 entity, not an easy foe. While he had the means to destroy it outright, retrieving Zhou Yuron's essence and spirit from its grasp was a much more challenging task. The face paid no heed to the priest's warning. It struggled violently, causing Zhou Yuron's body to tremble uncontrollably. The wooden bed creaked under the strain of the convulsions. Ah! The face suddenly opened its mouth wide, and Zhou Yuron, who had been unconscious, snapped her eyes open at the same time. Her mouth opened as well, and her body arched unnaturally like a cooked shrimp. From her eyes, mouth, nose, and ears, black mist gushed out in a frenzy. Vile creature! The old Taoist's face darkened, sweat dripping from his forehead. This spirit is relentless, draining Zhou Yuron's life force completely. He turned to Zhou Yuanshan and said urgently, "Boss Zhou, I fear I can no longer save your daughter's life. You must decide now, do I destroy the spirit or not?" Zhou Yuanshan slumped against the wall as if all the strength had left his body. Tears streamed down his face. "Kill it! Kill it!" His voice grew louder and more desperate, until he was nearly screaming. Yuron would never want to become a monster. "Kill it! No, you can't." Wang Dajin's face was ghostly pale, and he asked anxiously, "Master, does it have to end this way? Is there no other way?" The Taoist shook his head, his tone heavy. "If we delay any longer, the spirit will fully merge with her and use her body to return to the living world. By then, will you kill Iter, won't you?" Wang Dajun seemed to collapse inwardly, leaning against the wall in silence. His gaze was hollow, devoid of hope. "Foul spirit, prepare to die." The Taoist was about to cast his spell when Wang Dajun suddenly lifted his head. His bloodshot eyes burned with a crazed intensity. Snap! A folding knife sprang open in Wang Dajin's hand, its blade gleaming coldly. With a guttural roar, he lunged at the old Taoist, shouting, "Then you die first." What the hell is going on? The old Taoist, fully focused on controlling the spirit, felt a chill run down his spine. Turning his head, he saw Wang Dajun charging at him with a murderous look. Terrified, the priest flinched, his hands shaking violently. The talisman quivered, and his hand seals faltered. Seizing the opportunity, the black mist on Zhao Yuron's face recoiled like a snake, quickly retreating through her nose and ears back into the depths of her body. Zhao Yuron collapsed onto the bed, a painful groan escaping her lips. Her eyes shut tightly, as if all her strength had drained away in that moment. Boundless celestial venerable. The old Taoist's expression shifted slightly, realizing he was no match for the situation. Though he was skilled in exorcising spirits, he knew deep down that he was no opponent in a life-or-death confrontation. Especially with the gleaming blade pointed directly at him. One more step, and he doubted he'd even have the chance to remain standing. Bang! Before the old Taoist could react, Wang Dajin's body was suddenly hurled through the air, slamming hard onto the ground. Sumo's cold, deliberate footsteps echoed as he approached, stepping firmly on Wang Dajuan's chest. Determination flickered in his eyes. Wang Dajuan writhed on the ground, still unable to process the abrupt turn of events. Damn it! Are you insane? The old Taoist cursed angrily. I'm trying to save her. The earlier scene had left the old Taoist shaken, his heart pounding in his chest. He could almost see the image of his ancestral teacher before him. Yet now, his full attention was consumed by the unfolding chaos, leaving no room for other thoughts. Let me go? Wang Dajuan roared, fury blazing in his eyes as he struggled desperately. Suemo stomped down forcefully, mercilessly breaking the bones in Wang Dajin's hand. The sharp crack of the fracture echoed through the space, sending a jarring chill through the air. Ah! Wang Dajuan screamed in agony, sweat dripping from his forehead as anger and fear mingled in his gaze. The old Taoist watched in surprise, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. He thought to himself, this kid's ruthless. Good should kick him a couple more times. Suemo sneered coldly, showing no hesitation as he kicked Wang Dajuan again, sending him crashing into a corner. Wang Dajin's body slammed against the wall before he crumpled to the floor. He struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face contorted in pain. Wang Dajuan, what the hell are you doing? Zhou Yuanshan snapped, his voice filled with rage as he pointed at him. Why? Zhou Yuanshan's face was full of confusion, unable to make sense of the scene before him. The Taoist had clearly been trying to save Yuron, his dear friend's daughter, yet Wang Dajuan had gone out of his way to stop him. Wang Dajuan stood frozen for a moment, a bitter smile appearing on his face before it twisted into something almost deranged, as if he had seen through everything. Ha 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 ha! It's all for nothing. His laughter was laced with pain and despair. Old Zhou, do you love Yuron? Zhou Yuanshan froze, his expression a mix of disbelief and confusion. What nonsense are you spouting? Yuron is my daughter. Of course I love her. She means more to me than my own life. She's dead. Wang Dajin's voice sank lower, the bitter smile spreading across his face. Old Zhou, we're the same. For her, I would do anything. He took a deep breath, his voice hoarse but resolute. This old man wanted to kill my daughter. How could I just stand by and watch? How could I do nothing? Zhou Yuanshan's face turned pale. The denial on his lips faltered as his expression shifted. He turned sharply to look at Zhou Yuron, and in that instant, as if a veil had lifted, he understood everything. You Wang Dajuan. You. He gritted his teeth, his eyes widening with fury and disbelief. I don't believe it. Tell me this isn't true. Wang Dajuan slowly closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face as a sorrowful smile tugged at his lips. Just a little more, he murmured, as if speaking to himself, his voice heavy with unspeakable pain. Yuron could have come back. Old Zhou, why didn't you believe me? I told you she'd be fine. That she'd still be Yuron. I'd have treated her as my own daughter. His voice trembled, but his tone was unwavering. Why didn't you trust me? Why did you bring people here to ruin everything? He wanted to kill my daughter. How could you let that happen? I hate it. I hate myself for not stopping this. I hate you all. The world seemed to freeze in that moment, a suffocating web of pain and fury enveloping everyone present. Zhou Yuanshan pointed at Wang Dajuan, his finger trembling violently with anger. In a flash, he lunged forward and delivered a heavy punch straight to Wang Dajuan's cheek. Wang staggered backward, his face instantly swelling up, but he only let out a bitter smile and spat out a bloodied tooth. Old Zhou. Wang Dajuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse. I've wronged you, and I've wronged Yuron too. But I've got nowhere else to turn. His eyes burned with a crazed glint. I just want my daughter to live again. I'm going mad thinking about it. She was so young. Why is the heavens so unfair? Turning to Zhou Yuron, Wang's voice cracked with desperation, tears welling up. I'm so close. Just a little more, and my daughter can be reborn through Yuron's body. When that happens, Yuron will still be alive, and my daughter will come back to life too. Isn't that the best of both worlds? As he spoke, he suddenly dropped to his knees, clutching Zhou Yuanshan's pant leg tightly. Old Zhou, I'm begging you. Let my daughter live again. I'll give you all my shares, everything I have. If that's not enough, once Yuron wakes up, I'll end my own life to make it right. Please, I beg you. Zhou Yuanshan's expression darkened, his emotions fluctuating. Finally, he kicked Wang Dajun away with force. You think I care about your damn shares? Why should your daughter live while Yuron has to die? His voice quivered with rage. Wang Dajun, I've always treated you like my best brother. Even if you stabbed me in the back, I wouldn't hate you for it. But to target Yuron? From this day on, we are no longer brothers. Wang Dajun collapsed to the ground, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. He muttered weakly, Daughter, it's all your useless father's fault. The old Taoist who had been observing from the side suddenly let out a cold laugh. Rebirth through another's body? Utter nonsense. Boss Wang, do you really think that thing is still your daughter? How ignorant can you be? Wang Dajun turned his head woodenly. What do you mean? How long has your daughter been dead? 4 years and 3 months. And how did you manage to keep her by your side? Wang Dajun recalled. She died instantly in a car accident. I went to Elephant Country. Someone told me that my daughter's wandering soul was still following me. I was shocked and terrified, unable to believe that ghosts were real. That person said they could help me keep my daughter's spirit and even let her be reborn someday. The old Taoist sneered. Elephant Country, was it? Did they give you a ghost-keeping talisman? Yes. Do you even know what a ghost-keeping talisman is? It's an evil tool for raising vengeful spirits. You think you kept your daughter around, but she's already turned into a full-fledged malicious ghost. Wang Dajun's face turned deathly pale, his voice trembling. No, impossible. That person clearly said my ass. The old Taoist spat in disgust. Those ghost keepers in Elephant Country are all scum, always messing with dark arts and harming people. Let me guess, they also told you to find a girl of a similar age with a matching birth chart? Wang Dajun clutched his face in agony. Yes. After coming back, I discovered that Yuron was the perfect match. I struggled with it for so long, and I've hated myself for it. I understand the pain in your heart, Wang Dajun. Tears streamed down his face as he pressed his hands tightly against it, sobbing uncontrollably. His voice trembled, barely audible through his choking cries. I dream of Yuron every night. She always tells me she doesn't want to die. She wants to live. What should I do? What? Zhou Yuanshan's face darkened, his teeth clenched audibly, and his eyes burned with rage. Wang Dajun, you're a damn disgrace. Yuron treated you like her own uncle, and you just stood there and watched her die. He couldn't hold back his fury, cursing loudly as his fists tightened in frustration. The old Taoist priest, hearing their argument, waved his hand lightly to silence them. Enough quarreling. The situation is dire. The vengeful spirit has already entered her body. In her current state, it's impossible to expel it easily in a short time. He said gravely, pointing to the clock on the wall. If we can't drive it out before dawn, it will completely take over her body. At that point, even if we destroy the spirit, she won't survive. Zhou Yuanshan was on the verge of losing control. He lunged toward the Taoist priest, his eyes filled with desperation. Master, please, you must save Yuron. What can we do? The old priest sighed deeply, shaking his head with a weary expression. To tell you the truth, I have no other methods left. The last talisman I used was the only one I had. With my abilities, I fear I can't force the spirit out directly. His voice was heavy, laden with exhaustion. Zhou Yuanshan's hope seemed to crumble entirely. He collapsed, his body limp as he muttered. Then, is there really no other way? Lowering his head, he looked at his frail and emaciated daughter beside him, tears welling up in his eyes. Yuron, I won't let you become a monster. You can't just die like this. At that moment, Wang Dajun hurriedly stepped forward, grabbing Zhou Yuanshan in a tight embrace. Old Zhou, stop saying that. The tension in the room grew thicker, the air heavy with unease and despair. Come out and die quickly. A cold voice suddenly broke the silence. Everyone turned their gaze toward the speaker Su Mo. Zhou Yuanshan froze, suddenly recalling that Su Mo was still present. Could it be that he had a way to save his daughter? A glimmer of hope flickered in Zhou Yuanshan's eyes. Su Mo said nothing, walking straight to Zhou Yuron's bedside and gazing down at her. Her body was shrouded in a dense aura of ghostly energy, the black mist swirling around her like a cloud of death, corroding her flesh. Sumo's lips curled into a faint smirk, his eyes cold, as if looking at prey. He let out a chilling laugh. Might as well roast the ghost out of her. The Taoist priest's eyes widened in shock, his facial muscles twitching. Good heavens! Is he really planning to force the spirit out with brute strength? He murmured to himself, utterly stunned. Su Mo flexed his wrist, his joints cracking sharply, the sound piercing the oppressive silence. The action made even the Taoist priest shudder involuntarily, his eyelid twitching. He can't possibly be serious, can he? Good heavens! The priest muttered in astonishment. With Euron's frail body, could she even withstand such an intense method? Ignoring everyone's concerns, Suemo fixed his cold gaze on Zhao Yuron. His aura shifted abruptly as an overwhelming surge of fiery energy radiated from him. The air in the room grew scorching hot, the temperature rising rapidly as the atmosphere turned a vivid red, like the light of a rising sun banishing all shadows and darkness. The Taoist priest's expression turned to one of utter disbelief as he watched the scene unfold. He murmured under his breath, such powerful yang energy. Could it be? Has he really mastered the nine yang divine art? The old Taoist closely observed Suemo, keenly sensing the powerful and unyielding yang energy emanating from him. This energy held a lethal suppressive effect on evil spirits and ghosts. It was as if a blazing fire burned fiercely within Suemo, growing more intense with each passing moment. Although ordinary people might not notice such an aura, to malevolent entities, it was akin to being thrown into a fiery furnace, enduring invisible flames every second. The old Taoist's heart surged with excitement, silently marveling at having encountered a true master. He knew well that Sumo's formidable strength could not have come from the fake, nine-yang divine skill manual he had sold him. After all, it had only been 2 or 3 days since Suemo had obtained the manual. Even the prodigy Zhang Lingxiu, hailed as the most gifted in a century at Longhu Mountain, could not possibly achieve such astonishing progress in such a short time. This guy must be cheating, the old Taoist thought bitterly. How embarrassing to have sold a fake manual to a real master. At that moment, Zhou Yuanshan was struck dumb by the scene before him. Suemo now radiated a blinding light, like a rising sun, so dazzling that it was impossible to look at him directly. Silence, the old Taoist whispered, stopping Zhou Yuanshan, who was about to speak. With Mr. Su here, your daughter will be fine. Sumo's eyes blazed like torches as he fixed his gaze on Zhou Yuron, shouting sternly, come out now. In an instant, the scorching aura became even more concentrated, completely enveloping Zhou Yuron. Her previously unresponsive body began to tremble violently, the convulsions growing more intense. Then, with a piercing scream, she abruptly sat up, her eyes wide open and her mouth agape. Swirling black mist poured out of her body like a tide, lasting for a full 30 seconds before subsiding. Completely drained, Zhou Yuron collapsed back onto the bed. Yuron. Zhou Yuanshan tried to rush forward, but the old Taoist quickly held him back. Mr. Zhou, if you go over now, you'll only make things worse. If you want to save your daughter, stay where you are and don't move. Inside the room, the black mist churned in the air, gradually coalescing into a translucent human figure. This figure, shrouded in dark fog, revealed a faintly discernible face. Half of it resembled Zhou Yuron, while the other half bore the features of an unfamiliar girl. Xiaoran, Wang Dajuan, upon seeing the figure, was overcome with emotion. He scrambled forward on hands and knees, tears streaming down his face, crying out, Xiaoran, Daddy has finally found you. Over the years, although he had always carried the ghost-raising talisman with him, he had never once seen his daughter. Now, at last, they were reunited. Useless. The vengeful spirit cast an icy, merciless glare at Wang Dajuan. That one look sent a chill through him, as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss. Trembling, he pointed at the spirit and demanded, You're not Xiaoran. Who are you? The vengeful spirit let out a sharp, derisive laugh. Your daughter? I devoured her long ago. If it weren't for your own hands offering her up through the ghost-raising talisman, how could I have enjoyed such a delicious feast all these years? Your daughter was absolutely delectable. Wang Dajuan collapsed to the ground, muttering in despair, No, that's impossible. This can't be true. The old Taoist shook his head with a heavy sigh. Those people from the Elephant Kingdom, not a single one of them has any decency. They used your daughter as a sacrifice to nurture their own ghost. If you hadn't trapped her soul in the ghost-raising talisman, her spirit would have naturally dispersed over time. She wouldn't have had to endure such torment. Wang Dajuan's daughter, trapped within the ghost amulet, had long since lost the ability to dissipate her consciousness. She could only watch helplessly as her body was consumed bit by bit, the powerlessness and despair suffocating her. Wang Dajuan trembled uncontrollably, as if he had lost all reason. Sitting on the ground, he alternated between crying and laughing, his face twisted in anguish, bordering on insanity. The old Taoist sighed, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness and pity in his eyes. Zhou Yuanshan observed the scene, a flicker of sympathy crossing his gaze, but it was quickly overtaken by anger. Thinking of how his own daughter had almost been killed because of this man, any trace of compassion in his heart was obliterated. Wang Dajuan was not worth pitying. Shall we talk? Suemo smiled faintly, motioning slightly with his lips. The vengeful spirit froze for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. Talk about what? She suddenly recalled that she had already drained most of Zhou Yuron's essence, and this man clearly didn't dare to kill her outright. After all, if she were to die, Zhou Yuron would be beyond saving as well. Simple. Suemo snapped his fingers and pointed at Zhou Yuron, a devilish smirk playing on his lips. Give her back what you took from her. As for you, I'll make it quick and painless. One slap, and it'll all be over. How does that sound? The vengeful spirit paused, then burst into laughter. Do you dare to kill me? If you kill me, this woman is as good as dead. Suemo shrugged, his smile unfazed. You seem to misunderstand. I don't care whether she lives or dies. He suddenly let out a cold chuckle, crossing his arms and cracking his knuckles as he spoke with a mocking tone. But you? I have this little quirk. I just can't resist taking a swing when I see a ghost. Zhou Yuanshan panicked, trying to say something, but the old Taoist quickly pulled him back, whispering, Stay calm. A master has his own way of negotiating. The vengeful spirit fell silent for a moment, her wary eyes fixed on Suemo. She seemed to sense his overwhelming strength, realizing he might actually be capable of destroying her with a single blow and willing to do so. Hesitating, she finally lowered her head and conceded. Let's compromise. He'll return what I took from her, and you give me the ghost amulet. Let me go, and I promise never to trouble her again. Suemo considered her words for a moment before nodding, a bright smile spreading across his face as he extended his hand. Deal. I accept. The old Taoist, witnessing the exchange, immediately protested. No way. How can we just let her go? She's a vengeful spirit. Before he could say more, Zhou Yuanshan firmly held him back. Stay calm. A master has his own way of negotiating. The vengeful spirit eyed Suemo skeptically. You agree just like that? You're not planning to go back on your word, are you? What else? Sumo's smile grew even brighter. I'm a man of my word. Once I make a promise, I keep it. I've never lied since I was a child. The vengeful spirit studied him, her tone softening slightly, as though she was beginning to trust him. Your people have a saying, a gentleman's word is as good as his bond. It seems you truly are a gentleman. I believe you. Sumo's grin widened as he nodded. Thank you. Trust is mutual, and whether human or ghost, we should all strive to have good character. He gestured to the old Taoist. The old Taoist seemed to understand immediately. He crouched down beside Wang Dajuan and began searching through his belongings. Finally, he pulled out a small, grayish-white amulet, about the size of a palm. Its surface was inscribed with strange symbols and blood-red patterns twisted like serpents, exuding a faint, metallic stench. Holding the amulet with a look of disgust, the old Taoist explained, this ghost amulet is actually made from an infant's skull. In the Elephant Kingdom, creating such amulets involves abhorrent practices. They submerge a baby in mercury for 3 years to refine the skull into an amulet. It's pure sorcery. He handed the amulet to Suemo, his tone tinged with complexity. This is the ghost amulet. Suemo reached out to take the ghost card, and a chilling sensation immediately seeped into his palm, causing him to frown. The object emitted an ominous and unsettling aura. Here. Suemo held up the ghost card and waved it in the air, his voice calm. The item is right here. Give me what I want first. The vengeful spirit extended its skeletal hand, its eyes gleaming with wariness. Having failed to possess a body, it was now just a wandering ghost. Without the ghost card, it would eventually be claimed by the natural order. But with the card back in its possession, it would still have a chance even if it meant finding another fool willing to raise a ghost. No way. Suemo shook his head decisively, his tone firm. We need to handle this matter with mutual trust even between man and ghost. He pointed to the frail and emaciated Zhao Yuron nearby. First, return her belongings to her, and then I'll give you yours. Sumo's gaze turned cold. Of course, you can also choose not to comply. I could just kill you. As for whether she survives or not honestly, it doesn't concern me much. He raised 3 fingers. I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. 3. All right, it seems you've chosen death. There's nothing more to discuss. Sumo's expression darkened sharply, and an intense heat radiated from his body, filling the room with a suffocating temperature. Wait. The ghost panicked, its voice trembling with obvious fear. You didn't even give me a chance, you just went straight to 3. He'll give it back, it said hastily. But you must promise to let me go and return my ghost card. And, it added, pointing at the old Taoist priest standing nearby, he can't harm me either. The old Taoist couldn't help but twitch his face, muttering under his breath. Even if I wanted to harm you, I don't have the strength to do it. I've used up all the genuine tools, and what's left are just knockoffs completely useless. Fine. I promise. Suemo nodded without hesitation. Swear it not just on your integrity. The ghost hesitated for a moment. But on your cultivation. If you break your vow, your cultivation will never advance again. You're so demanding. Suemo said lazily. I'll say it one more time, I never lie. If I lie, my cultivation will never progress. Happy now. Internally, he thought to himself. Not like it matters, I've got cheats. I don't need cultivation. I can just level up directly. The old Taoist stood to the side, wanting to speak, but holding back. Some oaths shouldn't be made lightly, as they might come true in the future, causing trouble. Now that Suemo had spoken such words, there was no way the ghost wouldn't leave. Still too young, the old Taoist muttered with a sigh. All right. Hearing Sumo's oath, the ghost finally relaxed. He'll return her soul fragments and essence now. With that, the ghost opened its mouth, and a colorful mist emerged, quickly condensing into a human figure identical to Zhao Yuron in the photo. However, her expression was blank and lifeless. After releasing Zhao Yuron's fragmented soul, the ghost's face began to twist and change, eventually transforming into the appearance of another woman, likely the original form of Wang Dajuan's daughter. Well, that's impressive, way more advanced than a Sichuan opera face change. Su Mo remarked with interest, watching the scene unfold. Keep going. Su Mo gestured with his chin. The ghost opened its mouth again, releasing strands of white mist, Zhao Yuron's essence and vitality. The mist seemed almost sentient, flowing into Zhao Yuron's body through her eyes, nose, and mouth. Her frail frame visibly filled out, and within seconds, she had regained the appearance of a normal, healthy person. Yuron, Zhao Yuanshan's eyes brimmed with tears as he witnessed this. He knew his daughter was finally saved. It's done. The ghost's aura became unstable, its expression pained and distorted. Clearly, regurgitating what it had consumed was no easy task. It was akin to the unpleasantness of a drunk person vomiting. I've returned everything that belonged to her. The ghost stared intently at the ghost card in Sumo's hand, its voice filled with urgency. Now where's mine? The vengeful spirit reached out its hand. Here you go. Sumo extended the ghost talisman into the air. A flicker of joy flashed in the spirit's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, it gritted its teeth and reached out to grab it. Sumo immediately let go. Got it. The spirit relaxed internally, thinking the earlier oath must have worked. It seemed practitioners from Longwood didn't dare to break their vows. Just as it was feeling smug, it suddenly felt a heavy weight on its wrist. Looking down, it saw a pale hand tightly gripping its wrist. What are you doing? The spirit screamed, realizing something was wrong. What am I doing? Taking you down, of course. Sumo smirked devilishly and gave a sudden yank. The spirit was pulled forward uncontrollably, unable to react in time. Gotcha. Sumo took a quick step forward and drove his knee brutally into the spirit's abdomen. The spirit let out a cry of pain, its body doubling over as its eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. You liar. The spirit roared in fury, black mist surging around it as it tried to merge with the shadows to escape the deadly assault. Not happening. Sumo sneered coldly, unleashing his blood chi sun technique. The entire room became scorching hot in an instant, filled with an overwhelming yang energy that boiled the air. The vengeful spirit's figure was fully exposed under the intense heat, unable to conceal itself any longer. What the hell? You're really going all out. The old Taoist priest was startled. Hastily, he pulled out a talisman from his robe and rushed toward the remnants of Zhao Yuron's soul. He murmured an incantation and sealed Zhao Yuron's fragmented soul into the talisman. The excessive yang energy in the room was already too much for her soul to bear. Any later, and it might have dissipated completely. You? Oh, I. The spirit's screams grew increasingly miserable. Sumo savored the satisfaction of each punch landing, feeling a surge of exhilaration. This spirit was tougher than expected, a real glutton for punishment. Stop it. I said stop. The spirit howled in terror, its face twisted in fear. It wanted to dodge, but in the overwhelming yang energy, there was no escape. Its body was like a stationary target, enduring every blow. You're really durable. Sumo shook his hand with a sigh, thinking to himself how hard-earned merit points were. This spirit was hardly worth the effort. As the air filled with killing intent, the spirit finally panicked and shouted, You can't kill me. You swore an oath. Oh. Sumo's lips curled into a sly smile. I did say I don't break promises. But you're not human, so it doesn't count. With that, he swung a fiery punch, his fist radiating searing yang energy, and struck the spirit's body with full force. You despicable Longwa man. Master Enli won't let you off. The spirit's voice grew weaker and weaker, until it was drowned out by a deafening roar. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the vengeful spirit's body disintegrated into ashes, vanishing into thin air. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain a level 2 ghost possession spirit. You have earned 500 merit points. Current merit points, 3,000. Sumo focused his thoughts, and the yang energy surged once more, completely dispelling the lingering yin energy in the room. The surroundings returned to calm. All done. Sumo clapped his hands and silently reflected on how thoroughly the spirit's weaknesses had been exposed. The merit points were too meager to be satisfying. Mr. Su, you're incredible. The old Taoist priest finally snapped out of his shock, giving Sumo a thumbs up and looking at him with admiration, calling him a master. Mr. Su, my daughter. Zhao Yuanshan approached with excitement, his eyes filled with gratitude as he spoke. Meanwhile, Wang Dajuan remained in a daze, his expression a mix of disbelief and bewilderment, as if he hadn't yet recovered from the shock of what had just happened. Don't worry. The old Taoist priest patted Zhao Yuanshan's shoulder with a kind smile. The vengeful spirit has been vanquished by Mr. Su. and Zhao Yuron's fragmented soul has been restored. With a bit of work, she'll wake up soon. Master, please help quickly. Zhou Yuanshan pleaded, tears streaming down his face as he looked at his unconscious daughter lying on the bed. For days, she had been in this state, and it was tearing him apart. The old Taoist priest approached the bed with a solemn expression. With a gentle flick of the talisman in his hand, Zhou Yuron's soul materialized. Return, he commanded, snapping his fingers. The soul slowly merged back into the girl's body. After muttering a few incantations, the priest let out a sigh of relief. It's done. Her soul has been stabilized. She should wake up in no more than half an hour. Really? That's wonderful. Zhou Yuanshan rushed to his daughter's side, holding her hand tightly, waiting with bated breath. The old priest then turned to Su Mo, his eyes filled with curiosity. Mr. Su, you're truly remarkable. What kind of technique have you cultivated? Didn't I already tell you? It's the 9-yang divine skill I bought from you. Su Mo replied with a smile. The old priest's expression froze, inwardly lamenting that this powerful figure was still holding a grudge. Please, don't joke about that. That so-called manual was just a pieced-together mess. If it were truly effective, there'd be countless practitioners by now. Su Mo sighed helplessly. He was telling the truth, but no one ever believed him. Shifting the topic, the old priest said, by the way, that vengeful spirit mentioned Master only before it perished. You should be cautious. She's the most formidable ghost cultivator in the Elephant Kingdom and is notorious for bearing grudges. Since you destroyed her ghost, she might come for revenge. You're overthinking it, Su Mo replied dismissively. Do you really think cultivators from the Elephant Kingdom would dare come to the Dragon Kingdom? Do they think the 749 Bureau doesn't exist? The old priest paused for a moment, then chuckled. You're right. Just a few months ago, some ninjas from the island nation tried to steal one of our national treasures, only to be utterly crushed by the 749 Bureau. I might be worrying too much. Speaking of which, Su Mo asked, those ghost cultivators from the Elephant Kingdom, they usually have a lot of ghosts with them? That's correct, the old priest explained. Their strength comes from the ghosts they cultivate. The more powerful they are, the more ghosts they control. Of course, the backlash they suffer is also greater. This Master Only, despite her young age, has already become one of the top ghost cultivators. It's said that she even controls a level 7 skinning ghost, which is extremely dangerous. Sumo's eyes lit up. A level 7 skinning ghost. How many merit points would that be worth? However, he knew that with his current strength, he wouldn't stand a chance against a level 7 ghost. He decided to wait until he grew stronger before seeking trouble with Only. Mr. Su, you're not planning to go to the Elephant Kingdom to find her, are you? The old priest's sharp intuition picked up on something. How did you know? Do I have a surveillance device in my stomach? Suemo asked, surprised. Absolutely not. The old priest quickly tried to dissuade him. Only is no ordinary opponent. Besides the level 7 skinning ghost, she has dozens of other ghosts under her control. Cultivators dread facing ghost handlers from the Elephant Kingdom because it's always a battle of one against many far too troublesome. What the old priest didn't say was that while Su Mo was undoubtedly powerful and brimming with yang energy, causing a commotion in the Elephant Kingdom would essentially mean challenging their entire cultivation community a risk with unimaginable consequences. So many ghosts. Su Mo mused, deep in thought. Dozens of them. Sumo's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curved into a slight smile. The land of elephants sounded like a place full of wealth and opportunity. Seeing Sumo's eager expression, the old Taoist tactfully closed his mouth. He knew this young man too well say another word, and this guy might book a flight there on the spot. Just then, a rush of footsteps came from behind. She's awake. She's awake. Zhou Yuanshan's excited voice rang out from behind them. Mr. Su, my daughter is awake. Both men turned at the sound to see Zhou Yuron on the hospital bed, slowly opening her eyes. After so many days of torment by the ghostly entity, her gaze was filled with deep exhaustion and confusion. Though her vitality was beginning to return, it was clear she would need more time to fully recover. Dad, Zhou Yuron weakly murmured, am I dead? Nonsense. Zhou Yuanshan quickly waved his hands, tears of joy welling in his eyes. What are you talking about? My daughter is perfectly fine. How could you be dead? As if suddenly remembering something, Zhou Yuanshan hurried to the bedside table, took out a mirror, and handed it to his daughter. Yuron, take a look. But Zhou Yuron recoiled in fear, shaking her head desperately. No, I don't want to see. As a young woman who cherished her appearance, she was terrified that the mirror would still reflect the horrifying, grotesque face she had endured. Don't be afraid. You're completely fine now, Zhou Yuanshan reassured her gently. Encouraged by her father, Zhou Yuron finally mustered the courage to look into the mirror. Reflected back was her familiar face. Though pale and weary, it had returned to her normal appearance. She couldn't believe it and pinched her arm to confirm the reality. The sharp pain assured her it was all real. Zhou Yuanshan lovingly brushed his hand over his daughter's forehead. It was Mr. Su and the Taoist master who saved you. Only then did Zhou Yuron notice the two other people in the room, a scruffy, bearded old Taoist, and a handsome young man with a gentle smile. Thank you, Zhao Yuron said softly, but her gaze shifted to the corner of the room where Wang Dajuan sat in a daze. What's wrong with Uncle Wang? He's not feeling well. The doctor will be here soon, Zhou Yuanshan explained briefly, not wanting to burden his daughter with unpleasant details. Your most important task now is to rest and recover so you can return to school as soon as possible. Got it, Dad, Zhou Yuran nodded obediently. Zhou Yuanshan then helped the disoriented Wang Dajuan to his feet and left the room with Su Mo and the old Taoist. Half an hour later, an ambulance arrived to take Wang Dajuan to the hospital. Watching the ambulance drive away, Zhou Yuanshan let out a deep sigh of relief. Turning to Su Mo and the old Taoist, he said earnestly, "Thank you both for saving my daughter. I, Zhou Yuanshan, am not a stingy man. Name your price." Heh. Well, that's great. I won't hold back then. The old Taoist rubbed his rough hands together, his eyes lighting up as he raised two thin fingers and declared loudly, "This is the amount I want." Zhou Yuanshan glanced at the two fingers, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. 2 million? Sure, Taoist master. Give me an account number, and I'll transfer it to you right away. Wrong. The old Taoist shook his head seriously, his white beard swaying with emotion. Zhou Yuanshan raised an eyebrow. 20 million? The old Taoist continued to shake his head. 200 million. Zhou Yuanshan's expression changed, his eyes widening in shock. That was an astronomical figure. Even for a wealthy businessman like him, it would be impossible to produce 200 million in liquid funds on short notice. Even Su Mo, who was standing nearby, was startled. He couldn't help but interject. Old man, you really dare to ask for a lot. Zhou Yuanshan looked troubled. Taoist master, that's an enormous amount of money. I really can't come up with it right now. He began to calculate in his mind. If he gave the old Taoist 200 million, would he also have to give Su Mo 200 million? He couldn't afford to favor one over the other. This wasn't a small sum. What 200 million? The old Taoist looked bewildered, stroking his beard as he widened his eyes. What would I do with that much money? I only want 200. 200. Zhou Yuanshan and Su Mo spoke in unison, exchanging a look of mutual disbelief, speechless for a moment. Taoist master, are you joking? Just 200? Not 2 million, not 20 million. Zhou Yuanshan asked incredulously, his face full of confusion. Of course not. The old Taoist snorted, straightening his back as he said, when I do something, it's all about fate. Only when the fate is right can you encounter me. Charging you 200 is just to settle this karmic debt. With those words, the old Taoist's image soared to new heights in Su Mo's mind. Impressive, he silently praised. Although the old man wasn't exceptionally powerful, he truly had an air of integrity. What Su Mo didn't know was that the old Taoist was internally lamenting. It wasn't that he didn't want to charge more, it was because his master had sternly warned him before he left the mountain. Never charge more than 200 for a single job, or risk having his legs broken. Master, oh master, how could you understand the cost of living nowadays? Even a bowl of pork trotter rice costs 20. The old Taoist silently wept in his heart. A true master. Zhou Yuanshan sighed deeply, his eyes glimmering with admiration. He took out 2 crisp 100 yuan bills from his exquisite crocodile leather wallet and respectfully handed them over with both hands. Taoist master, please accept this. The old Taoist nodded with a sense of pride, grabbed the bills, and held them up to the light to carefully inspect their authenticity. Once satisfied, he tucked them into the inner pocket of his worn-out Taoist robe with great care. Excellent. Zhou Yuanshan turned to Su Mo, who had been standing quietly nearby. Mr. Su Mo gestured toward the old Taoist with a slight smirk. Boss Zhou, I can't claim to be as noble as him. Zhou Yuanshan burst out laughing. Mr. Su, you're too modest. In my eyes, both of you are extraordinary masters. I've prepared 5 million for you. How does that sound? Of course, this is just part of your payment. I'll deliver the rest in due time. He had calculated everything carefully. Maintaining a good relationship with such remarkable individuals was crucial. That works. Su Mo maintained a composed exterior, but inside, he was ecstatic. 5 million. Amazing. Zhou Yuanshan worked with remarkable efficiency. The 5 million was transferred quickly, and Su Mo's bank balance surged. The feeling of having money in the account gave him an immense sense of security. Boss Zhou, now that we've resolved the matter, we'll take our leave. The old Taoist adjusted his robe and added, your daughter's health is still fragile. Make sure she rests well and gets plenty of sunlight. Will do her good. I'll remember that. Zhou Yuanshan nodded in agreement and immediately arranged for a driver to take the two of them back to the city. Back in his room, Zhou Yuanshan saw his daughter still gazing into the mirror. His mood instantly lifted. Dad, Zhou Yuron put down the mirror and turned to ask, have Mr. Su and the Taoist left? Yes, Zhou Yuanshan confirmed with a nod. Dad, Zhou Yuron's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What's Mr. Su's full name? Su Mo, Zhou Yuanshan replied. After a moment's thought, he added, he's still studying at Yuqing University. Yuqing University? Su Mo, Zhou Yuron murmured the name softly. a peculiar light flickering in her eyes. Zhao Yuron etched the two names firmly in her memory, a flicker of determination flashing in her eyes. Silly girl. Zhou Yuanshan shook his head subtly as he observed his daughter's expression. As her father, he knew her all too well. Clearly, she had developed a keen interest in the man who had saved her life. But Mr. Su was a man detached from worldly affairs. This wouldn't be an easy matter to resolve. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious Maybach. Wow, this car is insanely comfortable. The old Taoist reclined on the plush leather back seat, wriggling around with a look of pure contentment. Taoist Master, I still don't know your surname. I can't just keep calling you Master Taoist. Suemo asked casually from the driver's seat. The surname's Lei. As for my name, it's Lei Lei. Lei Lei Lei? Suemo turned his head in surprise. Who names someone like that? The old Taoist spread his hands helplessly. How is that my fault? My master named me. He said when he found me as a baby, it was during a torrential thunderstorm, with lightning flashing everywhere. He claimed I was the reincarnation of a celestial thunder deity, destined to be connected to thunder, so I was given the surname Lei. As for the name, he couldn't think of anything better, so he just called me Lei Lei. So how do you introduce yourself when you meet people? Suemo asked, trying to suppress his laughter. Ah, Taoist Lei sighed. I usually avoid mentioning my real name. Less than 10 people in the world know it. He glanced at Suemo, who was clearly paying attention. All right, make that 11 now. Do you think what your master said about being a reincarnated thunder deity is true? Suemo couldn't help but ask. How would I know? Taoist Lei rolled his eyes. But I do get struck by lightning a lot. So many times I've lost count, and I always come out fine. My master said it's part of transcending the lightning tribulations. After 9,999 strikes, they'll supposedly return to the celestial realm. So far, I've been struck 4,997 times. Incredible. Suemo gave him a thumbs up. The driver, who had been silent until now, couldn't hold back anymore. Master Taoist, you've really been struck by lightning thousands of times. Aren't you just a walking lightning rod? You think I'm lying? Taoist Lei pointed to the starry sky above. If it weren't for tonight's calm weather, I'd show you how I can summon and catch lightning with my bare hands. The moment he finished speaking, the previously serene night sky rumbled with distant thunder. Dark clouds raced in, covering the stars. Lightning danced through the heavens, and in an instant, a torrential downpour began, the heavy raindrops hammering against the car windows. The rainstorm arrived without warning. Suemo, Taoist Lei, and the driver exchanged glances, speechless. Taoist Lei, you really are something else. Your words seem to carry a mystical power. Suemo was at a loss, torn between laughing and crying. He never imagined his master's words could be so potent. It was a perfectly clear day, yet the moment he spoke, the skies darkened. Fierce winds howled, thunder roared incessantly, and in no time, raindrops began to fall, escalating into a torrential downpour. It was nothing short of miraculous. Taoist Lei glanced up at the now storm-laden sky, his expression heavy with resignation. With a sigh, his eyes filled with despair. Great, here we go again, another day of getting struck. The young driver in the car was equally stunned. He muttered under his breath, that's strange. I checked the weather forecast earlier, and it didn't mention any rain tonight. After a moment of hesitation, he half-jokingly asked, so, Taoist, can you really catch lightning with your bare hands? Before his words even faded, boom. A blinding flash of white light streaked across the sky, followed by a deafening rumble of thunder. A bolt of lightning struck the ground not far from the car. The driver slammed on the brakes, his face pale with fright, nearly losing control of himself. It really struck? He froze in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Boom. Another lightning bolt crashed down, this time just a few meters from the car. The intense flash momentarily blinded him. Then came another earth-shaking rumble. Taoist Lei sighed helplessly, a weary expression on his face. Stop rushing me. I'm getting out now. The driver, now pale as a sheet, exclaimed in panic. Are you insane, Taoist? I was just kidding. What if you really get struck? That'd be on me. If I don't get out, the next one's going to hit your car. Believe me or not, it's up to you. Taoist Lei replied nonchalantly, spreading his hands as if discussing something utterly mundane. Boom. As if to confirm his words, another lightning bolt struck the ground, this time less than a meter from the car. The driver's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. Stammering, he said, fine. Go ahead, just don't die? See, I knew it. Taoist Lei shrugged, opened the car door with ease, and stepped out into the pouring rain. The thunderstorm seemed to respond to his movements, growing even louder, the wind wilder. Taoist Lei's silhouette flickered in and out of view amidst the flashes of lightning as he walked with unwavering steps. After a short distance, he stopped, standing calmly in the rain with an indifferent expression. Come on, let's get this over with. He shouted to the heavens. Boom. A thunderclap tore through the sky, followed by an almost blinding flash that illuminated everything. Taoist Lei's figure was engulfed in the dazzling light. The driver nearly fainted from fright, his lips trembling as he pointed out the window. Oh my God, he really got struck. Is he dead? Suemo shrugged, looking equally baffled. How would I know? I've never been struck by lightning. Just as he finished speaking, a pained cry echoed from outside. As the lightning faded, Suemo finally got a clear look at Daoist Lei and burst into laughter. Daoist Lei's hair and beard were standing completely on end, his face charred black from the lightning. Though his Daoist robes remained intact, his appearance was undeniably comical. "Ow, take it easy. It was just 3 strikes." He groaned. Lightning continued to crackle in the sky, with 3 bolts landing squarely on him, each one accompanied by dazzling sparks. It was like a spectacular light show. Gradually, the thunder subsided, the dark clouds dispersed, and the rain ceased. The wind calmed, and serenity returned to the surroundings. The driver and Suemo exchanged a look, their faces a mix of shock and confusion. Unable to hold back, the driver blurted out, "Unbelievable. That Daoist Lei guy just got struck 3 times and walked away like it was nothing. The only issue is, that hairstyle is insane." Suddenly, Daoist Lei opened the car door and climbed back inside, releasing a puff of black smoke as he spoke. "Well, didn't I tell you?" He casually wiped the soot off his face and began tidying his disheveled hair and beard, chuckling as he did. "Daoist Lei, you're incredible." Suemo gave him a thumbs up. "Your master wasn't wrong. You must be the reincarnation of a thunder god. Surviving lightning strikes like that? You're destined for immortality. Just don't forget to take me with you when you ascend." Daoist Lei rolled his eyes. Reincarnation of a thunder god? But want that? Getting struck by lightning every day? No thanks. Just you wait. He reached into his robe and pulled out a small notebook. Flipping to a new page, he began writing. "Lightning strikes today, 3. Total strikes endured, 5,000. Remaining strikes, 4,999. After finishing, he closed the notebook. Suemo caught a glimpse of the cover, which read in bold letters, "Thunder God Registry." Suemo couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth as he watched Daoist Lei flipping through a peculiar diary. What kind of cultivator keeps a diary about being struck by lightning? And it was already halfway filled. Daoist Lei carefully closed the notebook and sighed softly. "I just hope I live long enough to finish writing this diary." Daoist Lei, Suemo frowned. "Are you really sure the lightning will only strike you 9,999 times? What if it continues after that? How would I know?" Daoist Lei shrugged indifferently. "That's just what my master told me. If it doesn't stop, I'll have to go ask the old man what's going on. What kind of nonsense is it for a reincarnated celestial official to get struck by lightning every day?" Suemo silently wondered to himself. Could it be that your master wasn't thinking straight when he gave you your name? After this exchange, the driver, who had been listening, decided not to chime in and instead focused on the road ahead. The car soon entered the city, cruising down a brightly lit, wide avenue. It was late at night, and there were only a few pedestrians on the streets. Suddenly, the deafening roar of engines shattered the quiet night, accompanied by a few excited yells. 3 modified motorcycles roared into view, each carrying a man and a woman. The riders sped recklessly down the empty road, performing various stunts, while the girls on the back seats let out piercing screams, creating a chaotic and wild scene. "Those street racers are out causing trouble again," the driver muttered, slowing down as the 3 motorcycles completely blocked their path without any intention of moving aside. Daoist Lei suddenly noticed something and rolled down the car window, sticking his head out for a better look. This action immediately caught the attention of the bikers. "Yuinga, look! That old man over there is staring at us," shouted the girl on the back of a red motorcycle. She wore heavy makeup, had a nose ring, and her bright pink hair made her stand out. The rider in front of her was even more eye-catching: tight pants, loafers, and a third-eye tattoo on his forehead, the kind of appearance that would make any parent want to intervene. "Hey, old man, what are you looking at?" Yuinga, the rider, revved the engine and swerved his motorcycle to block the Maybach, glaring provocatively at Daoist Lei. Daoist Lei shrank back slightly and forced a smile. "Young man, your motorcycle is pretty cool." "Of course it is." Yuinga lifted his chin proudly, ready to brag more about his ride, but then he noticed the Maybach they were driving. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his face. The other 2 motorcycles pulled up as well, forming a row to block the Maybach completely. "Yuinga, what's going on?" the other riders asked. "This old guy was staring at my girl." Yuinga pointed angrily at Daoist Lei. "What?" The 2 other boys were immediately enraged. They pointed at Daoist Lei and started shouting, "You dirty old man. Yuinga's girl isn't someone you can look at. Do you want us to gouge your eyes out?" "Yeah, Yuinga, let's teach him a lesson." Daoist Lei sighed helplessly and tried to explain. "Young men, this is a misunderstanding. I wasn't looking at her, I—" "Shut up," Yuinga interrupted roughly. "You're not going anywhere unless you pay up." The 3 motorcycles roared their engines in unison, the deafening noise cutting through the stillness of the night like a jagged blade. "Mr. Su, what should we do?" The driver looked ahead with a grim expression. 3 modified motorcycles were blocking the road, and 6 young men with brightly colored hair stood there, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, glaring provocatively at their luxury car. Suemo waved his hand lightly, a flicker of interest flashing in his eyes. These 6 faces seemed oddly familiar just a few days ago. A news report had covered a tragic accident. Though the photos were blurred, the scene of 3 motorcycles and 6 riders meeting a disastrous end had been unforgettable. In other words, these punks in front of them were bona fide ghosts. Seriously? You're extorting people now. Daoist Lei couldn't hold back his temper. Charging a fee just for looking? What do you think you are, a national treasure in a museum? Not getting out? Not paying up? The leader, addressed as Yuan Go, waved his hand. Boys, smash it. 3 of the boys leapt off their bikes with practiced ease, pulling out steel pipes seemingly from nowhere and slinging them over their shoulders as they swaggered forward. Yeah, smash it. I've never trashed a luxury car before. Yuan Go, just smashing the car isn't enough. If this old man doesn't pay, I'll gouge out his eyes. Daoist Lei looked helplessly at Su Mo, who simply winked at him. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Figured it out? Isn't it obvious? So get out. Get out. The driver stomped his foot in panic. Mr. Su, don't get out. These guys really might kill someone. Call the police. Su Mo patted the driver's shoulder. Relax, no one's going to die. He added silently to himself. After all, they're not exactly alive to begin with. As soon as they stepped out of the car, the 3 girls among the group were instantly captivated by Su Mo's appearance, their eyes lighting up as they stared at him. All right, how do you want to settle this? Su Mo crossed his arms, a calm smile playing on his lips. Yuan Gu clearly hadn't expected such a straightforward response. He paused for a moment before snapping back to his senses. Pay up. That old man stared at my girl 3 times, so he owes me 3,000. Otherwise, forget about keeping your car. 3,000, huh? I'll transfer it to you. Su Mo said with a cheerful smile. No way. Cash only. Su Mo turned back to the car, retrieved some paper and a pen, and with a flourish wrote 30,000 yuan before handing it over. 30,000, keep the change. The driver gawked in disbelief at this move. Yuan Ji's expression darkened instantly. A sinister black aura began to swirl around him, and an eerie wind suddenly gusted through the area. You messing with us? Yuan Gu, this guy's doing it on purpose. Just gouge out his eyes. Yeah, a piece of paper? You think you're a money printer? The black aura around the 3 boys grew thicker, and the air turned chillingly menacing. Don't want it. Sumo's smile remained as calm and confident as ever. Sumo took back the piece of paper and said calmly, I'm not playing tricks on you. You played me first. Even if I gave you money, could you even spend it? You guys? Ghosts can't use human money, can they? His words sent a shiver through the 6 figures, and their expressions instantly turned dark and menacing, as if a violent aura was about to erupt from them at any moment. Yuan Ji's voice was low and chilling, accompanied by a sinister black mist rising around him. You figured it out, huh? Sumo smiled faintly and muttered, oh, not bad. Looks like you're second-level ghosts, worth about 500 merit points. My baddie tend to keep up with the news. He spread his hands nonchalantly, looking completely at ease. The driver in the car wore a puzzled expression, utterly clueless about what Sumo was talking about. His mind was a haze until something suddenly clicked. He quickly pulled out his phone and began searching keywords. Motorcycle, 3 men, 3 women. Soon, a news article popped up. A motorcycle accident, 3 men and 3 women had plunged off a cliff. The news photos were blurred out, but even so, the 6 people before him were unmistakably the individuals from the report. Holy crap. The driver was instantly terrified, his face turning pale. Ghosts. They're ghosts. He tried to reassure himself, muttering, don't panic, don't panic. Master Lei can summon lightning with his bare hands, and Mr. Su must be skilled too. Just a few little ghosts, no big deal. Yet, despite his words, his legs began trembling uncontrollably. These 6 ghosts were far from anything he could handle on his own. Sumo raised his hand slightly, pointing at Yuan Gu with a hint of mockery in his tone. If I remember correctly, your crash was the worst, right? TSK, after the accident, the police only found your mangled body, and your head wasn't discovered until 3 days later. Isn't that so? Yuan Ji's face darkened further, and the black mist around him thickened ominously. Sumo continued. And you, he pointed at a girl in the back seat. I heard your stomach was crushed, leaving a huge hole. Your intestines spilled all over the ground. He gestured lightly as he spoke. The pink-haired girl turned ghostly pale, instinctively clutching her stomach as painful memories seemed to resurface. One by one, Sumo pointed at the others, vividly describing their gruesome deaths, occasionally adding exaggerated gestures to make his words even more vivid. Shut up. Yuan Gu roared in fury, raising a steel pipe and pointing it at Sumo, his eyes blazing with anger. Who the hell are you, and what do you want? You're too strange. You know we're ghosts, yet you're not scared at all. In fact, you seem a little excited. Sumo rolled his eyes. You're the ones who stopped me, and now you're asking what I want. He chuckled lightly and said, all I can say is, meeting me is your fate. What fate? Yuan Gu sneered coldly. Sumo's eyes narrowed, and his voice dropped to a chilling tone. To send you all back down, together, for a nice little reunion. As his words fell, An eerie aura suddenly erupted from Yuan Gu. His body began to decay and rot, black mist spreading in all directions as a foul stench filled the air. Yuan Ji's head drooped, and his ashen skin emitted an overwhelming putrid odor. Holy sh! Ghost! The driver nearly collapsed in his seat, paralyzed with fear. The scene before him was far more terrifying and real than any horror movie he had ever seen. He tried to steady himself, repeating in his mind, "Don't panic, don't panic. Master Lei can summon lightning, and Mr. Su is a capable man." But no matter how much he reassured himself, his terror was uncontrollable. How could anyone stay calm in the presence of such ghosts? "You want to die?" Yuan Gu snarled, glaring at Su Mo with hatred. He spoke each word deliberately. "I was just going to extort some money from you. But now, I've decided to turn you into a ghost." As soon as his words ended, the other ghosts behind him erupted with ferocious energy, their horrifying auras filling the air as they lunged towards Su Mo in unison. "Get him, brothers." Boom. The two ghostly figures trailing behind him suddenly erupted with an intense ghostly aura, revealing their true forms. Their appearances were so horrifying that they were difficult to look at directly. Damn. The three of them swung their steel pipes, turning into streaks of black shadows as they lunged at Su Mo with incredible speed. Daoist Lei stepped back. Su Mo shouted, his steps never faltering. He took a powerful stride forward, activating the 9-yang divine skill within him. His blood surged, and his energy burned fiercely. A steel pipe came hurtling straight for his head. Su Mo raised his arm to block it. Clang! The pipe slammed into his arm, sending a sharp pain through him and forcing him to inhale sharply. Hiss! That stings. While the blow hurt, the 9-yang divine skill had greatly enhanced his physique and defense. A normal person would have had their bones shattered or worse, their life force dimmed by such a strike. But Su Mo? He merely felt a brief sting. Without hesitation, Su Mo grabbed the steel pipe with a swift motion and yanked it hard. The ghost hidden within the black mist was flung into the air, tumbling several times before coming to a stop. "Die!" came an enraged shout. Yuan Ji's figure suddenly appeared right in front of Su Mo, moving with alarming speed. He gripped a steel pipe with both hands and aimed directly for Su Mo's eyes. If this strike landed, Su Mo's skull would undoubtedly be perforated. Unfazed, Su Mo grabbed the pipe mid-thrust. No matter how much Yuan Gu exerted his strength, the pipe didn't budge an inch. "Take this!" Su Mo shouted as he delivered a fierce kick. Yuan Gu let out a blood-curdling scream as his body bent backward, flying through the air. He landed hard on the ground like a shrimp, his head rolling far away from his body with a loud thud. The third ghost didn't fare any better. Su Mo slapped it twice across the face, leaving it dazed and seeing stars. Unable to keep its balance, it collapsed to the ground. Holy crap! This is straight out of a martial arts movie. The driver, sitting in the car, gawked in disbelief, completely stunned by Su Mo's dazzling moves. To him, Su Mo was like a peerless master, far more impressive than any action star on TV. Incredible. Daoist Lei couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Thinking to himself, Su Mo's yang energy is so strong that he's able to hit the physical forms of these ghostly entities. This guy is truly remarkable. Damn, how is this guy so tough? Yuan Gu, despite losing his head, struggled to rise. From afar, his severed head opened its mouth and let out a sinister laugh. A dark mist quickly enveloped the area. Nearby, 3 ghostly girls began reverting to their appearances before death. Their ghastly, tragic faces sent chills down anyone's spine. "Please, stop fighting." One girl, with pink hair, began to cry. Her already haunting appearance became even more terrifying as her lips quivered. Combined with her current state, it was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. "Stop crying, damn it. Get my head." Yuan Gu roared angrily. Oh. The pink-haired girl quickly picked up his head and rushed over. Standing on her tiptoes, she pressed the head back onto his neck. Click! Like assembling a Lego set, Yuan Gu's head snapped back into place. He rolled his neck and flexed his shoulders. "Guys, this one's not easy to deal with. Get to the bikes." Yuan Gu commanded. The 3 ghosts scrambled to their feet, striking exaggerated poses before shouting in unison, "Motorcycles, ignite." From a distance, 3 motorcycles roared to life on their own and sped towards Su Mo. The ghosts leaped onto the bikes with practiced ease, gripping the handlebars with one hand and raising their steel pipes with the other, exuding an intimidating aura. The motorcycles pointed directly at Su Mo. Vroom 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 vroom. The deafening roar of the engines echoed through the air as the ghostly energy radiating from the 3 figures intensified. Their power seemed to have grown stronger than before. Su Mo couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. This is way too over the top. What's the point of making it so dramatic for 3 ghosts? Daoist Lei's eyes widened in alarm. No, you don't understand. These 3 genuinely love motorcycles. They've refined those bikes into their natal ghost weapons. With the added power of those ghost tools, their strength is now on par with 3rd-level ghost entities. "Mr. Su, can you handle this?" Suemo pondered for a moment, then flashed a confident smile. Should be manageable, right? After all, it's just a level 2 ghost. I can take it out in seconds. Beside him, Taoist Master Lei opened his mouth as if to say something but kept silent, secretly lamenting the man's recklessness. However, on second thought, he couldn't deny the overwhelming yang energy radiating from Suemo. It was practically oozing out of him. Dealing with a few minor ghosts shouldn't pose much of a challenge. Taoist Master Lei, can you help? Suemo asked seriously. If not, step back and have the car reverse a bit. The fight might get intense. No way I can help. Taoist Master Lei shook his head without hesitation and quickly climbed into the passenger seat. Reverse the car. The driver looked confused. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Just reverse. Quickly, Taoist Master Lei urged. If you get caught in the ghostly aura later, you're looking at 3 months in bed at least. Realizing the urgency, the driver hurriedly shifted into reverse and floored the gas pedal, speeding backward. Hey, don't go too far. I can't see anything now. Suemo called out. Taoist Master Lei directed the driver to stop at a spot he deemed perfect, then leaned forward to peer through the windshield. Kid, watch carefully. This scene is one you'll brag about for a lifetime. The driver, now intrigued, fixed his eyes on the scene ahead. A deafening roar broke through the night. Suemo assumed a classic martial arts stance, extending one finger with a taunting smile. Come on then. Damn it. He's mocking us. Get him, boys. Fargo could no longer hold back. He twisted the throttle, and his motorcycle shot out like a streak of black lightning. The other two followed closely behind, their bikes forming a triangular assault formation aimed directly at Suemo. From behind, the faint cries of the pink-haired girl could be heard. Stop fighting. Swish. The first motorcycle closed in, and a steel pipe came crashing down. Suemo sidestepped effortlessly, and the heavy pipe smashed into the ground, leaving a deep crack. That's definitely faster than before. So this is the power of a level 3 ghost. Suemo chuckled. Doesn't seem like much. Die. The second motorcycle charged forward, its rider swinging a steel pipe straight at Suemo's head. With a swift turn, Suemo grabbed the ghost's wrist like lightning and yanked hard. The ghost lost its balance, its entire body tilting uncontrollably towards Suemo. Try this. Suemo delivered a powerful uppercut to the ghost's jaw. The sheer force tore the ghost's arm clean off, leaving the severed limb and steel pipe still clutched in Suemo's grasp. The fingers on the dismembered hand twitched faintly. Impressive. Taoist Master Lei exclaimed from a distance. That was one beautiful uppercut. If we were to name it, how about Skyrocket Punch? Great name. Suits me perfectly. The driver stared in disbelief, stammering. What the hell? Is Suemo some kind of superhero? Taoist Master Lei snorted dismissively. An American superhero? If one of them came to our Dragon Kingdom, they wouldn't even keep their underwear intact. Suemo tossed aside the broken arm with a look of disdain. After a moment of thought, he picked up the steel pipe again, giving it a light swing in his hand. It felt just right. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind came from behind him. Unsurprisingly, it was a ghost attempting a sneak attack. Without even turning his head, Suemo swung the steel pipe backward with all his strength. A loud clang echoed, followed by a pained howl. Turning around, Suemo spotted a familiar face. Yuan Ge. So, this guy had tried to bash his head from behind, but clearly lacked the strength. The steel pipe had rebounded, smashing right into Yuan Ge's face. His head flew off again, landing in front of the pink-haired girl. Yuan Ge, stop fighting already. The pink-haired girl tried to dissuade him. Shut up. Pick up my head now. Yuan Ge shouted angrily. The pink-haired girl quickly grabbed his head and ran over, hurriedly reattaching it to his body. Bang! Another heavy thud echoed as the trio was knocked to the ground, their motorcycles collapsing beside them. The low rumble of the engines gradually faded away. Yuan Ge, we can't win, cried the ghost with the severed arm in a trembling voice. Maybe we should run. Run? Are you kidding me? Yuan Ge slapped the ghost across the face and roared. That guy's so strong, do you think we can outrun him? No. We're going all in. We're combining forces to take him down. But, isn't that a bit embarrassing? The pose is kinda. The other two ghosts hesitated. Embarrassing? Are you serious right now? Yuan Ge nearly screamed, his voice filled with rage. If we die one more time, we'll be nothing but dust. Hurry up. Realizing Yuan Ge's determination, the trio finally reached a silent agreement. They quickly called over 3 other girls, and after some strange, inexplicable maneuvers, the 3 motorcycles returned to their sides. On the bikes, Yuan Ge commanded. The trio mounted the motorcycles, while the girls hopped onto the back seats. Suemo, holding the steel pipe, stared at the scene in confusion. Were these ghosts trying to flee? Something about this didn't feel right. Suddenly, dark mist began to swirl between the 3 motorcycles, forming a black tornado. The surrounding air grew thick with a chilling aura, and within the vortex, their energy intensified. What is this? Taoist Lei's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed in surprise. I can't believe the bond between these ghosts is this strong. Taoist Lei, what are they doing? The driver asked cautiously. If I'm not mistaken, they are merging. Daoist Lei said gravely. Merging. The driver was utterly baffled, having no concept of ghost rankings, and could only watch helplessly. Yes, together, they'll be more than the sum of their parts. Once these ghosts merge, they'll become a true level 3 ghost. The driver stared in disbelief, still unable to comprehend what was happening, yet a growing sense of dread filled his chest. Look, it's coming out. Daoist Lei suddenly pointed ahead. The driver quickly turned to look and was instantly struck dumb with fear. From the black mist emerged a massive figure. 2 motorcycles rode side by side, with a ghost standing on each bike. On their shoulders stood 3 female ghosts, each raising their arms high to lift Yuan Gu into the air. Yuan Gu had now completely fused with one of the motorcycles. His arms had become the handlebars, his chest the fuel tank, and his legs the wheels. Aside from his head, the rest of him had entirely transformed into motorcycle parts. What the hell? A motorcycle warrior. Suemo stood frozen in shock. He hadn't expected these ghosts to pull off such a bizarre and flashy stunt. Well, come to think of it, this group of guys seems a lot more formidable when they team up like this. Damned human die. Fuel tank barrage. Yuan Gu, standing atop the motorcycle, roared furiously. He thrust his belly forward, and several flaming fuel tanks shot out from his body. What the hell? Is that even possible? Sumo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the bizarre attack. Who could even come up with a move like this? Boom. The first fuel tank exploded on the ground, and flames instantly engulfed the surrounding area. Luckily, Suemo had been prepared. With a flash, he quickly dodged out of the blast zone. Boom, boom, boom. More fuel tanks exploded in quick succession. Firelights soared into the sky, smoke billowed everywhere, and the scene descended into utter chaos. Faced with such a strange attack, Suemo couldn't help but feel at a loss for words. Blow you up, blow you up, blow you up. Yuan Gu, like a madman, continued hurling fuel tanks relentlessly. The ammunition in his hands seemed endless. However, the ghostly creatures supporting him beneath began to wobble unsteadily, on the verge of collapse. Yuan Gu, if you keep throwing, we're done for. One ghostly creature trembled as it voiced its protest. The fuel tanks weren't appearing out of thin air. Each throw consumed their ghostly energy, draining their very existence. Oh, my bad, sorry. Yuan Gu suddenly realized and quickly stopped, his eyes anxiously scanning the area that had been turned into a mess of ashes by the explosions. Dead yet? But then, he saw a figure emerging from the smoke and dust, completely unscathed, save for a bit of dirt on his clothes. Achoo! Suemo sneezed twice, casually brushing the dust off his body. He glanced around. The ground was riddled with deep craters from the blasts. Seriously? Not even a scratch. Yuan Ji's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Just as he was about to launch another attack, Suemo gave him no chance. Time to smash up your bike. Suemo grabbed a chunk of concrete, easily weighing over 100 pounds, and hurled it with full force toward the motorcycle on the left. Crash! The concrete struck the target with precision, and the motorcycle shattered under the immense impact. The 6 ghostly creatures that formed the motorcycle rider lost their balance instantly, their wails echoing one after another. The motorcycle rider has fallen apart back to 6 ghosts and 2 bikes. Suemo thought to himself. That was easier than I expected. No matter, I'll just take down a few more. With a powerful kick off the ground, Suemo shot forward like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the pink-haired female ghost and stomped down hard. Ah! The pink-haired ghost shrieked in terror, but before she could react, her head was crushed under Sumo's foot. Splat! Her head burst like a squid being squished, spraying dark brown goo in all directions. Her body wobbled a few times before quickly disintegrating into a pile of black ash. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 2 ghost car accident ghost. You've earned 500 merit points. Current merit points, 3,500. Huh? Turns out she was a level 2 ghost. Suemo was delighted. Darling. Yuan Gu panicked when he saw his girl get killed, and the ghostly energy around him erupted violently. Shut up, will you? Without giving him a chance to act, Suemo delivered a swift kick, sending Yuan Ji's head spinning off his body. Oh my god, run for it. The remaining ghosts finally realized they were no match for this opponent. Trying to run? Not happening. Suemo quickly caught up to 2 female ghosts and struck them down with 2 swift punches. Unfortunately, they were only level 1 ghosts, earning him a mere 200 merit points. Rumble. The sound of a motorcycle engine suddenly roared. One ghost had seized the opportunity to hop on a bike, desperately twisting the throttle to escape. But to his horror, despite the tires screeching against the ground and emitting thick smoke, the motorcycle didn't budge an inch. The ghost turned around and was instantly terrified by the sight before it. That ruthless figure was gripping the back seat of the motorcycle with an iron grip. No wonder the throttle at full blast couldn't budge the bike an inch. Oh my god! The ghost let out a piercing wail, frantically twisting the throttle to no avail. Get down here. Suemo grabbed its conspicuous yellow hair and yanked it off the bike with force. 2 heavy punches landed squarely on the ghost's head, shattering it to pieces in an instant. The system chimed in at just the right moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 2 ghost car accident ghost. You've earned 500 merit points. Current merit points, 4,200. Nice. Another level 2 ghost down. Suemo moved like lightning, striking continuously. Accompanied by the system's notifications ringing out one after another, the surrounding ghosts were wiped out in no time, and his merit points skyrocketed to 4,900. From a distance, Daoist Lei watched in stunned silence. This guy's ghost-killing methods were absolutely brutal, straight-up fists and kicks until the ghosts were obliterated, body and soul. It was a stark contrast to Lei's usual reliance on talismans, black dog blood, and ritual tools, making Sumo's approach look undeniably cool. The driver nearby had already been numbed by shock. Tonight's events completely overturned his understanding of the world. So, not only do ghosts exist, but there are also beings so terrifying that even ghosts fear them. Please don't kill me. Yuan Gu, trembling uncontrollably, writhed on the ground and begged for his life. Suemo walked slowly to his disembodied head, raised a foot, and muttered to himself, "What a pity. Not enough ghosts. These weaklings don't provide much merit points. But at this rate, they'll hit 10,000 points and unlock my next upgrade in no time. I know where there are more ghosts." Yuan Gu shouted desperately, clinging to this chance like a lifeline. Suemo, his foot already pressing on Yuan Gu's face, paused and withdrew it. He squatted down and asked, "Oh, do you really know?" I do. Yuan Gu nodded furiously. "When I turned into a ghost after dying, other ghosts came to recruit me. Their boss is really strong, a genuine level 3 ghost." Level 3. Sumo's eyes lit up. That sounds promising. Where is it? Yuan Gu was about to respond, but suddenly shifted to pleading. "Boss, could you spare me? I promise I'll never hurt anyone again. If you let me go, I'll take you there. There are at least dozens of ghosts there. They call themselves the Axe Gang. Every one of them wields an axe and is incredibly powerful. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." The Axe Gang. Suemo shook his head amusedly. The name was so clutch even ghosts were using it now. But the thought of the merit points from dozens of ghosts immediately lifted his spirits. "All right, deal." Suemo grabbed Yuan Gu's head and started walking toward the bike. Wait me body." Yuan Gu quickly reminded him. "Oh, almost forgot." Suemo turned back and, with a few punches and kicks, reduced Yuan Gu's body to ashes. "That's not what I meant." Yuan Gu wailed in despair. "You destroyed my body, what am I supposed to use now?" "Let's go." Suemo flashed a bright smile. Seeing that smile, Yuan Gu couldn't help but shiver. He deeply regretted his choice. She should never have ventured out to cause trouble in the middle of the night. Daoist. A voice called out in alarm from the distance. Why is he carrying that ghost's head over here? The driver stared at the rearview mirror with a look of utter terror. Suemo decisively opened the car door, casually tossing Yuan Gu's head into the car with one hand before getting in himself. Daoist Lei scrambled to catch the head, then disdainfully placed it on the small table in the back seat. Yuan Gu's head, like an obedient little rabbit, flashed a flattering smile at Daoist Lei. The driver, witnessing the scene through the rearview mirror, turned ghostly pale. "Boss, I think this car is done for." "What's going on?" Daoist Lei pointed to the eerie head. Suemo explained. "He says he knows about a group called the Axe Gang. It's made up entirely of ghostly beings, and their leader is a level 3 ghost. I spared him for now, so he could show us the way." "Boss, you promised." Yuan Gu hurriedly added. "As long as I take you there, you'll let me go." Suemo nodded expressionlessly. "Yeah, don't worry. I always keep my word and never lie." Daoist Lei's face twisted into a peculiar expression. "Kid, you're too naive. He said he doesn't Liaha didn't say he doesn't lie to ghosts. The last one who heard him say that is already ashes." He cast a pitying look at Yuan Gu. "What kind of look is that?" Yuan Gu asked, trembling. Quick as a flash, Daoist Lei pulled out his sleeve and began wiping the dirt off Yuan Gu's face. "Poor thing, your face is filthy. Let me clean you up so you can go on your way looking presentable." "Daoist, you're such a kind person," Yuan Gu said, moved. "That's what they all say." Daoist Lei replied smugly. Losing patience, Suemo slammed his hand on Yuan Gu's head. "Where's the Axe Gang's hideout? Speak up." "It's in an abandoned steel mill in the northern part of the city." Yuan Gu confessed immediately. Suemo turned to the driver. "Brother, could you give us another ride?" Though still terrified, the driver, recalling the astonishing scene earlier, felt a surge of adrenaline. "Mr. Su, you're the boss' honored guest. The boss said if you want me to go west, he'll go west. If you want me to go east, he'll go east. Even if you want me to drive into a tree, that won't be necessary. Just drive." "Got it." Meanwhile, at the 749 Bureau in U City. "Captain, we've got intel." A graceful woman wearing rimless glasses entered the room, holding a tablet. Lin Xianxian looked up. "Go on." "Through an informant, we've learned that the Ghost Gang's hideout is in the abandoned steel mill in the northern part of the city. The Axe Gang's leader, Scarface, will appear tonight. There are approximately 50 ghostly beings currently. Scarface is the strongest, meeting the criteria for a level 3 ghost. Lin Xianxian sneered coldly. How bold of them to form a ghost gang right under 749 Bureau's nose. Report to the director. I'll personally lead a team tonight to take down the Axe gang, especially Scarface. If these ghosts keep sustaining him, he could advance to a level 4 ghost, and that would be an even bigger problem. Understood. The staff member turned to leave, but was stopped. Wait, how do we identify the informant? The ghost will be wearing a red hat. Got it. Inform the others. No friendly fire. Once Scarface is eliminated, we'll send the informant on its way. In the northern part of the city stood a massive structure, looming in the dim night. It sprawled across a vast area and was once a steel mill. For various reasons, the factory ceased operations years ago and was never demolished, leaving it an abandoned and chaotic site. Shrouded in darkness, the desolate steel mill exuded an eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, two figures appeared in this lifeless place: a man and a woman. Both were dressed in outdoor jackets, carrying backpacks, and wearing specially designed helmets with phone mounts attached. Clearly, they were live streamers, the type often referred to as having cameras on their heads. Honey, is this the place? It's so creepy. Should we find another spot to stream? The woman glanced nervously at the pitch-black building in the distance, a chill running down her spine. The steel mill resembled a giant beast with its jaws wide open, as if waiting for her to step inside. What are you afraid of? Do you really think there are ghosts here? The man let out a scoff, clearly unimpressed. What if there are? This place feels so strange. Haven't people online said they've seen ghosts here? Just thinking about it gives me the creeps. The woman couldn't help but recall the online rumors about hauntings at this site, described in vivid detail. The more she thought about it, the more unnerved she became. Ghosts, my ass. The man adjusted his backpack with a dismissive laugh. We've been streaming for so long, have we ever seen a ghost? Besides, if this place wasn't rumored to be haunted, would we even have this opportunity? Think about the views. Look, he pulled out his phone and handed it to her. The moment I announced we'd be streaming from the steel mill, 3,000 people set reminders. Who knows, tonight our viewer count might break 10,000. Just imagine how much we'll earn. The woman's eyes lit up, and her fear diminished slightly. 10,000 viewers? She murmured, wavering. That could be a huge payday. I'm more afraid of being broke than I am of ghosts, she said with a chuckle, her tone carrying a hint of relief. The man pulled her into his arms with a grin. Now that's the spirit. Ghosts. The only ghosts we've dealt with before were poverty ghosts. The woman couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, before we started streaming, we were working ourselves to the bone, grinding overtime every day for a few $1,000s. Now, thanks to streaming and exploring these so-called haunted places, our income has skyrocketed. Ghosts. Being broke is way scarier. The man glanced down at his watch. It was nearly 10 p.m., prime time for viewership. It's time, he said confidently, raising his phone and opening the Douyin app. Their account was called Ghost Hunting Couple, and we're live. He hit the stream button, and the screen lit up as viewers flooded in over 1,000 in an instant. Clearly, many had been waiting for this moment. Holy crap, they're really doing it. This is insane. The chat was scrolling rapidly. Respect. It's starting. Place your bets. Will they actually encounter a ghost tonight? Ghosts? Yeah, right. They've been streaming for ages, and I've never seen them find one. Another comment retorted. The stream notifications began popping up. User Scallion Hater just sent the streamer 10 airplanes. Damn, it's the big spender Scallion Hater. First time seeing him live. The man's eyes widened as he noticed the influx of viewers. His heart leaped with joy. With Scallion Hater in the chat, the stream's viewer count had already surpassed 2,000, and the night had just begun. Clearly, his earlier expectations had been far too modest. Stay cool. Tonight's the big one, he thought to himself, barely able to contain his excitement as the energy in the stream continued to rise. The man cautiously avoided the camera's range and gave the woman a meaningful look. Let's make it happen later, he whispered. A glint of understanding flashed in the woman's eyes, and she nodded lightly to show she understood. A few minutes later, the two of them jumped into the camera frame at the same time, their faces adorned with professional smiles. Good evening, everyone. We are the Ghost Hunting Couple, they announced in unison, their voices brimming with performative enthusiasm. I'm Brother Nyo, the man said, patting his chest. And I'm Sister Nyo, the woman chimed in sweetly. They skillfully greeted the live stream audience, while the man's eyes occasionally darted to the bottom right corner, where the viewer count was steadily climbing. Thank you all for your support. Big thanks to Brother Seedsong for the airplane gift. Everyone, please give Brother Seedsong a big like, he said, bowing exaggeratedly, a stream of flattering words flowing effortlessly from his mouth. Once he had captured the audience's attention, the man straightened up and said seriously, Tonight, we're heading to a place I'm sure you've all heard about. That's right. He quickly turned the camera to focus on a dark, abandoned building in the distance, the lens struggling to capture details in the dim light. The steel mill in the northern part of the city, he said, deliberately lowering his voice to add a hint of mystery. They say this place is haunted. But your brother Nyo doesn't believe that. Tonight, we'll take you in to see for yourselves are there ghosts or not. The live stream chat instantly exploded with comments. Whoa, is that really the abandoned steel mill in the north? Are you guys crazy? This place is seriously haunted, no joke. Uft, I don't believe it. I was there during the day last week, took a dump in the bushes, didn't see any ghosts. Yeah, but that was during the day. Try going at night. Yeah, sure, go ahead and try it. You go first. No, you go. Scared, huh? Scared? You wish. The debate in the chat became increasingly heated, while Brother Neo watched the rising viewer count with a smirk. If you've got the guts, start your own live stream and go there. They'll send you a plane. A bold comment stood out among the rest. Then, a longer comment caught everyone's attention. Guys, this place is seriously creepy. A few days ago, I got drunk and made a bet with my friends to check it out. I saw. What did you see? Spit it out already. Don't leave us hanging. Your mom's grocery prices will skyrocket if you do. The commenter continued. I saw people in the steel mill. But they weren't. They weren't normal people. I don't even know how to describe it. But I could tell they weren't human. Streamer, maybe you should just call it off. This place is really dangerous. If you run into something bad, it could end really badly. Man, this is getting too real. I'm actually scared now. Are you sure this guy isn't one of the streamer's plants? The man stared at the stream's stats, feeling ecstatic inside. The more intense the discussion, the higher the engagement. The number in the bottom right corner had already surpassed 5,000 and was still climbing. Guys, honestly, I'm not scared. Brother Neo declared confidently, pounding his chest. I've always had strong yang energy, so ghosts don't scare me. But, he paused dramatically, then turned the camera toward the woman beside him. Sister Neo is already about to wet herself. The woman, well practiced in their routine, immediately put on an anxious expression. Her delicate face wrinkled slightly, her eyes showing just the right amount of fear. Brother Neo, maybe we shouldn't go in, she said, her voice trembling slightly. I am a little scared. This place is too creepy. As she spoke, she sneaked a glance at the viewer count 6,000, now and her lips almost curled into an uncontrollable smile. Ha ha, Sister Neo's expression is so cute. I love seeing her scared like this. It makes me want to protect her, so adorable. Whoa, calm down, dude. Sister Neo, are you wearing your signature black stockings today? You always do for these adventures. Don't let us down. Black stockings. Black stockings. The man gave the woman a knowing look, and with a subtle agreement, he slowly tilted the camera downward. The frame captured her long, slender legs, wrapped in black stockings with letter patterns. Sister Neo had deliberately chosen a skirt barely reaching her thighs that night, paired with black high heels, making her legs appear even more elegant and alluring. The appearance of Heisei caused the live stream's popularity to skyrocket instantly. Neo Jie strutted in high heels, showing off her long, slender legs in front of the camera. The teasingly subtle views were just enough to captivate the audience. Clearly, she was well-versed in this traffic-attracting trick. Brother Saiken, hurry up. If you don't come in a minute, I'm leaving. Neo Jie pouted playfully. Don't worry, Brother Saiken, we're on our way. The man quickly replied. Family, stay with us. The two hurried toward the steel mill, holding their phones clumsily, afraid to miss this wealthy viewer. The livestream's viewership continued to climb. Inside the Maybach, Yuan Gu rested his head on the small table and pointed out the window. Boss, it's over there. Through the car window, Su Mo observed the dilapidated steel mill ahead. To an ordinary person, it was just an abandoned factory. But he could see something others couldn't, an enormous black cloud hovering over the factory, faintly forming a menacing ghostly face. Perfect, Su Mo thought to himself with satisfaction. It seemed the Ghostfire boy hadn't lied. Judging by the density of the black cloud, there had to be a significant number of ghostly entities here. Tonight's merits would surely be abundant. As for the name they gave him, Axe Gang, Su Mo found it amusing that even these underworld spirits couldn't come up with a more respectable name. The ghostly energy here is intense, Taoist Lei said, rolling down the car window to take a closer look, his brows furrowing. Mr. Su, are we just going in directly? Why not? Based on my assessment, there are at least dozens of ghostly entities inside. I'm not going in. The driver's face turned pale as he waved his hands frantically. They'll wait outside and focus on driving. Oh, right, I almost forgot about you, Taoist Lei said, suddenly realizing. You're definitely not suited to go in. He knew that ordinary people had limited yang energy. The driver had already encountered ghostly entities tonight, leaving his yang energy weaker. Going in could spell trouble. The driver looked relieved and nodded repeatedly in agreement. That leaves just the two of us, Taoist Lei said. Turning to Su Mo, are you sure you want to face dozens of ghostly entities? Su Mo rubbed his hands together eagerly. If you're worried, you can stay in the car. He'll go in alone. With his current strength, dealing with these minor ghosts was as effortless as eating or drinking. The only potential threat might be their leader, Scarface. Rumor has it he's a level 3 ghost, which probably means he's pretty powerful, right? Su Mo calculated silently, his brows slightly furrowed. He took a deep breath, silently encouraging himself. Well, At the very least, he's going to be a tough opponent. I must be cautious. When facing Scarface, I need to give it my all and never let my guard down. Of course, the most important principle isn't let Scarface escape. Taoist Lei, is that what I mean? Suemo turned to the Taoist beside him and asked, "What do you mean I don't need to go in either?" Taoist Lei's eyes widened, and his voice shot up several octaves. "Do you really plan to face those ghosts alone? Wouldn't that make me, Lei, seem like a coward? What if you stop inviting me on adventures next time?" His expression was unusually serious, as if he had already decided Suemo was one of those low-key but mighty experts, a big shot worth clinging to. "Mr. Su, what are you talking about?" Taoist Lei patted his chest with a righteous air and declared, "If you've decided to go in, then I, as a humble Taoist, will naturally risk my life to accompany you." His tone was brimming with loyalty and valor. Can I say something?" Brother Yuan, reduced to just a floating head, finally mustered the courage to speak. He was truly terrified. Even after turning into a ghostly motorcycle rider, this man had beaten him to pieces, and his beloved motorcycle was smashed into scrap. Brother Yuan was heartbroken. Who could have imagined that when I was alive, I crashed my bike, and now as a ghost, I crash even harder? Oh heavens, why did I ever provoke this guy? Brother Yuan wished he could slap himself, but alas, he couldn't. This body was gone. He didn't even dare to use ghostly energy to manifest one, so he remained a disembodied head. If he upset this big shot, he'd end up as invisible as his ghostly brethren. "Speak." Suemo looked at him with a cheerful expression, his gaze clear and pure, as if he were looking at a pile of merit. For some reason, Brother Yuan found Suemo's expression utterly unnerving. His gut confirmed it once more. This guy is a total psycho. Well, big boss. Brother Yuan began cautiously. "Scarface and his gang's hideout is in the innermost factory building of the steel plant. I've been there. If needed, I can guide you." "Hee. No need." Suemo reached out and patted Brother Yuan's head, smiling. "We're already here. I can find the hideout myself. No need to trouble you." "It's no trouble at all. Leading the way for a big boss like you is an honor, not a burden." Brother Yuan quickly responded, then nervously added, "Big boss, we agreed you'd spare me after I brought you here." Brother Yuan wanted to shake his head, but lacking a neck, he could only roll his eyes around to express his fear. "Oh heavens, this guy won't just kill me after using me, will he?" "Kill what?" "Kill fish. Right, something like that." Brother Yuan was terrified, his face trembling, even emitting faint wisps of white smoke from his nostrils. Standing nearby, Taoist Lei watched with a mixture of pity and amusement. Poor ghost kid, scared out of his wits. What a pitiful sight. Look at you, all scared. Suemo kindly smoothed out the yellow tufts of hair on Brother Yuan's head, his smile radiant. "You don't trust me, huh? Do I look like the kind of person who doesn't keep his word, hmm?" Brother Yuan's head shook so violently it might have fallen off if it weren't already detached. He hastily defended himself. "No, of course not. I think you're the kind of big boss who always keeps his promises, who means what he says, whose word is as solid as a nail." Brother Yuan truly racked his brain, using every phrase he could think of. Sumo's smile grew even brighter. He patted Brother Yuan's head again and said with a grin, "It's not about what you think, I care about what I think." Yuan Gu suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, his expression freezing in an instant. Fear surged through him like a tidal wave as he finally realized there was no escaping his fate. "Boss, please don't kill me." Yuan Gu struggled desperately, his face contorting even more. Dark energy poured out from his nostrils as he begged. "I've done everything you asked. You promised you wouldn't lie, that you'd let me go." Taoist Lei watched the scene unfold and sighed softly. "Poor child, you misunderstood. Mr. Su said he doesn't lie, but the emphasis was on the word human." "Exactly," the driver chimed in from the side. "Too bad for you. You're not human, you're a ghost. Right, Mr. Su?" Sumo's lips curled into a faint smile. "That's correct. So sending you on your way shouldn't be an issue, right?" Before Yuan Gu could respond, Sumo's hand tightened abruptly. A surge of powerful yang energy erupted from his palm, and Yuan Gu's head ignited into a blazing fireball, burning fiercely until it was reduced to ashes in moments. Medicine for the soul. Yuan Gu's screams grew weaker and weaker until they were completely extinguished, along with the flames. The driver tilted his head, marveling at the surreal scene. "Wow, that ghost's head burned bright, but the car's totally fine." Ding. Congratulations to the host for eliminating a level 2 ghost car accident ghost. You've earned 500 points of merit. The system notification echoed in Sumo's mind, lifting his spirits. Merit acquired. Suemo clenched his fist, the sound of his knuckles cracking with satisfaction. Next up is the gang of ghosts at the steel factory. They'd better not disappoint me. Taoist Lei, shall we? Wait. Taoist Lei hurriedly rummaged through his bag, pulling out a stack of talismans and carefully selecting a few. "These are authentic. You'll need them later. I can take care of part of the problem for you." Sumo's expression darkened immediately. "What do you mean by taking care of part of it? That's not helping, might sabotaging me." Put them away. Huh. I said put them away. Oh, fine. Daoist Lei reluctantly stashed the talismans back into his bag, his face full of reluctance. But without any tools, I can't fight those ghosts barehanded. Then don't fight them. Suemo said cheerfully. Leave every single ghost to me. Daoist, is that clear? Daoist Lei was taken aback, stunned that Suemo intended to face all the ghosts alone. After all, one of them, a ghost named Scarface, was a level 3 ghost with formidable strength. Mr. Su, are you sure you don't want my help? Absolutely not. Sumo's tone was firm. I want to personally deal with every ghost in there. But what if a ghost tries to ambush you? Just kick it away, I need it alive. After reaching an agreement, the two got out of the car and headed deeper into the steel factory. The car fell silent, leaving the driver alone, staring uneasily at the factory in the distance. He quickly shook off his nerves. I've seen ghosts now. That fiery ghost boy wasn't so scary. Nothing to fear. Anyway, I'm staying put, I'm not going in. Just then, the driver's phone rang, playing the tune, The Vast Horizon Is My Love. The sudden sound startled him so much that he almost screamed. Fumbling to answer, he saw it was a call from Zhou Yuanshan. Boss, Xiao Wang, have you dropped off Mr. Su and the others? Zhou Yuanshan's voice carried an air of authority. Not yet. Not yet. Zhou Yuanshan's tone turned noticeably displeased. What's going on? You couldn't even handle such a simple task? Boss, listen to me. The driver said in a low, urgent voice. On the road, we, hit someone? No, we hit a ghost. Zhou Yuanshan remained silent. In the past, he would have scoffed at such talk of ghosts and spirits. But the incident with his daughter was still vivid in his mind, something he could never forget. Perhaps there really were ghosts in this world. And then, he asked in a low, restrained tone. The driver froze for a moment before hurriedly continuing. You have no idea. Mr. Su is incredible. And that Taoist Lei's absolutely unbelievable. Even lightning couldn't harm him. He's like a living god. Zhou Yuanshan raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. Taoist Lei? Yes. Mr. Su and Taoist Lei are now over at the steel factory on the outskirts of Tonet, that abandoned steel factory. Steel factory? Zhou Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback, a trace of surprise flickering in his eyes. That place, I know some of the backstory. When the incident happened back then, a lot of people died. Later, there were strange rumors about it. It seems those rumors might not have been baseless after all, especially since even Mr. Su went there. Exactly, boss, the driver added in a hushed, mysterious tone. From what Mr. Su said, it seems the factory is crawling with ghosts. He's there to get rid of them. Zhou Yuanshan let out a deep sigh, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Mr. Su, what a noble man. The driver quickly responded, yeah, boss, don't worry. He'll stay in the car and wait until he comes back. And when he does, you've got to give me a bonus. All right, when he returns, he'll definitely give you a bonus. The driver's eyes lit up instantly, his mood lifted, and even the eerie chill inside the car seemed to dissipate a little. Oh, right, boss, there's one more thing, the driver suddenly added. What is it? Mr. Su just caught a ghost earlier and put it in the car, but not long after, he killed it. Hearing this, Zhou Yuanshan couldn't help but chuckle. A car that Mr. Su's been in, what ghost could possibly stand a chance? The atmosphere in the car seemed to lighten. At that moment, the live stream switched to a view of the abandoned steel factory. The streamer, Brother Nyo, and his wife were holding flashlights as they navigated through the dark, desolate factory grounds. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with nothing but darkness stretching in every direction. Nothing special here, Brother Nyo said to the camera, his tone impatient. It's just like all the other deserted places we've explored. Nothing but an empty, abandoned site. There's no such thing as ghosts. The live stream's chat began to buzz with activity as disappointed viewers voiced their opinions. This is so boring. How is this even scary? What a scam. I'm out of here. Brother Nyo froze for a moment, growing anxious as he noticed the viewer count plummeting. We had nearly 10,000 viewers just now, and now it's down to 3,000. If even Sisong leaves, tonight's stream is doomed. He glanced at his wife, giving her a meaningful look. Do something, quick, or this is going to be a disaster. Understanding his signal immediately, his wife adjusted her flashlight, trying to create some effects. At this moment, Neo Jie grew bolder. She carefully pulled out a bizarre-looking doll from her backpack. It was a paper figure intricately woven with bamboo strips, wrapped in vibrant red paper. Its round face was marked with 2 exaggerated patches of blush, and it stood almost half the height of a person. However, the most unsettling feature was its hollow sockets, no eyeballs, just 2 blank, eerie voids. This paper figure was something Nyo Ge had specifically purchased from a papercraft shop. The shopkeeper, with a solemn expression, had adamantly refused to paint eyes on the doll and had issued a stern warning. Once you give a paper figure eyes, disaster is bound to follow. Never, under any circumstances, draw eyes on it, or you might attract spirits. Nyo Ge gave his sister a knowing look, and Nyo Jia quickly understood. She discreetly placed the paper figure in a dark corner. Turning back to face the camera, She feigned a casual demeanor and said, "Don't leave just yet, folks. The steel factory is huge, and we've only explored half of it. Who knows? We might stumble upon something interesting soon." As she spoke, she deliberately swept her flashlight across the corner, allowing the red figure to flicker in and out of view on the screen. The livestream chat exploded instantly. "Whoa, did I just see someone? Host, be careful. There's movement in the corner. Holy crap, is this for real? Did they actually run into something supernatural?" As the viewer count surged, the siblings felt a surge of excitement, though they maintained a facade of panic. "Guys, where did you see the figure? Don't scare me like this." Neo Jia said, her voice trembling. "Neo Gu, maybe we should just leave." The chat became even more lively. "Don't leave. Go check it out. Haha. Neo Jia looks so cute when she's scared." Neo Gu, secretly pleased, thought to himself how gullible these viewers were. It was so easy to reel them in with a bit of theatrics. He put on a hesitant act. "I don't know. Maybe we should just call it quits. Honestly, I'm a bit spooked. If we really encounter something unclean, this might be the end for me. But we've come all this way. It wouldn't be fair to our viewers to leave now." Neo Jia chimed in, playing along. "All right, how about this?" Nyoga said, pretending to steel himself. "If you guys like this stream and send us gifts, Neo Jia and I will face the danger for you." His performance was as convincing as any TV drama actor's. Neo Gu then swung his flashlight back to the corner, illuminating the eerie red doll that now came into full view on the screen. "Guys, it looks like a doll. Weird, it doesn't have eyes. That's kinda creepy. Neo Jia, pick it up and take a look." I'm scared. What's there to be scared of? Our viewers have our backs. It's just a doll. Right, guys?" As a fresh wave of virtual gifts flooded in, the siblings felt triumphant, secretly mocking the gullibility of their audience. Neo Jia reluctantly picked up the doll and held it up to the camera. "It's just a regular doll, nothing special," she said, preparing to toss it aside. "Wait, don't throw it away." Neo Gu interjected, grabbing her hand. His eyes gleamed with mischief, clearly plotting his next move. "Guys, this doll has no eyes." Neo Gu pointed the camera at the doll in his hand. Its delicate porcelain face was indeed empty, with no eyes. The livestream chat immediately exploded. "I heard you can't paint eyes on these kinds of dolls. Once you do, they'll come to life. Do you believe that?" "No way. Host, you're not really going to paint eyes on it, are you? Something bad will happen." "Yeah, right. I don't believe it. I have a whole collection of dolls at home. The silicone kind. If they could come alive, ha ha ha. Hey, the person above, give me your address. I want to come over for dinner." Inside the abandoned steel mill, the only light came from the flashlights held by Nyo Gu and Nyo Jia, cutting through the darkness. The surrounding iron frames and discarded machinery cast eerie shadows, and the air was thick with the smell of rust and dampness. "Host, don't chicken out. Paint them, paint the eyes." One bold comment stood out on the screen. Then, another warning comment scrolled by. "Host, don't paint the eyes. My family runs a paper effigy business, and the energy in this steel mill is already heavy. If you paint the eyes, it might attract spirits. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it." Nyoga glanced at his phone screen, but ignored the warning due to the overwhelming number of gift effects flooding the chat. He grinned, showing a row of white teeth. "All right, guys, Nyoga is about to start. Are you ready?" He pulled a brush and a small bottle of bright red paint from his backpack. Under the flashlight beam, the red paint looked particularly striking. His hand trembled slightly as the tip of the brush inched toward the doll's eye sockets. The only sounds were the heavy, rapid breaths of the two of them. This wasn't an act after all. The abandoned steel mill at night was genuinely creepy. "Almost there," Nyogu announced as he painted the doll's first eye, a vivid red that looked jarring against its pale porcelain face. "All right, guys, onto the second eye. Show some love and give me some likes to cheer us on." Nyogu took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and painted the second eye. Then, nothing happened. Phew, Nyogu exhaled deeply, visibly relieved. He smirked, muttering under his breath, "What nonsense about painted eyes bringing disaster. Look, absolutely nothing happened. See, guys? Nothing at all." Nyoga laughed as he casually tossed the doll onto a pile of scrap metal nearby. Facing the camera, he said, "We have to trust science, right everyone?" The chat filled with comments and flashing virtual gifs, praising Nyoga for his boldness and entertaining antics. "All right, guys, let's keep moving. Keep those gifts coming," Nyoga urged with a grin. The two continued deeper into the steel mill, their phone in hand. The ground was littered with rusted metal fragments and unidentifiable debris, each step echoing unsettlingly in the vast, empty space. But after a while, Nyoga started to feel uneasy, because he thought he heard a third set of footsteps. And breathing. "Nyoga, did you hear that?" Nyojia's face showed genuine fear now, not an act. Her voice trembled. "Who's there?" Nyoga shouted sharply, spinning around and shining his flashlight behind them. But there was nothing, just their elongated shadows twisting on the walls. Nothing else. The chat erupted again, with viewers assuming Nyoga was pulling another prank. But Nyoga wasn't paying attention to the comments anymore. He had definitely heard footsteps. Something was following them. Could it be a ghost? Niu Gu and Niu Jia exchanged terrified glances, their legs trembling as they shakily swept their flashlights around. The beams pierced through the darkness but revealed nothing. Neither of them noticed that the live stream chat had changed. Comments were now scrolling frantically, repeating the same line over and over. Host, whatever you do, don't turn around. Don't look back. Don't look back. Don't look back. The viewers in the live stream chat were petrified, flooding the screen with frantic messages. The scene on the screen grew increasingly horrifying. In Brother Nyo's back, there was a person clinging to him. A doll dressed in a blood-red outfit, with thick rouge on its cheeks, the very same doll Brother Nyo had just applied eye makeup to in front of the camera. It had come to life. It was alive. The audience collectively held their breath, eyes glued to the doll. They watched as it slowly turned toward the camera, its lips curling into an eerie smile, as if greeting them. In that instant, the live stream's viewership skyrocketed. Terrified yet unable to look away, the viewers were paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, Brother Nyo and Sister Nyo had completely lost their composure. Who's there? Show yourself, Brother Nyo shouted, trembling as he swung his flashlight around, trying to locate the source of the echoing footsteps he was certain he heard. "Aya!" A piercing scream suddenly rang out beside him. Startled, Brother Nyo jumped and spun around, only to see Sister Nyo collapsed on the ground, her hands covering her mouth, eyes filled with terror. "What are you doing?" Brother Nyo yelled angrily. "You're back." Sister Nyo stammered, her trembling hand pointing behind him. His back? Brother Nyo's heart sank. A cold chill shot down his spine as though an icy dagger had been driven into his neck. It was only then that he realized something was off about his back. "Don't scare me." He reached up to touch his neck, and an icy sensation greeted him, something cold and familiar, like a hand. "What the?" Brother Nyo recoiled in horror, grabbing at the object and yanking it into view. What he saw nearly caused him to faint on the spot. It was the doll. The same doll he had just painted eyes on. It had come to life. "Ghost!" Brother Nyo screamed, flinging the doll to the side, his flashlight's beam locked onto it. The doll tumbled across the floor, then stiffly rose to its feet like a puppet. Its hollow, lifeless eyes stared straight at Brother Nyo, and its mouth opened and closed, emitting a raspy voice. Mommy, Daddy, don't you want me?" Meanwhile, several black sedans raced through the night, heading toward the steel mill. Lin Xianxian gripped her walkie-talkie tightly, her voice low and commanding. "When we reach the steel mill, stay alert. There are many ghostly into Tiesto, not let your guard down." Dressed in a sleek black tactical suit, Lin Xianxian exuded a sharp, commanding presence. Her high ponytail accentuated her tall, lithe figure, making her appear both efficient and intimidating. Clutched tightly in her arms was a long peachwood sword, its sheath engraved with intricate runes. "Understood, Captain. We'll be careful," her team members responded through the walkie-talkie. Lin Xianxian's piercing gaze was fixed on the darkness ahead. She knew tonight's mission was critical, to eliminate the Axe Gang's ghostly entities entirely. If these ghosts were allowed to gather, their combined malevolence could give rise to a far more powerful vengeful spirit, which would make the situation exponentially more dangerous. Just then, a young man in his early 20s spoke up softly from inside the car. "Captain Lin, isn't this a bit much? We're only dealing with third-level ghost entities." The young man, Wang Lang, had a faintly sinister air about him, his hair already streaked with white. He was a spirit wielder, someone who coexisted with a ghost entity, in his case, a third-level hanging ghost. Spirit wielders and their ghostly counterparts shared a symbiotic relationship. The ghost granted them abilities, while the spirit wielder provided the ghost with power. However, every time a spirit wielder drew on the ghost's strength, the bond between them grew stronger, and the ghost's influence over their body deepened. If left unchecked, the spirit wielder would eventually be completely overtaken, losing their humanity and becoming fully ghostified. Lin Xianxian frowned, but kept her eyes on the road ahead, her mind steeled for what lay ahead. Tonight, there could be no mistakes. This is what ghost tamers fear the most. Fortunately, after years of research, the 749 Bureau has developed methods to suppress the ghostly entities within ghost tamers. This is one of the main reasons many ghost tamers choose to join the 749 Bureau. After all, no one wants to turn into one of those terrifying ghostly creatures. It must not be underestimated. That ghost, known as Scarface, has a high chance of breaking through to level 4. Lin Xianxian's expression was serious. She never dared to let her guard down when facing ghosts. This was a lesson her father had taught her. "Hey," Wang Lang waved his hand with a grin. "Breaking through to level 4? That's not so easy. Look at Kinger, 3 years, and no sign of change." "Oh, by the way, Captain Lin, can we talk about something?" Lin Xianxian turned her head to look at him. Wang Lang continued, "If there's a chance later, let Chinger take care of that Scarface ghost. Maybe after devouring a few more ghosts, Chinger might break through." Lin Xianxian's brows furrowed slightly. She's already consumed plenty of ghosts. "Aren't you afraid she'll turn into a ghost herself if this continues?" Wang Lang chuckled. "Don't worry, Captain Lin, I've got it under control. Besides, he patted his waist. We've got the soul-stabilizing needle, right? If the day ever comes when she does turn, I'll handle it myself. And if I can take down a few more ghosts along the way, that's just perfect. Lin Xianxian opened her mouth to say something, but remained silent. The ghost within Wang Lang named Qinger was once his fiancée. Years ago, Qinger was killed by a hanging ghost during an accident and, for some reason, turned into a ghost herself. When Wang Lang arrived, he awakened as a ghost tamer and absorbed his fiancée into his body, avenging her by killing the hanging ghost. Since then, Wang Lang had hunted and consumed ghosts with his fiancée, growing stronger but nearly succumbing to backlash. After joining the 749 Bureau, the backlash was finally brought under control. Captain Lin, we've got a situation. A voice crackled through the radio. Report. Lin Xianxian responded quickly. 2 live streamers have entered the steel mill and may have encountered a ghost. Live streaming in a place like that? Are they asking for death? Lin Xianxian frowned. Shut down their live stream to avoid causing panic. How much longer until we arrive? 10 minutes. Step on it. Lin Xianxian ordered decisively. The convoy accelerated. She gripped the peachwood sword in her hand tightly, a flicker of concern in her eyes. In an environment like that, the chances of survival for ordinary people encountering a ghost were almost zero. She could only hope they would arrive in time. Ah, help. It's a ghost. Terrified screams echoed in Su Mo's ears. Someone's there? Su Mo asked in a low voice. Mr. Su, it's coming from that direction. Daoist Lei's expression changed. Let's check it out. Su Mo's excitement surged as he quickly strode forward. Damn, so eager? Daoist Lei hurriedly followed. The two soon arrived at the scene, the beam of their flashlight illuminating a corner of the dark space. A man and a woman lay on the ground. The woman had fainted from fear, her back weighed down with bags, a camera strapped to her head clearly live streaming. Streamers? Su Mo paused for a moment, then sighed. The guts these internet folks have. In front of them stood a doll about half the height of a person. At that moment, the doll opened its mouth, drool dripping from its corners, as though it was about to swallow the man whole. No, don't eat me. Help. The man's face was filled with terror as he struggled desperately, but an invisible force held him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. The doll let out a piercing laugh. Hee hee. Daddy, if you don't want me anymore, then I'll just eat you. It's over. Nyogu watched in horror as his body slowly began to float. The doll in front of him opened its mouth wider and wider, as if it could swallow the entire world. Upon closer inspection, he noticed traces of bamboo strips deep within the doll's mouth. Just then, a thunderous shout rang out. Stop! Both Nyogu and the doll froze. Fighting against the sensation of floating, Nyogu forced himself to raise his head. Through the doll's massive mouth and the faint light of his flashlight, he could barely make out a young man striding toward them. Behind him, was that an old man? Crack, crack, crack. The doll's head snapped around abruptly, rotating 180 degrees on its neck, while its body remained motionless. It opened its blood-red mouth and let out a chilling laugh. Hey, are you my mommy and daddy too? Shut up. I don't have a ghostly son like you. Su Mo sneered with disdain. He suddenly accelerated, appearing in front of the doll in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and delivered a powerful slap to the doll's face. Bang! The sensation in his palm was bizarre, soft and icy, like hitting cotton. However, the force of the slap was immense. The doll, caught off guard, had its head spinning wildly on its neck. After several seconds, the head finally came to a stop, but it was now tilted at an awkward angle. You? The doll's voice trembled with fear. It couldn't comprehend how the man before it could be so strong, able to injure it so easily. Bang! Su Mo struck again, this time with even greater force. The doll's head began spinning once more until, with a loud crack, it flew off entirely. The head, like a kite with a broken string, let out a sharp scream before transforming into a cloud of black mist that quickly drifted away. But Su Mo was faster. With a swift leap, he grabbed the fleeing head. Squeezing it tightly, he unleashed the yang energy within him. The doll's head instantly burst into roaring flames, which consumed it completely amidst a piercing wail, leaving nothing but ash behind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 1 ghost-possessed spirit. You have earned 100 merit points. Current merit points, 5,500. That was weak, Su Mo muttered, frowning slightly in disappointment. As he turned to leave, he caught a glimpse of someone out of the corner of his eye. The live streamer from earlier had propped himself up against the wall, holding his phone and aiming it at Su Mo. What are you doing? Su Mo asked, his tone displeased as he furrowed his brows. The man jumped in fright and hastily lowered his phone, offering an awkward smile. Oh, just capturing life's beautiful moments. At that moment, Daoist Lei stepped forward, his beard practically bristling with anger. What were you thinking coming to a place like this? And what's the deal with that paper doll? The man swallowed nervously and began recounting the events in detail. Daoist Lei shook his head repeatedly in exasperation. Drawing eyes on a paper doll in a place like this. You must have a death wish. If it weren't for us, you'd already be ghost food by now. Just then, Neogia finally regained consciousness. She looked up, and the sight of the fierce-looking old man startled her so much that she nearly fainted again. Don't be scared, don't be scared. We're saved. Neoga quickly reassured her. Get out of here already. This is no place for you. Daoist Lei waved them off impatiently. Thank you, thank you. The pair scrambled to their feet and hurried away, too terrified by the eerie atmosphere to linger a moment longer. Wait! Daoist Lei suddenly called after them. He pulled out 2 talismans from his robe and waved them in front of the couple. You've encountered a ghost, so your yang energy is unstable. Wearing these talismans will help restore it. 100 each, no bargaining. The 2 exchanged glances, their faces filled with dismay. But, we don't have any cash on us. Daoist Lei looked annoyed. You can scan to pay. With that, he swiftly produced a QR code and held it out to them. Huh. The couple froze, completely dumbfounded. If it weren't for the dire situation, they might have thought the old man was scamming them. But now, this talisman forget 100. Even if it costs 10,000, you have to buy it. Stitch it into your collar and wear it for 3 days. Whatever you do, don't let it get wet. Now go quickly. Daoist Lei cheerfully took the money, watching the 2 customers leave with a satisfied grin. Once their figures disappeared from sight, Suemo finally spoke up. Daoist Lei, does this talisman even work? He had noticed earlier that the corners of the talismans were stamped with tiny words, Xin Printing Factory. It's just to ease their minds while I earn a little extra on the side. Daoist Lei chuckled slyly, his eyes gleaming with mischief. What are you doing here? Who are you? A sudden angry shout from the darkness interrupted their conversation. Both Suemo and Daoist Lei turned their heads toward the voice. A group of eerie figures emerged from the shadows, standing before them. These beings know. These ghosts shared one unsettling feature. Each one carried an axe glowing with a blood-red light. So it really is the Axe Gang, huh? Suemo counted them. 1, 2, 3, 7. His eyes lit up, and a slight smile curved his lips. Looks like the commotion earlier was enough to disturb the ghosts lurking deep in the steel mill. Are you guys from the Axe Gang? Suemo asked directly. Yes. The lead ghost stepped forward, eyes glinting menacingly as it purposefully swung its axe, as if ready to strike Suemo's head at any moment. What are you doing here? It demanded threateningly. Suemo studied the ghost, who didn't seem particularly bright, and instead of retreating, he stepped forward with a warm smile. Hey, big brother, no need to be so tense. I've heard that every member of the Axe Gang is a heroic spirit. Seeing you now, I can tell the rumors are true. He pointed at the lead ghost and continued to flatter him. Especially you, boss. You've got that righteous look about you, must be a key figure in the gang, right? The ghost was momentarily taken aback by Sumo's words. Its fierce expression softened into one of awkward embarrassment. Clearing its throat, it muttered, oh well, yeah, you're not wrong. Exactly. Suemo pressed on, stepping even closer and boldly throwing an arm around the ghost's shoulders. Speaking in a friendly tone, he said, brother, I'm here because I want to meet your boss, Scarface, and maybe join the Axe Gang too. This scene made Daoist Lei's mouth twitch. Join the Axe Gang? This guy has some guts, he thought, shaking his head. Keep bluffing, just keep bluffing. What? You want to join the Axe Gang? The ghost was completely stunned, blurting out, aren't you alive? Our Axe Gang is a ghost gang. We don't take living people. You'd have to die and become a ghost first. Suemo tightened his arm around the ghost's shoulders, leaning in like they were old friends. Smiling, he whispered, big brother, have you even asked your boss? How do you know he wouldn't agree? Our gang needs to expand its operations. If we only recruit ghosts, how can we dominate both the living and the dead? How can we grow stronger and achieve greater glory? The ghost furrowed its brow, seriously pondering Sumo's words. After a moment, it nodded. You know, that kind of makes sense. If you're not afraid, we'll take you to see Scarface. It then pointed at Daoist Lei and added, but the old guy stays out. Look at him, doesn't even look strong enough to swing an axe. What? The Daoist Lei's face darkened, feeling deeply insulted. Back in my day, I was a force to be reckoned with, he muttered to himself. Brother, Suemo lowered his voice, speaking conspiratorially to the ghost. Did you really think I'd bring him here to join? He's tonight's dinner for the gang. It's my first time here, I've got to bring a gift for the boss, right? Sure, he's a bit old, but his meat's got that chewy texture, you know what I mean. Suemo finished with a meaningful wink. Oh, the ghost's eyes lit up as it gave Daoist Lei an appraising look, then suddenly burst into laughter. Old man, you're coming with us too, it said between laughs, before turning to lead Suemo deeper into the steel mill. Daoist Lei couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He quickly caught up with Suemo and whispered, Mr. Su, what did you say to them? How did they suddenly agree to let me in? Suemo smiled faintly and replied in a low voice. I told them your meat was nice and chewy. That's all it took. You're quite the character, aren't you? Well, thanks a lot, really. Suemo said with a hint of sarcasm. That guy just now was looking at me weirdly. Turns out he was planning to have this old Taoist as a midnight snack. Daoist Lei's face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down the wrinkles on his face. Lowering his voice, he whispered, Mr. Su, you won't just stand by and watch them eat me, will you? I mean, I'm old. My meat is tough, it can't taste good. Come on, Daoist. Do I look like that kind of person? Sumo's lips curled into a sly smile. I won't just stand by and watch them eat you. That's a relief. That's a relief. Daoist Lei wiped the sweat off his brow, glancing nervously at the dense crowd of ghosts surrounding them. He couldn't help but think, with so many of them, even if they ate him, there wouldn't be enough to go around. But Suemo suddenly changed his tone. I might close my eyes instead. Daoist Lei opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. Before he could respond, a gruff voice shouted from behind. Old man, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and keep up. Turning around, they saw a simple-minded ghost holding an axe, looking impatient. Daoist Lei dared not delay further and quickly followed behind Suemo. They soon disappeared into the thick, oppressive atmosphere of ghostly energy. After what felt like an eternity of walking, a light appeared ahead. The decrepit factory scenery faded, replaced by a grand, opulent clubhouse. Hanging above the entrance were three crooked characters spelling out, Axe Gang. Scarface must be something else, maintaining such an elaborate illusion. Daoist Lei muttered in awe. The simple-minded ghost grinned proudly. Brother, this is our base. See that signboard? Our boss Scarface wrote it himself. Cool, huh? Cool indeed. Suemo gave him a thumbs up. A sign reflects its creator. Scarface must be just as impressive. The ghost beamed with even more pride. You bet. The boss is powerful. He's given us wandering ghosts a home. Someday, when we're all stronger, we'll move into the city and live in big houses. As the ghost gestured for the doors to open, another ghost stepped up and pressed its finger to a fingerprint scanner. Suemo couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose. The whole process felt like clocking in at a corporate office. The moment the doors swung open, deafening music blasted out. Suemo peeked inside and saw dozens of ghosts wielding axes, dancing wildly under flashing multicolored lights. My goodness, that many? Daoist Lei gasped, sucking in a cold breath. There must be at least 50 of them. Sumo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Perfect. Looks like tonight's going to be a jackpot. Mr. Su, are you sure you don't need my help later? Absolutely not. Leave it all to me. Suemo instructed firmly. Suddenly, a ghost holding a microphone stepped onto a stage and clapped its hands, signaling for silence. Brothers, the boss has a few words to say. Let's give him a big hand. Amid thunderous applause, a tall, muscular ghost with a scar across his face strode onto the stage, his upper body bare. That's a Class 3 ghost for sure. Daoist Lei whispered nervously. Mr. Su, are you sure you can handle this? Suemo shrugged casually. I think so. Probably. Scarface scanned the room, his deep voice echoing as he spoke. Brothers, today marks the 1-month anniversary of the Axe Gang. I've gathered everyone here for some team building. Feeling good? Great. Scarface laughed heartily and continued. Sorry for the trouble, brothers. Things have been tight lately. Those 749 bureau guys are like leeches, can't shake them off. So, I had no choice but to bring everyone here for now. Give me a couple of days. Once I power up, I'll take you all to the city to party hard, drink the strongest liquor, and feast on the freshest lives. How does that sound? Good. Thunderous applause erupted. At that moment, Scarface suddenly sniffed the air, his sharp gaze darting towards Sumo's direction. The scent of a living human. He caught it. Sure enough, among the crowd, he spotted two unfamiliar figures. One was young with fair, tender skin, and the other was old. No need to elaborate. Who are you? Scarface's tone turned ominous, his aura instantly becoming sinister. Ghostly energy surged from him, and the lights in the venue began to flicker, as if the air itself trembled. The oppressive, ghostly presence froze the surrounding spirits, who all turned their heads simultaneously, staring in Sumo's direction with eerie precision. The hall fell silent in an instant. Ah, you must be Scarface, right? I've heard so much about you. Suemo showed no fear, instead smiling warmly as he spoke. Scarface squinted slightly, a glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes as he sized up Suemo. If it were any ordinary person, they'd be trembling in terror by now, running for their lives. Yet this guy remained calm, even showing a hint of excitement in his eyes. Could he be with the 749 Bureau? Scarface's heart skipped a beat. Are you with the 749 Bureau? He asked, his gaze locked on his Suemo, a sudden green glow flashing in his eyes, brimming with murderous intent. No, I'm not, Suemo replied with a faint smile, shaking his head slightly. Boss, here's the deal. A bumbling ghost stepped forward hurriedly and pointed at Suemo. I ran into this guy while patrolling outside. He's here to pledge allegiance to you and wants to join our Axe Gang. The bumbling ghost flickered, transforming into a shadowy figure, and appeared on the stage in an instant, whispering to Scarface. After hearing him out, Scarface's eyes narrowed, and he sneered coldly. Oh? A living human wants to join our ghost gang? Interesting. His expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with a sharp, chilling light. Do you really think Scarface is someone to mess with? You want to join? Fine. But first, you'll need to become ghosts. Then, I'll consider taking you in. Close the doors. With a loud clang, the doors slammed shut, and the entire venue descended into a deathly stillness. The ghostly spirits had already surrounded them, wielding gleaming axes, their fanged mouths twisted in menacing grins as their eyes glowed with malice. At Scarface's command, they would pounce like wild beasts, tearing the two intruders apart until nothing but bones remained. Daoist Lei's face turned ghostly pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. Being encircled by so many ghosts was suffocating, an experience beyond terrifying. Suemo let out a sigh, calmly surveying the ghostly crowd before smiling faintly. Actually, I'm here to get rid of all of you. Though his voice was soft, it thundered in the ears of every ghost like an explosive roar. What? Scarface froze, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes. You're here to take us down? You must be joking. Uft. Scarface chuckled, his tone dripping with disdain. Big talk, brother. Who do you think you are, some kind of invincible monster? With a wave of his hand, he barked coldly. Enough talk. Get them. Suemo smiled faintly, assuming a calm and steady fighting stance reminiscent of Yuan. His eyes sharpened like blades as he said coolly, "They'll take on 10 of you at once." Get him. Scarface bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. A dozen ghostly creatures howled in unison, their rusted axes gleaming menacingly under the light. They surged towards Suemo from all directions. The venue erupted into chaos, with shadows of axes crossing and an eerie, chilling aura filling the air. In mere moments, the ghosts closed in, intending to tear Suemo to pieces. Bring it on. A flicker of excitement flashed in Sumo's eyes as the Nine Suns devouring heaven technique surged within him. His entire body seemed to transform into a blazing furnace, his blood burning like roaring flames. Boom. With a single punch, a shockwave rippled outward. 3 ghostly creatures disintegrated on the spot, reduced to ashes without even the chance to scream. Ding. A system notification echoed in Sumo's mind. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 1 ghost and earned 100 merit points. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 1 ghost and earned 100 merit points. Congratulations, host. Suemo moved like the wind, his body a blur as he darted toward the nearest group of ghosts. Within moments, with just a few punches and kicks, another wave of ghostly creatures was obliterated, their remains vanishing into the air. Die. A level 2 ghost seized the opportunity to flank Suemo, raising its axe. It grinned wickedly as it aimed for the back of his neck. Sumo's sharp senses detected the surge of ghostly energy behind him. He sidestepped slightly and executed a precise spinning kick, striking the ghost square in the face. Arg! The ghost let out a piercing scream as it was sent flying like a broken kite, flipping several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground at Scarface's feet. Boss! The ghost struggled to rise, only to be engulfed in strange flames that devoured it entirely within moments. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 2 ghost restless spirit. You earned 500 merit points. Suemo casually dusted off his pants, gazing at the pile of ash on the ground. With a smirk, he quipped, "Ah, you falling asleep so easily. Whoa, this guy's insane." Daoist Lei, who had been watching from the sidelines, stood slack-jawed. His previously tense nerves eased as he realized his concerns had been unnecessary. This guy's strength was nothing short of terrifying. Damn it. Scarface's expression darkened. He realized he'd underestimated his opponent. Anyone capable of effortlessly taking down a level 2 ghost had to be at least a level 3 cultivator. What are you all standing around for? Attack! Scarface roared, commanding the remaining ghosts. The ghostly creatures howled and charged once more, axes swinging wildly. Sumo's lips curled into a grin, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Merit points, so many merit points. The air filled with wails and shrieks as one ghost after another fell under Sumo's relentless assault, turning to ash and adding to his growing pool of merit points. He glanced at his system interface mid-battle, noting with satisfaction that his merit points had skyrocketed to several thousand. The thrill of mowing down enemies like grass left him in high spirits. Boss-I, a trembling ghost stammered, its entire body shaking as it realized the magnitude of the disaster it had caused. This human was far too formidable. Shut up. Scarface slapped the ghost across the face and barked, "Get in there." Reluctantly, the trembling ghost raised its axe and charged at Suemo, only to find itself face-to-face with Sumo's calm, smiling gaze. The ghost froze in place as if rooted to the ground, too terrified to take another step. Suemo strode forward, clapping a hand on the ghost's shoulder in a seemingly friendly manner. "Thanks for showing me the way, buddy. I'll be sure to repay you." "No need." The ghost shook its head frantically, its voice quivering. "I insist," Suemo said firmly. "You helped me find my way, so I'll help you find yours. Fair trade, right?" "Aye." The ghost's words were cut short as Suemo swiftly snapped its neck. He lifted the ghost's head, weighing it in his hand before tossing it high into the air. Off you go. With a powerful kick, the ghost's head shot through the air like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward Scarface. Damn it! Scarface roared in fury, swinging his axe and splitting the ghost's head in two. It dissolved into a mist of blood before vanishing entirely. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 2 ghost restless spirit. You earned 500 merit points. Sweet. Suemo checked his system interface again, watching as his merit points soared, nearing the 10,000 mark. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed that only a handful of ghosts remained. The braver ones had already met their demise, while the cowards cowered in the corners, trembling with fear and despair in their eyes. Boss, I don't think we can win this. One of the remaining ghosts stammered, its voice filled with hopelessness. Behind Scarface, two ghostly entities followed closely, both appearing to possess considerable strength. Their figures flickered in and out of sight within the dimly lit steel mill, exuding an eerie, chilling aura. Damn it! Scarface's scar twisted with frustration, his regret written all over his face. Why the hell did I even bother with team-building activities? Boss, maybe we should just apologize and beg for mercy from that powerhouse. One of the ghosts suggested in a low, trembling voice, fear evident in its tone. Are you stupid, or do you think I am? Scarface snapped, spinning around with a fiery glare. That guy is clearly here for us. If apologizing worked, why would anyone carry an axe? The worst part is I have no idea what I did to provoke him. I don't even know who he is. Hiss. The other ghost shuddered, shrinking back in fear. Boss, could he be one of those evil cultivators who specialize in refining their powers by killing ghosts? I've heard they're absolutely ruthless, scarier than we are. If we fall into his hands, we'd be better off dead. Scarface's expression turned pale as he froze in shock. What do we do now? Hearing their exchange, Suemo couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, feeling slightly speechless. However, on second thought, their assumptions weren't entirely off base. After all, he did cultivate his power by hunting ghosts, which, in a sense, aligned with their definition of an evil cultivator. Step by step, he advanced toward Scarface, his footsteps echoing ominously in the empty factory. A cold, detached smile played on his lips as he spoke. Have you finished discussing? Hurry up, I'm on a tight schedule. Meanwhile, the convoy from Bureau 749 arrived at the outskirts of the steel mill, just missing a chance encounter with Zhao Yuanshin's Maybach, which approached from another direction. Captain Lin, we've arrived, a team member reported. Lin Xianxian swiftly stepped out of the vehicle, her peachwood sword in hand, her gaze sharp as she scanned the depths of the mill. Suddenly, her expression hardened. She quickly formed a hand seal with her left hand, muttering an incantation under her breath. A faint glow emanated from her fingertips as she gently swiped them across her eyes. What a powerful surge of ghostly energy. She furrowed her brows. What's going on? The ghosts inside are going berserk. Charge in. If you encounter any ghosts, eliminate them. Lin Xianxian commanded, leading the team deeper into the steel mill with her peachwood sword at the ready. Everyone remained on high alert. Wang Lang, a ghost tamer among them, activated his ghostly powers, summoning a pitch-black noose that materialized in his hand, radiating a sinister aura. On the other side of the steel mill, a man and a woman stumbled through the darkness, their faces pale with terror. Honey, what are you so happy about? We just ran into a ghost. Sister Nyo's voice trembled with fear, her legs weak at the thought of the creepy doll they'd encountered. I swear, I'm never doing anything like this again. You don't get it. Brother Nyo, though equally frightened, couldn't hide his excitement as he pulled out his phone. Do you have any idea what I just recorded? That powerhouse was incredible. I got the whole ghost slaying scene on video. Imagine how viral this will go online. Maybe you shouldn't, Sister Nyo said hesitantly, her worry evident. What if it upsets that powerhouse? Brother Nyo grinned smugly. Don't worry, I've got it all figured out. I won't show his face, trust me. Who's there? A commanding voice suddenly boomed nearby, making the couple nearly jump out of their skins. Looking up, they saw a group of people in black uniforms standing not far away, fixing them with menacing glares. We were just live streaming. Brother Nyo stammered, his voice quivering. Verify them. Lin Xianxian ordered coldly. Yes, ma'am. A team member immediately took out 2 talismans and threw them at the couple. As the talismans touched their bodies, they glowed faintly with flickering golden light. Captain, confirmed. They're not ghosts. Lin Xianxian let out a sigh of relief. Good thing we got here in time. These 2 are lucky to be alive. What happened inside? Terrified, Brother Nyo quickly recounted the events in a concise manner. That's all we know. When we left, we overheard something about joining some axe gang. Humph. Wang Lang's expression darkened, his voice cold. Living humans attempting to join a ghost gang? Those 2 must be evil cultivators. Stay vigilant, everyone. If they are, eliminate them on sight. Unbeknownst to Su Mo, who was busy hunting ghosts in the steel mill, he had already been labeled an evil cultivator. Lin Xianxian turned to one of her team members and instructed, escort them out. And don't come to places like this again, it's a death wish. The couple thanked them profusely, grateful to escape. After taking a few steps, Brother Nyo suddenly had a realization and turned back to ask, "Are you guys the legendary Bureau 749? You could say that," Lin Xianxian replied before disappearing into the shadows with her team, leaving only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the night. This is it. Lin Xianxian quickly led her team to the entrance of the club. The scene before them was chilling. The doorway was shrouded in a dense, ominous aura, pitch black as if it would devour everything. "Stand back," Lin Xianxian commanded coldly. With a flick of her right hand, several talismans flew from her body and shot precisely toward the tightly shut door. Buzz. The talismans glowed with a dazzling golden light midair and, in the blink of an eye, struck the door. Instantly, there was a deafening explosion. Golden light scattered everywhere, leaving a massive hole blasted in the door. "Move in." Lin Xianxian's gaze turned icy as she ordered her team. "If you encounter any ghostly entities, eliminate them immediately. Stay alert for that evil cultivator." With a flip of her palm, a crimson peachwood sword unsheathed itself. The blade was adorned with 7 star-like runes shimmering with a faint blue radiance, flickering ominously. The team wasted no time and summoned their weapons, their energies surging powerfully. "Qing'er, time to work." Wang Lang, standing behind Lin Xianxian, whispered softly. An eerie aura arose around Wang Lang, and soon after, a female ghost with long, flowing hair appeared silently behind him. Ghostly energy surged, enveloping Wang Lang in a spectral haze, making him appear half human, half ghost. As they stepped through the door, a piercing scream echoed in their ears. Several ghostly figures were locked in a fierce battle with a human silhouette. "They're already fighting?" Lin Xianxian glanced over, her gaze freezing in place. She instantly recognized one of the ghostly figures. It was their target, Scarface. However, Scarface looked utterly miserable. His ghostly aura was erratic and out of control, his clothes torn to shreds, and his body covered in wounds. "Why does he look familiar?" Lin Xianxian frowned, a strange thought flashing through her mind. She couldn't shake the feeling she'd seen him before. "Gotcha!" A light chuckle suddenly rang out. The 749 Bureau team saw the man swiftly grab one of the ghosts by the head. Crack! With a sharp sound, the ghost's head was twisted a full circle. In the next instant, the man yanked hard, tearing the ghost's head clean off. Ghostly energy gushed out from its neck like a torrent. "Ah!" The ghost let out a blood-curdling scream, but before it could react, the man smashed it into fragments with a single punch. Double thunder strike. The man brought his palms together with a resounding clap, crushing the ghost's head into a flattened pulp. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating a level 2 ghost violent spirit. You have earned 500 merit points. The man's face lit up with a faint smile of relief. He turned, locking his gaze on another ghost before charging toward it with ferocity. "It's him." Lin Xianxian finally got a clear look. The man before her was none other than Suemo. The ghost he'd just destroyed had a formidable aura, was already a level 2 ghost. Yet Suemo had annihilated it effortlessly. This guy's strength is absolutely absurd, Lin Xianxian thought, deeply shocked. Her interest in Suemo grew significantly. "I'll kill you, damn it." Scarface roared with fury, wielding an axe as he hacked wildly. The axe's shadows swept in all directions, and Suemo was instantly engulfed within them. The ghostly energy around them surged violently. "Assist him." Lin Xianxian raised her peachwood sword, its light flashing like lightning as it shot toward Scarface. However, just as she took a few steps forward, she saw Scarface suddenly flung backward by a powerful force, crashing into a distant wall. With a loud bang, the ghostly shadows dissipated, revealing Sumo's figure once more. He stood with one foot pinning down a struggling ghost beneath him, its wails echoing as it failed to break free. "Huh." Suemo finally noticed the group at the entrance. The leader looked familiar. Wasn't she someone he'd met a few days ago? Someone from the 749 Bureau? "Surround Scarface." Lin Xianxian shouted, and her team immediately readied their weapons to charge forward. "Stop." Sumo's voice rang out, halting them in their tracks. The group came to an abrupt halt, their gazes all turning simultaneously to Suemo. "What are you all doing?" Suemo frowned and asked. "Huh? Isn't it obvious? We're here to help you kill the ghost." Everyone looked surprised. Lin Xianxian quickly explained. "Mr. Su, we're here to assist. Stay right where you are." Sumo's face darkened. "Help? If you guys end up killing the ghost, what about my merit points?" Just then, Daoist Lei emerged from some corner, rubbing his hands together with a grin. "Oh my, are you the leaders from Bureau 749? You see, Mr. Su here doesn't like anyone interfering when he's dealing with ghosts. Maybe we should step back a bit." Lin Xianxian was speechless. In her experience, people encountering ghosts would eagerly join forces to fight them. But this guy? He seemed to prefer going solo. "Are you sure about this?" She couldn't help but ask. "Absolutely." Suemo smiled faintly, then suddenly launched forward with explosive force, reducing the ghost to ashes in an instant. A system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 2 Ghost Hinksy Ghost. You've earned 500 merit points. Only one opponent remained on the field, the scar-faced man. Step back, Lin Xianxian gestured, and the group quickly retreated to give Su Mo space to fight. She whispered, stay alert. If Mr. Su is in danger, we act immediately. Daoist Lei chuckled from the side. You guys are underestimating him. Sumo's strength is on another level. I saw it clearly earlier, 3 ghosts working together, and he crushed them without breaking a sweat. Get up. Su Mo motioned at the scar-faced man with a crook of his finger. Damn it. The scar-faced man climbed to his feet, furious. What the hell did I ever do to you? At least let me die knowing why. Su Mo pretended to ponder for a moment before replying. Maybe it's because you're a ghost? You know, I have this thing where I just can't stand ghosts. If I don't kill them, I can't sleep at night. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Su Mo shot forward like a cannonball. The scar-faced man swung his axe desperately, coming close to hitting Su Mo several times. But in the next moment, Su Mo delivered a precise spinning kick to the scar-faced man's face, followed by a series of rapid attacks that twisted his body midair into unnatural shapes. The members of Bureau 749 gasped, taking sharp breaths and turning their faces away from the brutal scene. That's intense. Captain, the so-called dark cultivator we were talking about, it's not him, is it? Wang Lang whispered. Does he look like a dark cultivator to you? Lin Xianxian responded, exasperated. This guy's enthusiasm for killing ghosts is off the charts. Yeah, definitely not. Wang Lang nodded in agreement. Die. A thunderous shout echoed from the distance. Everyone turned to look and saw Su Mo kicking the scar-faced man to the ground. He followed up with a blazing, fiery punch that slammed down with devastating force. The scar-faced man let out a short, sharp scream before his head exploded into ash. His entire body disintegrated into dust moments later, leaving only a human-shaped imprint on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 3 Ghost Hinksy Ghost. You've earned 1,000 merit points. Current merit points, 10,500. The merit points have surpassed 10,000. Su Mo was in an excellent mood, his face radiating uncontainable joy. Finally, he could redeem a strengthening attempt. He swiftly completed the operation and nodded in satisfaction. Done. Turning around, he noticed everyone staring at him in shock, their expressions a mix of astonishment and fear, as if they were looking at some unbelievable monster. What kind of looks are those? Su Mo raised an eyebrow, puzzled by their reactions. Lin Xianxian silently withdrew the peachwood sword in her hand, a bitter smile appearing on her face. It seems Mr. Su really doesn't need our help. In her mind, she thought back to visiting him a few days ago, assuming he was just a beginner in cultivation. Now it seemed that being able to punch a level 3 ghost to death meant his strength was at least that of a level 4 cultivator, if not higher. Lin Xianxian made a mental note to report this situation immediately upon returning and to upgrade Sumo's form access to level 4. Sumo's gaze shifted, suddenly locking onto someone. Behind that person, a faint, flickering ghostly aura floated. A ghost? There's still a ghost. His eyes lit up like he had discovered a treasure, and he blurted out, merit points. What is he trying to do? Wang Lang's face turned pale as he instinctively took a few steps back. He could clearly feel the fear radiating from Qing'er behind him. Is this guy a lunatic? He just wants to kill every ghost he sees. Wang Lang thought in alarm. But Su Mo had already stepped forward, cracking his knuckles with excitement. Brother, you've got a ghost attached to you. Let me take care of it for you. Mr. Su, you mustn't. Lin Xianxian quickly stepped in front of him, speaking urgently. He's one of our team members, a ghost tamer. The ghost in his body cannot be destroyed. A ghost tamer? Su Mo halted, recalling the characteristics of this type of cultivatorissing the power of ghosts to enhance their own strength. I see. A look of obvious disappointment flashed across his face as he reluctantly shifted his gaze away. Qing'er, retreat now. Wang Lang, still shaken, hastily commanded his ghost to retreat. With a whoosh, Qing'er transformed into a wisp of smoke and quickly vanished into Wang Lang's body. Lin Xianxian let out a sigh of relief, worried that Su Mo might ignore conventions and attack anyway. Mr. Su, what brings you here? Oh, I heard there were ghosts around here, so I came by to check it out. Turns out there really were ghosts, so I dealt with them. Su Mo replied casually, as if it were no big deal. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. He was eager to return and redeem his strengthening attempt. Daoist Lei, let's go. Su Mo called out, and the two of them left the steel factory, leaving Lin Xianxian and her team staring at each other in bewilderment. Damn, that scared me to death. Wang Lang wiped the cold sweat from his face, his voice still trembling. He really wanted to kill Qing, just now I could feel it. Experts, they all have their quirks. Just don't mess with him. Lin Xianxian scanned the surroundings and noticed that with Scarface's death, the ghostly energy structures here were no longer sustainable. In the blink of an eye, the once luxurious setting reverted to a dilapidated factory, the air filled with the smell of dust. Check again to make sure there are no lingering ghosts. Lin Xianxian ordered. Wang Lang sighed internally, thinking that with Su Mo's ravenous attitude toward ghosts, it was unlikely there would be any left. Nevertheless, the team conducted a thorough search and, as expected, found no trace of ghostly energy. All right, all the ghosts here are gone. Let's head back. The Axe Gang is finished. Lin Xianxian couldn't shake the strange feeling in her heart. They had come fully prepared for a tough battle, yet before they could even act, the Axe Gang had been wiped out by one person. Mr. Su, you're back? The driver almost jumped out of his seat upon seeing Su Mo and Lei Dao. Calm down, Su Mo said nonchalantly as he got into the car. What happened in there? The driver couldn't suppress his curiosity. Su Mo chuckled lightly. Nothing much. Just a small-time ghost gang, already taken care of. Take me back to Yuqing University. Before long, the car arrived at the university gates. Su Mo got out of the car and had barely taken a couple of steps when Daoist Lei called out to him. Mr. Su, leave me your contact info, will you? They'll reach out if there's work in the future. Sure. Su Mo cheerfully handed over his number, feeling quite pleased with himself. He couldn't help but grin inwardly. I'm a cultivator now. Pretty impressive, huh? He headed toward the school gate, his steps light and brisk. Just as he reached the entrance, a security guard blocked his way. Student, show me your ID card. The guard demanded. Su Mo rubbed his hands together and smiled. Uncle, aren't you just giving me a hard time here? Humph. Been out gaming again, haven't you? Or were you off on a date? The guard looked at him with disdain. Register yourself? Unfazed, Su Mo quickly pulled a cigarette from his bag and handed it over. Take it easy, uncle. Have a huazi. The guard glanced at the student ID, then took the cigarette. His mood seemed to improve. All right, but don't let it happen again. Got it. Thanks, uncle. Su Mo nodded with a grin and passed through the gate without further trouble. The school's security system was practically disabled by a single cigarette, allowing Su Mo to make his way back to the dormitory without incident. As he walked, he thought to himself, I really need to find a place of my own. The dorm is just too inconvenient. When he entered the dorm, the thunderous sound of snoring made him frown. Su Mo, you're back? AI Rui popped his head out from under his blanket, his eyes red from lack of sleep. Damn, are you cultivating immortality or something? Su Mo glanced at the time. It was already 3 a.m. Haha, AI Rui chuckled sheepishly. I've been chatting with my girlfriend. Girlfriend? Su Mo blinked in surprise. You have a girlfriend? Yeah. AI Rui nodded, his face lighting up with happiness. How did you meet? Online. Seriously? Online dating? Sumo's lips twitched. Have you installed an anti-fraud app? Online scams are everywhere these days. Be careful, or you'll lose both your money and your dignity. No way. AI Rui waved it off nonchalantly. We video called already. My girlfriend's super pretty. Don't believe me? Look. He held up his phone, showing a picture of a gentle-looking girl. She was indeed quite attractive. Not bad. Sumo complimented. Congrats. When are you going to meet her in person? We should all grab a meal together so your buddy here can see her for himself. AI Rui blushed and mumbled, we're not there yet. Maybe later. Sumo waved dismissively, then suddenly remembered something. Oh right. Where's that martial arts manual you brought back the other day? What martial arts manual? AI Rui looked confused. The one that old Daoist sold you. Oh that. AI Rui pulled a book out from under his pillow and handed it to Sumo. The Golden Bell Shield Technique. Want to give it a try? Exactly. Sumo laughed. Man, this thing looks like it came straight out of some knockoff shop. If you actually master it, you'll be amazed. It's legit. Sumo took the book, flipping through it. And there are plenty more like it. This was something he needed to strengthen. During his earlier fight with Scarface, he had barely avoided being slashed. Improving his defense was a priority. You get some sleep. I'm heading out for a bit. You're going out this late? AI Rui was about to get up when his phone suddenly buzzed. He glanced at the screen, his eyebrows shooting up. The message was from a girl named Xiaoya. Darling, I'm really falling for you. I want to marry you. Will you marry me? Merit points, 10,500. Sumo eagerly opened the system panel. System, redeem 1 enhancement. With the consumption of 10,000 merit points, the remaining points dropped to 500, and the enhancement count increased to 1. Choose the enhancement Target Golden Bell Shield. Once the choice was confirmed, a dazzling golden light surged into the Golden Bell Shield technique. What was once an ordinary book now emitted a brilliant glow. Its pages flipped on their own as countless tiny golden figures leaped out from the book and directly entered Sumo's forehead. The intense influx of information made Sumo's temples throb painfully. Once he adjusted, the book in his hand had already turned to ashes. The system's notification chimed in at the perfect moment. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new technique 9-turn Mystic Tortoise Golden Bell Shield. It can manifest up to 9 layers of Golden Bell projections with unmatched defense. Awesome. Sumo thought to himself, elated, and immediately went to find a place to test the new technique. By the lakeside on campus, Sumo activated the technique. In an instant, a bell-shaped projection glowing with golden light materialized around him, surrounded by runes and shimmering brilliance. The dazzling display left him thoroughly satisfied. He quickly retracted the technique and walked away. On the other side of the lake, a couple stared at each other in disbelief. Did you see that bell-like thing? A bell? Are you sure you weren't imagining things? I swear I saw it. Yeah, right. You might as well say your cat can do backflips. Back in the dormitory, Suemo noticed his roommate AI Rui curled up in his blanket, busy with something unknown. The next morning, Suemo went straight to the principal's office to request a leave of absence. Because of the recent visit from the 749 Bureau, the principal was especially courteous to Suemo, even personally making tea for him. Suemo, don't worry about school matters. He'll handle everything, the principal said with a warm smile before his tone shifted. But I'm curious, do those things really exist in this world? If the 749 Bureau is involved, what could possibly be impossible? Suemo retorted. The principal nodded thoughtfully. It seems this world is far more complicated than it appears. Be sure to stay safe. On his way out of the office, Suemo ran into AI Rui, who was sporting dark circles under his eyes. Grinning foolishly, AI Rui announced that his online sweetheart was coming to visit him and even claimed he was going to marry her. Suemo couldn't help but warn him, listen to yourself. Does that make any sense? Chatting online a few times, and now she wants to marry you? She's either after your money or your kidney. Be careful, don't let anyone take your kidneys. Sumo's lips curled into a subtle smile, his tone laced with teasing. AI Rui chuckled at his words, entirely unconcerned. My kidneys aren't worth much anyway. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Suemo with a puzzled look. Hey, aren't you supposed to be in class? I took the day off, Suemo replied briefly, his eyes already fixed on his phone screen. His priority was clear find and eliminate more malevolent entities. Moments ago, he had identified a suspicious location on a forum and was preparing to take action. Just then, his phone vibrated with a notification from the forum. Mr. Suemo, congratulations. You've earned 200 points. Suemo frowned slightly, puzzled. He hadn't taken on any tasks, so where did these 200 points worth 2 million yuan come from? As he pondered, an unfamiliar number called. Mr. Su, have the 200 points been credited to your account? The caller asked directly. Yes, Suemo replied curtly. The Axe Gang was eliminated by you. The reward listed for that was 200 points, but it hadn't been officially posted yet, the person explained. Also, your forum access level has been upgraded to level 4. Suemo quickly checked his account. Sure enough, he now had access to level 4 anomalous cases. However, these cases were relatively rare, and there were none currently in Yuqing. The nearest level 4 case was several hundred kilometers away in Rongqing. What a pity, he thought. Understood. Suemo responded succinctly before ending the call, feeling quite satisfied with the efficiency of the 749 Bureau. Before long, Suemo arrived at the old house mentioned in the forum task. It was classified as a level 2 anomalous event. According to records, a fire had once killed a family of 5 here. Since then, the place had been haunted, leaving the nearby residents deeply unsettled. As he stepped into the house, a chilling draft greeted him. Despite the bright sunlight outside, the interior was shrouded in darkness, as if sealed off from the world. Someone's here, a shrill voice echoed from the shadows. Ugh, it's probably another one trying to drive us out. Why should we leave? This is my home. Another voice growled angrily. Quiet. Don't let him hear us. A third voice warned cautiously. Why should we be afraid? I'm a level 2 ghost now. If he dares to come in, I'll kill him. The first voice declared arrogantly. The conversation was crystal clear to Suemo, as if they were openly conspiring right in front of him. Come out. Suemo cut to the chase, activating the power of the 9-yang divine art. Instantly, the temperature in the house soared, turning it into a blazing furnace. The forum had noted that the ghosts here were showing signs of transforming into malevolent spirits and had already caused casualties. It's unbearable. Several charred figures emerged from the dark corners, their faces twisted and terrifying. Under the overwhelming yang energy of the 9-yang divine art, they had nowhere to hide. Who are you? A larger ghost stepped forward, glaring at Suemo with malice. What do you think? Suemo replied calmly, advancing step by step. The malevolent spirits retreated instinctively, fear flickering in their eyes. This guy's gaze is terrifying, they thought. I can't take it anymore. I'll kill you. One of the ghosts finally snapped, letting out a furious roar before spitting a stream of flames at Suemo. Golden Bell Shield. Suemo activated his defense, and a golden, bell-shaped aura enveloped him. The flames dissipated upon contact with the shield, leaving him completely unharmed. Much better, Suemo murmured to himself. With a sudden burst of speed, he closed the distance to the ghost in an instant and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The ghost let out a blood-curdling scream before disintegrating into nothingness. A system notification followed. Congratulations to the host for eliminating a level 1 ghost fire spirit. You have earned 100 merit points. Your turn. Suemo curled his finger with a sly smirk. The ghostly entities were instantly startled. A surge of ghostly energy erupted from them, twisting the surrounding air. The scenery before Sumo began to shift rapidly. Flames roared, and scorching waves of heat rushed toward him, as if even the air was ablaze. Yet, a cold smile flickered in his eyes. This level of ghostly fire was nothing to him. Bang, bang, bang. With a few precise punches, he struck each target flawlessly. One by one, the ghostly figures dissolved into black smoke and vanished. In mere moments, silence enveloped the area. The system's merit points poured in continuously, and Sumo had earned several hundred points in an instant. All done. Clapping the dust off his hands, Sumo turned and walked out of the old house without looking back. He casually submitted the task in the system interface, and almost immediately, his phone chimed with a notification. 100 points earned effortlessly. He then scrolled through the forum, searching for his next opportunity. Just as he was deliberating, his phone rang unexpectedly. The caller ID showed it was Zhao Yuron. Mr. Su, do you have a moment to take my call? Zhao Yuron's voice was respectful and filled with gratitude on the other end of the line. After all, Sumo had saved his daughter's life. Mr. Zhao, what's the matter? Sumo asked, his tone calm. Well, hey, race the thing. A friend of mine has been encountering some trouble lately, and was hoping you could take a look. Zhao hesitated briefly before continuing. The situation is this. My friend is also in the real estate business. A few days ago, something strange was unearthed at her construction site, and since then, people have been dying one after another. So far, 4 or 5 people have died. Interest sparked in Sumo's eyes, and he replied with a faintly amused tone. Oh? Sounds intriguing. Send me the address, and I'll check it out. All right, I'll let her know. The address is here. Zhao provided the location and then asked, would you like me to arrange transportation for you? No need. I'll get there myself. After hanging up, Sumo wasted no time. He picked up his phone and began researching the location. Jin Xiuqing Shan. He chuckled lightly. The Tianka Group construction site? This is getting interesting. Tianka Group was well known in Yuqing, and their developments were always highly sought after. Jin Xiuqing Shan, in particular, was one of their flagship projects. For something so bizarre to occur there, it was bound to be causing them major headaches. With that thought, Sumo hailed a ride and headed straight for the site. That guy completed another task? At the 749 Bureau, Lin Xianxian stared at the newly reported task completion record, her eyes gleaming with a mix of curiosity and admiration. She glanced through Sumo's task history, feeling a bit exasperated but undeniably impressed. This guy sure was relentless. From the intel on Sumo, hardly anyone knew where he had come from. Originally just an ordinary student, his name had suddenly begun appearing frequently in task reports. Lin suspected he might be the descendant of some hidden cultivation family or training ground, likely sent out to gain experience now that he had reached the right age. Such cases weren't uncommon, and Lin herself had learned her ghost-catching techniques from her family. Still, she couldn't shake a lingering question. Why was Sumo's performance so extraordinary? Even his ghost-seeing abilities seemed unnaturally sharp. At the same time, Lin hadn't forgotten about the situation with Tianka Group. What's the latest on Tianka Group? Lin abruptly asked. A few incidents occurred there recently. Several workers at the construction site have died. Wang Lang replied casually, while fiddling with a new-shaped charm in his hand. We've already sent 3 team members to investigate, but there's no conclusion yet. Keep a close eye on it, and report back to me immediately if there's any news, Lin instructed, her brows furrowing slightly. Something about that place feels off. Wang chuckled lightly. Don't worry. It's probably just some low-level ghosts causing trouble. The 3 team members I sent are all level 2 cultivators. They're more than capable of handling it. Good. Lin sighed, the worry on her face easing slightly. However, unbeknownst to her, a new storm was quietly brewing in the shadows. Hey, buddy, are you heading to check out a house? The taxi driver asked loudly, one hand on the steering wheel, as he glanced at Sumo. Yeah. Sumo nodded calmly, his expression indifferent. Let me give you some advice. Didn't buy that place. The driver suddenly slapped his thigh, lowering his voice as he leaned in with a mysterious look. Sir, please keep your hands on the wheel. I'm a bit nervous here. Sumo's mouth twitched as he glanced at the driver's hands. Are all cab drivers this chatty? Oh, sorry, I got carried away. The driver gave an apologetic smile before leaning closer again, lowering his voice further. But seriously, I heard they dug up a coffin at that place a few days ago. He gestured wildly to indicate the size. This big, and it was painted red. Sumo silently fastened his seatbelt, thinking to himself, if someone with my skills ends up dying in a car accident, that would be absurd. Sir, your hands. Sumo tried to remind him, but the driver cut him off again. Word is, 34 people have already died there, and in the worst ways completely drained of blood. The driver smacked his lips dramatically. They say the coffin holds a vampire, the kind that sucks people's blood. Sumo rolled his eyes. How had the rumor escalated from a few deaths to over 30? And a vampire? A zombie would make more sense. Really? He replied nonchalantly. How would I know? That's just what people are saying. The driver nodded solemnly. But seriously, buddy, don't go there. That place is cursed. I'm just going to take a look. Sumo closed his eyes, signaling the end of the conversation. The driver wisely stopped talking, and the car fell into a brief silence. An hour later, the driver spoke up again. Hey, buddy, we're here. Sumo opened his eyes. Outside the car window, a striking figure caught his attention. Whoa, isn't that Lu Qingmei from Tianka Group? She's stunning. The driver's eyes were glued to her. The woman stood at the construction site entrance, dressed impeccably in professional attire. She was about 170 centimeters tall, wearing nude-colored stockings and a knee-length pencil skirt that accentuated her figure. She occasionally glanced at her watch, clearly waiting for someone. She does have great legs, Sumo commented flatly. His gaze remained calm, though he acknowledged her beauty. Her fair complexion, delicate features, and lively almond-shaped eyes made her undeniably attractive. I heard she's the heiress of Tianka Group. Didn't she get some fancy MBA degree overseas? I just saw her in the news recently. The driver excitedly pulled out his phone, snapping a few photos from afar. He quickly started messaging someone. Irwa, check this out, what a beauty. Sumo paid the fare, got out of the car, and walked toward the construction site entrance. Hello, he greeted. Hearing his voice, the woman looked up, her red lips parting slightly as she spoke in a low, sultry tone. And you are? Zhou boss called me to come over, Sumo replied. You're Mr. Su? Lu Qingmei was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Zhou Yuanshan's so-called Mr. Su to be so young. Show me around. Of course, this way. Lu Qingmei quickly composed herself, turning to lead the way with a graceful yet respectful demeanor. The driver, who had been about to turn the car around, froze when he saw the scene. His jaw nearly dropped. Lu Qingmei was treating that young man with such deference? The driver's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, could it be that this guy is the real boss of Tianka Group? The more he thought about it, the more regretful he felt. He smacked his steering wheel, wishing he could slap himself. Why on earth had he been rambling about coffins and ghost stories to someone like that? Damn it, missed that golden opportunity. He sighed, reluctantly turning the car around and muttering to himself. Big shots have their stories, but I've got fares to catch. Mr. Su, hey, race the situation. Lu Qingmei followed closely behind Sumo, her almond eyes wide with urgency. 3 days ago, the workers at the site unearthed a blood-stained coffin. A bleeding coffin? Sumo stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on the depths of the construction site. The surroundings seemed ordinary, lacking the eerie atmosphere of the steel mill from before. Lu Qingmei noticed him pause, quickly stepped forward, and handed him her phone after unlocking it. Sumo took the phone and glanced down. The screen displayed a clear photo of the construction site. Amid scattered building materials, a large pit was visible on the ground, with the corner of a coffin faintly peeking out. The photo appeared to have been taken by one of the workers. The coffin was an ominous blood-red color, as if it had been coated in thick red paint, exuding an unsettling and oppressive aura. Keep scrolling, Lu Qingmei urged. Sumo swiped through the images, gradually revealing the coffin's full appearance. The vibrant blood red would seemed almost unreal, so vivid it was hard to believe it actually existed. Even through the phone screen, Sumo could sense a chilling, otherworldly coldness. These photos were sent to me by the workers at the site, Lu Qingmei explained. Actually, it's not uncommon for construction sites to unearth coffins. Most people just pretend they didn't see anything, she continued. Sumo nodded in agreement. True. Who would dare mess with something like that? If it turns out to be an ancient artifact, the construction timeline could be delayed indefinitely. He paused. But what about the bleeding? What's going on with this coffin? Lu Qingmei sighed, her expression flickering with hesitation. This coffin is too unusual. I wasn't sure what to do, so I told the workers not to touch it and decided to consult someone first. She looked at Sumo, her brows furrowed. But you know, some of the workers who found the coffin started spreading rumors about gold inside. They opened it. Sumo's lips twitched. The audacity of those workers was baffling. A blood-red coffin that clearly looked ominous, yet they still dared to entertain such thoughts. They tried, but didn't fully succeed. Lu Qingmei's expression grew more complex. One night, a few of them sneaked onto the site with tools, intending to open the coffin. But as soon as they pried it open slightly, blood began gushing out of the coffin. It soaked the surrounding soil, turning it bright red. The scene was horrifying. She fell silent for a moment before playing a video on her phone. The footage showed the blood-red coffin with a small crack opened. Blood poured out like a torrent, filling the air with a nauseating stench. The workers panicked, trying to close the coffin, but the blood had already stained the surrounding ground. The video became shaky and chaotic, with indistinct voices in the background. Did those workers die after opening the coffin? Sumo's expression darkened. Lu Qingmei nodded. Yes, all 4 of them died shortly after. But the strangest part is that their bodies disappeared. Disappeared? Sumo raised an eyebrow, his tone skeptical. What do you mean? Exactly that they vanished. Lu Qingmei replied in a hushed tone. We sent their bodies to the funeral home for processing and to discuss compensation with their families. But to our shock, the corpses went missing one after another. When we checked the funeral home surveillance footage, we saw something unbelievable. Their bodies got up and walked out on their own. A flicker of shock crossed Sumo's eyes. That's beyond strange. And that's not all, Lu Qingmei added, her voice growing more tense. The bodies later reappeared at the construction site, only to disappear completely after that. Sumo glanced at Lu Qingmei. The fact that she was still willing to stay at such a site spoke volumes about her courage. He smiled faintly. Has the construction been halted? Lu Qingmei nodded, a wry smile on her face. Yes, the site is sealed off. No one dares to resume work. Honestly, if it were nighttime, I wouldn't come here alone, either. She hesitated before adding. Oh, by the way, someone else came here this morning besides you. Someone else? Sumo's heart sank slightly, a trace of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Who? They claim to be from Bureau 749, Lu Qingmei said, her tone laced with unease. The three of them had been inside for quite a while. Sumo and Lu Qingmei chatted as they walked, quickly making their way to the deeper part of the construction site. Lu Qingmei pointed toward an excavated area in the distance, her voice trembling slightly. The coffin was dug out from the bottom of that pit. I see. Sumo handed the phone back to her, his expression serious. I'll go check it out. President Lu, it's best if you wait outside and keep your distance from here. Lu Qingmei nodded in agreement, fully aware that she wouldn't be of any help in such a strange situation. She turned and left, phone in hand. A bleeding coffin, a corpse that disappears and reappears. Sumo narrowed his eyes, a faint smirk playing at his lips. He strode purposefully toward the foundation pit and soon reached its edge. However, to his surprise, there was neither the coffin Lu Qingmei had described nor any personnel from Bureau 749. The reason was clear. An inky black fog had completely engulfed the entire pit, resembling an abyss with no visible bottom. No wonder there was no sign of energy from the outside. It was all concentrated here. Sumo began descending into the pit along a steep path. His figure soon vanished into the dense fog. Meanwhile, outside the construction site, a middle-aged man wearing a white hard hat approached Lu Qingmei with a worried expression. President Lu, are you sure that young man can handle this? Lu Qingmei shook her head. Honestly, I'm not sure. She was full of doubts herself. Sumo looked so young, like a college student. Could he really deal with something this bizarre? But remembering the respectful tone Zhao Yuron had used when speaking about Sumo over the phone, along with his insistence that Sumo be treated with utmost respect, she forced herself to suppress her uncertainty. If you ask me, the people from Bureau 749 are the real experts for this kind of thing. The man in the white hard hat rubbed his hands nervously. I've done my research. There's an official department for handling stuff like this. President Lu, there's no doubt about it now. Our site is haunted. Lu Qingmei almost rolled her eyes. She thought to herself, you've already seen the corpse with your own eyes. Do you really need to emphasize the obvious? Meanwhile, inside the foundation pit. Ugh, cough. Sumo moved forward through the thick fog, visibility reduced to just a few meters. The surroundings were shrouded in a gray haze, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench. Concentrating, he circulated his qi and blood, creating a vacuum-like space about 10 feet around him. The murky fog was pushed away from this cleared area. Suddenly, Sumo stopped in his tracks, his gaze locking onto the ground ahead. There lay a severed arm, its pale, sickly gray skin devoid of life. The cut at the shoulder was unnervingly smooth, as if it had been sliced cleanly by something razor-sharp. A few steps further, there was another arm, then 2 legs, and a torso, but no trace of a head. Eek! A strange, high-pitched sound reached his ears. Through the fog, Sumo finally made out the silhouette of a figure. The person was hunched over, head bowed, holding a needle and thread. They were meticulously stitching something together. On closer inspection, Sumo realized it was a bloodless, lifeless torso. Just one more piece, the figure muttered to himself. His neck twisted unnaturally, almost mechanically, as he picked up a chunk of flesh from the ground. Carefully, he aligned it with the torso and continued his grim sewing. It's done. He abruptly snapped the thread in his hand and looked up at Sumo, his lips curling into an eerie smile. Under the dim light, Sumo finally saw it clearly. The man's face was covered in threads, his features crudely stitched together as if someone had reassembled a dismembered corpse into a grotesque, defective creation. His entire face resembled a crumpled ragdoll, hideous and distorted. It wasn't just his face, his hands and feet were stitched together too. He staggered to his feet, wobbling as he moved a short distance away to pick up a severed arm and a leg. His movements were careful and focused, as though handling a precious piece of art. Then he returned to his spot and began sewing. First, the arms, then the legs. The needle darted back and forth, his hands moving with practiced precision. Sumo stood still, his gaze calm as he watched the scene unfold. Finally, the body in his hands was fully pieced together. To Sumo's astonishment, the corpse wobbled upright, flexing its arms and legs as though it were a puppet awakening for the first time. Wait, something was missing. A head. The head, where is it? The man muttered to himself, holding his thread-covered needle as he scanned the pile of corpses around him. His gaze eventually settled on Suemo. His eyes lit up with sudden realization, and his grin widened. Oh, there it is. Suemo didn't move, standing motionless as he watched the bizarre performance continue. He noticed several piles of body parts scattered around, clearly spare parts yet to be sewn together. The man's grin grew even wider, revealing his ghastly white teeth. He raised his thick needle, gesturing in the air as if carefully measuring something. His voice was disturbingly earnest, as though selecting the perfect component. Your head is perfect. Come on, hand it over, and I'll stitch it on for you. His mouth opened and closed, spewing hollow words that sent chills down the spine. At the same time, the newly sewn corpse still missing a torso started shuffling towards Suemo. Its hands reached out as if expecting Suemo to obediently offer his head. Pathetic tricks. Suemo snorted coldly, stepped forward, and swung his fist. Bang! The stitched-up body shattered instantly, breaking into pieces of decayed flesh, scattering across the ground like a demolished set of building blocks. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a level 1 ghost entity grudge spirit. Reward, 100 merit points. A prompt echoed in his mind. Suemo scoffed, his expression full of disdain. A mere level 1 ghost dares to covet my head? You destroyed my masterpiece. He'll chop you into pieces and stitch you back together. You'll be my finest creation. The man shrieked hysterically, his eyes crazed with madness. Thick black mist erupted from his body, snaking out like venomous serpents and burrowing into the surrounding flesh. Crack, crack, crack. The scattered chunks of flesh seemed to come alive, moving on their own to reassemble. The grating sound of friction was unbearable. In the blink of an eye, two grotesque humanoid figures stood before Suemo, stitched together from corpse fragments, their joints and skin tangled with messy threads, as if ready to burst apart at any moment. Shred him to pieces. The stitcher bellowed. The two patchwork figures each manifested a gleaming long blade, letting out ear-piercing howls as they charged at Suemo. Suemo raised an eyebrow. That's it. Without a hint of fear, he met them heat-in. His fists moved like thunder. Boom, boom. With two resounding blows, the stitched creatures disintegrated instantly, collapsing back into a heap of flesh scattered across the ground. Ding. Defeated level 2 ghost entity stitched puppets 2. Reward, 200 merit points. Your turn. Suemo strode toward the stitcher, whose twisted smile finally began to falter. The man stumbled backward, trembling and gasping for air in panic. Suddenly, he let out a piercing scream and turned to flee. Too late. Sumo's kick landed squarely, sending him tumbling to the ground. The man howled in pain as the threads on his body unraveled with a loud snap, like a bundle of loose twine coming apart. Oh, you like playing with Legos, huh? Suemo stepped forward and grabbed one of the man's legs. With a forceful yank, rip, the leg was torn off with ease, as if plucking weeds from the ground. Go on, keep stitching. Didn't you enjoy sewing corpses to scare people? Keep going. His actions were ruthless. In mere moments, he had torn off all the man's limbs, leaving only a head and a mangled torso writhing on the ground like a bloated maggot, utterly repulsive. Mercy, please. The man finally broke, his eyes filled with terror, his voice shaking. This guy, he was a monster, far more terrifying than himself. Damn it. Suemo kicked him twice more before crouching down. Spit it out. What's going on? How did you die? And how did you become a ghost? The man's face was filled with terror, and his voice trembled as he said, the four of us were overcome by greed and decided to pry open the coffin to take the gold inside. But as soon as we lifted the lid, a gush of dark red blood came pouring out. I was so scared that I quickly closed the coffin, and after that, everything became a blur. When I came to, I found myself standing next to the coffin again. Suddenly, something crawled out of it, a monster. It wielded a sharp blade and sliced us into pieces, then stitched us back together with thread. That's how I survived. But I became a stitched ghoul, unable to resist the urge to tear things apart and sew them back together. So I ended up killing those 3 co-workers of mine. Enough, Suemo interrupted. Who was inside the coffin? I don't know. The man shook his head. I only know that he was powerful, and like me, his entire body was stitched together with thread. Before me, did anyone else come in here? Yes. They all headed toward the coffin. Why didn't you stop them? I was busy stitching corpses at the time. I didn't run into them. Suemo was speechless. So, if you hadn't run into me, you wouldn't have stopped me either? I just want to sew corpses. Realizing he wouldn't get any useful information, Suemo ended the conversation by stomping on the man's head, crushing it. With a loud bang, the stitches on the man's body unraveled, and he disintegrated into a pile of flesh. A system notification echoed. Congratulations, host. You have killed a level 2 ghost stitched ghoul. Reward, 500 merit points. After gaining the merit points, Suemo followed his memory and headed in the direction of the coffin. Suddenly, a sharp voice called out from within the mist, and a young woman dressed in the standard black combat uniform of Bureau 749 emerged. Who are you? Get out of here now. This place is dangerous, she said urgently. You're with Bureau 749? Suemo asked. The woman was taken aback. How do you know? Are you also a ghost hunter? We need to leave immediately. There's a level 3 ghost inside the coffin. It's way beyond what we can handle. Where are the others? Suemo continued. They were all killed by that ghost. I barely managed to escape, the woman spoke as she slowly approached Suemo. When she got within 2 steps, she suddenly drew a gleaming long blade and swung it towards Suemo's neck, a sinister smile curling at her lips. But in the next instant, a golden light flashed, and an ethereal golden bell covered in runes materialized around Suemo, shielding him completely. The long blade struck the bell with a muffled clang before shattering into pieces, leaving only the hilt in the woman's hand. Impossible. She froze in shock. The man before her had been prepared all along. She had hidden herself so well, leaving no flaws. So how had he discovered her? And how was his defense so incredibly strong? The enhanced golden bell shield was indeed extraordinary. Her shabby blade had snapped cleanly upon impact. Suemo couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Are you wondering how I discovered you? He asked with a sly grin. Well, you did a good job hiding. There's no trace of ghostly energy on you. He pointed to her eyes. But I bet you didn't carry a mirror, did you? Your eyes, only the whites are showing. What normal person has no irises? In a place like this, if you're not a ghost, then what are you? Ah. The woman in combat gear let out a piercing scream as a surge of ghostly energy erupted from her body. Her appearance twisted and shifted until she transformed into a patchwork corpse. Her form resembled the stitched-together ghost Suemo had faced earlier. Kill! 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 She shrieked in fury, lunging at Suemo. He stood firm, unmoving, as her fists pounded against the shimmering projection of the golden bell shield. The protective aura rippled slightly under her assault, but her strength was far from enough to breach it. Her attacks were utterly futile. My turn. Suemo seized the opportunity, launching a powerful punch. Bang! His fist struck her chest squarely, causing her body to bend as her chest caved inward and her back jutted out unnaturally. Off you go. Suemo quickly closed the gap, driving his right elbow fiercely into her chin. She let out a pained scream as her body spun backward like a whirlwind, crashing heavily to the ground. With a loud thud, her body shattered like a pile of blocks, breaking apart into chunks the size of fists. Only her head remained intact. Her pale, lifeless eyes fixated on Suemo as the faintest hint of black returned to them. A trace of relief seemed to flicker in her gaze. Her lips moved faintly as the light in her eyes faded to gray, and her life slipped away entirely. Watching her lips, Suemo softly repeated her final words. Be careful, they're all. Ding. A notification chimed in Suemo's mind. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 2 ghost entity, vengeful spirit. Reward, 500 merit points. Suemo let out a deep sigh. It seemed the 2 remaining members of Unit 749 were likely beyond saving. Without pausing, he pressed forward. Soon, the dense fog began to dissipate, and his attention was drawn to a blood-red coffin in the distance. It lay silently, tightly sealed, surrounded by an eerie stillness. He scanned the area, his gaze piercing through the mist as he searched for the 2 remaining members of Unit 749. Perhaps they were hiding somewhere, planning to make another move? If you don't come out now, they'll smash your bedroom to pieces. Suemo muttered, a surge of fiery energy coursing through him. The surrounding mist began to retreat further. Suddenly thud, thud thud, thud thud thud, a strange knocking sound echoed, seemingly coming from within the coffin. Creak. The coffin shifted, its lid cracking open slightly from the inside. A thick red mist poured out, accompanied by a gushing stream of blood, like a fountain spilling over. A pale, slender arm emerged. The arm was smooth and elegant, with unnaturally long fingernails tinged with an ashen gray hue, marring its beauty with an unsettling air. Blood trickled down the skin, flowing swiftly and unnaturally, as though heralding the arrival of a new and ominous presence. Heh, another one. The woman's voice was flirtatious yet eerie, laced with an unsettling excitement. The coffin lid was pushed open a bit more, and a dense, blood-red mist spilled out. Another hand slowly reached out, its grayish-brown nails clawing at the edges of the coffin. Both hands gripped tightly, fingers curling as if exerting every ounce of strength. With a loud clatter, a head emerged from within, and a figure sat up straight. Its head turned stiffly towards Suemo, locking its lifeless gaze on him. It was a woman, and she was rather striking in appearance. Her upper body was bare, with streams of blood cascading down her skin. Some blood pooled in the hollow of her collarbone, glinting with an eerie sheen. Her long black hair fell like a dark waterfall, partially veiling her chest, lending her a faintly mysterious allure. However, the thick, black stitches encircling her neck ruined the otherwise perfect symmetry of her body. Her neck had once been severed and crudely stitched back together. What a body! Magnificent! Her eyes gleamed blood-red with greed as she looked Suemo up and down, like a predator eyeing a freshly cooked steak. Suemo's gaze involuntarily shifted to her shoulders, where similar stitches marked the joints. Her arms had been severed and reattached as well. Judging by the crude stitching, her limbs and head had all been dismembered at some point and then pieced back together. Suemo frowned slightly, thinking to himself, this is beyond grotesque. The woman extended a finger and beckoned. Instantly, a strange force surged into Suemo's body. His mind blurred, and he felt as though he had lost control of his own movements. The force burned like fire, threatening to consume him entirely. But in that moment, the fiery essence of his cultivation, the blazing sun of vitality in his danshin seemed provoked. It erupted with dazzling brilliance, and the surging energy within him overwhelmed and extinguished the sinister force. Suemo snapped back to clarity, his heart pounding in alarm. This power, it's terrifyingly strange. He was momentarily stunned. The female corpse before him was far more formidable than any other supernatural entity he had encountered. Members of the 749 Bureau would likely fall under her control the instant they faced her. If it weren't for his 9 suns devouring heaven technique, with its robust vitality that obliterated her power, he might not have been so lucky today. Come here, the woman beckoned again, her lips curling into a sinister smile. Her power surged toward him once more, but Suemo was now immune to the attack. Fine. Suemo stepped toward the female corpse, his gaze unwavering. Come, I'll make you feel ecstasy, she teased seductively, standing fully upright as she emerged from the coffin. Her figure was enticing, with long, slender legs and a body that seemed crafted to allure. Thud. Suddenly, a lifeless body fell out with her movements. It was a man, his face frozen in terror, his body emaciated and twisted. His lower half, however, was grotesquely distended. Suemo instantly recognized the uniform. It matched the one worn by the woman he had encountered earlier. Both were members of the 749 Bureau. This man had been drained to the point of becoming little more than a dried husk. Lu Qingmei had told him earlier that among the 3 who entered, there were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman had been dismembered into pieces. What about the other male teammate? Come on. It's such bliss. The woman's voice grew more urgent, her fingers beckoning repeatedly, as if in haste. Suemo felt a sudden unease, sensing danger. Without warning, a gaunt man lunged from the coffin. He was clad in black tactical gear, his skeletal hands clamping around the female corpse's neck. Her head twisted sharply backward, and her body staggered off balance. The man lifted his face, revealing a visage so sunken and skeletal it barely resembled a human. He shouted frantically at Suemo, "Run! Get out of here! Run!" Before he could finish, the female corpse's body trembled violently, as if she had lost control. He's from 749. He's not dead yet. Suemo's eyes narrowed as he instantly activated the power of the Golden Bell shield, enveloping his entire body in a golden glow. Without hesitation, he threw a punch, the force of his fist whistling through the air. The woman clearly hadn't expected such a sudden attack. Blood energy surged around her, and the thin, gaunt man was sent flying. Just as she turned to look at Suemo, a fist wrapped in golden light suddenly appeared before her eyes, slamming heavily into her head. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the female corpse was flung out of the coffin, rolling several times on the ground before twisting herself upright. Impressive defense. She can take my punch without shattering, Suemo thought to himself as he quickly approached the fallen man. Keeping the Golden Bell shield active, he remained cautious, knowing how cunning supernatural entities could be. Are you alright? Suemo leaned down and asked. The man lifted his head, his murky, lifeless eyes struggling to focus. Are you Mr. Su? Suemo froze for a moment. This man knew him. The steel mill. I saw you there. The man gasped, speaking quickly. Be careful. She's a blood corpse, bred and controlled by someone, not just an ordinary ghost. The 3 of us couldn't kill her. We failed the mission. Please, Mr. Su, you must destroy her completely. Don't let her escape and harm others. If I become a ghost myself, I beg you. Before he could finish, the man's throat convulsed, his arm fell limp, and he exhaled his final breath. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open, fixated on the direction of the female corpse. Don't worry. I will kill her. Suemo gently closed the man's eyelids, though they refused to stay shut. As he stood, Suemo's entire body erupted with fiery blood energy, and the golden bell's glow intensified. Die! The female corpse suddenly swung her pale hand, unleashing countless white streaks of light barely visible to the naked eye. The golden bell's surface rippled with waves, the ground beneath them cracked, and distant concrete pillars shattered in response. This was how she turned people into shredded pieces. How is this possible? The female corpse stared in disbelief at the unharmed Suemo, clearly not expecting her deadly slicing technique to be completely ineffective. Got anything else? Suemo sneered, charging forward and grabbing her arm. With a mighty swing, he hurled her through the air. Her body arced before crashing to the ground, bouncing several times upon impact. Suemo followed up with a flurry of punches, pounding the female corpse until she resembled a lifeless fish flopping on the ground. If not for her unnaturally durable body, she would have been reduced to a pile of mush long ago. You're one tough bastard. Suemo growled, stomping on her left ribcage. Grabbing her left arm with both hands, he yanked it forcefully. With a sickening tear, the stitches on her arm split apart, and the entire limb was ripped off, spilling a swarm of maggots from the severed stump. Her bloated body writhed grotesquely on the ground. Disgusting, Suemo muttered, flinging the arm far away. To his surprise, the severed arm propped itself up and began crawling back toward the female corpse. Not a chance. Suemo kicked the female corpse away, scanning the area before spotting a chunk of concrete reinforced with steel rebar, roughly the size of a human head. This should do the trick, he said, stomping on the writhing arm to pin it down. He then swung the concrete block with both hands, smashing it down with relentless force. Thud, thud, thud. After dozens of strikes, the concrete block shattered, and the arm was reduced to a bloody, maggot-ridden mess. It twitched a few times before finally going still. The gruesome scene was almost too horrific to witness. Ugh, Suemo spat. Suemo kicked aside the decayed arm without hesitation and charged straight at the female corpse. What are you doing? The female corpse shrieked, scrambling to evade him. But her speed was no match for Suemo, who caught her in an instant. A sharp tearing sound echoed as Suemo ripped off her other arm with brute force. Employing the same tactic, he sent her flying with a powerful kick. Swiftly pulling out a prepared concrete block, he rushed forward and smashed it repeatedly against her severed arms, thoroughly reducing them to useless remnants. Turning to the now Venus-like female corpse, Sumo's lips curled into a warm smile. However, to the female corpse, that seemingly gentle expression was more terrifying than any demon. Ah! The female corpse let out a blood-curdling scream, spewing a thick mist of blood from her mouth. Within the crimson fog, her two mangled arms transformed into ghostly light and quickly reattached to her body. TCH. They're back again, Suemo muttered, frowning at the sight. The reattached arms were now grotesquely disfigured, their twisted appearance significantly marring her so-called beauty. How dare you? You wretch! The female corpse roared in a piercing, grating voice. You dared to damage my perfect body. I won't let you live. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Aya! With her screams, a dense blood mist erupted from her mouth. The ground around the coffin suddenly cracked open in 9 places, revealing half-human-sized clay jars. The jars floated into the air and then shattered simultaneously, splattering blood everywhere. From the broken jars emerged 9 infant corpses. Mommy! The infants mumbled incoherently, their sharp, eerie voices sending chills down anyone's spine. Go! The female corpse snarled, pointing at Suemo with a twisted grin. This is the feast Mommy prepared for you. Devour him. With a chilling screech, the 9 infant corpses opened their gory mouths wide and transformed into streaks of ghostly light, rushing towards Suemo. Unfazed, Suemo struck them down one by one with ease, as if swatting flies. Bits of infant corpses flew through the air and rained down like droplets. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 1 ghost creature infant corpse. Reward, 100 merit points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 2 ghost creature infant corpse. Reward, 500 merit points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for. The system notifications rang out in quick succession. In no time, Suemo had obliterated all 9 infant corpses, glancing briefly at his merit points an impressive increase of 1,700 points. Ha ha ha, me children, come back to mommy. The female corpse, instead of mourning the loss of the infant corpses, seemed exhilarated. She opened her mouth wide and inhaled sharply, drawing all the scattered flesh and fragments into her abdomen. Her belly swelled grotesquely, and her aura intensified rapidly, growing even more menacing than before. Die! Empowered by her newfound strength, the female corpse became relentless. Her figure blurred into a shadow as she darted towards Suemo at an alarming speed. With a swish, 2 pitch-black, mangled arms appeared before Suemo, their long, grayish-brown claws gleaming with a deadly sheen. The golden bell projection surrounding Suemo flared brightly, its runes shimmering as its protective power surged. Screech! The female corpse's claws scraped against the golden bell projection, producing a grating, ear-splitting sound akin to a blade dragging across steel. Kill! 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 She shrieked, wildly thrashing her arms in a frenzied assault. Sparks flew as her claws struck the golden bell, which remained unscathed despite the relentless onslaught. Her attacks were so frenzied that her arms left ghostly afterimages in the air. But no matter how fiercely she attacked, she couldn't make even a single scratch on the golden bell projection. Impressive! Suemo exclaimed, calm and composed within the golden bell's protection. He gave a thumbs up, marveling at the barrier's defense capabilities absolutely unbreakable. With just the first stage enhancement of the golden bell shield, this bizarre corpse was almost exhausted. If he could strengthen it to the 9th level, wouldn't he be able to stack 9 layers of golden bell shadows? Just thinking about it made Suemo feel thrilled. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. You bastard! Are you laughing at me? The female corpse stood a short distance away, trembling all over, her arms twitching slightly from prolonged attacks. She glared at Sumo's utterly unyielding protective shield, her eyes blazing with fury. This is infuriating. That shield of yours is like a turtle shell. She glanced down at her hands. The sight utterly ghastly. Her 10 fingernails were all bent backward, the nail beds torn along with flesh, leaving her palms covered in a sticky, gory mess. The claws that could easily tear through steel now looked as pitiful as crushed petals. Huh. Sumo snapped back to reality, noticing the female corpse's miserable state. He apologized with a slightly regretful tone. Sorry, I got distracted just now. What were you saying? The female corpse's eyes widened. You're insufferable. Absolutely insufferable. She gritted her teeth, seething with rage. This guy was completely toying with her. What do I do? Should I run? She glanced down at her swollen abdomen, where the restless souls of 9 children churned within. Handprints, footprints, and even the occasional twisted little face pressed against her skin, creating an eerie spectacle. Run, she finally decided. There was no other choice. This man was way out of her league. She abruptly turned around, transforming into a streak of ghostly light as she darted into the mist behind her. Before disappearing, she shouted a venomous warning. You won't get away with this. Just wait. He'll be back. Sumo's smile instantly vanished, his gaze sharpening. You think he'll let you escape? Stop right there. He stomped hard on the ground, leaving deep imprints as his body shot forward like a cannonball, chasing into the ghostly mist. Damn it. The female corpse heard the commotion behind her, and, upon glancing back to see Sumo in hot pursuit, felt her heart leap in terror. She immediately exhaled a dense cloud of ghostly energy to shroud herself and pushed her speed to the limit. Although Sumo hadn't mastered any Lightfoot techniques, his cultivation in the 9-yang devouring heaven skill filled his body with surging vitality. Each step propelled him an astonishing distance, and the gap between them quickly narrowed. Stop running. Let me tell you a joke. Sumo shouted. Once there was a eunuch who loved eating dragon fruit. One day he noticed his urine was red. Terrified, he immediately consulted a doctor. The doctor told him. The female corpse had no intention of responding, but the abrupt pause in the joke left her feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. Unable to resist, she turned back and asked, What happened next? What happened next? Nothing happened next. Sumo replied. Huh. The female corpse, still fleeing for her life, mulled over the unfinished joke. Suddenly, she realized the double entendre and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, a eunuch has nothing next. Wait. No. I'm supposed to be running for my life. She snapped back to reality and looked back, only to see that Sumo had closed the distance while she was momentarily distracted. You despicable trickster, she cursed, accelerating once more. But just then, a surge of blood-red light appeared ahead. A visible crimson barrier, covered in strange and ominous symbols, blocked her path. The female corpse was caught off guard. It was too late to stop, and she slammed straight into the barrier. Duong. She crashed heavily against the blood-red barrier, causing it to tremble violently as the symbols flickered chaotically. The powerful rebound flung her backward, and she tumbled across the ground in a disheveled heap. The crimson barrier disappeared in an instant. Huh. Sumo halted his steps, cautiously observing from a distance. This peculiar crimson barrier hadn't been there when he entered. Where did it suddenly come from? The female corpse rose from the ground, her body twisted and deformed from the impact. Black, ghostly energy swirled around her, rapidly mending the sunken areas of her body. Once restored, she lunged forward again. Duong. The crimson barrier reappeared like an invisible wall, blocking her path firmly. Refusing to back down, the female corpse attempted several more times, but the result remained the same. Each time she approached that area, the barrier would immediately manifest. Interesting. Sumo's lips curled into a smirk. He wasn't sure what it was, but since it could stop the female corpse, it saved him the trouble of chasing her. What is this thing? Why won't it let me leave? The female corpse shouted in despair, hurling herself against the barrier over and over. Yet the crimson wall didn't budge an inch, as solid as a rock. I understand now. She suddenly collapsed to the ground, tears streaming from her eyes. You wretched liar. You deceived me. She slowly stood up, her aura of resentment and killing intent surging like a tide. Turning to face Sumo, she began to approach him step by step. Under the influence of the ghostly energy, her fingernails grew rapidly, stretching to a foot in length within seconds. They gleamed like 10 sharp daggers, cutting through the air with a chilling light. I can't escape, so we'll fight you to the death. Arg. With a piercing scream, the female corpse charged at Sumo, her nails slashing through the air, creating explosive, slicing sounds. Her movements were so fast that only afterimages remained. Sumo remained calm, the phantom of a golden protective shield forming around him. The female corpse's frenzied attacks seemed to only polish an invisible pane of glass. Aren't you tired? Sumo's gaze stayed locked on her movements. his fists clenched tightly, terrifying and scorching yang energy swirling around his knuckles. If not for his mastery of the Nine Suns devouring art, which greatly enhanced his vision, he might have been overwhelmed by her speed. I'm not tired. The female corpse persisted relentlessly. But I am. Suddenly, Suemo struck. His hand shot through the golden shield, grabbing her wrist like a bolt of lightning. Ah! The female corpse shrieked, but before she could react, an immense force coursed from her wrist through her entire body. Down you go. Suemo swung her violently, sending her body arcing through the air before slamming heavily into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. That's for spinning. And spinning. And spinning again. He'll make sure you've spun enough. Suemo grabbed her and, using himself as the pivot, repeatedly smashed her into the ground. With each impact, a humanoid pit formed in the earth. From above, the series of oddly shaped craters looked like some bizarre martial arts diagram. Stop. I give up. At first, the female corpse screamed, but her voice grew weaker and weaker until it was barely audible. Only then did Suemo stop. He noticed her body had gone limp, her bones seemingly shattered. Whoops, got a bit carried away. Suemo grinned, pulling her closer. He raised his foot and stomped down on her abdomen. Ah! The female corpse let out one last anguished cry as her stomach burst open, scattering chunks of flesh everywhere, like an insect laying eggs. The fragments were the remains of infant corpses she had previously consumed. Still not dead? Suemo marveled at her tenacity. Taking a step forward, he grabbed her head and yanked it forcefully. Rip! Her head was torn clean off, but her body remained standing, trembling violently. Her limbs flailed chaotically, as though she still refused to give in. Suemo found a solid patch of concrete, carefully placed her severed head on it, and raised his fist. Flexing his wrist, he took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the still twitching head. The female corpse's face was filled with terror. Her mouth opened and closed repeatedly, but no sound emerged. Suemo had no interest in deciphering her silent pleas. Shoo! Quiet. He raised a finger to his lips. Let's make a bet. Let's see which is tougher, your head or my fist. If you can withstand 1,000 punches, I'll let you go. Deal? Seeing the doubt in her eyes, Suemo arched an eyebrow. What's with that look? Don't trust me, Suemo. The female corpse was almost in tears. 1,000 punches? Are you kidding me? You clearly have no intention of letting me go. Her lips moved incessantly, spewing curses at Suemo. Poisonous insults poured from her distorted mouth, with phrases like, may you have 8 sons in the future, filling the air. First punch. Suemo's eyes narrowed sharply as he raised his fist and brought it down forcefully on the top of the corpse's head. Crack. The cement floor beneath them split with a web-like pattern, and the female corpse's head sank noticeably, only to swell back up in a grotesque manner, like a deflated ball suddenly re-inflated by a heavy blow. Her eyeballs bulged from their sockets, and her mouth opened even wider, moving faster now. The words she spat out became even more vile. Second punch. Suemo didn't hesitate, delivering another powerful blow. This time, the corpse's head was grotesquely deformed, and her 2 blood-red eyeballs popped out of their sockets like marbles, rolling far away across the ground. Third punch. Fourth punch. Fifth punch. Suemo continued his relentless assault, each strike carrying overwhelming force. By the 9th punch, his arm felt slightly sore, but the female corpse's head was utterly destroyed, reduced to a bloody, unrecognizable pulp. Finally, the long-awaited system notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating a level 3 ghost entity blood corpse. Reward, 2,000 merit points. Current merit balance, 6,700 points. Suemo raised an eyebrow. This female corpse is also a level 3 ghost, yet it gave me 2,000 merit points, twice as much as that Scarface guy. Looking at the remains on the ground, he nodded to himself. Makes sense. This one was definitely tougher than Scarface. Suemo glanced at the system panel, noting his accumulated 6,700 merit points. A faint smile crept onto his lips. Good. I'm one step closer to my next upgrade. Thud. Not far away, the headless corpse collapsed heavily to the ground. It began to decay at a visible rate, leaving behind nothing but a pale, skeletal frame. A nauseating stench soon filled the air. Disgusting. Suemo covered his nose and cautiously walked forward, heading to the spot where the blood-red barrier had previously appeared. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. Nothing happened. Looks like I was right. The blood barrier only targeted the female corpse. Suemo nodded to himself. All done. He immediately activated his inner energy, dispersing much of the surrounding sinister aura. The thick fog began to fade, revealing the original scenery. Returning to the spot of the blood-red coffin, Suemo looked at the lifeless body of the 749 team member. That pair of eyes remained wide open, staring lifelessly, even though the spark of life had long since vanished. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly. You can rest in peace now. The female corpse is dead. She won't harm anyone anymore. As if understanding his words, the corpse's eyes slowly closed, never to open again. Sigh. Suemo let out a heavy breath. He held deep respect for the people of 749. It was their sacrifices that allowed ordinary people to live carefree lives in this world plagued by supernatural entities. After a brief pause, Suemo took out his phone and dialed Lei Daozhang's number. Mr. Su, what can I do for you? Lei Daozhang's voice carried an unmistakable excitement, as if eagerly awaiting new business. Daozhang, do you know how to contact someone from the 749 Bureau? Suemo asked directly. He wasn't familiar with the 749 Bureau, apart from a woman named Lin Xianxian. He hadn't interacted much with anyone else. The 749 Bureau? Lei Daozhang hesitated for a moment, but didn't ask further. He quickly provided a special number. Got it. We'll talk later, Suemo said succinctly before hanging up and dialing the special number. Meanwhile, roughly 100 kilometers away, Lei Daozhang stood at the entrance of an art school. Frowning, he extended his remaining 3 fingers, attempting to calculate something. After 2 attempts, he abruptly stopped, his face contorted with frustration. Almost forgot. Those 2 fingers were bitten off by that beast. I can't calculate accurately anymore, he muttered to himself, then shook his head. Forget it. Why bother? Not my problem. Lowering his hand, Lei Daozhang's face broke into a bright smile once again. His gaze shifted and landed on a tall girl. Suddenly, an elderly man dressed in trendy clothes approached her briskly, his eyes flickering as he said, Young lady, I can see darkness between your brows and a faint greenish glow on your forehead. The ominous energy around you is no small matter. The tall girl turned around, only to see an old man with a shifty look unabashedly sizing her up. Straightening her posture, she let out a cold snort. Huh, who asked for your opinion? Immaddo, you think the ominous energy around me could ever be small? With that, she clicked her high heels sharply against the pavement and strode toward a sports car parked by the roadside. What's going on, Wenwen? Asked a young man in the driver's seat, his dark eye circles betraying his exhaustion. He glanced at the old man outside the car. Ugh. Wenwen tossed her hair with a dramatic flair and said coquettishly, Some creepy old guy said I'm surrounded by bad luck. What a downer. The young man smirked. What if he's right? Oh, stop it. Wenwen playfully patted her chest and said in a sultry voice, Don't you already know whether I'm carrying bad luck today or not? She winked mischievously. The young man chuckled silently, started the engine, and the car sped off like an arrow released from its bow. Meanwhile, at the 749 Bureau headquarters, Captain, we've lost contact with Gao Feng and his team. Wang Lang walked into the office, his expression grave. The Tianka Group construction site incident was originally assigned to Gao Feng's 3-person team, but now they had gone completely silent, an ominous sign. What? How long has it been? Lin Xianxian stood up abruptly. 1 hour and 27 minutes, Wang Lang replied, taking a deep breath. They checked in once after entering the site, but there's been no word since. While areas with heavy yin energy often disrupt communication, this prolonged silence is definitely alarming. Something's happened. Lin Xianxian's face darkened. Get to the Tianka Group site immediately. The level of the ghostly entity there might have been underestimated. Calling Captain Wang Tianlei. Captain Lin, Captain Wang is still in Rongqing handling the Blue Moon Lake water ghost incident. He hasn't returned yet. I see. Lin Xianxian grabbed her phone as she headed out the door. Gather the team. We're leaving now. Hello? Anna, are you in Yuching? On the other end of the line, amidst the background noise of people playing drinking games, a playful female voice responded. Huh? Xiangxianji, how do you know I'm in Yuching having hot pot? Did you plant a camera on my forehead? Wow, you're such a creep. I love it. Lin Xianxian let out a long sigh. Do you have time? Come with me to the site. There's been an incident at the construction site. Huh. The laughter on the other end stopped abruptly. Something unclean? Send me the address. They'll be there right away. Just so you know, my fee still applies. At an underground hot pot restaurant, a young girl in a pink skirt with twin ponytails was just about to leave. Hey, pretty lady, where are you going? A drunk man slurred, grabbing her arm. You haven't finished eating yet. Are you trying to disrespect me? The girl glanced at his hand, said nothing, and grabbed a bottle of liquor, smashing it over his head. With a loud crack, blood began to flow everywhere. You hit me? The man clutched his head in disbelief, tears welling up. I'm going to sue you. The girl pulled a wad of cash from her bag and tossed it casually onto the table. Pointing at the man and then at the steaming hot pot, she said, That's 10 grand. It covers my hot pot bill and his medical expenses. Lin Xianxian and her team sped towards the Tianka Group construction site, like the wind. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was heavy. Everyone knew all too well what it could mean to lose contact in a place like that. Finally, Wang Lang broke the silence, his voice weighted with unease. Relax. What if their communication devices just malfunctioned? But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized how absurd they sounded. He forced a bitter smile, his voice lowering. Sigh. He let out a helpless sigh, silently praying that they would arrive in time. Suddenly, a shrill ringtone shattered the oppressive quiet in the car. Lin Xianxian grabbed her phone and quickly answered. Hello, it's me. On the other end of the line, a sorrowful voice spoke. Captain Lin, We received a call from an unknown number. They said Gao Feng and the others they've fallen. Lin Xianxian's fingers trembled slightly as she heard the words, a flash of grief crossing her eyes. But she quickly composed herself. As the team captain, she knew she had to remain strong. Who made the call? Are they at the scene? What happened? I checked. The call came from a regular number in Yuqing, registered to someone named Su Mo. The voice replied briefly. He said he saw 3 bodies wearing 749 combat uniforms, 2 men and 1 woman, and told us to get there as quickly as possible. Lin Xianxian put down the phone, her hand clenching into a fist, the veins on her pale hand faintly visible. A surge of anger boiled within her. The loss of her 3 team members filled her with rage. Gao Feng and the others were all second-level cultivators or higher, yet they were killed in such a short time, unable to even send back a message. This meant the entity they faced was at least a 3rd-level ghost, or even stronger. Sumo? Why was he at the scene? A flash of Sumo's image crossed her mind, his ruthless demeanor that night at the steel mill, mercilessly killing Scarface. She frowned slightly, an uneasy feeling creeping into her heart. Could it be that Sumo had already killed the ghost? Captain Lin, what's wrong? Wang Lang noticed the shift in her demeanor and asked in a low voice. Lin Xianxian took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. We just received word Gao Feng and the others may have fallen. The car fell into a heavy silence. Everyone lowered their heads. Even though they had anticipated this possibility, hearing it confirmed still brought an inescapable wave of sorrow. Damn those ghosts. One team member suddenly punched the seat in front of him, eyes red with fury. Gao Feng. Another team member gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. Don't worry. I swear. I'll avenge you, no matter the cost. Lin Xianxian quietly ran her hand over the peachwood, sword resting on her lap. Her gaze fixed forward, her voice cold and steady. Speed up. Meanwhile, outside the Tianka group site, the air was still. A man in a white hat hunched his shoulders against the cold wind, having already waited for over half an hour. From inside the building, faint sounds occasionally drifted out. Confused, the man asked, "What's going on in there? Why is it still so quiet?" Lu Qingmei shook her head slightly and replied indifferently, "I don't know. Should we go in and check?" The man in the white hat suggested. "You go." Lu Qingmei shot him a glare. "I'm not going in." The man quickly shook his head, fear flashing across his face. Inwardly, he thought to himself, who would dare go in there besides President Liu? Then shut up. Lu Qingmei snapped, her tone sharp. Her expression turned serious as she replayed Su Mo's instructions in her mind. No matter what happens, don't go inside. Just wait. Just then, the roar of a motorcycle engine broke the tension. Lu Qingmei looked up to see a large pink motorcycle speeding toward them, its engine growling like thunder. The bike screeched to a halt with a sharp, grating sound as its tires skidded against the ground. The piercing screech of the brakes sent a chill through everyone's hearts. A pink motorcycle skidded gracefully to a stop at the construction site entrance, leaving a sleek trail behind. The girl lightly tapped her foot to the ground, casually removing her helmet. Her pink twin ponytails instantly flew up, dancing gently in the breeze, perfectly complementing the color of her motorcycle. Huh. The man in the white hard hat paused, waving his hand impatiently. Where'd this girl come from? Shoo shoo. The project's not open today. Come back in a few days if you're here to look at houses. The girl ignored him, muttering softly to herself as she got off the bike. Looks like this is the place. Sis. Lu Qingmei stepped forward, lowering her voice. This place isn't safe. You should leave. I know. There's something unclean here, right? The girl nodded, her gaze shifting toward the depths of the construction site, a glimmer of gold flashing in her eyes. Huh? The negative energy seems to be dissipating, she murmured under her breath. Unclean, unclean. Lu Qingmei froze, scanning the girl up and down before blurting out. Are you with the 749 Bureau? Nope. The 749 Bureau sent for me. The girl beamed brightly. Haven't they arrived yet? Lu Qingmei, unsure which group she was referring to, hesitated before replying. A few people claiming to be from the 749 Bureau went in about half an hour ago. She pointed toward the inner part of the site and added, Mr. Su went in too, but none of them have come out yet. Mr. Su. The girl was about to ask further when several black sedans pulled up. Lin Xianxian stepped out with her team. Xianxian. The girl leaped forward, throwing herself toward Lin Xianxian. Stay back. Lin Xianxian said sternly, though her face betrayed a hint of helplessness as she opened her arms to accept the girl's enthusiasm. The girl jumped into Lin Xianxian's embrace, hooking her arms around her neck. Tilting her head up, she grinned. Xianxian, it's been so long. Did you miss me? Anna, get down. Lin Xianxian said in exasperation. Ma Anna was always so carefree, running around in a short skirt without a care, even with safety shorts underneath. Anna giggled and stood back on her feet. Xianxian, what's going on here? I took a quick look just now, and the negative energy inside seems to be fading. Lin Xianxian began walking as she replied. 3 of our team members went in and lost contact. She approached Lu Qingmei, pulling out her credentials with a serious expression. 749 Bureau. We're taking over this area for now. Lu Qingmei, not daring to argue, quickly waved her hands. No problem, no problem. Mr. Su said no one should go near the site until he comes out. Lin Xianxian nodded. It was Mr. Su who called us in to handle this. Stay clear of the area. With that, she led her team through the gates of the construction site. Sniff, sniff. Ma Anna sniffed the air as she walked, her nose twitching like a pink-haired Samoyed. Captain, what is she smelling? Wang Lang couldn't help but ask. It was his first time meeting Ma Anna, and he found her both eccentric and oddly carefree. The way she immediately started sniffing around made him feel like she didn't quite belong. If not for Lin Xianxian's clear camaraderie with her, Wang Lang might thought she was just some random troublemaker. Shoo! Lin Xianxian raised her hand slightly, lowering her voice. She's a descendant of the Ma family. The Ma family? Wang Lang froze, a flash of shock crossing his face. The exorcist Ma family. Wow. So it's true that the Ma family only passes their exorcism techniques to women, not men. Wang Lang couldn't help but take a closer look at Ma Anna, who stood before him with her pink twin ponytails. At the moment, she was intently sniffing the air, a behavior that might seem odd under normal circumstances. However, knowing her identity as a descendant of the renowned Ma family of exorcists, the action now seemed especially enigmatic. The Ma family was legendary in this world for their exorcism skills, which were not only numerous, but also uniquely distinctive. What left the deepest impression on people was their ironclad rule. No payment, no service. Regardless of who sought their help, payment up front was mandatory, no exceptions, and definitely no credit. Wang Lang shifted his gaze to Lin Xianxian, standing nearby. As a descendant of the Taoist Lin family, she worked for the 749 Bureau and was highly skilled in ghost banishing and evil suppressing techniques. Rumor had it that her brother also worked for the Bureau, guarding the Great Wall to prevent external evils from invading. It's the scent of a blood corpse. Ma Anna's expression suddenly turned serious as she snapped open her pink collapsible staff with a sharp crack. Be careful. Blood corpses have incredibly strong defenses and are tough to deal with. Xiangxianji, I'm going to have to raise the fee for this one. What she didn't voice was the horrifying thought that the people who had gone in earlier were likely torn to shreds by now. The group quickly arrived at a large pit. Though the mist had thinned considerably, the situation inside the pit remained unclear. Ma Anna swiftly pulled out a few pink paper stars and flung them toward the fog. By the decree of the dragon god, with the wind god's power, dispel the evil. Whoosh! The paper stars exploded midair, transforming into gusts of wind that swept away the mist. The scene before them gradually came into focus. Someone's coming. Suemo, who was standing by the blood coffin, noticed the disturbance behind him. He looked up to see the swirling mist and the sudden gusts of wind. With his exceptional vision, he quickly spotted the girl with the pink twin ponytails and Lin Xianxian from the 749 Bureau behind her. 749's methods are pretty flashy, Suemo thought to himself, but his attention was quickly drawn to the girl in pink as she prepared to strike. Watch out, the blood corpse is still here. Anna, stop. He's not. Lin Xianxian tried to intervene, but Ma Anna had already launched her pink stars. Not. Are you saying I've turned into a blood corpse? Are you blind? You didn't even bother asking me before attacking. Sumo's eyes narrowed as the stars whistled through the air, transforming into sharp pink swords that sliced toward him with deadly precision. Golden Bell Shield. Suemo activated his defensive technique, and a shimmering, golden bell-like barrier enveloped him. Come back. Ma Anna immediately recalled her attack. The pink swords swirled in midair, reverting to stars before returning to her hand. Mr. Su. Lin Xianxian appeared 3 meters away from Suemo, her eyes still full of caution. What's with that look? Relax, I'm not a ghost. Suemo said, half amused, as he dismissed the golden bell projection. Lin Xianxian finally exhaled in relief. Mr. Su, my apologies. The person I brought along was too reckless. Anna, come over here. Blushing furiously, Ma Anna walked towards Suemo step by step. Inwardly, she was astonished. This handsome guy in front of her had such formidable defensive skillset, was clear he was far more powerful than she was. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I was too reckless, Ma Anna said sincerely. She had been standing far away earlier and, seeing him near the blood coffin, mistook him for a blood corpse, leading her to act impulsively. Suemo responded calmly. Be more careful next time. Make sure you see clearly before taking action. If I were an ordinary person, wouldn't I have been shot through by you? Ma Anna froze for a moment, then quickly reacted. Looking up, her face flushed slightly. No way. You're so tough. Suemo shrugged with a faint smile. How do you know? Just now. Ma Anna, a bit slow to catch on, suddenly realized what he meant. Her expression shifted as she pointed a slender finger at him, her face slightly awkward. You're taking advantage of me. Xiangxianji, Suemo said with a light smile, his tone indifferent. Ma Anna was momentarily stunned, as if something had struck a chord in her. Her chest rose and fell with anger, the tight-fitting top outlining her curves, seemingly ready to burst at any moment. She glared at Suemo in frustration. This guy? He looks so refined, but his words are full of innuendo. Then she paused suddenly, as if realizing something. Wait, why did I understand that so quickly? However, Suemo paid her no attention. His focus had already shifted to a spot not far away. In a low voice, he called out, Captain Lin, your people are here. He stepped aside, revealing two male corpses lying quietly on the ground, their lower bodies casually covered with jackets. Gaofeng, a member of Team 749, rushed over, cradling one of the bodies in his arms, his eyes filled with sorrow and turning red. Ah! Lin Xianxian sighed softly, her brows furrowing slightly as she remained silent. So, there really are only two left, Wang Lang said, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. His voice trembled with excitement. Mr. Su, there were 3 people in total from our team. Could the last one still be alive? Suemo sighed lightly and shook his head. He pointed to a pile of mangled remains in the distance. As for her, he hesitated before continuing. When I arrived, she had already been partially consumed and corrupted by ghostly energy. She turned into a vengeful spirit and tried to attack me. In the end, I had to kill her. I'm sorry. Lin Xianxian shook her head, offering words of comfort. It's not your fault. I believe she wouldn't have wanted to become a vengeful spirit. At least we didn't have to do it ourselves. To die by your hand might have been a mercy for her. Her voice was low but carried a certain resolve. She had seen this happen too many times before. When members of Team 749 succumbed to ghostly corruption and transformed into vengeful spirits, everyone understood that if they couldn't be saved, they had to end it themselves. Ma Anna walked over to the blood coffin, her eyes lighting up as if she'd discovered something fascinating. Wow, this blood coffin is really high quality. She circled around it a few times. It's made of silver. Judging by what's inside, it should be a female corpse, right? Did you kill her? Suemo nodded and asked, how did you know it was a female corpse? Ma Anna pointed at the blood coffin, her expression turning serious. Ancient texts describe silver as yin metal, while gold, copper, and iron are yang metals. Look, she gestured toward the blood-red coffin and said softly, the coffin is made of silver and covered in engraved symbols. If I'm not mistaken, it was used to perform blood cultivation and yin refining techniques. Suemo examined the blood coffin closely and noticed faint, eerie symbols etched into its crimson surface. His gaze sharpened as he murmured thoughtfully. Creating blood corpses typically requires a balance of yin and yang. If a male corpse were placed in this coffin, it would decay within 10 days. But if it's a female corpse, it could remain intact for centuries, absorbing yin energy, gathering qi, and potentially facilitating a soul's return. In other words, Ma Anna's expression grew grave as she spoke in a low voice. This coffin was deliberately crafted. Someone was cultivating corpses here. Raising corpses? Sumo's eyes flickered as the strange words the female corpse had uttered before her death, as well as the mysterious blood-red barrier, resurfaced in his mind. All of this seemed far more intricate than he had initially imagined. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he couldn't help but wonder just how many blood corpses had that evil cultivator raised, and where were they hidden? Anna, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Lin Xianxian's voice interrupted Sumo's train of thought. At this moment, she had no time to dwell on the bodies of their teammates. Her heart was filled with anxiety and confusion. If someone is really raising corpses, it means this isn't just an ordinary paranormal incident. This is the work of an evil cultivator. To raise a blood corpse like this, their power must be formidable. I'm pretty sure. Ma Anna circled the blood coffin a few times, carefully examining the traces of talismans, her brows furrowed. This is the yin corpse curse for raising corpses. She paused, then turned to Suemo and said, Mr. Su, could you take me to see the blood corpse? Suemo looked down at his feet, nudging aside a flattened, pancake-like object with his shoe. His tone was calm. The head's right here. The body seems to have decomposed into bones. He gestured to a spot on the ground not far away, where cracks had formed, oozing sticky liquid. Amidst the fissures, 2 black eyeballs could faintly be seen. Oh my god! Ma Anna's eyes widened as her mouth formed an O. Pointing at the pancake on the ground, she stammered, This is the blood corpse's head? How did it end up like this? Oh, I smashed it flat. Suemo shrugged casually, a faint smile playing on his lips. You wouldn't believe how tough this thing's head weighs. It gave me quite a workout. Ma Anna and Lin Xianxian exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. A blood corpse's physical body was nearly impervious to weapons, its defensive capabilities extraordinarily strong. Its only weakness was its head. As long as the head remained intact, the blood corpse could regenerate. Because of this, the head was its most durable part, practically impenetrable. I can't believe it. Someone actually managed to flatten a blood corpse's head, Ma Anna murmured under her breath. She then pulled out a pair of gloves, carefully put them on, and gingerly picked up the pancake-like head with 2 fingers to examine it closely. A moment later, her eyes widened even further, and she nearly screamed, Oh my god! This really is the blood corpse's head. The smell doesn't lie. She continued, analyzing in astonishment. This blood corpse was on the verge of breaking through to level 4. It's far stronger than an ordinary level 3 blood corpse, with defenses that are absolutely terrifying. Suemo, how did you do it? Suemo casually shook his fist, a relaxed smile on his face. How else? I tore off her head, threw it on the concrete, and started pounding away. He pointed to the concrete ground, where cracks were lined with sticky residue, the air thick with the stench of decay. Ma Anna stared in stunned silence for a moment before muttering, what a beast of a man. To be able to take down a blood corpse on the verge of level 4, how strong is this guy, really? Lin Xianxian's gaze lingered on Suemo, a hint of doubt flickering in her eyes before she quickly suppressed it. She turned to Wang Lang and said, we've already taken care of the remains of the team members. Go ahead and see to their arrangements. Wang Lang took a deep breath, turning to look down at the scattered remains of their comrades, his expression complex. To personally gather the pieces of your teammates, who could endure this? They were comrades in arms, and now they're. I know how much it hurts, Lin Xianxian said softly, patting his shoulder gently. Her voice was heavy with emotion. The families of the deceased 749 Bureau will take care of them. For now, we need to focus on resolving the situation at hand. The group stood in solemn silence, paying their respects to the fallen team members. Wang Lang took another deep breath and choked out. From the moment we joined the 749 Bureau, we knew we had to be ready for something like this at any time. Gaofeng, brother, may you rest in peace. After a moment of silence, Suemo led Lin Xianxian and Ma Anna to the location of the female corpse. On the ground, all that remained was a puddle of foul-smelling pus and a few fragments of pale white bones, exuding a nauseating stench. Ma Anna, wearing protective gloves, carefully retrieved a palm-sized object from the viscous puddle. It was a peculiar item folded into a triangular shape, its surface smeared with sticky corpse fluid. She cautiously unfolded the triangle, revealing a piece of silver paper with a bluish-black hue. Strange crimson symbols were drawn on it, though they had faded and become unclear. The edges of the paper showed signs of damage. It's a corpse-suppressing talisman. Ma Anna's expression turned grave instantly. This talisman is of a high grade. Whoever is raising the corpse must be extremely powerful. She explained that placing a corpse-suppressing talisman inside the body was meant to prevent accidents and stop the corpse from awakening prematurely. If the Tianka group hadn't unearthed the coffin, and if those workers hadn't foolishly opened the lid, allowing the blood corpse to absorb the aura of the living, it would have remained dormant for a long time. However, this incident disrupted the corpse-raising process. Otherwise, if the blood corpse had fully matured, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ma Anna carefully examined the marks on the talisman. Judging by this talisman, the corpse has been raised here for at least 20 years. She turned to Suemo. Mr. Su, have you discovered anything else? Suemo thought for a moment and said, the female corpse's head and limbs were severed and then stitched back on. Does that count? Lin Xianxian's face darkened upon hearing this. Such cruel methods for raising a corpse. This person must have been alive when their limbs were severed, creating immense resentment. Then their head was decapitated. The body was stitched back together to seal in the resentment and accelerate the corpse-raising process. Suemo felt his scalp tingle. The methods of these evil practitioners were endless and utterly horrifying. How could anyone come up with such twisted ideas? One more deranged than the next. It was no wonder they were called evil cultivators. And there's more, Suemo continued. More. The two women visibly shuddered, their expressions marked by fear as they looked at Suemo. Yes. Suemo pointed to some scattered fragments of jars nearby. Near the female corpse, there were 9 jars. From each jar crawled out an infant. In the end, all of them were devoured by the female corpse. Ma Anna and Lin Xianxian were stunned, their expressions filled with shock and disgust. Despite their experience with the supernatural, the revelation made their stomachs churn. Ma Anna quickly picked up a piece of broken stone and marked several white dots on the ground in a circular arrangement. She placed another stone in the center. Mr. Su, were the 9 jars placed like this? She asked gravely. Suemo glanced at it and nodded. It seems so. The 9-child corpse formation. Ma Anna abruptly dropped the stone in her hand and instinctively stepped back a couple of paces, her voice trembling with fear. It's the 9-child corpse formation. It's him. It must be him. What is he trying to do? Does he want to raise a corpse king? Lin Xianxian noticed her abnormal reaction and quickly pressed. Anna, what's wrong? Who is he? Suemo was also curious. Ma Anna, who usually feared nothing, now showed genuine terror. And what exactly was the 9-child corpse formation? Ma Anna took a deep breath and said each word deliberately. The Yin corpse Taoist, Li Wuxia. Li Wuxia. Lin Xianxian's expression changed drastically. The master of the Yin corpse sect? But wasn't the Yin corpse sect destroyed 50 years ago? Wasn't Li Wuxia killed as well? Ma Anna shook her head, her tone resolute. It can't be wrong. It has to be him. The 9-child corpse formation is a secret technique of the Yin corpse sect, known only to Li Wuxia. This blood corpse was being raised for 20 years. If Li Wuxia were dead, then who else could have been raising it? She pointed at the shattered remains of the skeleton, her voice trembling with emotion. It must be him. He's not dead, he's still alive. Suemo noticed Ma Anna's unusual emotional reaction and frowned slightly. Just then, Lin Xianxian leaned closer to his ear and whispered, 50 years ago, during that encirclement operation, Anna's grandfather perished along with one of Li Wuxia's blood corpses. Both met their end that day. Suemo suddenly understood. No wonder Ma Anna was so agitated. Seeing a supposedly dead enemy reappear would unsettle anyone. Ma Anna took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. 50 years ago, Li Wuxia was already a fearsome level 9 grandmaster. He was particularly skilled in the art of corpse cultivation and always had several powerful blood corpses at his side, making him extremely difficult to deal with. Her gaze locked onto Su Mo. Mr. Su, do you know what the nine-child corpse formation is? I have no clue about such practices, Su Mo replied, shaking his head. Ma Anna's voice grew deeper. The so-called nine-child formation involves 9 infants, regardless of gender. One of them must be born of a female corpse, while the other 8 must have consumed the milk of the female corpse. She paused briefly before continuing. During the process, these 9 living infants are placed into clay jars, sealed tightly with earth, and suffocated to death. The entire process must be witnessed by the female corpse herself. Good grief, that's twisted. Suemo couldn't help but shudder. It gets worse, Ma Anna said grimly. Next, the female corpse's limbs and head are severed and reattached before being buried in the corpse cultivation ground. The technique uses energy to nurture energy, resentment to foster resentment. This dark art dramatically accelerates the corpse cultivation process, and only Li Wuxia knows the critical details. She's never shared them with anyone. She suddenly shifted the topic. Mr. Su, when you saw the female corpse, did it try to escape but was blocked by a blood-red barrier? Su Mo nodded in confirmation. That's exactly what happened. The blood-red barrier appeared and then quickly disappeared. As I thought, Ma Anna's figure blurred as she vanished, only to reappear moments later with several pitch-black, nail-like objects in her hand. The corpse suppression nails. There are 9 of them around here, forming a powerful array. They not only suppress the resentful energy of this place, but also prevent the female corpse from accidentally waking up and escaping. Ma Anna's expression was grim as she turned to Suemo. Mr. Su, you need to be careful. Huh? Suemo paused, frowning slightly. What do you mean? Ma Anna's voice grew heavy. You've ruined Li Wuxia's plans and destroyed his blood corpse. He won't let you off. Suemo felt a jolt in his heart, and his face turned grim. How had he managed to get on the radar of a Grandmaster-level evil cultivator? Even worse, Li Wuxia had already been a Grandmaster 50 years ago. His strength must be even more terrifying now. My current Golden Bell shield probably won't hold up, Suemo thought to himself, cold sweat quietly soaking his back. If that guy comes looking for me and smashes through with one strike, wouldn't that be game over for me? A surge of tension washed over him, and Suemo clenched his fists tightly. He had to eliminate more ghostly entities to accumulate merit points and exchange them for more power-ups. He needed to improve his strength as quickly as possible, otherwise, if Li Wuxia came knocking, the consequences would be unimaginable. Based on Ma Anna's description, Li Wuxia was not only immensely powerful, but also surrounded by several blood corpses. Sumo's eyes lit up as a thought crossed his mind. Those must be worth a lot of merit points, right? Mr. Su, don't worry. We'll keep this matter confidential. Lin Xianxian quickly spoke up, her voice carrying a reassuring tone. We'll officially report that the blood corpse was eliminated by Bureau 749. I'll also report this matter immediately to minimize your involvement. Li Wuxia was a well-known and long-established evil cultivator. Although Su Mo was strong, he was most likely no match for someone of Li Wuxia's caliber. It would require intervention from one of Bureau 749's elite officials to take down Li Wuxia. The officials, often referred to as divine officers, represented the Bureau's top combat strength. Their numbers and abilities were unknown, as they typically guarded ominous locations to ensure national safety. Lin Xianxian had once encountered a divine officer codenamed Black Impermanence. He was a ghost tamer who had formed a contract with an incredibly eerie spirit. Together, the officer and the ghost had defeated 3 9th-level ninjas from the neighboring country at the border, demonstrating immense power. Lin Xianxian's own brother, Lin Wudi, was also a divine officer, codenamed Thunder God. It's useless. Ma Anna shook her head, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. Li Wuxia's methods are unbelievably sinister. It seems he has a way to track down whoever kills his corpses. In other words, Mr. Su, you've already caught his attention. Unless you have the strength to rival a 9th-level cultivator, this is a dead end. Or, you would need a divine officer from Bureau 749 to protect you around the clock. Lin Xianxian frowned slightly. That was clearly impossible, and Mr. Su didn't seem to have the capability to confront a 9th-level cultivator, at least, not as things stood now. Seeing the worried expressions on their faces, Su Mo, on the contrary, chuckled. Li Wuxia has been hiding like a turtle for 50 years, clearly plotting something big. He wouldn't reveal himself just because of a third-level blood corpse. Even if he does come for me, it won't be now. And when that day comes, who's to say who will take down whom? Suemo felt a surge of confidence he had his cheat. As long as he kept eliminating ghostly entities, leveling up his power would only be a matter of time. A Grandmaster? He silently set a goal in his heart, to elevate himself to the Grandmaster level and stack his golden bell shield to at least 4 or 5 layers for good measure. The only thing giving Suemo a slight headache was that the system didn't clearly display his current level of strength. He could only rely on guesses. Just then, a system notification suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding. Calculating the host's current power level. Calculation complete. Host's current level, 5th level cultivator. Against both ghostly entities and cultivators, the host's offensive and defensive abilities are unmatched within the same level. Huh? So considerate. Suemo's eyes lit up, and an involuntary smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Suemo felt elated inside. The 9 Suns Devouring Heaven technique turned out to be even more powerful than he had imagined. Just by condensing one blood energy sun, he had advanced from an ordinary person to a level 5 cultivator. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he thought, if I managed to condense 9 suns, wouldn't I become invincible? Lin Xianxian exchanged a worried glance with her companion. Looking at the confident smile on Sumo's face, she couldn't help but frown. That was an evil cultivator who had already reached level 9 50 years ago, and he even had a powerful blood corpse by his side. Where was this guy's confidence coming from? Regardless, it's better to be cautious. Lin Xianxian took a deep breath and said seriously, Mr. Su, until this matter is resolved, please try not to leave Yuqing. She then waved over Wang Lang and instructed, collect the blood corpse's remains and take them back for proper handling. This thing is heavily tainted with Yin energy. If left unchecked, it might breed more strange occurrences, and this place won't find peace. Outside the construction site, the foreman in a white hard hat kept glancing inside. When he finally saw the group walking out, his eyes lit up. Leading the group was none other than Mr. Su himself. Is it resolved? Lu Qingmei's heart leapt with joy as she hurried forward, eagerly asking, how did it go? Lin Xianxian gestured towards Su Mo beside her and replied in a calm tone. Ms. Lu, the matter has been resolved. All thanks to Mr. Su. Goodbye. With that, she signaled her team to load Gao Feng and the others' bodies into a vehicle and prepared to leave. Lu Qingmei quickly followed, lowering her voice to ask, so, can we resume work on the site? Lin Xianxian glanced at the eerie construction site and shook her head. Give it some time. The Yin energy here hasn't dissipated yet, and it's easy to disturb the spirits if people enter prematurely. Don't worry, Ms. Lu. We'll officially announce that what happened here was just an accident. With that, she got into her car and drove away. Lu Qingmei heaved a visible sigh of relief, her tense shoulders relaxing. Rumors of this site being haunted had been spreading, and she feared the houses might not sell. With an official explanation, things would be much easier to handle. Mr. Su, let me properly introduce myself. Ma Anna walked up to Su Mo, extending her fair hand with a smile. My name is Ma Anna. I apologize for what happened earlier. Su Mo, he replied succinctly, shaking her hand briefly before getting straight to the point. Is your apology just words? Ma Anna was taken aback, her brows furrowing slightly. What do you mean? Simple, spend a night with me. You wish, you pervert. Ma Anna immediately exploded. Do you think I'm that cheap? Suemo looked utterly confused. What are you talking about? How does that make me a pervert? He shook his head helplessly. Your mind is full of nonsense. I meant, compensate me with 10,000 yuan. Got it. Oh. Ma Anna gritted her teeth, pulling a wad of cash from her bag and thrusting it toward him. Here, 10,000 in cash. Thanks. Suemo took the money and happily began counting it in front of her. He even held one bill up to the sunlight to check its authenticity, leaving Ma Anna fuming. I just withdrew that money. Do you think I'd shortchange you? She muttered to herself, annoyed at how miserly he was. Mr. Su, can I have your contact information? Ma Anna adjusted her tone, smiling again. Maybe we can team up to handle more cases like this in the future. Suemo grinned, waving the money in his hand. Sorry, I prefer solo runs. No teams for now. But, Ma Anna stood there stunned, instinctively glancing down at her own figure. Is it my body? Or is my face not attractive enough? How could I get rejected? Pervert. She stormed off to her pink motorcycle, swung her long legs over it, revved the engine, and sped away in frustration. Once Ma Anna's figure disappeared from view, Lu Qingmei and the foreman in the white hard hat cautiously approached Suemo. Mr. Su, the foreman rubbed his hands nervously, asking hesitantly, what exactly happened in there? Was there really that kind of thing? Suemo gave him a meaningful look, a sly smile playing on his lips. Are you sure you want to know? I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep tonight. The man wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and hurriedly said, I was just asking casually, never mind. Boss Lu, you two talk. I'll go have a smoke. With that, He quickly walked away. Lu Qingmei looked at Su Mo and sincerely said, Mr. Su, thank you so much. Seeing the people from room 749 being carried out, she could already guess how dangerous the situation inside must have been. No need. Su Mo's gaze fell on her, and he suddenly teased. I was too busy dealing with ghosts earlier to notice Boss Lu. You're quite impressive. Lu Qingmei, feeling a little uneasy under his direct gaze, recalled his earlier conversation with that girl and quickly said, Please rest assured, Mr. Su, I'll immediately arrange your compensation. Boss Lu, I don't want money. Could you maybe? Su Mo hadn't finished speaking when Lu Qingmei instinctively covered her chest, only to awkwardly lower her hand a moment later. Su Mo sighed inwardly. Am I seriously being mistaken for some kind of pervert? Do I really come across that way? Frowning, he explained, I was hoping you could arrange a place for me to stay. Living at the school is inconvenient. School. Lu Qingmei was momentarily stunned. You're really a university student. Why? Is that a problem? No, not at all. Lu Qingmei waved her hands repeatedly. I'll make arrangements right away, Mr. Su. Don't worry. A short while later, Lu Qingmei returned after making a phone call. Lakeview No. 1 Residencia, newly renovated property, fully furnished and ready to move into. I've already arranged for the ownership to be transferred to your name. Would you like to take a look? Soon, the two arrived at a picturesque location surrounded by mountains and water. Lu Qingmei pointed to an elegant, traditional Chinese courtyard ahead and said, It's that one. In front of the villa lay a shimmering lake, its surface rippling gently under the breeze, creating a tranquil and scenic view. What a great place. Su Mo stepped out of the car, taking a deep breath of the fresh air. He thought to himself that this might even be a good spot for fishing. The traditional Chinese courtyard particularly appealed to his tastes. In fact, this property had been purchased by Lu Qingmei herself, with the renovations designed personally by her. She had originally planned to live here in the future, but she didn't feel any regret building a connection with someone like Su Mo was worth far more. Pushing open the courtyard gate, they were greeted by a garden filled with meticulously arranged flowers and plants. Su Mo felt a little troubled. Being a rough-and-tumble kind of guy, was afraid this place might soon become overrun with weeds under his care. Lu Qingmei seemed to notice his concern and reassured him. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I'll arrange for someone to maintain the garden regularly. I also enjoy gardening, so I can personally help out if needed. I wouldn't dare trouble you, Boss Lu. That won't be necessary. After exchanging a few polite words, Lu Qingmei tactfully took her leave. Su Mo walked to the edge of the courtyard, stretched lazily by the lake, and felt completely refreshed. He mused to himself. Now that I have the 9 suns devouring technique to strengthen my yang energy and the golden bell shield for defense, I just need to master a powerful offensive technique next. He planned to check out the nearby bookstore. Ring. His phone buzzed. Su Mo picked it up and saw it was a call from AI Rui. This guy had recently gotten hooked on online dating, so why was he suddenly calling? Hello. Su Mo answered. Su Mo, I think I'm finally getting into a relationship. AI Rui's voice was filled with excitement on the other end. Congratulations. Su Mo laughed. You sound so thrilled. Have you met her in person yet? Don't let it turn out that she's Lin Jilling online, but Aunt Luo in real life. Hey, I'm not that shallow. No matter what Xiaoya looks like, I like her. Oh, by the way, she asked to meet me tonight. Su Mo, what should I wear? I'm a little nervous. How about you come with me? I'd feel more at ease if you're there. Su Mo chuckled and teased. You're a grown man. What are you nervous about? Is she going to eat you alive? If I tag along as the third wheel, what would she think of you? Be brave. Then where do you think we should meet? AI Rui asked. A mall. Su Mo suggested. Yeah, we agreed to meet at the barbecue restaurant downtown. AI Rui replied. A barbecue place? For a first meeting? Su Mo was taken aback. That's pretty bold, isn't it? Huh? What's wrong with that? AI Rui sounded confused. Think about it. A girl meeting you for the first time would probably want to put on her best makeup, right? Eating barbecue means greasy fingers and messy faces. Her makeup will be ruined. Su Mo explained patiently. But I asked Xiaoya, and she said it doesn't matter. As long as she's with me. Even eating spicy hot pot is fine. AI Rui said, sounding a bit defensive. All right, confirm both of you are hopeless romantics, Su Mo said with a helpless laugh. Fine, do whatever you want. Good luck. Hehe. Su Mo, after I meet Xiaoya, I'll ask if she has any friends to introduce to you. AI Rui joked. No need for that. Su Mo cut him off. Good luck. With that, he hung up the phone, left the courtyard, and headed toward the city center. Although the courtyard was located in a busy area, it was surprisingly quiet. It wasn't far from the city center, making life convenient. After an hour, Su Mo found himself on a secluded street. This was the flea market, bustling with people, vendors shouting, and customers haggling. Hey, sir, this is extraordinary. An authentic Wang Shiji piece. 8,000 is already a steal. A vendor was bargaining with an elderly man. Su Mo glanced over and saw the vendor holding a copy of the Cold Food Post, with Wang Shiji's signature boldly displayed. That's a pretty big hole in the sieve, Su Mo muttered to himself. Sir, I'll give you a good deal 800. Deal, the elderly man calmly countered. The transaction was completed, and the vendor stuffed the authentic piece into the man's hands. The elderly man, grinning ear to ear, walked away happily with the book. Scenes like this were common in the flea market. Suemo shook his head, thinking to himself, finding something genuine here is harder than seeing a ghost. Wait, in this world, seeing a ghost might actually be easier. He continued walking and finally spotted a quiet little shop with a sign that read Guanxin Bookhouse. The shop had an antique charm and was filled with stacks of old books. This is it, Suemo thought as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Inside, an elderly man wearing reading glasses was engrossed in a book. He held a cup of strong tea in one hand, occasionally taking a sip. When turning the pages, he licked his right index finger before flipping to the next. He looked utterly absorbed. Suemo glanced at the book's title and couldn't help but chuckle. Young XX, your grandpa is still your grandpa. Suemo only remembered that the protagonist of the book had rather poor grades, but with the help of the landlady, teachers, and senior students, their academic performance improved rapidly. It was a truly inspiring book. Cough. Suemo cleared his throat, interrupting the old man's moment of joy. What the heck? Why didn't you make a sound? The old man was startled, hurriedly closing the book and shoving it into the cabinet. Suemo thought to himself, you were so engrossed in that book. How is that my fault? I'm criticizing this book. What kind of nonsense is this? It's an insult to culture, the old man said, attempting to save face. Suemo gave him a knowing smile and said, Sir, I'm here to buy some books. What kind? Well, the kind. Suemo hadn't finished speaking when the old man's eyes lit up. He stood up and said, Young man, I got it. Say no more. Suemo was stunned. Wait, how do you already know? I didn't even finish my sentence. Before long, the old man brought out a stack of books and placed them in front of Suemo. Suemo glanced at them and immediately felt overwhelmed. What is all this? Do I look like someone who would read this kind of stuff? This is ridiculous. Jinping Mei, the four great classics. These are the unabridged original editions. You won't find these elsewhere. And look at this one, and this one. These are all part of my personal collection. Suemo pressed down on the pile of books, torn between laughter and exasperation. Sir, you've got it wrong. This is not what I'm looking for. Huh? Then what do you want? You know, martial arts manuals, like the Nine Manual or Dragon Subduing Palms, that kind of stuff. The old man gave Suemo a look of pity. What a handsome young man. Has he lost his mind? There's no such thing as martial arts in the real world. Wait a moment. The old man turned around and soon came back with a stack of books covered in a thick layer of dust. They looked like they hadn't been touched in ages. Here, all the martial arts manuals in my shop are right here. Take your pick, the old man said. He'll take them all. Sir, how much? Suemo rubbed his hands excitedly, eager to take them home and go through them one by one. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Forget about the money. These are just unsellable items taking up space in my shop. I like you, so I'm giving them to you for free. Take them home and practice well. If you ever master them, come back and let me know. I can't accept this for free. Suemo discreetly slipped 200 yuan under a book on the old man's counter when he wasn't looking. Then, carrying the manuals, he left the bookstore. After Suemo left, the old man found the money and grinned. What a thoughtful young man. He lay back down, pulled out the book he had been reading earlier, flipped through a few unsatisfying pages, and switched to a martial arts novel. Humming to himself, he sang, Once dreamed of wandering the world with a sword, to witness the splendor of life. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away from Yuqing, in a remote mountain village, an elderly man with a hunched back walked slowly down the road, a hoe resting on his shoulder and a pipe in his hand. He moved at a leisurely pace, his age evident in his every step. Uncle Wu, have you had lunch yet? A little girl came skipping over, looking up at him with innocent eyes. Cough, cough. Not yet. Have you eaten, little one? The old man replied with a cheerful smile. I have. We had some delicious cured meat at home. The old man reached into his pocket and pulled out a few white rabbit candies. Here, little girl. Uncle Wu has some candy for you. Thank you, Uncle Wu. The little girl beamed as she took the candies and skipped away happily. What a sweet child, the old man murmured, squinting as he watched her cheerful figure disappear into the distance. Then, turning around, he slowly made his way back home. Nyener, didn't I tell you not to talk to that old man? A sharp, scolding voice came from a distance as the little girl's mother glared at her sternly. Why not? The girl instinctively touched the candy in her pocket, her voice timid. I think Uncle Wu is nice. He even gave me candy. Just listen to your mother. The woman hesitated, unable to fully explain herself to her daughter. Old Wu had moved to the village decades ago. He was tall and sturdy, hardworking, and soon married into a family at the far end of the village, even having a son. But strange things began to happen. Within 10 years, every member of that family passed away one after another, leaving him to live alone. The villagers began to whisper that he was cursed, bringing misfortune to those around him. Over time, everyone started avoiding him. As the sun set, Old Wu returned home with a hoe slung over his shoulder and pushed open the creaky door. The house was dim and damp, with portraits of various people, men, women, young, and old, hanging on the walls. Without sparing them a glance, he walked straight to the back room, skillfully lifted the wooden bed frame, and climbed down. In the flickering light of the cellar, a blood-red, eerie symbol was drawn on the ground. Around it were 9 tiny crimson coffins, each engraved with the name of a different city. Yuqing, Rongqing, Suching. 50 years. Old Wu muttered as he slowly sat down, his rough hands brushing over the coffins. A chilling glint flashed in his eyes. My painstakingly crafted 9 Fiends curse is finally taking shape. In at most 20 more years, it will be complete. By then, those people from back then won't escape, especially the Ma family. Before he could finish, the coffin labeled Yuqing began to tremble violently, releasing a surge of blood-red mist. Old Wu's expression darkened as he quickly formed a hand seal. But before he could act, the coffin exploded with a deafening blast. How could this be? He roared in fury as a menacing aura burst forth around him, stirring gusts of chilling wind. Taking deep breaths, he suppressed his anger and muttered under his breath, "The blood corpse in Yuqing has been exposed. Those people from 749 must have caught the scent. I need to tread carefully." He swiftly formed another set of hand seals, reaching toward the shattered remains of the coffin. From the swirling blood mist emerged a blurry image of a young man viciously striking a female corpse's head. Old Wu clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. "Just wait. Once my 9 fiends and 8 fiends are fully refined, you'll suffer every torment that comes with corpse refinement. Captain Lin, we've got intel from the inside. Seems like they've located a few ghostly entities over at Bureau 749. Should we send a team to eliminate them?" Wang Lang pushed open the door to her office, his expression tense as he delivered the report. Lin Xianxian looked up, a confident smile tugging at the corner of her lips. "Go ahead. Take more people with you. And don't let your guard down." Wang Lang nodded, but added, "That ghostly creature is pretty sly. Back at the steel mill, we tried to mark it to avoid accidental harm. But as soon as it relayed the message, it vanished without a trace." "Well, lucky for it." Lin Xianxian tapped her fingers lightly on the desk. "Otherwise, with Sumo's killer instincts, it might not have had the chance to report before being wiped out." She paused for a moment, her gaze suddenly sharp. "Oh, and one more thing. Did you show it Mr. Su's photo?" "I did," Wang Lang replied promptly. "Good," Lin Xianxian said seriously. "Make sure to let it know if it encounters Mr. Su. It must immediately identify itself. Otherwise, even the gods won't be able to save it." Wang Lang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, recalling Sumo's peculiar excitement whenever he encountered ghosts. Truly, Su Mo was the most enthusiastic ghost slayer Wang Lang had ever met. A level of excitement that could send chills down anyone's spine. "Understood," Wang Lang responded before turning to leave with his team to exterminate the ghosts. The office quieted down again. Lin Xianxian pulled out a communicator from her drawer and dialed a number. The call icon on the screen spun for a while before the other side picked up. "Hey Xianxian, what made you think of calling me?" A cheerful male voice came through the communicator. "Brother," Lin Xianxian's tone softened, carrying a hint of girlish coyness. "You're the one who's been unreachable." My bad, the man chuckled, explaining. "I've been stuck in the deep mountains lately, probably no signal." "Brother, what have you been so busy with?" Lin Xianxian asked curiously. "What else?" The voice on the other end turned slightly irritated. "Those vampires from Potato Country are trying to sneak in again this time. It's some so-called count. Ugh, they're such a pain. But mark my words, once I catch that damned count, I'll yank out his fangs and make you a bracelet out of them." He quickly shifted topics. "Anyway, enough about that. What's up? Why'd you call?" Lin Xianxian huffed lightly. "What? I can't call you without a reason. Come on, I know you too well. Spill it, what's going on?" After a brief silence, Lin Xianxian's voice turned serious. "Brother, we unearthed a blood corpse in Yuqing. Anna says it was raised by Li Wuxia." "Li Wuxia? The corpse Taoist?" The voice on the other end grew noticeably tense. "I thought he was dead. Did you report this?" "Yes, we've reported it. The higher-ups said they'd investigate it further," Lin Xianxian replied. "Good. Stay out of it, and let them deal with the headache," the man said with some relief before asking. "By the way, is the blood corpse taken care of?" "Yes, I personally led the team on site," Lin Xianxian said with a hint of pride. "The corpse was about to break through to level 4. "Wow, impressive. You can handle level 4 blood corpses now? You didn't get hurt, did you?" His voice carried genuine concern. Lin Xianxian sighed helplessly. "By the time I got there, the blood corpse had already been smashed to a pulp. You should have seen it. Its head was flattened like a scallion pancake." "That brutal? Your bureau chief stepped in personally?" "No, it was a cultivator named Su Mo." "Su Mo? A man? From Yuqing? A new recruit at your bureau?" His questions came rapid fire, with a hint of something unusual in his tone. "Is he good-looking? Young? Handsomer than your brother?" Lin Xianxian, used to his barrage of questions, replied wryly. "Why do you care so much?" Anna said Su Mo might already be on Li Wuxia's radar. That guy's been a grandmaster level cultivator for ages. If he comes after Su Mo, things could get dangerous. What? You want me to come back and be his bodyguard? The voice on the other end turned teasing. Oh, sis, you're quite concerned about this guy, huh? If you keep talking nonsense, I'm hanging up. Lin Xianxian warned, her tone laced with irritation. All right, I got it. Don't worry. His voice turned serious. I'll make a call and let you know if anything comes up. Gotta go for now, something's happening. His tone suddenly brimmed with excitement. Huh, that damned count finally showed up. Talk later. Beep beep beep. The call was abruptly cut off. Lin Xianxian let out a long sigh of relief. She silently prayed that Li Wuxia would be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he really came knocking, not only would Su Mo be implicated, but the Yuqing 749 Bureau would also be in trouble. Suddenly, she realized she needed to inform Mr. Su about this situation. Su Mo trudged back to the Guanhu villa, exhausted, with a large stack of martial arts manuals in his arms. Phew, I'm beat, he muttered, dropping the manuals onto the table. Despite his fatigue, a sense of satisfaction welled up within him. With these dozens of manuals in front of him, if he could enhance them, they'd keep him busy practicing for quite a while. Turning his gaze to the system, he noticed he was still short 3,300 merit points to exchange for the next enhancement. Guess I'll need to find some ghosts to pass the time tonight. He chuckled darkly to himself. He rubbed his stomach and clicked his tongue. Hungry. Ever since he had started cultivating the 9 suns devouring heaven technique, a big meal could sustain him for 2 or 3 days. But once the hunger struck, it hit hard, leaving him dizzy and unable to do anything. Time to eat, he declared, grabbing his coat and heading out without looking back. Before long, he arrived at a newly opened small buffet restaurant. The prices seemed steep, 398 yuan per person. However, the sign at the entrance caught his eye. Foodie challenge. Rules. Finish 30 steaks in 30 minutes and your meal is free. Plus, win 8,888 yuan in cash. Now that was intriguing. Su Mo stopped in his tracks, his eyes fixed on the sign. Free food and a cash prize? This challenge was worth a shot. Sir, here to dine? A chubby manager spotted him lingering at the entrance and rushed over. All our ingredients are fresh, especially the steaks that are absolutely delicious. Care to give them a try? Maybe even take on the challenge. Su Mo pointed at the sign and asked, what are the rules for the challenge? Wow, you're brave, sir. The manager's eyes lit up. If you finish 30 steaks, not only is your meal free, but you also win the cash prize. But if you don't finish, you'll have to pay for a single meal. Su Mo nodded. All right, I'll give it a shot. The manager chuckled inwardly. He couldn't understand how someone with such a slim build thought they could eat that many steaks. But the challenge had already attracted several big eaters who had failed, generating business and buzz for the restaurant. Things were looking up for the place, and he couldn't be happier. The two walked into the restaurant, and the manager announced loudly to the crowd, attention, everyone. Today's challenger has arrived. He's taking on the 30-steak challenge. Come and take a look. The customers turned their heads towards Su Mo, their excitement quickly giving way to doubt as they saw his slender frame. With that build, no way he's finishing it, one customer whispered. Last time, I saw a 200-pound guy try and nearly succeed, but even he couldn't make it. No chance for him. Another chimed in, their gaze filled with skepticism. Su Mo found a corner seat and ignored the murmurs around him. The manager eagerly approached, phone in hand. Sir, do you mind if we livestream this? Go ahead, Su Mo shrugged. As long as I get to eat. All right, everyone, the foodie challenge is about to begin. Tune in and watch our challenger. The manager set up his phone, ensuring the camera was focused on Su Mo. Su Mo gave a small smile and waved at the lens. Wow, he's so skinny. Looks like he'd max out at 5 steaks, maybe 6 if he's lucky, someone commented from behind the screen. Don't underestimate him. He might just be a dark horse, another viewer chimed in. Soon, thick-cut steaks were brought out, one after another. The manager personally carried a tray to Su Mo's table. 30 steaks were piled high like a small mountain, nearly covering the entire tabletop. Su Mo glanced at the steaks and smirked slightly. Just this? Doesn't seem like enough. The manager froze for a moment, thinking he must have misheard. What did you say? I said. Su Mo pointed at the steaks on the table. What if I finish them in 10 minutes? The manager's eyes gleamed, and he slapped the table with a grin. All right, if you finish in 10 minutes, well, double the prize. How about that? The surrounding customers held their breath, their eyes wide with shock and anticipation. This challenger looked so frail that it seemed impossible for him to eat all those steaks. But if he really managed to finish in 10 minutes and doubled the prize, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Su Mo smiled faintly, put on his gloves, and grabbed a steak, devouring it ravenously. Knife and fork. He wasn't used to those. Driven by hunger, the moment the first bite of steak entered his mouth, the tender and juicy flavor coursed through him, filling him with satisfaction. In just 2 bites, the entire steak was gone. Not bad. Su Mo nodded in approval and immediately reached for the second steak without missing a beat. The manager standing nearby was dumbfounded, silently wondering, is this guy really going to finish everything? 2 minutes later, 10 steaks had disappeared. The manager's smile froze, his shock mounting. This guy's like a reincarnated foodie. 5 minutes in, 30 steaks were gone. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed to 1,000, with the comment section exploding in amazement. Wow, this guy's insane. I'm seriously impressed. 2 bites per steak. Has he been starving for 3 days straight? Even if you starved me for 8 days, I couldn't eat this much. I hereby crown him the god of eating. Sumo patted his stomach contentedly, a relaxed look on his face. I'm about 40% full. Does this count as a successful challenge? Why, it does. The manager swallowed nervously, forcing out a strained smile. He had realized halfway through Sumo's feast that he was about to witness something extraordinary and had already prepared the prize money. Congratulations, you've completed the challenge. The meal is on the house, and hey, race your reward. Sumo happily accepted the money but kept his eyes on the table. So, can I keep eating? Of course. The manager waved his hand and turned to shout at the kitchen, hurry, get 30 more steaks ready. He glanced at the ever-growing viewer count in the live stream and felt somewhat consoled. At least the publicity was worth it. From the kitchen came panicked voices. What? We're running out again? Manager, we're almost out of stock. Damn it, the manager muttered under his breath. This guy eats like a bottomless pit. Today's shift feels like 3 days worth of work. After dozens of trips back and forth with plates of steak, the manager, now gasping for breath, finally heard Sumo pat his stomach with satisfaction. That hit the spot. I'm full now. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the manager let out a silent prayer of relief. Thank heavens, he's finally full. Does this guy have a black hole for a stomach? A quick calculation showed that Sumo had consumed at least 200 steaks, not to mention all the side dishes. He was like a living embodiment of the mythical Tao Dai. Thank you for the meal. Your food is great. I'll definitely be back. Sumo said cheerfully before adding, you don't mind, do you? The manager stumbled slightly, forcing a smile that was more painful than comforting. And no, of course not. We're open for business, and it's normal to have customers with big appetites. But inside, he was crying out, please, sir, if you come here every day, my little shop will go bankrupt. Gritting his teeth, he made a silent vow. The eating challenge will continue, but Sumo is banned from participating ever again. Feeling full and content, Sumo strolled out, patting his slightly rounded belly as warmth spread through his body. How else am I supposed to fight ghosts on an empty stomach? He could sense the blood energy within his dantian burning brighter and hotter, radiating a powerful vitality. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello? Who's this? Sumo answered. Mr. Su, it's me, Lin Xianxian. Came a familiar voice from the other end. Captain Lin? What's up? Sumo asked. Lin Xianxian replied. Mr. Su, I've reported the blood corpse incident to the higher-ups. They'll investigate thoroughly, and they'll inform you as soon as there's any news. Thanks a lot. Also, for slaying the blood corpse, you'll be receiving a points reward. It should be processed soon. If there's anything else you need, please let me know. Sumo thought for a moment and said, not much else, really. But if you encounter any ghosts, especially powerful ones, or large groups, please inform me right away. You know, I have a special fascination with ghosts and spirits. Points don't matter, what matters is taking them down. Sumo's voice was filled with excitement. Lin Xianxian frowned, unable to understand Sumo's peculiar obsession. In the 749 Bureau, everyone knew to exercise extreme caution when dealing with ghostly entities. A single misstep could cost your life. But Sumo? He seemed uneasy unless he took down a few ghosts every day. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I'll notify you the moment any powerful ghost or group of ghosts appears. After hanging up the phone, Sumo received a message. Dear Cultivator, thank you for assisting the 749 Bureau in eliminating the blood corpse. On behalf of the 3 team members who sacrificed their lives, we extend our gratitude. A reward of 500 points has been issued to your account. Please check your balance. We hope you will continue to fight for the peace of the mortal world. U City 749 Bureau. Wow, that's generous. Sumo's eyes lit up. 500 points, that's 5 million. Opening the app, he saw his account balance had reached 920 points. He browsed the points store, but sighed in disappointment. Still too broke. Gotta keep working. He casually opened the bounty board, and the post about the evil cultivator called Blood Butcher was still prominently displayed. If only I could encounter him, Sumo thought, while accepting a few nearby tasks and heading out to hunt. Hey, what are you doing? A newly formed ghost stammered nervously. I just turned into a ghost. I haven't even had the chance to harm anyone yet. Oh, and when you were clinging to my back just now, was that for fresh air? I was trying to give you a shoulder massage. Boom. Sumo's punch shattered the ghost into pieces, its remains dissolving into light particles of virtue. Still 2,000 virtue points short. These small fry are 2 weakons only worth 100 virtue points. So dull. As he walked out of the haunted motel, the sky had already darkened. Sumo thought of AI Rui. I wonder how her blind date went. Hopefully, the guy's decent. Meanwhile, Basketball enthusiast Song Bowen was humming a tune as he arrived at his secret practice court. This secluded spot, usually deserted, was his favorite place to work on his skills. From a distance, he heard the sound of a basketball being dribbled. A little boy was playing alone on the court. "Hey kid, it's so late, why aren't you home yet?" Song Bowen approached, but the boy didn't respond. Seeing the boy continue to dribble with his head down, Song Bowen grew annoyed. "Hey, I'm talking to you." The boy finally looked up, his face innocent. "Big brother, do you want to play basketball? Can you teach me?" "Get lost. Go home and do your homework." The boy lowered his head and resumed dribbling. Song Bowen, now irritated, strode forward. Just as he was about to speak, there was a sudden pop. The ball had deflated. "The ball's broken," the boy murmured. "Big brother, can I borrow your ball?" "No." "Oh, big brother, you're so stingy." The boy's body stayed still, but his head twisted unnaturally in a full circle. Blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Song Bowen. Only then did Song Bowen notice the boy's face was a ghastly blue-black, with blood oozing from his features. Terrified, Song Bowen turned to flee, but a sudden weight pressed down on his shoulder. Glancing sideways, the boy's ghastly face was now inches from his ear. "Big brother, can I borrow your head to use as a basketball?" The child's sweet, playful voice sounded all the more chilling in the dark. "Ghost!" Song Wenba let out a piercing scream, his voice shrill and distorted as his legs carried him forward uncontrollably. He suddenly recalled someone warning him about this basketball court being haunted, which explained why it was usually deserted. He had dismissed it back then, but now, he had run straight into the nightmare. Out of nowhere, a small boy clung to his body. In his panic, Song Wenba reached out, trying to shake him off. But the moment his hands touched something, he froze. Lying in his palms were two blood-soaked ears, fresh blood dripping steadily onto the ground. The sight shattered his composure entirely, and warm liquid trickled down his pant leg. Just as he prepared to flee again, an invisible force rooted him to the spot, rendering him completely immobile. "Hee hee." The little boy giggled innocently. "Big brother, can I borrow your head?" "No, no." Song Wenba shouted in terror. "Big brother, you're so stingy," the boy sighed. "You wouldn't lend me the basketball, and now you won't lend me your head either. I guess I'll just take it myself. It might hurt a bit." As he spoke, his icy hands covered Song Wenba's eyes. "No, no. You can borrow it. You can borrow it." Song Wenba screamed desperately into the darkness. Suddenly, everything fell silent. The cold hands released him, and he could move again. Trembling, Song Wenba opened his eyes to find the boy gone. He heaved a sigh of relief, silently thanking his quick thinking perhaps the ghost was merely mischievous. "Big brother, you're so kind." The sudden voice made Song Wenba's hair stand on end. Looking down, he saw the earless boy gazing up at him with an innocent smile. Screaming, Song Wenba turned to run, but when he came to his senses, he found himself back at the basketball court. Once again, his body was immobilized beneath the hoop. "Big brother, you promised," the boy said cheerfully. "You said I could borrow it." He smiled brightly and slowly climbed into Song Wenba's arms. Placing both hands on his head, the boy twisted sharply. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed, and Song Wenba's eyes widened in horror as life drained from him. The boy twisted and twisted, as if playing a game, until the head was completely severed. Warm blood spurted out, painting the night sky in crimson patterns. "I got it!" the boy exclaimed joyfully, hugging the bloodied head as he jumped off the lifeless body. Song Wenba's corpse collapsed heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open in eternal shock. "Big brother, you're sleeping so soundly," the boy chirped, holding up the head and speaking to its lifeless eyes. "Time to play ball." He began dribbling the severed head enthusiastically, the rhythmic thuds echoing through the silent night. Not far from Song Wenba's body, a deflated basketball sat abandoned, with two decayed eyeballs hanging from it, staring lifelessly. They seemed to mock the scene, or perhaps pity it. Down a desolate path, a shadowy figure without legs floated away into the night. Following behind it was a young man, his face alight with the kind of excitement and thrill a hunter feels upon spotting their prey. "Just my luck," wailed Apiao internally. After dying in a car accident and becoming a ghost, it had planned to find a scapegoat tonight to fulfill its lingering wish. But instead, it ran into this terrifying individual. The look in his eyes was unmistakably deranged. Without even crossing paths properly, Apiao's ghostly instincts had already confirmed this guy was bad news. Without hesitation, Apiao turned and bolted. Suddenly, it sensed the presence of another ghostly entity in the distance. Better you than me, my friend. Sorry about this." It abruptly stopped midair, changed direction, and sped towards the other presence. Sumo, looking thoroughly frustrated, was in hot pursuit. After finally encountering a ghost, he hadn't expected this little thing to be so fast. "It doesn't even have legs, and it's this quick. What if it did? The moment I have enough merit, I need to learn some lightfoot martial arts," he vowed silently. "It can even drift? If I let you get away tonight, I might as well call you my ancestor." Fuming, Sumo channeled his inner energy, forcing his speed to increase further. Oh my ghostly heavens! Ah Piao glanced back and saw the man closing in, its face drained of all color if it had any left and its ethereal form nearly smoking with panic. Big brother, please stop chasing me. What did I ever do to you? It was almost in tears as it pointed frantically into the distance and shouted, over there. There's another ghost. Go after them. Let me go. I swear I wasn't planning to harm you. Oh, there's another one over there. Sumo's eyes lit up. You weren't going to harm me? So, you were planning to harm someone else, huh? Evil will always face justice. Get down here. With a booming shout, Sumo stomped hard on the ground, causing it to crack beneath him. Energy surged through his body as he leapt into the air like a predator pouncing on its prey. It's over. Ah Piao shut its eyes in despair. In the blink of an eye, it was stomped into oblivion, its ghostly form dissipating into wisps of dark energy. A system notification chimed in at just the right moment. Congratulations, host, for eliminating level 1 ghost car crash spirit. Reward, 100 merit points. Done and dusted. Sumo clapped his hands with satisfaction and grinned. Perfect, I don't have to be that thing's ancestor after all. With that, he headed in the direction Ah Piao had indicated. The rhythmic sound of a basketball bouncing on the ground grew louder, and the outline of a court gradually came into view. A small figure was playing alone, the light casting a long shadow from the hoop. As Sumo got closer, he finally saw it clearly. A little boy without ears. Fresh, bloody wounds where his ears should have been were impossible to ignore. The boy was focused on dribbling, and each bounce of the ball left a small pool of blood on the ground. Hey little buddy, playing basketball all by yourself this late? Sumo called out with a cheerful smile as he stepped onto the court. Thud! The boy gave the ball one last bounce before catching it in his arms. He turned to face Sumo with an innocent smile. Big brother, you're finally here. Playing alone is so boring. Can you play with me? Sumo approached the little boy with a smile, lowering his gaze to examine this peculiar figure. The boy's blood-red eyes and missing ears betrayed his true identity. TSK, so you're not even pretending anymore, huh? Bleeding eyes, no ears. Are you afraid I won't figure out you're a ghost? Big brother, hey, race a ball for you. The boy held up a basketball, which instantly transformed into a human head. Its hollow eye socket stared intently at Sumo. This ball's no fun. Get me another one. Sumo said, shaking his head. Another one? The boy turned to glance at a shriveled human head lying not far away. But that ball's already broken. Why not use your own? Sumo said, pressing his hand on the boy's head. This one seems just fine to me. Big brother, go to hell, the boy retorted. Sumo's expression darkened. With a sudden force, he tore the boy's head clean off. Amidst the boy's shrill screams, his headless body emitted black smoke and lunged at Sumo. Sumo kicked it away, sending the body flying into a distant basketball hoop, where it collided with the net and fell heavily to the ground. Big brother, what are you doing? Weren't we playing ball? The boy's voice echoed. Holding the boy's head, Sumo began dribbling it like a basketball, even attempting a three-pointer. Unfortunately, his skills were lacking, and the head smacked against the backboard with a crisp sound. Nice shot. Sumo clapped as he approached, pinning the head to the ground with his foot. Big brother, please let me go. I'm really scared now, the boy pleaded. This ghost had intended to scare Sumo to death and then use his head as a ball, but the plan had backfired spectacularly. Let you go? Sure. Bring me 4 other ghosts, and he'll let you off. The boy, sensing a glimmer of hope, asked tearfully. How about 3? Really? You've got 3. Sumo immediately lifted his foot and placed the head back on the boy's shoulders. You should have said so earlier. Does it hurt? The boy adjusted his head and shook it vigorously. Not at all. It doesn't hurt one bit. Good. Now take me to those 3 ghosts. You'll really let me go? You're not lying to a kid, are you? I don't lie. As the boy was about to leave with the basketball clutched in his arms, Sumo stopped him. Wait. Put that head down. Don't carry it around, it's creepy. He glanced at the corpse in the corner, thinking how unlucky this guy was to come play basketball in the middle of the night. Before long, with the boy leading the way, they arrived at an abandoned sports arena. Big brother, they're inside. Take me in. The boy hesitated for a moment before leading Sumo inside. In the distance, the sound of a basketball bouncing echoed rhythmically. A court was lit up, and 3 figures were playing basketball. One of them, dressed in a familiar outfit, reminded Sumo of someone he once knew. Well. Sumo's eyes lit up with excitement as he spotted 3 level 2 ghostly entities. A wave of joy surged through him. These were all sources of merit. Boss G, that little ghost, is back again. Huh, there's someone with him this time. One of the ghosts suddenly spoke. Boss G turned around at the sound, his greasy, slicked back hair gleaming under the dim light. Whoa, is that a living human? The young boy led Sumo closer, forcing a stiff smile onto his face as he pointed at Sumo and stammered. Boss G, this big brother wants to play basketball with you guys. You? Want to play basketball with us? Boss G tugged at his suspenders and gave Sumo a once-over. Suddenly, his expression shifted drastically. Run? This guy's not here to play basketball, he's here to take us out. Before the words had even fully left his mouth, Boss G's figure turned into a streak of shadow, disappearing into a pile of junk in the distance. The other two ghosts, seeing this, quickly scattered and found hiding spots as well. With a loud click, the lights went out, plunging the entire space into darkness. Am I that obvious? Suemo muttered to himself in exasperation. I haven't even said anything yet. In the darkness, whispers from the ghosts could be heard. Boss G, how did you figure out he was coming after us? Yeah, I thought he looked pretty normal. Why not just go out there and have ourselves a good meal? Shoo. Boss G lowered his voice. I can tell at a glance. Didn't you notice the way he was looking at us? That kind of twisted excitement and exhilaration, even with a hint of joy. Think about it. Would a normal person look like that when they see ghosts? The two ghosts shook their heads vigorously. Of course not. Normal people would run as far away as possible. Boss G pointed toward the young boy. And that kid's even scarier than us. Loves twisting heads off and using them as basketballs. Now he's pretending to be all innocent, like a little bunny. Can't you see through that act? The two ghosts suddenly understood. Boss G, you're amazing as always. So what do we do now? Simple, we hide and wait for a chance to slip away. The three ghosts fell silent. Big brother, this has nothing to do with me. I didn't say anything. The boy pleaded tearfully. Don't worry, I know it's not your fault, Suemo said gently, patting the boy's head with a warm smile. You've completed your task. I'll send you on your way now. No need. I can go by myself. Not an option, you must be sent. Sumo's fist shot out suddenly, his blood energy igniting on his knuckles. The punch landed directly on the boy's head. Ah! With a scream, the boy's head flew off, disintegrating into ashes in midair. A system notification immediately sounded. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 2 ghost resentful spirit. 500 merit points awarded. Oh my god. The three ghosts, still hiding in the shadows, were terrified. Who could survive a punch like that? Suemo scanned his surroundings and activated his 9 Suns divine art. A blazing sun of blood energy erupted from his dantian, radiating intense light. The scorching aura swept through every corner of the space. To the ghosts, Suemo now resembled a blazing sun rising high in the sky. The searing heat made them feel as if they were being thrown into a boiling cauldron, smoke rising from their spectral forms. It's too hot. Boss G, I can't take it anymore. The agonized screams of three ghosts pierced through the night, shattering the silence as their invisibility failed. Emerging from the shadows, their faces were twisted and grotesque, their forms distorted. Judge, let's go all out. One of the ghosts snarled through clenched teeth, its body still emitting steam from the earlier attack that had clearly left it in agony. It glanced at the figure blocking the doorway, a silhouette as unyielding as a mountain, making it evident that escape was not an option. The air thickened with resentment as another ghost, cloaked in swirling black mist, growled in agreement. Yeah, let's take this guy down. All right, all together, kill him, Judge commanded. In an instant, the three ghosts transformed into shadowy figures and charged at Suemo in a triangular formation. Good timing. Suemo remained motionless until the very last moment, then stepped forward and unleashed his fists like bolts of lightning. Boom! His fists collided directly with the attacks of two ghosts, the sound of cracking bones ringing out. Seizing the moment as they recoiled in pain, Suemo swiftly grabbed their wrists and yanked them closer. No! Stop! The terrified cries of the two ghosts were cut short as Suemo gripped their heads and slammed them forcefully into the ground. With two resounding crashes, their heads shattered like watermelons, and under the searing power of Sumo's energy, their bodies disintegrated into ashes. A system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 2 level 2 ghosts vengeful spirits. Reward, 500 merit points each. With 2 chimes, 1,000 merit points were added to his total. Suemo turned his gaze to the final target Judge. To his surprise, the ghost leader suddenly appeared 3 meters away, dropping to its knees in a dramatic slide. Spare me, Great One. I swear I've never crossed you. Judge pleaded pitifully. Witnessing its companions being instantly annihilated, it no longer dared to resist. Suemo was momentarily stunned by the unexpected display. A malevolent ghost with no backbone? Seriously, Great One, am willing to serve you, to follow your every command. Sorry, am allergic to minions, Suemo replied as his body radiated intense heat, making Judge feel as though it were being roasted alive. Wait, Great One, Judge cried out with its eyes shut tight. I know where more ghosts are. I can lead you to them. Sumo's fist stopped just 0.01 centimeters from Jig's forehead, the heat already singeing its eyebrows. Talk. There's an abandoned internet cafe nearby. It collapsed years ago, killing a lot of people. At least a dozen ghosts are haunting that place. Suemo withdrew his fist, a faint smirk forming on his lips. Lead the way. Meanwhile, at Xinxiang High School, located several kilometers from the abandoned gymnasium, 3 heads cautiously peeked over the schoolyard wall. One of them, a bespectacled boy, shrank back nervously, whispering, Han Ming, are we really sneaking out? It's the middle of the night. I'm scared. What if the teachers catch us? What are you scared of? Han Ming, a tall boy, took a quick step toward the wall. With a light push, he effortlessly perched himself on top of it. At this hour, the teachers are already asleep. Who's going to check the dorms? Don't you guys want to see something good? The other two boys exchanged uneasy glances and hesitated. Zhou Hao, the one wearing glasses, rubbed his hands nervously and muttered, this place is so remote. Han Ming grinned. Let me tell you, I recently found a new website. Everything's free. All the content you could ever want, whatever you're into. Zhou Hao, you like Western stuff, right? They've got that too. Zhou Hao's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Of course. I'm the king of codes after all. Han Ming thumped his chest in assurance. Han Ming, Chen Dapeng suddenly spoke up, his voice filled with excitement. Do they have anything with Teacher Misaki? She's my favorite. Absolutely. They even have her latest sweater series, Han Ming said with a wink. If you don't come, it's your loss. For Teacher Misaki, getting caught is totally worth it. Chen Dapeng gritted his teeth, steeled his nerves, and climbed up the wall first. The three of them moved stealthily like spies, crawling until they were sure it was safe to stand. They walked for nearly half an hour, and the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. Only a few scattered streetlights flickered faintly in the darkness. Han Ming, are you sure there's an internet cafe around here? Zhou Hao shivered as his mind involuntarily conjured up eerie tales. Do you think I'd lie to you? If we weren't bros, I wouldn't even bother bringing you here. Han Ming replied impatiently. Chen Dapeng asked timidly, but we didn't bring our IDs. Places like this are obviously unregistered internet cafes. No one asks for IDs. Han Ming said smugly. I've been here twice already. The internet speed is insane, and the staff is super chill. Before he could finish, a faint neon sign appeared in the distance, glowing faintly in the night. Infinite Charm Internet Cafe. It's real. The other two exclaimed in surprise, their steps suddenly quickening with excitement. The three of them hurried into the cafe. Inside, the sound of clacking keyboards filled the air, and it seemed lively enough. However, none of them noticed the sign behind them flickering faintly, emitting a soft electric buzz. The word charm dimmed halfway, while infinite went completely dark. Silently and eerily, the sign transformed into Ghost Internet Cafe. Night package, please. Han Ming walked confidently to the front desk, slapping down a 10 yuan note with a flourish. Oh, you're back again. The girl at the internet cafe's front desk put down her phone and stood up, her voice sweet and playful. Though her looks were ordinary, she was young, heavily made up, and dressed provocatively, making it hard to look away. Chen Dapeng and Zhou Hao stared at her without blinking, thinking to themselves that Han Ming hadn't lied. The girl at the front desk didn't seem to mind their blatant stares. In fact, she shot the three of them a teasing glance, her eyes carrying a hint of mischief. Zhou Hao gasped softly, his heart racing as he'd never been in such a situation before. Blood surged through his veins. And you two? The same deal? The girl asked. Yeah, same here. The two of them hastily pulled out 10 yuan each and handed it over. The girl quickly operated the computer and assigned them 3 machines. Let's go. Han Ming ushered them to a cluster of 3 seats, winking as he asked, how about it? Cheap, right? Worth it. Worth it. Totally worth it. You're like my big brother, Han Ming. Chen Dapeng exclaimed excitedly. Quick, what's the website? Look at you two, so eager. Han Ming smirked as he rattled off a website address. Then he stood up and said, you guys start without me. I'm going to the front desk to grab a drink. Han Ming returned to the front desk and lowered his voice. Hey, you promised bring one person, and I get 50 yuan back, right? Of course. The girl smiled sweetly, pulling a 100 yuan bill from the drawer and handing it to him. I like you guys. Here, have some instant noodles on me. And grab a bottle of iced tea for each of you over there. Help yourselves. Really? Then I'll take the big bottles. Han Ming said excitedly. Go ahead. Han Ming returned to their seats, grinning as he carried instant noodles and iced tea. Chen Dapeng and Zhou Hao stared at him in astonishment. Han Ming, you're treating us? In your dreams. It's the boss treating us. I told you. I know this place well. Han Ming deliberately turned and gave the front desk a grateful thumbs up, his face brimming with pride. You're amazing, Ming. You're the best. The two of them gave him a thumbs up in return. Ming, do you think she has a thing for you? Wow, get lost. I'm not into older women. Han Ming waved dismissively. Hurry up, eat your noodles, and start browsing. We don't have much time, we have to leave by 5. The three of them prepared their noodles, put on their headphones, and quickly became engrossed in their screens. None of them noticed the other patrons in the cafe, quietly shifting their attention to them. Think that's enough? One customer whispered. Should be. Last time he came alone, there wasn't enough to go around. Now it should be plenty. When do we start? Wait for the signal from the front desk. Everyone turned their heads in unison, their eyes full of anticipation as they looked toward the front desk. The girl at the desk raised her head, her eyes glowing an eerie red. She licked her lips greedily, then stood up slowly. The other patrons followed suit, their faces alight with excitement. Finally, dinner time. I'm starving. Dibs on the eyeballs, don't you dare take them all. 6 eyeballs are all yours. At least leave me one. I'm not picky. They'll just take some brain matter. The entire cafe silently surrounded the three of them, their crimson eyes glinting as they whispered amongst themselves about how to divide the feast. What the hell? Chen Daping, absorbed in his screen, suddenly felt the strange atmosphere. He looked up and froze in terror. Han Ming, Zhou Hao. Chen Daping wasn't dumb. These people were clearly not normal. He tugged on Han Ming's sleeve, his face pale with fear. What's your problem? The other two were annoyed at being interrupted. But as soon as they removed their headphones and saw the scene around them, their faces turned ashen. What are you all doing? Han Ming stammered. The girl at the front desk let out a sinister laugh. Enjoying your noodles? Why yeah. Han Ming instinctively glanced at the half-eaten noodles beside him. His face went pale as he suddenly screamed. What the hell is this? In the bowl of noodles, there were no noodles at all. Clearly, they were wriggling masses of white maggots, round and plump. The bottle of iced red tea, which should have been a refreshing drink, had transformed into an unidentified sticky liquid, so murky that its original contents were impossible to discern. Zhou Hao felt an itch at the corner of his mouth. When he reached up to touch it, a few half-mangled maggots squirmed in his palm, cold and slimy, sending a shiver down his spine. Startled, he nearly jumped up, retching. Unable to hold back any longer, he shouted, "Ghosts! They're ghosts! Isn't this exactly how it happens in the movies?" The three of them scrambled to their feet in panic, only to be forcefully shoved back into their seats by an overwhelming force pressing down on their shoulders. The ghostly figure at the front desk revealed a chilling grin, its voice growing icier with every word. "Little ones, since you've come here, don't think about leaving so easily." Her body began to contort. Her head shriveled, her neck twisted at an unnatural angle, and a steel rod as thick as a finger protruded from her abdomen, blood spurting from the wound and staining her tattered, filthy form. The floor beneath her was splattered with crimson drops. Her chest appeared to have been struck by a heavy object, leaving her flesh mangled and crawling with maggots. It was utterly grotesque, devoid of even the slightest hint of humanity. To make matters worse, everyone else in the internet cafe had transformed into the same horrifying state. The flickering lights cast eerie shadows, and nearly every face had become twisted, monstrous, and repulsive. Dinner time. A frail-looking man pointed a bony finger at Han Ming. "Let's start with him's the biggest, plenty of meat." Don't eat me. Don't eat me. I'm really skinny." Han Ming screamed in terror, but the figures around him seemed deaf to his pleas. Their sinister grins grew wider as they closed in, their hands reaching for him. It was over. Despair filled Han Ming as he shut his eyes tightly, his mind consumed by a single thought. "Someone, please save us. If I get another chance, I swear I'll study hard and never skip school to play games again." Just then, in the pitch-black night, a ghostly figure dressed in overalls appeared silently behind them, accompanied by a young man. Jigu whispered in a hushed tone, "Boss, that's the place. After I became a ghost, I stumbled upon it by accident. There are at least a dozen ghostly entities inside. The female ghost at the front desk is the most dangerous, is already a level 3 ghost. I swear, you've got to believe me." Sumo's eyes turned icy as he gazed at the internet cafe illuminated by neon lights in the distance, the surrounding air thick with a sinister gloom. "Tonight will be a big haul," he murmured, a cold smirk curling his lips as he turned to prepare for action. Seeing that Sumo was in a good mood, Jigu tried to seize the moment to plead for his life. However, before he could utter a word, urgent cries for help echoed from inside the cafe. "Ah, help? Somebody save us." Sumo's brows furrowed slightly as he muttered under his breath, "There are people in there. Judging by the voices, they don't sound very old." Without hesitation, he seized Jigu by the neck, channeling his energy, and dashed toward the internet cafe at lightning speed. Brother G felt a gust of wind rush past his ears as the scenery around him blurred and rapidly receded. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing in front of the internet cafe. The doors were tightly shut, and a chilling aura enveloped the place. The dim lights flickered intermittently, their glow swaying like ghostly flames, obscuring the view inside. Faintly, eerie laughter echoed from within, mingled with sharp cries for help. Sumo gripped Brother G tightly, and suddenly raised his foot, kicking the cafe door with immense force. With a thunderous crash, the door shattered, and a surge of cold, sinister energy burst forth, accompanied by a bone-chilling draft. "Scream all you want. Even if you tear your throats, no one will come to save you." A voice filled with twisted madness rang out. "The more terrified you are, the faster your blood flows. It'll make you even more tender when I feast on you. Don't worry, it'll all be over soon." A gust of icy wind swept through, and a sinister laugh along with ghostly whispers echoed from within the cafe. "Where should I start? Maybe with their hands? Otherwise, they'll die too quickly and won't be fresh anymore. Why do you get to eat first?" A female ghost sneered coldly, her tone growing even more chilling. "We'll eat together. Whoever grabs a part first, it's theirs. At her words, the ghosts in the cafe grew restless, their sinister energy surging wildly. Han Ming and his two friends squeezed their eyes shut, tears and snot streaming down their faces as they trembled uncontrollably, dreading the horror that was about to unfold. "Help us, I won't go online ever again. Please let me go, Mom. I want to go home," they whimpered in despair. They could hardly believe that they had encountered ghosts while simply going to an internet cafe, not just one ghost, but a whole group of them. "Stop fighting." The female ghost's voice suddenly turned sharp, and an overwhelming black aura erupted from her, engulfing the entire cafe. "I am in charge here. I'll count to 3, and then everyone can attack together." Her commanding tone carried an oppressive authority. The ghost's eyes turned blood red, each one glaring at the 3 boys in the center like sharp blades. Han Ming and his friends kept their eyes tightly shut, too afraid to witness what was coming next. 1, 2. Her voice was chilling, pressing down on everyone's hearts. Just as she was about to shout 3, a sudden loud noise came from outside the door. Bang! All the ghosts froze in shock, turning their heads toward the entrance. The cafe's door was smashed to pieces, and the sinister energy within swirled chaotically. A tall, striking man strode in with an imposing presence and unwavering gaze. He dragged a ghost by the neck, his voice low and commanding. "Who's here to go online?" Brother G slid off his back, quickly scanning the room. His eyes landed on several school-uniformed boys huddled in chairs, trembling uncontrollably, clearly terrified out of their wits. "Unlucky kids," Suemo muttered under his breath. Of all places, they had to stumble into a haunted internet cafe. Just their luck. The sudden appearance of Suemo left the ghosts momentarily stunned. His commanding aura was overwhelming, causing them to instinctively take a step back, exchanging uncertain glances. Online, one ghost murmured in disbelief, clearly doubting what it had just heard. "You smashed the door and barged in. Well, are you kidding? Do you think we're stupid?" Another ghost sneered, clearly unimpressed by the situation. Han Ming and his friends cautiously opened their eyes upon hearing the commotion. They saw the man standing at the entrance, exuding an aura so powerful it seemed to suppress all the ghosts in the room. "Who is he?" Han Ming whispered in fear. "We need to run. These are all ghosts." "He's a cultivator." The female ghost's eyes narrowed as she shouted sharply. "Don't let him get close." The ghosts in the cafe began growling lowly, their sinister energy roiling as an oppressive atmosphere filled the space. Their cold, piercing gazes all locked onto Suemo, radiating a malicious intent that seemed to cut through the air. Suemo remained calm, glancing around the room and quickly assessing the situation. There were 12 ghosts in total. He let out a small sigh, his eyes briefly landing on the broken door. Internally, he regretted his earlier action. The door's broken. That probably wasn't the best idea. What if they escape? Brother G noticed his expression and quickly leaned in to whisper, "Boss, don't worry. These are bound ghosts. They can't leave this place." Realization dawned on Suemo as his face broke into a faint smile. "Ah, I see. Well, that makes things easier." He turned to Brother G, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "You're pretty sharp." Suemo patted Gi's shoulder. Jigu immediately shrank back, forcing a nervous laugh. "It's an honor to be of service to someone as powerful as you," he said. Before he could finish, he felt a surge of searing heat above him. Sumo's hand was firmly pressing down on his forehead. "Please, spare me, boss. I beg you." Jigu cried out in desperation, his face filled with terror. Suemo let out a cold laugh, increasing the pressure of his grip. "As a ghost, you should have accepted your fate. Did you ever spare the lives of those you killed?" With a loud thud, Suemo slammed Gi's head straight into his stomach, leaving him no chance to even scream. Without hesitation, Suemo followed with a powerful kick, sending Gi's body hurtling into the crowd of ghosts. Boom! Gi's body exploded amidst the ghostly horde, disintegrating into ash. A system notification promptly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 2 ghost vengeful spirit. Reward, 500 merit points. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the female ghost realized what was happening, Suemo had already charged toward another ghost. "Kill him!" The female ghost shrieked, ordering the surrounding spirits to attack. They lunged at Suemo, claws bared. Suemo moved like a force of nature, striking with precision and lethal intent. His first blow sent a ghost's head spinning on its neck. The system chimed again. Killed level 2 ghost earthbound spirit. Reward, 500 merit points. He darted through the ghostly crowd like a tiger among sheep. His fists flew with unstoppable ferocity, and ghosts fell one after another. Any ghost that tried to flee was swiftly obliterated with a single kick. The internet cafe was filled with swirling dark energy, punctuated by the wails of the ghosts. "Help! Spare me, please. Stay away. I'll call for reinforcements." Han Ming and his two friends stood frozen, their jaws hanging open as they witnessed the carnage. The man before them seemed to radiate an aura of fiery energy, his face alight with exhilaration. Each punch shattered the ghosts into fragments. Is he some kind of martial arts master? Martial arts master? No way, this guy's an absolute legend. He's incredible, killing ghosts with just his fists. I want to be his disciple. Keep dreaming, idiot. Thud, thud, thud. After a flurry of punches, the internet cafe fell silent once more. The floor was littered with the mangled remains of ghostly bodies. Suemo slowly raised his head, his gaze locking onto the female ghost trembling in the corner, her face pale with fear. Cracking his knuckles menacingly as he approached, he let out a sinister chuckle. Your turn now. What a great haul. Standing in the room, Suemo rubbed his hands together with a satisfied smile on his face. The few thousand merit points he had gained from the Ghost Internet Cafe were enough for another enhancement. Although he still needed 10 more enhancements to condense a second blood chi sun within him. This time he decided it might be better to learn some new skills rather than blindly enhancing his abilities. He walked to the corner, brushed the dust off a stack of martial arts manuals, and laid them out in front of him for a closer look. Thousand Spider and Poisonous Hands? The name sounded sinister enough, but practicing it would also poison and disfigure the practitioner. Pass. The Sunflower Manual? Not even worth touching. Practicing it would leave him with nothing but needles to play with. The Evil Resisting Sword Manual? Sure, it was powerful, but the price was more than most men could bear. Toad-style Kung Fu. Before fighting ghosts, he'd have to crouch down and croak like a toad, far too undignified. As for the Seven Wounds Fist, it was a complete no-go, harming the enemy at the cost of almost destroying oneself. With enhancements, it might become even deadlier to the practitioner. After flipping through the manuals for some time, Suemo couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. That old guy from the bookstore must be some kind of shady cultivator, stocking all these creepy techniques. Finally, a manual titled Supreme Xianyang 5 Thunder Mind Technique caught his attention. Now that's an impressive name. This is the one. Suemo excitedly pointed at the manual and shouted, System, enhance it for me. But the manual didn't budge. He tried several more times, but still nothing happened. Confused, he opened the manual, only to find that, apart from the last page, which read, just came up with the name, haven't written the content yet. Guanxin Scholar. The rest of the pages were completely blank. It dawned on Suemo that the owner of the Guanxin bookstore had sneakily slipped in some filler. As he flipped through the other manuals, he found several more blank manuals, with names that sounded even more intimidating, but with not a single word written inside. Fortunately, he did find a manual titled Great Strength Vajra Palm, which was detailed and even included illustrations. However, after some thought, Suemo decided to start with a lightness skill. He immediately ordered a few lightness skill manuals online using his phone. By the afternoon, the delivery had arrived. He eagerly pulled out Lingbo Wei Bu graceful wave steps to enhance it, only to discover that the system didn't respond to any of the new manuals. Whether it was Heaven and Earth Shift, Wudong Cloud Ladder, or Lightness Skill, Water Walking, none of them could be enhanced. Could it be that only manuals from Taoist Lei work with the system? Suemo recalled that the skills he had successfully cultivated, like Nine Yang Divine Skill and Golden Bell Shield, were all from Taoist Lei. He quickly dialed Taoist Lei's number. Hello? Taoist Lei, do you have any more martial arts manuals? Huh. On the other end of the line, Taoist Lei's voice sounded a bit sheepish. Mr. Su, why are you asking about that? My manuals, they're just for fooling kids. That's not important. Just tell Mado you have any left. I've got 18 copies of Nine Yang Divine Skill and 3 copies of Golden Bell Shield. That's it. Martial arts manuals are harder to scam people with these days, so I've switched to selling talismans. Business has been much better. Suemo stared at Taoist Lei, a slight smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Taoist Lei, did you really buy this manual from Pin Dai Dai? It doesn't look authentic to me. Taoist Lei froze for a moment, then widened his eyes and frowned. Of course. How would I know anything about advanced martial arts? Tell me the name of that shop. Maybe I can help you find something more reliable. Before he could continue, Suemo quickly pulled out his phone, searching Pin Dai Dai for the shops specializing in martial arts manuals. This shop guarantees authenticity for all their manuals, with a 10 times compensation policy for fakes. Boss, are you there? Yes, I'm here, young friend. How can I assist you? Our manuals are guaranteed authentic. Do you have any manuals on lightness skills? Lightness skills. The boss paused briefly and began rummaging around. Sorry, young friend, we're sold out. But rest assured, our manuals are authentic handwritten copies, far superior to any printed versions. If you're in a hurry, I can print more. Then print some more. Suemo replied impatiently, eager to find a breakthrough. But make it quick. I'm planning to leave you a good review. Really? Young friend, you're so straightforward. Don't worry, the manuals will be ready in a few days, and I'll inform you as soon as they're available. The boss agreed cheerfully. After hanging up, Suemo sighed inwardly. He glanced down at the Great Strength Vajra Palm manual in his hands, not holding out much hope. Deep down, he already knew the likelihood of its authenticity. System, enhance, he silently commanded in his mind. Ding! The system's notification sound suddenly chimed. 10,000 merit points consumed. Enhancement successfully exchanged. Target, great strength, Vajrapalm. A soft glow burst forth from the manual, enveloping it entirely. Moments later, the manual began to radiate a dazzling brilliance, floating in front of Suemo. Huh. Suemo froze, unable to believe his eyes. Is the system rebooting? The light flickered intensely, and then the great strength Vajrapalm started flipping its pages on its own. Each page seemed to come alive, with small golden figures appearing one by one, performing various stances and hand seals. The seals emitted different lights, some spewed flames, others crackled with lightning. The figures passed through the air in sequence, finally merging into Sumo's forehead. Ding! Enhancement of great strength Vajrapalm complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new technique, Demon Subduing Exorcism Seal. This technique channels internal energy and blood to form 3 major seals. When fully mastered, all 3 seals can be unleashed simultaneously, with immense power, especially devastating against evil entities. Vajra Seal grants the user the strength of a Vajra, capable of shattering gold and splitting stone. The stronger the user's energy and blood, the more powerful the seal. Current combat strength evaluation, level 6 practitioner. Remaining merit points, 4,000. Suddenly, a golden flame ignited on the great strength Vajrapalm, reducing it to ashes in moments as the golden light faded away. What the? Suemo was stunned, staring in disbelief at the Naoishen manual in his hands. However, the shock in his heart only grew. He carefully reviewed the system's description and discovered that his cultivation had advanced by an entire level. And this was just from mastering the first seal. His strength had already surged. Every practitioner knows that the difficulty of improving increases exponentially as one's cultivation progresses. The further along you are, the harder it is to break through. What thrilled Suemo the most, however, was that with the Demon Subduing Exorcism Seal, the stronger his energy and blood, the more terrifying the seal's power. It was practically tailor-made for him. Thanks to the support of the 9 Suns Devouring Heaven technique, his energy and blood were exceptionally abundant, his body brimming with endless power. This new technique felt like the perfect match for his combat style. My merits are running low again. Suemo shook his head and sighed, his gaze falling on the golden mark forming in his palm. The mark exuded a sense of deadly authority, making his eyes light up. What a powerful feeling. With a thought, the golden mark dissipated. Suemo looked around. I need to find a place to test its power. His eyes swept over the manuals on the bookshelf, and he frowned. Why couldn't the manuals he bought online be enhanced? Yet Lei Daozhang's 9 Yang Divine Skill and the old bookstore owner's manuals could. After pondering for a while, a rather amusing possibility came to mind. Could it be that the online store Pindad shop is actually owned by the old bookstore man? Forget it. Suemo shook his head. Let's focus on earning more merits first, then get myself a weapon and a lightness skill manual. I need to reach level 9 as soon as possible. Stepping out of the small courtyard, a gentle breeze from the lake brushed against his face. Ever since he started practicing the 9 Yang Divine Skill, he could go days without sleep and still feel full of energy, with no trace of fatigue. In the distance, a loud advertisement blared, Foodie Challenge. If you dare to eat, come on down. Win a cash prize of 888. Following the sound, Suemo saw a bustling self-service restaurant. The chubby manager was greeting customers at the entrance, but his face changed slightly when he spotted Suemo. Hello there. Suemo greeted with a smile. The chubby manager quickly approached him. Mr. Su, we meet again. Our boss has updated the challenge rules. Successful challengers are no longer eligible to participate. Sumo's lips twitched. Why don't you just put my ID number on the blacklist? Can I at least pay to eat? Of course you can. The manager said with a distressed look. It's just that our stock is a bit low today, and I'm worried you might not get enough to eat. But the boss said you're always welcome, and if we run out, we'll restock immediately. Don't worry, I'm not hungry right now. Next time for sure. Suemo waved as he left, leaving the chubby manager wiping his sweat in relief. If the eating god got hungry, what would the other customers eat? Night fell. At Bureau 749. Captain Lin, I'm back. Wang Lang hummed a little tune as he walked through the door. That fast? Lin Xianxian frowned. The Charm Unlimited Internet Cafe had over a dozen ghost entities, including a level 3 one. You cleared it in less than an hour. Recently, strange incidents had been occurring frequently in Yuqing. Although the bound Earth ghosts at the Internet Cafe posed a relatively low threat, it shouldn't have been resolved so quickly. Here. Wang Lang handed over some photos. By the time we got there, the Internet Cafe had already collapsed, and there wasn't a single ghost left. Who did it? Lin Xianxian looked up and asked. Based on Wang Lang's on-site investigation report, the corpses of the ghostly entities were utterly shattered, and the horrific scene was beyond words. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xianxian interjected. This extreme fighting style could only belong to Suemo. Your insight is as sharp as ever, Captain Lin. Wang Lang replied with a look of admiration before revealing his findings. Last night, a few students from Xinxiang High School snuck out to an internet cafe, but they were safely returned this morning. ID bet anything they went to the Infinite Charm internet cafe, and it was none other than Mr. Su who brought them back. Hearing this, Lin Xianxian let out a sigh of relief. If not for Su Mo's timely intervention, those 3 students might have already met a tragic end. Mr. Su is truly adept at dealing with ghosts. Wang Lang continued his report. Yesterday, he completed several bounty missions in succession, and his speed was astonishing. Our team went to verify the sites, and the ghostly entities were completely eradicated. None survived. The points for the Ghost Cafe should naturally go to him, Lin Xianxian said as she sat back down. After all, it's his credit. With the recent surge in ghostly activity, his assistance has significantly eased our burden. Exactly, Wang Lang said with a grin. These past few days, all we've had to do is clean up the aftermath. Lin Xianxian turned to gaze out the window at the brightly lit city, her expression grave. We can't let our guard down. I have a feeling our challenges are going to grow even more severe. What's there to fear? Wang Lang replied, seemingly at ease. At worst, we'll go down taking those ghosts with us. Lin Xianxian didn't respond to his remark. Instead, she handed him 2 files. Recently, more than 10 girls have gone missing under strange circumstances. They share common traits. Over 170 centimeters tall, cup or larger, weighing under 110 pounds, and exceptionally attractive. It's suspected to be connected to malevolent forces. You're in charge of investigating this. She opened another file. Additionally, the deadly red envelope has resurfaced, claiming 3 lives in a single day. What? Wang Lang's face darkened as he took the file. The photos of the 3 victims were chilling. An elderly man hanged from a ceiling fan, a child drowned in a toilet, and most horrifying of all, a young woman seen on surveillance cutting half of her own head off with a knife. Strangely, all 3 had been clutching red envelopes at the time of death, their faces frozen in eerie smiles. Damn it, Wang Lang slammed his fist on the table. That cursed red envelope spirit already killed 7 or 8 people 6 months ago. It's too cunning. Despite mobilizing a large team from Bureau 749, we couldn't capture it. Now it's back, and we must eliminate it quickly, or the casualties will only continue to rise. His voice was filled with anger and determination. Su Mo was walking along the street when a prominent warning message suddenly popped up on his phone. Dear citizens, several fraud cases have recently occurred in our city. Scammers are using red envelopes to carry out their schemes. Please do not pick up red envelopes from the ground. If you find one, report it immediately. Assisting in solving the case could earn you a reward of 50,000 yuan. Seeing the message, Su Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. 6 months ago, he might have dismissed this as an ordinary fraud alert. But now, he knew better. These so-called red envelopes were most likely tied to supernatural entities, just like the eerie love letter he had received a few days ago. He vividly remembered the authorities issuing a similar warning about half a year ago. Chilling rumors had been circulating online. Anyone who picked up one of these red envelopes would be haunted by an evil spirit, with no exceptions. Red envelopes. Su Mo muttered, lowering his gaze to scan the ground. His eyes swept back and forth, but the pavement was empty. Looks like my luck isn't great today, he thought. Just then, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed 749 Bureau. Hello, Mr. Su. Did you handle the ghost at the Charm Unlimited Internet Cafe? Yes, I did. Great. You've earned 300 points for this task, including your previous rewards for dealing with other entities. A total of 400 points has been credited to your account. Please check your balance. After confirming the deposit in the app, Su Mo felt a surge of satisfaction. He casually opened the rewards section and immediately noticed a striking red post. Warning, red envelope ghost. This entity caused multiple deaths in U City 6 months ago before disappearing. It has now resurfaced. Estimated strength, level 34. Extremely cunning and highly dangerous. Proceed with caution. Task reward, 600 points. Su Mo did a quick mental calculation. The reward offered by the 749 Bureau this time was indeed substantial. He searched online for more information about the mysterious red envelopes, but found little beyond old posts and exaggerated fictional accounts. Guess I'll leave it to chance. Maybe I'll stumble upon it. He murmured to himself as he arrived at a secluded pond on the outskirts of the city. The place was almost deserted, except for the occasional fishing enthusiast perfect for testing his new abilities. Let's see how powerful the diamond seal really is. Su Mo focused his energy, and soon, a golden mark appeared on his palm, radiating dazzling light. Diamond seal, he called out softly, slamming the mark onto the water's surface. In an instant, golden light erupted, engulfing the entire pond. The water churned violently, and muffled sounds echoed from the depths. Suddenly, with a loud boom, a column of water shot several meters into the air. The golden-tinted droplets hovered momentarily before crashing back into the pond with a loud splash. Not bad. Su Mo nodded in approval, imagining the devastation this attack could unleash on a ghostly entity. Just then, A series of system notifications chimed in rapid succession. Ding. You have slain a level 1 ghost drowned spirit. Gained 100 merit points. Ding. You have slain a level 1 ghost drowned spirit. Gained 100 merit points. Ding. You have slain a level 1 ghost drowned spirit. Gained 100 merit points. Interesting. Suemo raised an eyebrow in surprise. This little pond turned out to be hiding 3 ghosts. Tough luck for them. Looking at the few hundred merit points he had just earned, Suemo chuckled, clearly in a great mood. He wandered around and occasionally found a wild pond to throw explosives into. But apart from the scattered fish and shrimp flying out of the water, he didn't see any ghosts. He thought to himself, there must be something in the river. So, Suemo walked to a small riverbank and confidently tossed a few more explosive charms. Unfortunately, the water surface remained calm without any ripples. Just as he was about to give up splash, a large yellow eel, as thick as an arm, was blasted out of the water, landing heavily on the shore and writhing furiously in the sand. Jackpot! Suemo muttered under his breath, his eyes wide with surprise. Without hesitation, he kicked the wriggling eel hard, sending it flying toward the opposite bank. Who the hell is dynamite fishing here? Don't you know it's illegal? Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. You've blown up all the fish. What are we supposed to catch now? If you've got guts, come over here. I can take on 10 of you, believe it or not. Suddenly, an angry voice boomed from across the river. Suemo squinted and made out a man in a rain-soaked jacket and hat, clearly a fisherman, furiously yelling and stomping his feet in frustration. The fisherman looked pretty miserable, his clothes drenched, likely from the fish Suemo's explosives had sent flying. Suemo glanced at him, smirked, and gave the large eel another hard kick, sending it straight across the river. From the other side, there was a startled cry. What an ambush! Then, after a pause, the fisherman exclaimed, wow, what a fat eel. Must be at least 3 to 5 pounds. I haven't caught a single fish all day, and now this. Is this heaven's way of compensating me? Hearing this, Suemo just shook his head and prepared to make a quiet exit. Fisherman, he mused, could catch all sorts of things besides fish. Had often heard stories of anglers pulling up not just fish but even human remains, helping police solve cold cases. The most bizarre tale had heard was of a fisherman reeling in a bronze artifact. Suddenly, his phone rang. Suemo glanced at the screen. It was AI Rui calling. He answered, hello? Suemo, where are you? I've got something to share with you. AI Rui's voice came through, sweet and a little proud. She sounded like she was in a great mood, likely because things had gone well with Xiaoya. What's up? Suemo asked. Well, I've officially started dating my girlfriend, Xiaoya. AI Rui said excitedly. Hee, you know we met up yesterday. She looks exactly like her photos, super gorgeous. Congrats. So, does this mean you're treating me to a meal? Suemo teased with a laugh. Of course. AI Rui replied, her tone playful. By the way, let's meet up. You haven't been to school in days, and the teachers don't even call your name anymore. It's like magic. Suemo chuckled lightly. How about this? Come over to Guanhu number 1 residence. They'll be waiting for you at home. Where? The Chinese-style villa in the southern part of the city, Guanhu number 1? AI Rui sounded surprised. Your house? Yeah. Why would I lie? Hurry up and come over. They'll be here waiting for you. Suemo said with a grin. Oh, and bring me a bottle of ice-cold Coke, preferably chilled. AI Rui hung up the phone in exasperation, feeling a bit annoyed. Fine, Suemo, you finally stopped pretending. Turns out you're a rich guy living in Guanhu number 1. That place is stunning, traditional Chinese courtyards and all, worth a fortune. And you're asking me to bring you Coke? Should I just bring you a room temperature one instead? A smirk tugged at her lips as she thought about it. After ending the call, AI Rui walked out of the school gates toward a convenience store. As she walked, she mused to herself, Guanhu number 1. Huh? Definitely a place for wealthy people. She pushed open the store door, walked to the fridge, and grabbed a few cans of ice-cold Coke. Turning to the shopkeeper, she said, do you have any chilled Coke? Pack me some, please. The shopkeeper nodded. Sure, here you go. At the gate of Guanhu number 1, Suemo spotted a taxi approaching from a distance. The car door opened, and AI Rui jumped out, carrying a plastic bag. Over here. Suemo raised his hand to wave, his gaze locking onto his friend. AI Rui jogged over, glancing at the shimmering lake in the distance and the grand villa by the shore, his eyes filled with amazement. Here you go. Your Kalano ice, just room temperature. He handed over the plastic bag, then widened his eyes in disbelief. No way. You actually live here. Suemo casually threw an arm around his shoulder, a smug smile playing on his lips. I just moved in. Come on, let's go check it out. The two of them walked through the entrance and into the house. AI Rui plopped down onto a chair in the living room, deliberately putting on a serious face, though his eyes betrayed his curiosity. Suemo, aren't you going to come clean with your buddy? He stared directly at Suemo. Spill it. Which corporate family's heir are you? Out here slumming it for fun? Think about how many skewers and bowls of grilled rice you've freeloaded off me. He pointed at Suemo, shaking his head dramatically. Don't pretend. I've read enough CEO novels to know how this works. Wealthy heirs disguising themselves as ordinary people to win someone's heart. You're not even close to being a beauty. Suemo cut him off. AI Rui instantly pointed back at Suemo, raising his voice with a mock-hurt expression. Your words have deeply wounded my soul. You owe me compensation. Start with a few million to ease my pain. Unfazed, Suemo pulled out his phone, his fingers gliding across the screen. They'll transfer it right now. Whoa, whoa. AI Rui quickly pressed down on the phone, his expression turning exasperated. I was kidding. Were you actually going to transfer it? Putting his phone away, Suemo looked at his friend seriously. I'm really not some rich heir. All of this. I earned it myself. Sure you did. Exorcising ghosts must pay really well. AI Rui quipped, casting a skeptical glance at the luxurious decor around him. Why don't you just say some rich widow gave you this villa? With your looks, that'd actually be more believable. Sumo's eyes lit up as he feigned surprise. How did you guess? AI Rui's gaze fell on some scattered books nearby. Picking one up, he flipped through it with a sly grin. Hey, when did you get into martial arts novels? Oh, the Sunflower Manual? This suits you. Have you practiced it yet? Come on, drop your pants, let me see. Not recently, not recently. Suemo waved his hand, steering the conversation away. Let's not talk about that. What's the rush? Why were you looking for me? AI Rui pulled 2 bottles of cola from the plastic bag, handing one to Suemo. The bottle was chilled, with condensation clinging to its surface. Isn't it weird? I swear I bought room temperature, but somehow it turned into ice-cold cola on the way here. Taking the cola, Suemo smiled brightly as his fingers touched the cold bottle. I knew it. You're the best. Thanks. Feeling triumphant, AI Rui pulled out his phone, quickly scrolling through his photo album before turning the screen towards Suemo. You might have money, but you don't have a girlfriend. I do. Huh. Suemo leaned in for a look. The photo showed AI Rui with a gentle-looking girl, her sweet smile and affectionate pose leaning against his shoulder. You two look good together. Wow, she's pretty. Suemo patted his friend's shoulder, then lowered his voice, his eyes glinting mischievously. So, just dinner last night. Or did anything else happen? Like, some action? It was our first meeting. How could we do something like that? AI Rui shook his head, his expression turning serious. Suemo, I really like Xiaoya. But what? Spill it. Suemo urged. Xiaoya said she's willing to be my girlfriend because I'm honest and reliable, someone she can trust for life. At this point, AI Rui's cheeks flushed red. She even asked if I'd be willing to marry her. If I agreed, she'd marry me. Suemo raised an eyebrow. And you said yes? Yeah. AI Rui nodded. Don't you think that's a bit too fast? Suemo frowned. You've just met, and you're already talking about marriage? Something doesn't feel right. That Xiaoya girl, she might be a scammer, or worse, after your kidney. Suemo suddenly recalled recent strange events, his frown deepening. Wait a second. Could AI Rui have gotten involved with a ghost? He scrutinized his friend closely, then shook his head. No, that can't be it. His aura seems normal. Doesn't look like he's been haunted. Suemo hadn't met Xiaoya in person, so he couldn't make any subjective judgments about whether she was a ghost or not. Thus, he chose to say nothing. If the girl was sincere, falsely accusing her would be unjust. I think it's a bit too fast as well. Xiaoya hasn't even met my parents yet, and I haven't met her family either, AI Rui said, rubbing his temples with a puzzled tone. Suemo squinted his eyes, thought for a moment, and asked, when did Xiaoya say she wants you to marry her? AI Rui shook his head. She didn't specify. She just said that as long as I agree, I must keep my promise and never deceive her. Why not arrange to meet her in person? Suemo suggested. She went back to her hometown today, not in Yuqing. I dropped her off at the airport, AI Rui explained, his fingers tapping the table absent-mindedly. Suemo frowned slightly, feeling something strange about the situation. All right, when she comes back, arrange to meet her face-to-face. If anything unusual happens, call me immediately. The two chatted for a while longer before AI Rui got up to leave. Suemo walked him to the door, watching his friend's departing figure and muttering to himself. Bro, just make sure you're not dating a ghost. At exactly midnight, Suemo arrived at the underground parking lot of a shopping mall. According to some clues, the place was rumored to be haunted and had been temporarily closed off. The parking lot was eerily empty, with barely any cars and only a few dim lights casting an unsettling glow. The cold, damp air made him shiver involuntarily. Suemo huddled his shoulders, pretending to look around. Weird, where did I park my car? I've crashed my car. A woman's startled cry suddenly broke the silence. Suemo looked up to see a small electric car with a T logo smashed against the wall not far away. Its headlights flickered erratically. A woman dressed in white stepped out of the car, her face filled with distress. Her gaze shifted and locked onto Suemo. Her eyes lit up as she waved at him, calling out, Sir, could you help me? Sure. Suemo's eyes also lit up as he strode over. Sir, I'm not very good at driving, the woman said softly, inching closer to him with a seductive gaze. Could you help me move my car? Maybe we could grab a meal together? Sumo's expression remained unchanged. He asked directly, Are you looking to have a meal, Or are you planning to eat me? Huh. The woman froze. Huh, my foot. You reek of death, and you're still pretending to be human? I could tell you weren't human from the start, Suemo suddenly shouted, his voice echoing through the empty parking lot. Well, you found me out. The woman's voice instantly turned cold and menacing. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a vengeful ghost, with a chilling wind sweeping through the parking lot. Her face turned a ghastly greenish black, her appearance eerie and terrifying. Her nails extended into long, sharp claws. Then you can stay and keep me company, she screeched, lunging towards Suemo. Diamond seal. Suemo shouted, channeling his energy. A golden imprint slammed into the ghost with immense force. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the diamond seal exploded within her, releasing a blinding golden light. The ghost's body shattered into pieces in an instant. Ding! A system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for defeating a level 2 ghost car accident ghost. You've been awarded 500 points of merit. Swoosh! A shadowy figure darted out from a corner, fleeing deeper into the parking lot. Trying to run? Suemo chased after it without hesitation. Stop chasing me. I didn't hurt you. Deep in the garage, a man surrounded by black mist shouted frantically, his voice filled with fear. He clearly remembered that the man chasing him had merely clapped his hands, and his wife had exploded on the spot. If you stop running, they'll stop chasing, Suemo said, following closely behind with light steps, the distance between them quickly narrowing. If I stop, won't I just die? The ghostly figure kept fleeing, glancing back over his shoulder, his eyes full of terror. Correct. Suemo suddenly accelerated, lunging forward in a flash. His palm lit up with a dazzling golden glow as he struck the ghost's back with force. Aya! A piercing scream echoed through the garage as the golden light erupted. The ghost's body shattered like glass into countless fragments, and the dark mist dissipated into nothingness. Ding! A system notification sounded in Sumo's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully eliminated a level 2 ghost car accident spirit. Reward, 500 virtue points. With a thought, the golden light in Sumo's palm gradually faded. The Vajra seal is so effective, he mused to himself, looking forward to unlocking the next 2 seals. Next stop, Dagu Reservoir. Suemo exited the haunted garage and stood by the roadside, waving down a yellow taxi that came to a stop in front of him. Hey, it's you. The taxi driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror, his face lighting up with surprise. Isn't this Mr. Su? Hey, long time no see. Suemo greeted with a smile, thinking how small U City Wash had once again ended up in Chun Dagong's cab. This driver was a good guy. Suemo recalled that Chun had even offered to show him some exciting show, though he hadn't had the time back then. He still didn't know what was so exciting about it. Where to, Mr. Su? The driver asked. Dagu Reservoir. Chun Dagong nodded. Mr. Su, you're off to deal with those things again, aren't you? Suemo didn't answer, simply gazing silently out the window. Starting the car, Chun Dagong smiled. I know what you area man of great abilities. Mr. Zhou called me, saying his daughter's issue was resolved. And he thanked me because of you. To show his gratitude, he helped my daughter get into a prestigious high school. It's all thanks to you. I was just doing my job, Suemo replied calmly. But Chun Dagong, clearly a chatterbox, couldn't hold back. I've heard Dagu Reservoir is really eerie. Several fishermen drowned there. They pulled up one body, oh boy. It was so bloated it looked like a steamed bun. The skin burst with pus when pressed, like soup-filled dumplings. And there are still a few bodies they haven't retrieved. Sumo's expression shifted slightly. With such vivid descriptions, how am I supposed to eat soup dumplings again? Actually, I think it's more like soup buns. Chun Dagong continued enthusiastically. Just think about eat a soup bun on a plate. Doesn't it look like a flattened face? When you poke it lightly with chopsticks, the juices ooze out. Sumo's face turned visibly pale. Brother, you really know a lot. Well, we taxi drivers get bored driving around all day, so we love sharing these stories. Chun Dagong chuckled. I didn't believe them at first, thought they were just tales. But now I believe. Do you know of any other eerie places? Suemo asked, a flicker of interest in his eyes. West City Hospital. Chun Dagong perked up immediately. Just a few days ago, an old lady with a terminal illness jumped off the roof. Her family made a scene, and her body stayed in the morgue for days. Guess what happened next? Suemo didn't respond, waiting silently. Unable to hold back, Chun Dagong continued. The old lady got up from the morgue herself and wandered around the hospital in the middle of the night. Then, when it was time, she went back to the morgue to sleep. The doctors and nurses were so terrified they refused to patrol alone at night. West City Hospital. Suemo muttered to himself, making a mental note to visit after dealing with the ghosts at Dagu Reservoir. Mr. Su, we're here. The taxi came to a stop, and Chun Dagong turned to him. The car can't go any further from here. You'll have to walk the rest of the way. Chun Dagong brought the taxi to a steady stop by the roadside. Thanks. Suemo pulled out his wallet to pay, but Chun Dagong quickly waved his hands. Mr. Su, I really can't take your money. We're all just trying to earn a living. I can't let you make the trip for free. Suemo insisted, pressing a 100 yuan bill into his hand before stepping out of the car. He turned and walked toward the dazzling reservoir. Generous guy, Chen Dagong muttered as he watched Su Mo's retreating figure. After a moment of thought, he poked his head out of the window and called out, "Mr. Su, it's hard to get a cab around here. I'll wait for you to come back. 100 yuan should cover the round trip." Su Mo waved a hand behind him in acknowledgement without turning around. After walking for about 20 minutes, the outline of the reservoir gradually came into view. Under the moonlight, the water shimmered, and occasionally a large fish would leap out, splashing water everywhere. It truly seemed like a paradise for anglers. Signs lined the roadside, one after another, warning, deep water danger. Fishing strictly prohibited. Beware of water spirits, stay away. Several deaths reported. Unsafe fishing brings tears to loved ones. Meanwhile, avid fishing enthusiast Huang Jihong stood by the reservoir. He gently ran his hand over his brand new fishing rod, worth thousands of yuan, his eyes fixed intently on the calm surface of the lake. Every so often, a large fish would surface briefly to breathe, a sight that thrilled him. As for the local ghost stories about the reservoir, Huang Jihong hesitated only slightly. Even if there are ghosts, they're just water spirits, right? What? Are they going to climb onto land or something? With practiced ease, he prepared his bait and set up his fishing rod carefully. The success of the previous night had boosted his confidence while fishing by the river. He'd encountered someone dynamite fishing and ended up splashed with water, but he'd also been rewarded with an unexpectedly large wild eel. He'd proudly tied the eel to his belt with some watergrass and paraded it around his residential complex in the morning, showing it off to anyone he met. "Hey, how do you know I caught a big eel?" "Wild caught, at least 4 or 5 kilos, he'd bragged. Recalling the envious glances of his neighbors, Huang Jihong became even more eager for today's catch. He had done his research and knew this reservoir was not only teeming with fish, but had also yielded catches of giant fish weighing dozens of kilos. Of course, there were also stories of unlucky anglers being dragged into the water and drowning. To be safe, he had chosen what appeared to be an ideal and secure fishing spot. Once the bait was set, he carefully cast his line into the water. Then, pulling out a thermos of hot water, he happily prepared a cup of instant noodles, settling in to wait for a bite. Half an hour had passed. The float on the water remained still, while Huang Jihong had already finished 2 cups of instant noodles, 3 packs of biscuits, and 4 bottles of Waha. Suddenly, a wave of discomfort rolled through his stomach. Something was happening. Looking around, he spotted a secluded cluster of bushes, grabbed some tissues, and hurried over. It should be fine, right? He glanced back at his fishing spot. The float shouldn't move in just this short time. After taking care of his urgent business and fastening his pants, he returned to his fishing spot only to freeze in his tracks. The previously empty area was now neatly occupied by 3 people, each holding a fishing rod. "This is just too much," Huang Jihong muttered, suppressing his irritation as he walked forward. "This is my fishing spot, and I baited it myself. I'll just fish for a little while and leave," the first person murmured, barely audible. "The night is so quiet, having more people makes it lively, doesn't it?" the second person said with a grin. "Fellow anglers are like family," the third person chimed in while adjusting his fishing rod. "With me here, I guarantee you'll catch something." Their casual remarks left Huang Jihong unable to vent his frustration. He sat down gloomily, but had to admit that having company made the night less lonely. The night breeze, however, was a bit chilly. He rubbed his cold hands, regretting not bringing a blanket. "Look, the float is moving," the first person suddenly shouted. Sure enough, the night float was bobbing vigorously. Huang Jihong quickly lifted his rod, feeling a heavy resistance. Reeling it in swiftly, he soon brought a 4 to 5 pound carp splashing out of the water. "Hey, guys, could someone help me with the net?" he called out. But the 3 acted as if they hadn't heard him, their eyes fixed on their own floats. Left with no choice, he managed to net the fish by himself. "I told you, with me here, you're guaranteed to catch fish." The third person finally looked up, revealing a pale, youthful face in the moonlight. Water droplets clung to his hair and face, as if he'd just emerged from the water. In the next 10 minutes, Huang Jihong caught 2 more big fish. The second persona, a middle-aged man with tan skin and a sun-protective jacket, turned to complement his skills. The first person, who had kept his head down the entire time, finally raised his face, revealing an elderly man with snow-white hair. "Fishing in the middle of the night can get pretty boring," the young man suddenly said. "I was about to doze off since there were no bites. How about we tell some ghost stories to liven things up?" The other 2 agreed, but Huang Jihong glanced uneasily at the pitch-black surroundings and forced a laugh. "In a place like this, maybe we shouldn't. It's kind of creepy." Ignoring his concerns, the young man began. "I'll start then. For a better immersive experience, I'll tell it in the first person. My name is Li Hong. I'm 20 years old, and my favorite hobby is fishing. My favorite fishing streamer is Deng." Saying that makes me a bit embarrassed. "I heard about a place with an abundance of wild fishing resources, so I immediately decided to give it a try. When I got there, I waited quietly for half the night, but I didn't catch a single fish. Feeling a bit discouraged, I thought about packing up and heading home. Just then, the fishing float twitched slightly. I yanked the rod hard, feeling the weight of a big fish, but in an instant, the rod was yanked out of my hands. Why didn't you tie a wrist strap? Huang Jihong, who was nearby, asked. I shot him a glare, realizing he was just trying to set the scene for a ghost story. Staring at my fishing rod floating in the water, I felt conflicted. That rod wasn't cheap, it cost me a whole month's living expenses. More importantly, there was still a big fish on the line. I decided to take the risk and retrieve it. I took off my shirt and jumped into the water without hesitation, finally grabbing hold of the rod. To my surprise, there was a giant grass carp on the line, weighing at least 10 pounds. I gestured with my hands, feeling a rush of excitement. At that moment, I fell silent. Huang Jihong, noticing I had stopped talking, couldn't help but ask, what happened next? Did you manage to reel in the fish? No. I shook my head and said softly. Just as I was about to swim back to shore, the big fish suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a clump of hair, wrapping around my neck. I struggled desperately and shouted for help, but it was useless. Water filled my throat, and I was dragged underwater. Huang Jihong's face paled as he stared at me intently. And then, I lowered my head, quietly watching my fishing float, and continued. That's how I drowned. My family searched for days, but never found my body. After saying that, I let out a deep sigh. That story is really creepy, Huang Jihong said cautiously. Let me tell one too. It should be just as thrilling. A middle-aged man named Lu Guodong raised his head and began speaking slowly. He'll tell mine in the first person, it's more gripping that way. My name is Lu Guodong. I love fishing. My wife passed away years ago, so it's just me and my elderly mother at home. I heard about a great fishing spot and decided to head there one evening. The catch was good. I caught over 10 large crucian carp, planning to bring them home to nourish my mother. Just as I was about to leave, I squatted by the riverbank to wash my hands. Out of nowhere, a bunch of water weeds shot up and dragged me into the water. He paused, as though lost in the memory, then continued. That's how I drowned. My body was never found, and my poor mother nearly cried herself blind. I feel so guilty for leaving her like that. Huang Jihong swallowed nervously, his fear evident. You guys didn't come here to fish, did you? You're trying to scare me off and take my fishing spot, aren't you? An old man sitting nearby finally spoke up. Let me tell one too, though mine isn't as eerie. My name's Old Wu, and I love fishing. I also heard about a good spot and went there one night. The fishing was fantastic. I love catching small fish, and that night was incredibly satisfying. But as I was fishing, I suddenly had a heart attack and fell into the water. He let out a bitter laugh before continuing. That's how I drowned. My body was never recovered, and the fish in the water devoured me until I was unrecognizable. I guess it was karma for fishing too much. Huang Jihong forced a smile. Well, these stories are pretty scary, he said, laughing awkwardly before adding, your turn. All three men turned their gaze to Huang Jihong. He froze, looking nervous. I don't usually read ghost stories, he muttered. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered them to the three men. Only the young man took one. Strangely, when the cigarette reached his hand, it was damp and wouldn't light. The young man smiled helplessly, wiping his hand on his shirt, but didn't take another cigarette. The atmosphere grew tense, and the fishing spot fell into an eerie silence. Feeling uneasy, Huang Jihong spoke in a low voice. Your ghost stories are quite thrilling. So, where's that fishing spot you mentioned? As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them had brought the conversation back to ghost stories. The three men turned their piercing gazes toward him. It's right here, the young man said quietly. What? Huang Jihong's face changed dramatically. He shot to his feet in terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Even his voice cracked as he stammered. No way. Are you saying we've encountered a ghost? Guys, don't mess with me. I'm not good with this kind of stuff. His face contorted in a mix of fear and despair, as if he was on the verge of tears. Huh. The young man couldn't hold back his laughter, looking smugly at the other two. Told you. I knew what'd scare him out of his wits. You didn't believe me. How can someone with such a small nerve go night fishing? Relax, kid. Sit down. We were just messing with you. You really thought it was a ghost? Come on. Where would something like that even come from? Honestly, I'm scarier than any ghost. The three of them burst out laughing, their laughter echoing unusually loudly in the quiet night. Huang Jihong's face turned red, then pale, as he awkwardly sat back down, letting out a long sigh. He muttered defensively under his breath. It's just, the way you told it was so convincing, I thought. His words trailed off, getting stuck in his throat. He had been about to say, I thought you were talking about a real-life experience, but the words felt too creepy to voice out loud, so he swallowed them back. Well, looks like I'm not catching anything tonight, the young man said as he stood up, twisting his neck, the joints cracking audibly. Suddenly, he turned to Huang Jihong and asked, how many rods did you bring? How many sets of gear? 3 or 4, I think, Huang Jihong replied after a moment of hesitation. The older man chimed in. This spot's got such good fish activity. Why not add 2 more rods? You might reel in a big one. Yeah, add 2 more, the middle-aged man agreed with a grin. No one's around to stop you here. And if you can't keep an eye on them all, we'll help you out. Huang Jihong thought it over and decided they were right. Nodding, he pulled out 2 more rods from his bag, swiftly assembled them, baited the hooks, and cast them into the water. All right, you guys keep an eye on them. If we catch anything, we'll split the fish. Got it. The 3 of them replied in unison, their expressions seemingly carefree. The night deepened, the lake's surface rippling gently as time ticked by. Suddenly, the young man leapt to his feet, pointing at the rod closest to him with eyes shining. It moved. The float moved. Startled, Huang Jihong snapped his head up to look, and sure enough, the float had vanished beneath the water. His heart raced. Must be a big one. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, gripping the rod with both hands and lifting it with all his strength. Huh? Why is it so heavy? He frowned, a strange thought creeping into his mind. It feels dead weight. Just how big was this fish? But something felt off while the line was taut. There was no sense of struggle from the other end. Before he could think further, the middle-aged man stood up and shouted, "Over here too. The float's gone under on this side. Quick, give me a hand." Huang Jihong felt like he was about to lose it. Nothing bites for hours, and now 2 rods at once. He glanced at the middle-aged man for help, but the man just shrugged, sat back down, and grinned. Fishing's only fun if you do it yourself. Come on, seriously. Huang Jihong gritted his teeth, unwilling to let go of what could be a massive catch. He freed one hand to grab the second rod, and pulled hard. Still heavy? Another big one. His heart pounded wildly. The 3rd float's gone too. Hurry, hurry. The older man's eyes were fixed on the water, his tone urgent. Huang Jihong was in a complete frenzy, fumbling and muttering under his breath. Aren't all anglers supposed to help each other out? These guys are unbelievable, not even lending a hand. He gritted his teeth and tucked the 2 rods under his arms, freeing a hand to grab the 3rd rod. His movements were so frantic, he nearly cramped up. If it's a small fish, he'll just pull it right out, he thought. But as he lifted the 3rd rod, the weight made his face go pale. The 3rd rod felt just as heavy dead weight, like the others. It didn't feel like a fish at all. It felt like something massive, something immovable, stuck at the bottom of the lake. A chilling sense of dread surged through him. Huang Jihong suddenly realized something was very wrong. What were the odds of all 3 rods being this heavy at the same time? And why was there no sign of struggle? Just as he was about to let go of the rods, the water's surface began to bubble violently, releasing a foul, putrid stench into the air. Then, a dark shape slowly emerged from the depths. Huang Jihong instinctively shone his flashlight at it, and the sight made his blood run cold. His entire body froze as an icy chill coursed from his head to his toes. It wasn't a fish. It was a bloated, deformed corpse, its mouth slightly ajar. The hook gleamed in the light, piercing straight through its gaping mouth, dangling ominously in midair. Still facing forward, he glanced again at the corpse's face. Though it was already swollen and beginning to decay, with dark bruises covering the eyelids, he could faintly recognize it. Shockingly, it was the young man who had been by his side. Oh my God! Huang Jihong's mind went completely blank in an instant, leaving him utterly stunned. He suddenly realized he had encountered ghosts, 3 of them. Instinctively, he wanted to turn and run, but his shoulder grew heavy, and his wrist tightened. The 3 figures had somehow surrounded him, and one of them was gripping his wrist so tightly that he could barely move. Guys, hey, I didn't mean to mess with you. Huang Jihong stammered, his eyes red with fear and his voice trembling. I'm sorry if I disturbed you. They'll burn more offerings for you tomorrow, okay? Just let me go. I have a family to take care of. Hurry up and pull them out. We don't have much time, quick. A middle-aged man urged anxiously, his eyes filled with urgency. Huang Jihong shuddered violently at the sound, his body trembling. Almost reflexively, he pulled hard, and the water's surface began to bubble. Amidst the turbulent waves, 2 corpses slowly rose to the surface. One of the corpses was unrecognizable, its flesh ravaged by fish and other creatures in the water. The other had dark skin and still clutched a handful of water plants tightly in its hand. A flash of terror crossed Huang Jihong's eyes, and his heart began to race. Weren't these the middle-aged man and the elderly figure? Ghosts! He screamed almost hysterically, his legs giving out beneath him as he collapsed into the water. His mind was consumed by a single thought. I'm done for. His skills had worked too well. Pulled out 3 corpses, all perfectly face up. Thank you, the elderly figure said softly, releasing his grip on Huang Jihong's wrist. Huh. Huang Jihong was completely dumbfounded, the bizarre scene before him only deepening his confusion. You're not going to kill me? Leave now. The young man suddenly shoved him hard. Stop coming out here to fish at night, or you'll run into more trouble. Go on, what are you waiting for? Yes, I'll go. I swear I'll never fish at night again. Huang Jihong finally snapped out of his daze, turning to flee. But just as he took his first step, a chilling voice echoed from beneath the water, sharp and haunting. How dare you act behind my back? Get back here. The voice was piercing, and in the next moment, a thick water plant shot out from the surface like a venomous snake, hurtling toward Huang Jihong. Run! The 3 figures shouted in unison, lunging desperately at the water plant. but the plant flung them aside with a monstrous force, sending them sprawling to the ground. Huang Jihong's heart pounded like a drum as he looked down to see the water plant already coiled around his body like a serpent. It reeked of decay and tightened around him with relentless strength. "Help!" he cried out in sheer terror, his face pale as a sheet. He felt himself being dragged closer to the water's surface. The vile plant seemed almost alive, reacting to his every subtle movement. Despair consumed him as his eyes darted around frantically, only to spot a massive shadow emerging from beneath the water. A terrifying figure rose from the depths, the enormous body of a mottled python, its movements casting a dark, ominous shadow over the water. Atop the snake's head sat a decaying human head, its face twisted in a grotesque snarl. The gaping mouth extended all the way to the back of the skull, as if it sought to devour all life in its path. The sight was so horrifying that it could drive anyone to madness. If a Taoist master had been present, they would have immediately recognized the creature as a deadly water demona, Shui Mang Yuan. The Shui Mang Yuan was an exceedingly rare and malevolent entity, formed when a deeply wicked person drowned and was consumed by a giant python. The corpse, filled with vengeful energy, fused with the python's body to create this monstrous being. It had a sinister affinity for controlling water plants and devouring human souls. "Help me!" Huang Jihong's voice trembled with fear as he struggled against the tightening grip of the plant. He was being pulled underwater, inch by inch. The monstrous snake had already opened its gaping maw, its mouth splitting grotesquely to the back of its head, ready to swallow him whole. "It's over," Huang Jihong thought, his despair reaching its peak. His vision blurred as he resigned himself to becoming the creature's next victim. But just then, he heard heavy footsteps behind him. A young man suddenly rushed forward, reaching out without hesitation to grab hold of the water plant tightly. "Break!" With a sharp command from Su Mo, his inner energy surged violently. Boom! The cold, slimy waterweed entangling Huang Jihong ignited under the force of his energy, turning black in an instant with a crisp snapping sound as it broke apart. The waterweed convulsed violently, as if electrocuted, and quickly retracted into the water, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Huang Jihong collapsed heavily onto the ground, his mouth agape, too stunned to speak or ask questions. He curled up on the ground, staring in terror at the mysterious young man before him. The waterweed, stripped of its sinister energy, dried up on his body, and he finally regained some control over his movements. A ghost! Huang Jihong suddenly snapped back to reality, scrambling to his feet in panic. But his legs were weak, and he fell back down, unable to run. "Stay back!" Sumo's cold, commanding gaze made it clear he wasn't to be questioned. Oh, Huang Jihong stammered, crawling and stumbling away as fast as he could until he was a safe distance away, gasping for air. That was close. "I'm saved," he thought to himself. Who is this guy? He's not even afraid of ghosts. In fact, Su Mo had already arrived while the three ghostly figures were telling their eerie tales. He hadn't revealed himself because he could tell that these three weren't the main threat, nor did they seem intent on harming anyone. Otherwise, the fishermen would have already been dragged into the water and drowned. The real danger was lurking in the water. Sumo's gaze shifted to the head floating in the water, a flicker of disgust crossing his eyes. What a grotesque creature, he thought. A hybrid? A human head fused with a python's body? Disgusting. Still, its aura was undeniably strong. It could fetch a considerable amount of merit. A cultivator? The water python's spirit froze for a moment before locking its cold, piercing eyes on Sumo. Its voice dripped with malice. "Since you're here, you can die with the rest." A cultivator's flesh and blood must be far more nourishing than that of ordinary humans. The water python spirit let out a cruel laugh as three other waterweeds shot out, swiftly wrapping around the three ghostly figures. Ah! The three ghosts let out blood-curdling screams as the waterweeds burrowed into their ears, noses, and eyes. In seconds, their skin was overrun with waterweeds, their eyes turning a ghastly white as they lost all sense of self under the invasion of ghostly energy. Kill you. Once I kill you, you'll be free." The three ghostly figures shrieked, lunging at Su Mo with waterweeds thrashing like deadly blades. "Stand down," Su Mo commanded, unleashing his energy as he darted forward with lightning speed. His explosive power sent the ghostly figures flying, scattering the dark, ghostly aura around them. Their eyes cleared, and they trembled in fear. "Hey, you three, get back here," Huang Jihong called out nervously, waving them over. The three ghostly figures scrambled toward him, huddling together to watch the battle from a safe distance. Whoosh! Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound filled the air as a waterweed shot past Sumo's ear, narrowly missing him. With a thud, it pierced straight through a tree behind him. Sumo quickly turned to face the onslaught, only to see a barrage of waterweeds shooting out from the water, raining down like a storm of arrows. Golden Bell Shield. Sumo activated his technique, summoning the shimmering phantom of an ancient golden bell to shield himself. Thud! 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 The water weed struck the golden bell's barrier, emitting muffled sounds before falling limp to the ground, writhing frantically. But soon, they rose again, slithering up Sumo's body like venomous snakes, wrapping around him layer by layer. In moments, Sumo was completely encased in water weeds, the golden glow of the bell's barrier swallowed up in the process. The water weeds kept piling on, binding him tighter and tighter. Let's see if you survive this, the water python spirit roared menacingly. The water python spirit let out a sinister laugh as the water plants around it writhed and coiled rapidly, tightening with a grating crunching sound that sent shivers down the spine. It was over. Huang Jihong felt a wave of despair wash over him, realizing he was powerless to resist any longer. Desperately, he reached for his phone, only to find it lifeless with no signal. He tried to crawl away, but a sharp, needle-like pain shot through his leg, rendering him immobile. This is it, he thought, his eyes fixed on Sumo, who was bound tightly by the water plants, looking like a human dumpling. Suddenly, the dumpling of water plants split open with a crack, and a beam of golden light shot skyward. More cracks began to appear across the plants, and the golden light burst forth like the rising sun, brilliantly dazzling. With a thunderous explosion, the golden light erupted, scattering the water plants, which instantly withered into dried remnants. The golden bell-like aura surrounding Sumo vanished, revealing his fiery, imposing figure. The oppressive cold in the air was replaced by waves of searing heat that caused the surrounding mist to churn violently. Unbelievable. Huang Jihong stared at Sumo in awe, his jaw dropping. With his radiant glow, Sumo looked like a superhero straight out of a movie. Huang was so transfixed that he momentarily forgot the pain in his leg. A glimmer of hope sparked in his chest as he shouted, "Go get that monster, boss." At that moment, Sumo's eyes locked onto a massive stone, as large as a millstone, beneath his feet. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the stone hurtling toward the water python spirit. The creature opened its gaping maw, its forked tongue flicking out to intercept the projectile. A deafening boom echoed as the stone shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Sumo's figure darted toward the water python spirit like a phantom, launching an aggressive assault. Enraged, the python spirit twisted its massive body, its thick tail whipping out of the water with a mighty splash, sending a towering wave towards Sumo clang. The golden bell-like aura emitted a deep, resonant sound as it absorbed the impact. The blinding golden light rippled outward like a tidal wave, causing the surrounding waters to churn and crash back into the reservoir. This guy is impossibly strong. The water python spirit hesitated, alarmed that its powerful strike couldn't penetrate Sumo's defenses. A sense of unease crept into its heart. Without delay, it plunged its head into the water and began retreating rapidly into the depths, seeking refuge. Trying to escape? A cold glint flashed in Sumo's eyes. He turned sharply, his hand shooting out to seize the python spirit's tail. The tail was cold and slippery, like sculpted ice, but Sumo's fingers dug in firmly, gripping down to the bone. "You're not going anywhere," Sumo roared, channeling his energy and focusing his strength. With a mighty pull, he hauled the water python spirit out of the depths and into the air. The creature thrashed wildly, its fear mounting as it realized it was being lifted off the ground. With a loud splash, Sumo fell into the water but quickly resurfaced. The water python spirit's massive body came crashing down toward him like a boulder. Sumo raised one hand, and a golden, glowing sigil rapidly materialized. "Diamond seal," Sumo bellowed, slamming the sigil down onto the python spirit's head. Boom. The diamond seal struck with explosive force, and the python spirit let out a piercing screech as its head was obliterated, splitting apart like a watermelon. Blood sprayed everywhere. The headless python spirit's body arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground near Huang Jihong. Startled, Huang jumped back, the numbness in his leg vanishing instantly as terror gripped him. The python's body twitched a few times on the ground before falling still. Moments later, it disintegrated into a pile of foul-smelling snake bones. Ding! A cold, mechanical voice echoed. "Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 4 ghost entity, the water python spirit. Reward, for 1,000 merit points." Sumo dispersed the energy surrounding him and stood calmly on the water's surface. He turned to the 3 ghostly figures nearby and said, "Since the 3 of you have not harmed anyone and your resentment has dissipated, leave now." The 3 ghosts exchanged glances, a look of relief flashing in their eyes. They bowed respectfully toward Huang Jihong before vanishing into starlight that dissolved into the air. Huang stood rooted to the spot, wide-eyed and utterly bewildered, unsure of what to do next. A level 4 ghost? A water python wraith? With a few agile movements, Sumo leaped onto the shore. Activating his chi and blood with a gentle effort, his soaking wet clothes instantly became dry, faster than any dryer could manage. Seeing the system notification of 4,000 merit points credited, A surge of joy filled his heart. This windfall couldn't have come at a better time. Just a bit more, and he'd be able to proceed with his next enhancement. His gaze fell on the skeletal remains of the python. Suemo silently marveled at the sheer power of the Vajra seal. Its dominance was undeniable, obliterating the water python wraith in one strike. Is it dead? Huang Jihong stood frozen in place, his legs trembling so much that he'd even forgotten the instinct to run. It's dead. Suemo walked over and patted his shoulder. Legs gone numb. Numb. Act. Huang Jihong stumbled and collapsed back onto the ground, panting heavily with a voice tinged with tears. That scared the life out of me. What on earth was that thing? I was just fishing, and it turned into this life-or-death drama. Dude, if it weren't for you showing up in time, I'd be a goner. Suddenly remembering something, Huang Jihong scrambled toward the shore, fumbling to grab his fishing net. Huh. The big carp is still here. Looking at this typical fishing enthusiast, Suemo couldn't help but shake his head with a chuckle. He pointed at the 3 floating corpses not far away. You know, that fish of yours might have nibbled on those 3 bodies. What the? Huang Jihong's face twisted in horror. Panicking, he opened the net and released the fish back into the water. Ugh. There was no way he could keep that fish now. The fish is gone, and so is my rod. Huang Jihong slumped next to Suemo in defeat. I'm never fishing again. What now, man? Head home. Someone will come to handle this place. Suemo pulled out his phone and dialed Lin Xianxian's number. Mr. Su. Hey, Captain Lin, are you off duty? Don't even ask. Just dealt with 3 ghost entities. I was about to grab a late-night snack. Want to join me? My treat. You might want to hold off on that snack. Head over to Dagu Reservoir. I just took care of a water python wraith. You should come deal with the aftermath. With that, he hung up. On the other end of the line, Lin Xianxian, sitting in her car, was momentarily stunned. Turn around. We're heading to Dagu Reservoir. Captain Lin, what's going on? Wang Lang asked groggily. Mr. Su just killed a water python wraith. We're going to clean up the mess. A water python wraith requires extremely rare conditions to form its at least a level 4 ghost. How could something like that show up at Dagu Reservoir? Wang Lang immediately snapped to attention. We looked into the drowning cases there before, but found no clues. All we could do was warn people not to fish in that area. Lin Xianxian took a deep breath. We thought it was just a water ghost. Didn't expect it to be a water python wraith. On the way back, Huang Jihong followed behind Suemo, looking pensive. It's weird. Why didn't those 3 ghosts just kill me outright? Maybe they wanted someone to help fish their bodies out. And you just happened to be there, Suemo explained. I was there to fish, not to fish out corpses. Huang Jihong said bitterly. The sight of those 3 bloated bodies would likely haunt him for the rest of his life. Suemo chuckled. Isn't there a saying? You fishing enthusiasts can catch anything but fish. Ugh, looks like I used up all my luck last night. Huang Jihong sighed heavily. It hurts, man. That was a massive carp, over 10 kilos, gone just like that. The fish is gone, and I almost lost my life too. Suemo had just killed a level 4 ghost and was in high spirits. He asked, what happened last night? At the mention of this, Huang Jihong's eyes lit up with indignation, his expression turning sour. Ugh, don't get me started. Last night, I went to the river to fish and came across some jerk blasting fish with explosives. Got me completely soaked. Suemo raised an eyebrow, a faint smirk appearing on his lips. So, the fisherman I ran into last night was you? What a coincidence. And guess what happened next? Huang Jihong continued excitedly. A giant eel fell from the sky. It must have been 7 or 8 pounds. This long, this thick. He gestured wildly to indicate its size. I've never seen an eel that big in my life. Sumo's expression turned odd as he thought to himself, was it really that big? How come I didn't notice? It's true. Huang Jihong noticed Sumo's skeptical look and quickly pulled out his phone, flipping through his photo album. Look, see for yourself. Isn't it huge? Suemo glanced at the phone screen and nodded. Yeah, it's pretty big. He then pointed to the distance. There's a taxi over there. Want to head back to the city together? No need. Huang Jihong waved his hand. I drove here. My car's just over there. Hey, can I get your number? Let me treat you to a meal sometime. Suemo waved him off and started walking away, but after a few steps, he turned back with a sly smile. Oh, by the way, the person blasting fish across from you last night, that was me. And that eel? I gave it to you. 7 or 8 pounds. More like 3 to 5. Don't exaggerate next time, alright? And don't go blabbing about tonight. Get some rest. Someone will come find you tomorrow. With that, he turned and walked away. What? Wait. Huang Jihong stood frozen in place, staring at Sumo's retreating figure, his expression resembling shattered porcelain. He called out miserably. Boss, that's not what I meant. Let me explain. I wasn't calling you a jerk. I meant the person blasting fish was a jerk. No, wait. Mr. Su, all done? Chen Dagong asked as Suemo approached, quickly getting out of the car to open the door for him. All done. Suemo got into the car and chuckled. You actually waited? Didn't that delay your work? Ah, it's no big deal. Chen Dagong waved it off. You're out there cleaning up those nasty things, and I'm happy to help however I can. Honestly, it's a little exciting. I just wish I had the skills. If I did, I'd be out driving my cab and hunting ghosts every day. Suemo thought to himself, you think killing ghosts is that easy? It's incredibly dangerous. Members of the 749 Bureau lived with their lives on the line daily. One wrong move against a powerful ghost, and it's game over. He couldn't help but recall the 3 team members who had died at the Tinka Group construction site. A wave of somberness washed over him. If he had a choice, he'd wish for a world without ghosts, a peaceful, quiet existence. Mr. Su, where to now? Chen Dagong asked, glancing back. West City Hospital. Got it. Meanwhile, Lin Xianxian and her team had rushed to Dagu Reservoir, where they found the rotting corpse of a snake. It's confirmed level 4 ghost, the water python wraith, Lin Xianxian said, crouching to examine it. Good thing Mr. Su discovered it and dealt with it in time. If it had killed a few more people and absorbed their souls, it might have advanced to a level 5 ghost. Captain Lin, there are bodies in the water, a team member suddenly shouted. Get in there and pull them out. Stay safe, Lin Xianxian immediately ordered. Look at this, another team member exclaimed, picking up a fishing rod from the ground. With a gentle tug, the body in the water began drifting toward the shore, hooked by the fishing line. Before long, 3 bodies were retrieved and laid on the bank. The team gathered around, staring at the corpses, each with a fishhook caught in their mouths. A heavy silence fell over them. They were fished out by someone. Impressive. A fisherman can reel in more than just fish, one of the 749 members exclaimed, his voice filled with admiration and his eyes sparkling with amazement. Captain Lin, we've detected traces of 3 distinct ghostly auras. Another member hurried over to report, holding a device that emitted a faint blue light. Lin Xianxian nodded slightly, her brows relaxing. It must belong to those 3 individuals. Notify their families. Her voice was calm and resolute, as if this was just another routine task. In a residential neighborhood, Huang Jihong pushed open his front door, dragging his exhausted body inside. His eyes reflected a mixture of terror and a hint of barely concealed excitement. The terror stemmed from his unexpected ghostly encounter while fishing that night, while the excitement was due to witnessing a true master in actioniscene far more thrilling than anything he'd ever seen in a TV drama. He felt as though he had glimpsed a whole new world, a wondrous realm hidden beneath the surface of ordinary life. Wow, you're back early today? Another empty-handed trip? His wife, dressed in pajamas, walked out of the bedroom, her hair slightly messy, indicating she'd just been lying down. Dear, Huang Jihong forced a tired smile. Noticing his disheveled state, his wife widened her eyes in surprise. What happened to you? Are you okay? It's nothing. Huang Jihong shook his head, deciding not to share the terrifying events of the night to avoid worrying her. He quickly made up an excuse. I slipped while fishing. Ugh, my back. His wife immediately rushed forward to support him, concern written all over her face. I told you not to go night fishing, but you wouldn't listen. It's not like I forbid you to fish. Should we go to the hospital? Suddenly, Huang Jihong pulled his wife into a tight embrace, his voice low and sincere. Honey, I love you. I promise I won't go fishing again. Having narrowly escaped death, he realized that his fishing hobby paled in comparison to the importance of the woman in his arms. Did something happen? His wife was startled by his sudden heartfelt confession. Why are you being so sentimental all of a sudden? Really, it's nothing. Huang Jihong was about to explain when there was a sudden knock at the door. Is Huang Jihong home? A stranger's voice called from outside. Huang Jihong opened the door to find 2 individuals in black uniforms standing there, their expressions serious and professional. And you are? Good evening, Mr. Huang. One of them glanced briefly at his wife behind him and lowered his voice. We're friends of Mr. Su. There's something we'd like to ask you about. Nothing to worry about. Friends of Mr. Su? Huang Jihong immediately realized that these must be official personnel coming to see him. Honey, I'll step out for a bit, he said to his wife. The 3 of them moved to the stairwell. The 2 individuals in black uniforms pulled out their IDs and said firmly, Mr. Huang, we're from the 749 Bureau. The 749 Bureau? Huang Jihong's eyes widened in shock. That department actually exists. He had often come across online rumors about the 749 Bureau and had even recently watched a movie about it in theaters. The film was so bad it nearly made him walk out. But now, thinking about it, if ghosts really existed, then a bureau dedicated to handling supernatural events didn't seem so far-fetched. Mr. Huang, could you tell us what happened at the Dagu Reservoir? At the mention of this, Huang Jihong immediately perked up, his eyes lighting up as he launched into an animated recounting of events. I was just night fishing when I stumbled upon 3 fishermen who turned out to be ghosts. I thought I was done for. Then, out of nowhere, this massive snake with a human head emerged from the water. It was terrifying. If Mr. Su hadn't arrived in time, I'd probably be floating in the reservoir right now. Huang Jihong had a knack for storytelling, vividly describing the scene as if it were an epic tale. He portrayed Mr. Su as a godlike figure, radiating golden light, who effortlessly struck down the giant snake with one blow. The 2 investigators from the 749 Bureau listened in stunned silence. their expressions growing increasingly complex. You wouldn't believe it, gentleman Mr. Su was absolutely incredible. Huang Jihong grew more and more animated, speaking so rapidly that the two investigators could barely get a word in. Mr. Huang, we understand the situation now. One of the investigators finally managed to interrupt, cutting off his enthusiastic narrative. A staff member interrupted Huang Jihong, speaking in a serious tone. Please refrain from spreading these matters online. We don't want to cause unnecessary panic, understood? Huang Jihong was momentarily stunned, staring blankly for a few seconds before nodding. He couldn't believe that even something like this could become a boastful topic at a dinner table. Still, he thought to himself, keeping quiet about it was undoubtedly the wisest choice. After the two left, Huang Jihong finally returned home, only to find his wife with a tense expression on her face. Honey, you haven't done anything wrong, have you? Should we turn ourselves in and try to get leniency? The kids and I will wait for you, she said anxiously. Huang Jihong panicked. What nonsense are you talking about? I just went fishing in a place I shouldn't have, and someone gave me a stern talking to. I swear I won't go fishing there again. His wife still looked worried but nodded reluctantly. Huang Jihong knew that while the matter wasn't serious, her anxiety was rubbing off on him. He chuckled helplessly. All right, I'm going to rest now, he said, tossing out the words before heading to his room. Meanwhile, Sumo's car pulled up in front of Shicheng Hospital. Outside the car window, the night was dim, and the hospital entrance appeared desolate and quiet. Chen Dagong's voice came from inside the car. Mr. Su, we've arrived. Su Mo slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the hospital ahead with an impassive expression. He reached out, pushed open the car door, and said, Big brother, don't wait for me. After I finish this case, I'll head home. You can go ahead. Got it. Take care, Chen Dagong replied, nodding as he watched Su Mo leave. Picking up his phone, he sent out a voice message. Erwa, what are you up to? I've got something to tell you, he muttered under his breath, his eyes gleaming with inexplicable excitement. As Su Mo approached the hospital entrance, he felt a chill envelop him from all directions, as if even the air had grown heavier. Hospitals were always places where life and death intertwined, and the connections between people seemed tenuous. Mr. Su? A voice, tinged with surprise and a hint of joy, broke the silence. Su Mo turned to see two members of Team 749 standing nearby. What brings you here? Su Mo asked casually, a faint smile on his face. We heard this place is haunted and came to check it out. One of them replied succinctly, his tone calm, yet resolute. Hearing this, the two team members chuckled, clearly familiar with Su Mo's legendary reputation and aware he wasn't an ordinary person. What's the situation? Su Mo inquired, his eyes scanning the surroundings. There was an elderly woman, Mrs. Wang, who had a terminal illness. She lost hope and jumped from the building, one of the team members explained briefly. Fortunately, it hasn't caused any major incidents yet, but it's already frightened many patients and medical staff. If this continues, something serious might happen. Who are those people sleeping on the floor over there? Su Mo gestured toward a few adults dozing in a corner of the hospital lobby. Her children, the team member replied in a low voice. They're demanding the hospital take responsibility. It's been going on for days. The hospital offered 50,000 yuan as compensation, but they refused and are insisting on hundreds of thousands. Su Mo frowned slightly, finding their behavior exasperating. This poor woman had no one to care for her when she was alive, and now that she's gone, her children suddenly appear, demanding money. It's just greed. Who was the last person to see her? Su Mo asked again. Dr. Zhou, her primary physician, the other team member replied. He's on the night shift tonight and happens to be at the hospital. We've already contacted him. As they spoke, a slim man in a white coat emerged from the back door of the hospital. He glanced around before approaching them. Dr. Zhou, good evening. One of the 749 members greeted him. Are you here to handle tonight's situation? Dr. Zhou adjusted his glasses, his face weary and drained, yet he nodded politely. Yes, the hospital director informed me you'd be handling it tonight. He looked at Su Mo, somewhat surprised. The young man seemed unexpected, but since the director had assured him that the team was professional, he refrained from questioning further. Let's talk in my office, Dr. Zhou suggested, leading the way inside the hospital. Su Mo nodded and followed him, his demeanor calm, yet vigilant. Deep down, he had a feeling that tonight's situation was far more complex than it seemed. Dr. Zhou glanced at the few people in the hall, his brow furrowed deeply, and a faint headache began to surface. If these people crossed paths, it would undoubtedly lead to another round of endless entanglements. Once they went upstairs and entered the office, Dr. Zhou finally spoke up. Everyone, you need to get her out of here as soon as possible. She comes to me every night. I can't even focus on my work. Every night. Su Mo asked, did she say anything? She didn't say much the first couple of nights. Dr. Zhou shook his head. But last night she did open her mouth. I couldn't make out what she was saying, though just saw her lips moving. Su Mo nodded slightly, a glimmer of thought flashing in his eyes. It's probably because that ghostly entity is too weak. It can't fully manifest or properly communicate with people yet. Strictly speaking, it's not even a ghost. just a wandering spirit. But if left unchecked, in a place like this hospital where energy and death energy intertwine, it might soon become a true ghost. After a brief pause, he continued, when does she usually come to you? There's no set time, Dr. Zhou sighed, shaking his head again. The first time she appeared, I was in the operating room, preparing for surgery on a patient. She just suddenly showed up in front of me. It scared me so much I couldn't even perform the operation. Then last night, while I was making my rounds, she followed me the entire time. Honestly, if it weren't for the overwhelming number of patients, I'd have taken a leave of absence by now. Hearing this, Suemo couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. To persist with night shifts and continue treating patients under such circumstances truly required considerable courage. Her children are something else though. Dr. Zhou continued his complaints. You can't even reach them to remind them about the overdue medical fees. The elderly woman's treatment costs have already piled up to tens of thousands. Her condition was treatable. She could have lived for at least another 5 years. She wanted to get treated, but her children refused, even taking away her savings. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore and jumped to her death. And now that she's dead, they're suddenly all over this, demanding compensation. Tell me, what's the point of raising children like that? As they spoke, a sudden chill filled the office, and the lights flickered briefly. The door creaked open on its own, then shut again. Dr. Zhou, already accustomed to this, spread his hands helplessly. See? Speak of the devil, and she's here. Sumo's gaze landed on the source of the chilling energy, where he could only make out a faint, blurry shadow of energy so weak it evoked a sense of pity. Mr. Su. Two members of the 749 team looked at Suemo, silently asking if they should intervene. It wouldn't be difficult to eliminate her. Suemo shook his head. I'm more curious to know why this old lady is clinging to you without harming you. What does she want? Dr. Zhou looked helplessly at the shadow and said, Ma'am, why are you here again? Coming every night like this, I'm barely getting any sleep. The shadow slowly shifted and transformed into the figure of a hunched elderly woman, no taller than 1.4 meters. Her face was covered in wrinkles, and her rough hands moved as if gesturing something. Her lips opened and closed, as though she were speaking. Suemo asked softly, Are you trying to see your children? The old woman froze, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, before she turned to Suemo and nodded. Suemo continued, You've been wandering around the hospital for days. Why haven't you gone downstairs to take a look? They're all downstairs. The old woman shook her head and opened her mouth again, her expression filled with urgency. Suemo frowned slightly and added in a low voice, You jumped to your death, thinking it would end everything. But now your children are causing a scene, demanding compensation. They're claiming the hospital drove you to your death, that Dr. Zhou drove you to your death. The resentment around the old woman suddenly intensified, her energy trembling. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy and oppressive. A few minutes later, the old woman's figure gradually became clearer. She spoke softly, her facial wrinkles trembling slightly with each word. I am here to apologize to Dr. Zhou. Her words finally reached Suemo and the others. The old woman appeared somewhat uneasy and ashamed. It was my fault for being impulsive. That night, I lost control of myself and must have caused trouble for the hospital, as well as for Dr. Zhou. I'm truly sorry. A hint of regret lingered in her expression, and her voice was so low it was barely audible. Dr. Zhou's gaze held a trace of pity. After a moment's hesitation, he gently waved his hand. It's all right, he said, though he wasn't sure how to respond. Someone who's already passed away, returning as a ghost to apologize? Well, I suppose I can accept such an apology without guilt. Dr. Zhou, the old woman murmured, Can I see them? It was clear that she was referring to her children. Dr. Zhou turned his gaze to Suemo and the others, remaining silent. They were the professionals, and he needed to defer to their expertise. The two agents from the 749 Bureau also looked at Suemo, their tone inquiring. Mr. Su, what do you think we should do? According to the 749 Bureau's protocols, the best course of action would be to resolve the matter immediately to prevent any future complications. Based on what she said, maybe we should just deal with it directly, one of the agents suggested. Suemo raised an eyebrow and casually asked, Why don't you handle it yourselves? The old woman lowered her head with a sigh, her tone tinged with helplessness. I wanna, but every time I get close to the first floor, I feel extremely uneasy and overwhelming sense of fear that stops me from going further. I don't dare come out during the day, and at night, they're sleeping on the ground floor. I want to see them, but I haven't had the chance. Suemo thought for a moment. Perhaps she was too weak, and the bustling activity on the first floor, filled with the vitality of the living, was too much for her to endure. Dr. Zhou, please go and ask them to come up, Suemo finally said. All right. Dr. Zhou nodded and left the room, heading downstairs. Not long after, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the office, followed by an angry male voice. You unethical doctors. If you don't pay up, this isn't over. We'll stay here as long as it takes. As the office door was pushed open, the old woman's ghostly presence suddenly vanished, leaving no trace behind. The group that entered paused, momentarily stunned, and glanced at Sumo and the others. And who are you supposed to be? One of them asked. Sumo offered a faint smile. We're here to address the matter concerning your mother. Oh, so you're with the hospital? Fine. Let's hear your terms, the man said dismissively as he sat down. I've already told you 800,000 yuan, and well, let it go. Otherwise, we're not budging. There are 4 of us siblings, so that's 200,000 each, fair and simple. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman standing behind him burst into loud sobs, tears streaming down her face. Oh, my poor mother. How could this happen? I didn't even get a chance to care for you properly. It's all these doctors' fault. They pushed you to your death, treating illnesses you didn't even have. My heart is breaking. Dr. Zhou, clearly frustrated, turned to close the door. Keep it down. The patients are resting. Why should we? The man sneered. If you just paid up sooner, none of this would have happened. Suddenly, Sumo spoke up. If you had the chance, would you want to see her again? The group froze, their expressions shifting to a mix of shock and panic. Of course I do want to see her. She's my mother, the one who gave birth to me and raised me. I didn't even get to see her one last time. Mom, I miss you so much. Mom. The woman dropped to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. If you can hear us from the other side, please come back and see us. Sumo smiled faintly. That shows your bond with her runs deep. She wants to see you too. The room fell into a heavy silence. She wants to see us? One man murmured, disbelief evident in his voice. Brother, why do I feel a sudden chill? Could it be Mom's really come back? The woman whispered anxiously, her eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Don't be ridiculous, the man snapped under his breath. Mom's already garnishes in the morgue. How could she possibly come back to see us? That's nonsense. Are you stupid? The woman retorted in a low voice. Haven't you heard the rumors about this hospital being haunted lately? They say Mom's spirit is looking for us. You actually believe that? The man scoffed, rolling his eyes. It's just the hospital trying to scare us. There's no way it's true. Well, if we take the 800,000 yuan and each get 200,000, what's there to be afraid of? The woman said with a sly grin, her earlier fears seemingly replaced by greed. Exactly. A burly man chuckled, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. This guy must be in cahoots with the hospital, trying to scare us on purpose. Ghosts? There's no such thing. And if there were, they'd only be poor ghosts. The others gathered around him, whispering amongst themselves, and finally concluded that money was more important. Kid, you're with the hospital, aren't you? The man squinted at Sumo, his tone laced with provocation. If you're so capable, bring my mom back. It's not me bringing her back, Sumo replied calmly, pointing to a corner. She never left. The group's eyes flickered uneasily, hesitant to look in that direction. What are you afraid of? The man summoned his courage and turned to look, only to see the corner completely empty. He burst out laughing. I knew it. This kid is just trying to scare us. The others glanced over and also breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, a trembling voice whispered near their ears, Son, Mom misses you so much. That familiar voice instantly drained the color from all their faces. A woman suddenly screamed, her fingers shaking as she pointed to the corner. Brother. The atmosphere in the room turned chillingly cold, a faint mist enveloping the space. When the man turned again, he saw a hunched figure, a face he knew all too well. It was his mother. He collapsed to the floor with a thud, his pants soaked in cold sweat. Mom, let me explain, the man stammered, his voice trembling. It's not that I didn't want to treat your illness, but it was hopeless. The doctor said any further treatment would just drain us of money for nothing. Instead of wasting it, we thought it'd be better to save the money and give you a proper funeral. Ghost. The woman shrieked, darting toward the door, only to find it wouldn't budge. She spun around, dropped to her knees, and pleaded, Mom, this has nothing to do with it was all Big Brother's idea. The other 2 siblings quickly chimed in, distancing themselves. Yes, it was all his idea. You all. The man was on the verge of tears. You all agreed, and now you're pinning it all on me? Sumo stepped back, crossing his arms as he stood with Dr. Zhou and 2 members of Team 749, leaving space for the mother and son. One of the team members whispered whether this was against protocol, but the other shrugged. The boss said if we run into Mr. Su, we follow his lead. Besides, he gestured toward the old woman. Does she look like she's here to harm anyone? At that moment, the hunched old woman slowly made her way toward her eldest son, the one she had loved most. Trapped in the corner, the man had nowhere to go, helplessly watching as his mother's kind face drew closer. Son, the old woman said softly, tilting her head to gaze up at her eldest child. She raised her hand slightly, reaching out to touch the man's face. The man's complexion turned deathly pale, his body stiff as a stone pillar. Mom, don't. From the man's terrified perspective, the elderly woman before him wasn't reaching out to comfort him, she was about to strangle him. He jerked his head around, scanning the room in panic. Help me, someone please. But what he saw nearly made him spit blood. His siblings were already huddled in the corner, pale-faced and trembling, not one daring to step forward. Mom, I was wrong. The man immediately changed his tactic. dropping to his knees with a heavy thud, his forehead pressed to the floor as he began furiously kowtowing. The loud thuds echoed through the room. I shouldn't have taken your savings. I shouldn't have been so greedy for that money. The elderly woman looked down at him from above, her gaze filled with deep sorrow, her voice drifting like a ghostly whisper. I don't blame you for that. It doesn't matter anyway whether it's sooner or later. Death comes all the same. Really? A trace of joy flashed in the man's eyes. He quickly kowtowed a few more times, his forehead reddened from the impact. Thank you, Mom, thank you. I'll go back right away and take care of everything for you. Rest in peace. With that, he hurriedly stood up and turned to leave. Come back, the elderly woman suddenly commanded sharply. The man's steps froze instantly, as if nailed to the ground. He turned back with a forced smile. Mom, is there something else? I still have a lot to take care of at home. Smack. A crisp slap echoed through the air. The elderly woman suddenly raised her hand and delivered a heavy slap across the man's face. Pain shot through his cheek, and his neck jerked to the side. When he slowly turned back, a dark, ominous handprint had appeared on his cheek, stark and unmistakable. You hit me. The man clutched his face, his eyes brimming with grievance, his voice rising several octaves. All my life, when you were alive, you never hit me. Now you're dead, you've become a ghost, and you think you can just hit me? Hearing this, the elderly woman grew even angrier. Her eyes glowed faintly red, and a chilling aura swirled around her like rolling black mist. She pointed a trembling finger at a nearby doctor, her voice filled with bitter disappointment. You knew I took my own life, so why did you go after Dr. Zhao? Why did you cause trouble at the hospital? Her voice cracked with emotion. When you weren't around, it was Dr. Zhao who arranged for people to take care of me. The way you're acting now, I can't rest in peace. The elderly woman's figure flickered in and out of the swirling darkness. Do you know what I regret most? It's jumping from the hospital and dragging the doctor and the hospital into it. I should have found an empty river and drowned myself instead. The man lowered his head, muttering under his breath. It's obviously their fault. If you hadn't come to this hospital for treatment, you wouldn't have jumped. He's the attending doctor, how could it not be his responsibility? You. The elderly woman straightened abruptly, her trembling finger pointing at the man as her chilling aura intensified. It seems I've spoiled you all too much. Before the words had fully left her mouth, another sharp smack rang out as a second slap landed squarely on the man's face. He immediately burst into loud, childlike sobs, wailing as though he'd been deeply wronged. The elderly woman turned her gaze to the others cowering in the corner. And you lot come here, she commanded harshly. Mom, they cried, shaking their heads frantically, their faces etched with fear. None of them dared approach. If you don't come here, I'll take every single one of you with me today. Her voice grew cold and menacing, the black mist around her spreading like sinister tendrils. No, please. Hearing this, the group reacted as though their tails had been stepped on. They rushed over, sliding to their knees before her. Mom, whatever you want to say, well listen, we promise to listen this time. Yes, yes, just don't take us with you. We'll do whatever you say. Another one nodded furiously, sweat dripping from their forehead. The elderly woman pointed toward Dr. Zhao, her voice stern. You've caused so much trouble for others, apologize immediately. Dr. Zhao, we're so sorry. They all kowtowed in unison, the sound of their foreheads hitting the floor echoing loudly. We won't cause any more trouble here, we swear. Please, help us convince Mom not to take us with her. We're begging you. Dr. Zhao opened his mouth to speak, but decided against it. He calculated silently in his mind. This is their mother, though now a ghost. Getting involved as a doctor might not be the wisest choice. If I get dragged into this, who will take care of my patients? I heard you still owe medical bills. The old woman's voice suddenly broke the silence, and the air grew tense. Mom, the man shrank back, his voice timid. We really don't have any money left. What little you had in your account is already spent. Didn't you say there were only 20,000 in my account? How come you managed to find 50,000 to buy your son a car? The old woman's voice rose sharply. Exactly. That money should have been shared among everyone. Why should it all go to buying your son's car? The other siblings immediately chimed in. The old woman shot them a glare, and the room fell silent as everyone froze in fear. Go. Pay off the medical bills now. Mom, I really spent it all. The man protested with a miserable expression. The old woman, now enraged, was surrounded by a swirling black mist, making her appear terrifying. Fine, forget it. I'm lonely by myself anyway. Why don't you all come keep me company? No, no, no. I'll pay right now. The man bolted toward the door, but hesitated and turned back sheepishly. Mom, could you open the door for me? The old woman sneered. Son, don't even think about running. If you try to escape, I'll visit you every single night. The man shivered from head to toe. Please, no. I'll pay the bill right away and come back immediately. The door creaked open without a sound, and the man stumbled out, racing down to the first floor payment window. Sweating profusely, he pulled out his bank card. Quick, pay the bill. The on-duty doctor gave him a suspicious look. Wang Xiu's overdue bills. Yes, yes, all of it. Not a penny short. The man urged impatiently. The 55th Sanduan medical bill was settled in no time. Clutching the receipt, the man dashed back to the office. The door swung open silently, and he handed over the receipt with trembling hands. Mom, it's all paid. Not a penny less. Good boy, the old woman said with a satisfied smile. Now, will you still cause trouble at the hospital? Never again. Never again. The group shook their heads vigorously. We'll take your body home tonight and give you a proper burial. The old woman laid out 2 more conditions. All her belongings must be buried with her, and they must kneel in mourning before her shrine for 3 full days. When the third sister reluctantly touched the gold bracelet on her wrist, the old woman's eyes locked onto her immediately. Third sister, I'm talking to you. Tears streaming down her face, the woman removed the bracelet. I understand, Mom. It will all go into your coffin. If you miss even one day, I'll come find you. Do you understand? The old woman's eyes gleamed with a sinister light. We understand, we understand. The group nodded repeatedly, their faces etched with fear. The group nodded repeatedly. The elderly woman gently waved her hand, and the office door creaked open in response. They bolted out as if fleeing for their lives, their hurried footsteps gradually fading away. Phew. One man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Is there really a ghost? I swear Mom seemed off today. She's never been this ruthless with us before. You don't know anything. Another man glared at him harshly and lowered his voice. Mom's turned into a ghost. Do you think she can act like a living person? We have to keep this to ourselves. No one is allowed to speak of it. And as for the funeral expenses, all 4 families must split the cost. Inside the office, the eerie chill lingered. The elderly woman stood silently, her gaze fixed on the closed door, her eyes filled with profound sorrow. They're all gone. Isn't it time you showed your true form? Suemo suddenly broke the silence. Dr. Zhou and the 2 members of Team 749 froze in confusion. What do you mean? They asked. The elderly woman turned to face Suemo, her eyes locking onto his. You figured it out? Madame Wang would rather die than burden her children. Do you really think she'd force them like this? Sumo's tone turned icy, and a searing heat began to emanate from him, causing the temperature in the office to spike dramatically. Show yourself already. The elderly woman sighed softly, her ghostly aura starting to warp and shift. Her figure hunched over, and, in moments, she was completely prostrate on the ground. Before their eyes, she transformed into a large black cat exuding an ominous energy, its eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. It's that cat. Dr. Zhou exclaimed in shock. I recognize it. When Madame Wang was hospitalized, this cat kept sneaking into her room. Other patients complained about it several times. Once, I saw it in the ward, and those eyes looked so human, just like they do now. He suddenly remembered something. That's right. The day Madame Wang jumped, this cat seemed to jump with her. But no one paid attention at the time. The black cat lifted its luminous eyes and spoke in the voice of the elderly woman, slow and deliberate. She took care of me for 10 years. That snowy day, she found me in the snow, picked me up, and brought me inside. She even let me crawl into her bidet, was so warm. Its voice carried a trace of nostalgia. She told me I would be her cat from then on, and named me Cobalt. The name wasn't great, but I liked it. I grew up little by little, and she grew older day by day. She always made fish soup for me. Honestly, I preferred sausages, but she never knew. Every time she went to the market, she'd buy a carp and cook it until the broth turned milky white. I'd perch on the stove, watching her smile as she patted my head, saying, Cobalt, look how white today's fish soup is. Be careful when you drink it later. Don't let the fish bones get stuck. The black cat's voice started to choke with emotion. Back then, I thought, if I must die, I want to die with her. And if there's a next life, I want to be a cat again. But this time, I want to meet her when she's still young. When she found me, she was already so old. I just want to see what she looked like when she was young. One day, she fell seriously ill and couldn't even get out of bed. Weakly, she reached out her hand, gently touched my head, and spoke in a voice as faint as a whisper. Machio, there's no fish soup for you today. When I'm gone, who will take care of you? My heart clenched painfully. I stayed by her bedside day and night, watching her face grow thinner and more frail with worry. I started searching everywhere for food, hoping it might help her recover. I caught a plump rat and placed it by her pillow. I hunted a spotted snake and carefully laid it before her. I even caught a bird mid-flight, proudly presenting it to her. I didn't know if any of it could cure her, but I was desperate to do anything to make her well again. Eventually, she was taken to the hospital. The sharp smell of disinfectant stung my nose, and the white walls felt cold and unfamiliar. I couldn't bear to leave her, so I secretly followed along. I hid in the corners of the hallways and under her hospital bed, narrowly avoiding being discovered by the nurses several times. Thankfully, I was quick and always managed to escape in time. One day, her children came to visit. They stood by her bedside, their faces cold and indifferent, with no trace of concern in their eyes. They demanded she hand over her savings passbook, their voices harsh and cutting. You're nothing but a burden to us. You're such a liability, don't you know that? All you do is drag the whole family down. Why don't you just die already? Jump out of the hospital window and end it all." I saw her expression change. In that moment, she gave up completely. Dragging her frail body, she climbed onto the high windowsill, struggling to squeeze her way out. Outside, the dizzying height and howling wind awaited her. I leapt onto the windowsill, biting down on the sleeve of her clothing as hard as I could, trying to pull her back. But she had already lost the will to live, her gaze hollow and resolute. She stroked my head one last time, her voice filled with exhaustion and despair. "A lifetime of raising children for what? Not even as good as a cat. Machio, I'm leaving now. What will you do without me? Where will you go to drink fish soup?" I didn't care about the fish soup. I just wanted her not to jump, not to die, not to leave me. The black cat raised its head, its eyes glistening with tears. Its voice trembled and broke as it continued, but she still jumped. The pool of blood was so red, like a flower blooming on the ground. It hurt my eyes to look at it. I wanted to save her, so I jumped after her. When I woke up again, I found that I had changed. I had taken on her appearance. I was so excited and rushed to her body, trying to crawl back into it. I thought if I could do that, she would come back to life, and we could be together again. The black cat's voice dropped to a low murmur. But she didn't come back to life. Instead, I ended up scaring everyone who saw me. They screamed and ran away, calling me a monster. I got scared too, so I left her body and hid. In the hospital, I saw them, her children, the ones who caused her death. Their faces showed no sadness, only relief, as if a weight had been lifted. In that moment, I thought to myself, I should throw them all off the building, every last one of them. Let them feel the same fear and pain she did. The black cat's eyes flickered with a mix of emotions. But I knew if I did that, she wouldn't be happy. She wouldn't want me anymore. Maybe she would even hate me, avoid me. And in the next life, I might never see her again. After all, I'm just a cat, just a pet. How could I ever compare to the children she held closest to her heart? The large black cat's voice broke, and tears streamed down its face. I don't understand. She was so good to them, sacrificed everything for them. Why did they treat her like that? I don't want to let them get away with it. I want to punish them, to avenge her. I know what they want most, those red pieces of paper that can buy so much fish and so many colorful medicines. I won't let them have it. I took on her appearance, but I found I couldn't speak. I wandered around the hospital looking for help until I met Dr. Zhao. I realized that being near him was changing me in some strange way. "Dr. Zhao, actually, when you were on night shifts and resting, I would lie beside you. Your presence made me feel so at ease." Hearing this, Dr. Zhao shivered involuntarily. No wonder I didn't need the air conditioning to sleep lately, and it still felt so chilly. Turns out I had a personal ice machine lying next to me. The black cat turned to Sumo, a flicker of fear flashing in its eyes. "Until today, when you both showed up. The moment I saw you, I was terrified. You seemed to be burning with a fiery intensity, even stronger than the flames in the stove. Just being slightly closer to you makes me feel incredibly uncomfortable. But I can't leave and want to punish them for her." Then, to my surprise, I found that I could speak. It felt as if I had truly become her. Finally, I could do something for her. The black cat seemed a bit tired. It slowly lay down on the ground, its eyes growing unfocused as it murmured, "It feels like she's here to take me." The large black cat's body began to emit a strange glow, starting to dissolve from the tip of its tail, transforming into specks of starlight that scattered into the air. Its amber eyes gazed out the window, softly whispering, "Meow mama." This cry no longer carried the raspy voice of old Lady Wong, but instead was a young, clear voice, filled with a mix of affection, anticipation, and fulfilled joy. Crash! The black cat's form shattered instantly, turning into a cluster of glowing particles that lingered, slowly drifting toward the window. Sumo and the others instinctively looked up. Under the pale moonlight, the cluster of light spread out, transforming into countless fireflies, resembling snowflakes drifting gently. Amid the falling snow-like light, a shadow became faintly visible. It was a hunched old woman. The old lady bent down, picking up a scruffy, skinny little black cat from the ground. She held the kitten up close, carefully examining it, and a kind smile spread across her face. "Little one, from now on, you'll stay with this old lady, all right? Do you want some fish? You're so tiny. Fish bones might get stuck in your throat. Better to have some fish soup instead." She gently stroked the kitten's back. "You're so dark. From now on, I'll call you Coalball. Sounds warm, doesn't it?" The old lady lifted the little black cat high with a beaming smile. "Little Coalball, from now on, you'll stay with me." "Meow," the kitten responded. The image of the woman and the cat froze in the starlit scene, then slowly faded away as if it had never existed. Inside the office, the chilling atmosphere gradually dissipated, leaving the space feeling empty. It was as though the black cat had never been there. Sigh. Dr. Zhou adjusted his glasses, his eyes slightly red. "Those Pioplethai are worse than a cat. How do they even call themselves children?" Sumo gazed at the starry night sky, his voice calm, yet filled with a sense of certainty. "Unfilial children will face their own reckoning. When they grow old, their children will treat them the same way. It's inevitable. After leaving the hospital, Suemo walked in the direction of home, but unexpectedly encountered two road-blocking ghosts. The road ahead suddenly vanished, replaced by a thick, ominous fog. We're road-blocking ghosts. You won't be able to leave. Are you scared? If you're scared, scream for us. Ha ha. Two blurry, ghostly figures swayed in the fog, laughing piercingly. Courting death. Sumo's gaze turned icy as he summoned the energy within him. A Vajra seal formed in his palm, radiating like a blazing sun, and he struck toward the two ghosts. Whoa! Boom! Boom! With two punches, the ghostly figures dissipated into wisps of smoke. In their final moments, they had only one thought. All we did was block the road. Was there really a need to hit us with such a powerful move? That feels much better. Suemo exhaled heavily, and the thick fog around him gradually dissipated. The road reappeared before him. Looking up at the sky, he saw the stars shining brighter, and the first light of dawn breaking. Morning was coming. 300 kilometers outside Yuching City, in Wuyan County. At the break of dawn, the roar of machinery echoed from a tunnel construction site. Heavy equipment tore into the mountain, sending dust flying. Boom. A loud collapse shook the area, making the entire mountain tremble slightly and startling all the workers. Xiao Jian, where is he? Quickly evacuate. The site's supervisor, Zhang Guolong, rushed over, his face full of worry. Such a commotion was not a good sign. If the tunnel collapsed, it could cost many lives. This situation called for a thorough safety assessment before any further excavation. When he reached the source of the noise, he saw a group of workers gathered, pointing and murmuring among themselves. Teacher, a young man wearing a white safety helmet, with an expression both earnest and slightly foolish, ran over quickly. Xiao Jian, what's going on? Zhang Guolong frowned as he questioned him. Xiao Jian's eyes were brimming with excitement and curiosity. Teacher, I think we've uncovered something incredible. Zhang Guolong felt a tightening in his chest. Something had been unearthed in the tunnel, and this project was bound to become even more complicated. What is it? Take me to see. Zhang Guolong adjusted the safety helmet on his head, his brows furrowed. Guided by his student, Xiao Jian, he quickly made his way through the muddy tunnel toward the collapsed area. Before they even got close, the sound of workers' chatter reached his ears, excited and chaotic. Goodness, this place looks like a tomb. Could it be an imperial mausoleum? One worker exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Imperial mausoleum? Look at this mountain. Does it seem worthy? At most, it's probably some marquis tomb, another worker retorted dismissively. A marquis? There'd still be plenty of burial treasures, wouldn't there? What? You planning to go down there? Don't be ridiculous. I was just saying, the worker replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Make way. The boss is here. Xiao Jian shouted, his voice echoing through the tunnel. The workers immediately stepped aside, clearing a path and respectfully calling out, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Guolong nodded slightly, and quickly stepped forward to examine the collapsed area. On the ground was a circular sinkhole, roughly 10 square meters in diameter. The gaping hole was pitch black, its depth impossible to determine. Squinting, Zhang Guolong used the faint beam of his headlamp to peer into the darkness. Deep within, he could vaguely make out the outline of some objects, but the insufficient light made it impossible to discern them clearly. Teacher, could this really be a tomb? Xiao Jian asked, rubbing his hands together in excitement, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Turning a tunnel excavation into an archaeological dig sounds thrilling. It shouldn't be. Zhang Guolong's frown deepened, his voice heavy. Tunnel excavation sites are carefully selected, and potential risks like this are ruled out during the initial assessments. This mountain looks ordinary. It doesn't seem like the kind of place that would have a significant tomb. He paused, his gaze fixed on the dark hole once again. But judging by what we're seeing now, it does feel like we've uncovered an ancient tomb. Should we toss a couple of cold flares down to check it out? Xiao Jian asked eagerly, already reaching for the toolbox. No. Zhang Guolong cut him off decisively, his tone stern. We don't know what's down there. There could be wild animals, and if we disturb them, it could be dangerous. Everyone, step back and report this to the authorities immediately. He gestured for the workers to retreat and turned to leave. Why is the teacher being so cautious? Xiao Jian muttered under his breath, his eyes still glued to the shadowy abyss, unwilling to give up. Just one look wouldn't hurt, right? Seizing the moment while Zhang Guolong was busy directing the other workers, Xiao Jian quietly pulled a cold flare from his pocket, snapped it, and stealthily tossed it into the hole. Whoosh! The cold flare streaked through the darkness, illuminating the cavern for a brief moment. Xiao Jian suddenly let out a horrified scream, his face going pale. In that fleeting moment of light, he thought he saw a ghastly pale face with blood-red eyes staring straight up at him. Xiao Jian, what are you doing? Zhang Guolong turned at the sound, striding over. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Xiao Jian's face. The sharp crack echoed through the tunnel. You're my most trusted student. How could you act so recklessly? Do you want to endanger everyone here? Zhang Guolong's concern was valid. Unknown caves like this could harbor all sorts of dangers. If they disturbed a wild beast, say, a giant snake, everyone in the narrow tunnel could be trapped with no way out. Xiao Jian's head tilted from the force of the slap, but he didn't respond. Slowly, he turned his head back, a strange smile creeping across his lips, unnatural and unsettling. Teacher, don't you want to take a look? Just one glance, he said, his voice low and eerie. You're out of your mind. Zhang Guolong's anger flared. What had happened to his usually calm and intelligent student? Let's go? He grabbed Xiao Jian's arm. But to his surprise, Xiao Jian didn't budge, standing as still as if his feet were rooted to the ground. Take a look. Just one glance. Take a look. Xiao Jian repeated mechanically, his eyes vacant and haunting. Mr. Zhang, something's not right. One of the workers stammered, his face pale. Could he have been possessed? Yeah, I think he's disturbed something down there. We might all be in trouble now. Another worker chimed in nervously. According to tradition, he should go down there. That's the only way to appease whatever's below. Enough nonsense. Everyone shut up. Zhang Guolong roared, his voice filled with authority. Xiao Jian, come with me now. He gripped Xiao Jian's shoulders and shook him firmly. What are you doing? Come back. As he turned around, he saw Xiao Jian standing alone at the edge of the cave. Xiao Jian slowly turned to face the group, his back to the seemingly bottomless abyss, a strange, unsettling smile curling at the corners of his lips. Take a look. Just one glance, someone in the crowd called out, their voice tinged with both fear and curiosity. Look at his eyes. That guy's definitely possessed. Another voice trembled. Everyone turned to look and collectively gasped. Xiao Jian's eyes had lost their usual vitality, replaced by a horrifying emptiness. The whites of his eyes glowed faintly red, as if he had a severe case of conjunctivitis. Whoosh! The crowd instinctively stepped back in unison, forming a larger circle around him. The shuffle of feet echoed, and someone bumped into the stone wall behind them with a dull thud. Quick, splash some boy's urine on him. Maybe ITLL help, a rough voice shouted amidst the panic. Are you kidding me? Where are we supposed to find a boy around here? Doesn't matter, just do it. A few workers hurriedly fumbled with their belts, uncapped their water flasks, and collected their urine. Then, without hesitation, they doused Xiao Jian with it. Splash! He was soaked from head to toe, his wet clothes clinging to his body, steaming slightly, and emitting a sharp, unpleasant odor. Xiao Jian froze for a moment, seemingly startled by the sudden baptism. But before long, he lifted his head and gave the group an even more unsettling smile than before. The red glow in his eyes intensified. Then, as if his strings had been cut, his body tilted backward, and he fell into the abyss like a lifeless puppet. Thud! A sickeningly dull, piercing sound reverberated, a sound like raw meat being impaled by something sharp, chilling everyone to the core. Something's happened, someone shouted, and the scene descended into chaos. The college student jumped. He's as good as dead, another voice exclaimed in terror. Xiao Jian. Zhang Guolong's face turned ashen with shock, his heart sinking. He had never imagined the young man would take such a drastic action. What now? Xiao Jian was his student, perfectly fine when they arrived, and now he was gone. How could he face his parents? Grabbing a flashlight, Zhang Guolong rushed to the edge of the cave. Leaning forward, he shone the beam into the pitch-black depths. The cave seemed endless, shrouded in an eerie mist. The light from the flashlight was quickly swallowed by the darkness, revealing only faint, flickering specks of light deep within, like the eyes of some unseen creatures. Xiao Jian, can you hear me? Zhang Guolong shouted desperately, his voice echoing in the cavern. Teacher, I am here. A faint, agonized voice emerged from the darkness. Zhang Guolong immediately adjusted the flashlight, aiming it toward the source of the voice. The light cut through part of the gloom, and what he saw made his blood run cold. His student hung suspended in midair, impaled through the chest by a vertical spear as thick as an arm. Xiao Jian looked like a butterfly pinned to a specimen board. Blood poured from his mouth, dripping down his chin. A crimson stream flowed down the spear, as if something below was greedily devouring his life force. Cough, cough. Xiao Jian mustered the last of his strength to speak, his voice barely audible. Don't look into its eyes. With those final words, his head slumped to the side, and he went still. Xiao Jian, are you okay? What did you just say? What eyes? Zhang Guolong shouted into the void, his voice filled with despair. But there was no response. Only the sound of blood dripping from the spear echoed hauntingly in the cave. Boss Zhang, the student is dead. What do we do now? Do we stay or leave? One of the workers asked with a trembling voice, his face pale with fear. Alive or dead, I need to bring him back. I can't leave my student hanging there like that. Zhang Guolong gripped the flashlight tightly, his knuckles white with tension. His voice was firm as he declared, whoever retrieves Xiao Jian's body will get a 20,000 yuan reward from me personally. He'll go. One worker volunteered, raising his hand, but his friend immediately pulled him back. Are you crazy? This isn't about money. Something's clearly wrong down there. You might not make it back alive, the friend whispered urgently. You've got a daughter about to take her college exams, don't you? What happens to her if something happens to you? Think it through. The man hesitated for a moment, then finally lowered his hand, an apologetic smile appearing on his face. He had come to a harsh realization: those 20,000 yuan might be easy to take, but impossible to spend. Seeing the tragic state of the college student, who would dare to take such a risk? As everyone stood there, wavering, Zhang Guolong suddenly yanked off his safety helmet and threw it to the ground. His voice was firm and resolute. "It'll go down. Get me the safety rope." This sudden decision shocked everyone present. A few workers rushed forward to stop him. "Boss Zhang, this place is too dangerous. You can't go down there. If something happens, it's just not worth it." "Enough nonsense." Zhang Guolong cut them off sharply, leaving no room for argument. Before long, he was fully equipped with the safety harness, directing the workers to secure the rivets firmly into the solid rock wall. Once everything was checked and deemed secure, he began his slow descent, inching toward the trapped Xiao Jian. As a seasoned worker with a technical background, Zhang Guolong had faced far harsher conditions while digging tunnels in his younger days. Years of traversing mountains and valleys made him adept at techniques like rappelling. After briefly adjusting to being suspended midair, he lit a cold flare, and his descent quickened steadily. At the edge of the cave, the workers leaned forward, peering down curiously. "Wow, who would have thought Boss Zhang was this skilled? He's not just good at drinking Mao Tai," a young worker exclaimed in awe. "You don't know anything," an older worker immediately retorted. "Back in the day, Boss Zhang was the star of the teams, killed in everything. Look, he's almost at the student's location." The group refocused their attention on Zhang Guolong below. Zhang Guolong inched closer to Xiao Jian, extending his arm, now less than a meter from the student's hand. "Xiao Jian, hang in there," he shouted. Though he was painfully aware of the slim chances, he still held on to the faint hope that his student might survive. The cold flare's glow illuminated Xiao Jian's face, ashen and devoid of any color. His eyes were wide open, filled with a mix of regret and defiance. If given another chance, he probably wouldn't have taken such a reckless risk. "Xiao Jian, your teacher's here to take you home." Zhang Guolong's heart swelled with guilt, blaming himself for not guiding his student better, which had led to this tragedy. He reached out again, but the gap still remained just out of reach. Summoning his strength, Zhang Guolong swung his body backward, using the momentum to extend his hand further. This time, his fingers were just about to touch Xiao Jian's body. At that critical moment, a familiar voice suddenly called out, "Teacher." "Huh?" Zhang Guolong froze, his body jolting as if shocked by electricity. He instinctively pulled his hand back, staring in horror at the bloodless face before him. That voice, it was unmistakably Xiao Jian's. "Teacher, over here," the voice called again, this time from a shadowy corner below. Almost involuntarily, Zhang Guolong turned his gaze toward the direction of the sound. To his astonishment, Xiao Jian emerged from the darkness, alive and standing. "Teacher, come down here. This place is so fascinating." Xiao Jian waved at him enthusiastically. "That's not Xiao Jian." A warning alarm blared in Zhang Guolong's mind. But before he could react, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him, as if he were about to fall asleep. Gritting his teeth, he bit down hard on his tongue. The sharp pain shot through his entire body, instantly clearing his head. When he looked back toward the corner, Xiao Jian was gone. In his place was a grotesque, floating face, a bizarre visage resembling an old man, covered in strange, vivid patterns of green and red. "A run, Lian Xiao?" Zhang Guolong's face turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. The name, Ren Lian Xiao, was something he had first heard decades ago, back when he was a young man digging tunnels near the Nujiang River. According to the veteran workers, these creatures resembled humans, with red markings on their faces. They thrived in darkness and lived in tombs and caves. For tunnel workers, encountering one was their worst nightmare. "Xiaozhong, if you ever come across one of those things, remember this. Never look into its eyes." The elder worker's warning from years ago echoed vividly in his mind. Those creatures are masters of deception. The moment you meet their gaze, you'll fall under their spell, and that's the end of you. Zhang Guolong's mind suddenly flashed back to a piece of advice he had heard 30 years ago. In an instant, he understood why Xiao Jian had jumped. The same eerie force was now gripping his own heart. "Quick, pull me up." Zhang Guolong instinctively shut his eyes tightly and shouted upward with all his strength. But above him, there was only silence, no response at all. Forcing himself to open his eyes, the sight before him sent chills down his spine. Where the workers had crowded around the cave's entrance moments ago, there was now no one. All that remained was a solitary rope swaying in the darkness. "My son, what's wrong?" A familiar voice came from behind him. It was his father's voice. Zhang Guolong reflexively started to turn, only to realize something horrifying: his father had been dead for years. "This is an illusion. They're trying to deceive me," Zhang Guolong roared in his mind. He clenched his eyes shut again and gripped the rope tightly, climbing upward with all his might. Yet, the rope seemed endless. No matter how desperately he climbed, the top remained out of reach. At the edge of the cave, a group of workers leaned anxiously over, peering down. Why did Boss Zhang suddenly stop moving? He wouldn't have. One worker trailed off, his sentence unfinished. The others grew pale with fear. Don't just stand there. Pull. With a shout, everyone began pulling the rope with all their strength. Boss Zhang, we can see you. Reach up. Boss Zhang, this way. The shouts echoed into the cave, reaching Zhang Guolong's ears. He let out a sigh of relief and opened his eyes only to be met with a horrifying sight. There were no workers. Instead, what he saw were grotesque human-faced demons, their blood-red eyes gleaming with malevolence. Finally, you fell for it. One of the creatures sneered, its voice chilling. Come join us. We're so lonely. At that moment, the workers managed to pull the rope up to the surface. Boss Zhang, grab my hand. One worker lay flat on the ground, extending his arm to help. But Zhang Guolong just stared blankly into the bottomless darkness below. It wasn't until the worker shouted again that he seemed to snap out of his daze. A strange smile crept across his face as he unfastened his safety harness. Boss Zhang, no. The worker's cries echoed as Zhang Guolong's body plunged straight down, impaling itself on the upright spear below, his body coming to rest atop the university student's corpse. Ghosts! Run! Panic erupted, and the workers scattered in all directions. None of them noticed the pairs of crimson eyes beginning to glow in the shadows of the tunnel. Meanwhile, at the 749 Bureau in Yuqing, Wang Lang burst into the office, speaking urgently. Captain Lin, there's news about the missing girls. Lin Xianxian put down the materials about the red envelope ghost and looked up. Did you find something? Found one. Wang Lang hurried over and handed her a photograph. Lin Xianxian took the photo and her eyes narrowed. She recognized the missing girl. Her name was Wan, a third-year student at the Communication University. The girl had delicate features, as if meticulously crafted. Her family was devastated when they heard of her disappearance, crying inconsolably. It was said that Wan came from an average family. Her parents had scrimped and saved, investing a substantial amount to support her art studies, hoping she could one day act in films and become a shining star. Last night, during a police operation at a hotel targeting illegal activities, this girl was one of the people found, Wang Lang said grimly. An illegal activity hub? Lin Xianxian frowned. So, she wasn't taken by a supernatural entity, but fell victim to human traffickers? Wang Lang hesitated before saying, Captain Lin, you should see for yourself. 20 minutes later, Lin Xianxian stepped into the police station. A police officer spotted her and immediately jogged over, his face a mixture of tension and relief. Oh, thank goodness you're here. Where is she? Lin Xianxian asked directly. This way. The officer led the way briskly, his voice trembling. This case is unsettling. We can't handle it. Reaching an interrogation room, the officer pointed to the room from a distance. She's in there. You can go in and take a look. They'll stay out here. With that, he abruptly covered his mouth, made a retching sound, and ran off. Through the glass window, Lin Xianxian saw a girl slumped in the room. Her face was serene, as if she were merely sleeping. Scattered on the floor were clusters of withered yellow straw, starkly out of place in the cold, sterile interrogation room. A faint stench of decay wafted through the air. Lin Xianxian pushed the door open and entered, her gaze immediately locking onto the girl. Her pupils contracted sharply. The girl's shirt had been lifted, revealing her abdomen, where her right hand was deeply embedded. By all logic, the floor should have been soaked in blood, yet it was eerily clean. Squatting down, Lin Xianxian carefully lifted the girl's shirt and gently pulled her hand out of her abdomen. Clutched tightly in her palm was a bundle of withered straw. Straw, Lin Xianxian murmured to herself. Standing nearby, Wang Lang explained. Around midnight, she suddenly let out a piercing scream. When the officers on duty rushed over, they saw her reach into her own abdomen, pulling out handfuls of straw. It terrified everyone. By the time they cleared the area and returned, she had emptied her own abdomen and stopped breathing. After examining the girl closely, Lin Xianxian stood up, her voice steady and resolute. Her internal organs have been completely removed. This straw is infused with ghostly energy, animating her body. She's already become a corpse puppet. As she spoke, Lin Xianxian turned her palm, and a talisman materialized in her hand. She pressed it onto the girl's body. A golden light flared from the talisman with a resonant hum. The girl's body began to change rapidly. Her once fair skin turned a ghastly shade of black and blue, and her body withered as if drained of all moisture. The yellow straw scattered on the floor darkened to an inky black, exuding a foul, rotting odor. Hiss! Wang Lang gasped involuntarily, the scene before him sending chills down his spine. A young girl, vibrant just days ago, had now been reduced to such a horrifying state. It was difficult to bear. The ghost controlling her is no ordinary spirit. Lin Xianxian's eyes were sharp. They're trying to sever our trail. Any other leads? Yes. Before she disappeared, she had contact with summoning a wealthy young man named Li Tian. He also went missing last night. I've already sent people to investigate. Let's head to Li Tian's house. Soon, Lin Xianxian arrived at Li Tian's home. Inside, Li Tian's mother sat on the sofa, sobbing uncontrollably, her face drenched in tears. Lin Xianxian's face was devoid of any expression, her gaze calm, yet profound. As she listened to Li Tian's mother's voice, a sense of unease gradually surfaced in her heart. Li Tian's mother was sobbing as she explained, "My son has always been well-behaved. He's a victim too. This has nothing to do with him, I swear. Please, you have to find him. No matter how much it costs, we're willing to pay." Wang Lang walked up beside her and said in a low voice, "Captain Lin, we've got news this is definitely connected to Li Tian. All those missing girls, whether directly or indirectly, had contact with him." Lin Xianxian frowned slightly and asked calmly, "Where's Li Tian now?" Li Tian's mother hesitated, her voice tinged with panic. "I don't know. Last night, in the middle of the night, he suddenly went out without saying where he was going. My son may be a bit unreliable and loves beautiful women, but he's kind at heart." Lin Xianxian interrupted her. "I'm not asking for that. Think carefully, has he mentioned anyone, anything, or any place unusual recently? Answer only after you're sure. His life depends on it." Li Tian's mother lowered her head in thought. After a moment, she said slowly, "A few days ago, my son came home in an unusually good mood. I asked him why he was so happy, and he said, 'Mom, I'm about to become an immortal. I'll take you with me to enjoy life soon.' At the time, I thought he was just being silly after reading too many novels." "An immortal?" Lin Xianxian's voice deepened slightly, a sense of vigilance rising in her heart. Whenever someone suddenly mentions those two words, it always implies something out of the ordinary. She paused briefly before continuing, "Anything else?" Li Tian's mother shook her head. "That's all." Lin Xianxian stood up, her gaze resolute. "Let's go. Start investigating immediately. Every person Li Tian has interacted with, and every place he's been in, overlook a single clue." Hundreds of miles away, in the mist-shrouded Yunwu Mountain near Yuqing City, the mountain was perpetually enveloped in dense fog, appearing from afar like a mythical beast hidden in a dream, half concealed and half revealed. Deep within the mountain stood a dilapidated temple, eerily quiet, with only a young monk sweeping the floor. A pale-faced young man hurriedly approached the temple gates, his voice trembling as he called out, "I need to see the master." The young monk glanced at him coldly and reminded, "Be careful. The goods you delivered weren't enough, and the master is displeased." "I understand," the young man replied in a low voice, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. "Li Tian is here." A low voice came from within the temple. The door creaked open, and a scantily clad woman appeared, beckoning him inside. Li Tian quickly followed her, passing through several corridors until they entered a spacious courtyard. There sat a burly old monk with a menacing face, his bald head gleaming. Draped in a golden robe, he exuded an air of intimidation. Behind him stood a row of scantily clad women, each with an alluring figure. "Master!" Li Tian rushed forward, dropping to his knees with a thud. His voice carried a hint of weeping. "I've been exposed theory looking for me." The monk's eyes flickered with anger as he glared at Li Tian and knocked over a fruit platter held by one of the women beside him. "What happened?" Li Tian hung his head in anguish. "Master, Wenwen was captured. I triggered the ghost curse to kill her. She was so beautiful, I couldn't bear to." "Idiot!" The monk roared in fury. "The ghost curse I taught you is undetectable, even to the people at Bureau 749. If you just stayed put, Wenwen would have been free in a few days. Now you've created a mess. Does anyone know you came here?" The monk's gaze turned piercing. Li Tian shook his head and replied softly, "No, not even my mother. I always come here alone." The monk pondered for a moment before regaining his composure. "Then stay here for now and lay low. Also, recall the others, tell them to stop any further actions." "Understood." Li Tian nodded, pulling out a few talismans. He made some gestures in the air, but found that the talismans remained unresponsive. "Master," he said helplessly, "the distance is too far, he can't control them." The monk let out an angry laugh. "Fool." As night fell, in a quiet alley, Suemo stopped and looked up at a half-closed rolling door ahead. A curvaceous woman bent over as she stepped out, her gaze enchanting and flirtatious. "Hey, handsome, want a massage? We're offering a 20% discount." Suemo thought for a moment before stepping forward. "Sure, I could use some relaxation." As the rolling door clattered shut behind them, the woman's eyes grew even more alluring. Her voice dropped to a seductive tone. "Don't move." However, Suemo suddenly pointed to the corner, his voice icy. "Your name is Li Mingming? You've been dead for several days, haven't you?" With a loud crash, the atmosphere in the room turned chilling. The lights flickered erratically, and a cold aura began to emanate from Li Mingming. "How do you know?" she asked, her eyes filled with surprise. Suemo pulled up a chair and sat down, a cold smile on his face. "I happened to see a missing persons notice you were on the list. I was just passing by and didn't expect to run into you. Now, tell me, how did you die?" Li Mingming's eyes flickered, her entire body shrouded in a sinister black aura. A murderous gleam flashed in her gaze, as if she were weighing whether to strike the person before her with lethal intent. Suemo remained calm, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. "Before you make a move, I suggest you think it through. It'll hurt. A lot." Before his words fully landed, his internal energy surged, and in an instant, the entire room transformed into a blazing furnace, igniting the surrounding dark energy. Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the air as Li Mengming's skin split open. She staggered backward, collapsing into a corner, trembling uncontrollably. I'll talk, she stammered, her wide eyes filled with terror. Her voice shook as she began. After graduating high school, I worked as a waitress at a KTV. About half a month ago, I met a wealthy heir named Li Tian. He gave me a lot of money and told me to be with him. It was more money than I'd ever seen in my life. Her voice broke, tears streaming down her face. I quit my job. He rented me an apartment, bought me things, and showered me with sweet words. I foolishly thought I could marry into a rich family. Her eyes brimmed with blood tears as she continued. But he never loved me. He only wanted my life. She suddenly lifted her shirt, revealing a horrifying scar that stretched from her chest down to her navel. That night, he took me to a secluded courtyard, drugged me, and tied me to a bed. When I woke up, he was slicing open my stomach bit by bit. The pain was unbearable. I thought I was going to die. Her voice trembled as she recounted. He said it was the price of immortality. He removed my organs and stuffed my body with dried, yellow straw. When I woke up again, I was already in this state. Li Tian took me to see a monk. There were a dozen other girls like me there. The monk said we were his ghostly pets, our lives and deaths entirely under his control. To stay alive, we had to offer a fresh human heart every day. I just arrived today. You're my first target. She shook her head, her eyes turning blood red as the dark aura around her intensified. I don't want to do this, but I want to live. She lunged at Su Mo in a frenzy, but the scorching energy from his body burned her flesh, causing her to scream in agony. Tell me, where is that monk? Su Mo stepped closer, his voice steady. I'll set you free. I don't know. Before she could finish, a burst of golden light erupted, and Li Mengming's body and soul were obliterated. A system notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have defeated a level 2 ghost creature ghoul. Reward, 500 virtue points. Su Mo stepped out of the room, pulled down the shutter, and dialed a number. On the other end of the line, a voice inquired, Mr. Su? A hurried voice came through the phone. I've been meaning to get in touch with you. Lin Xianxian exclaimed. Is this about the missing girl? Su Mo asked bluntly. Huh? You have a lead too, Mr. Su. Lin Xianxian sounded surprised. The alley behind Huayan Road in Midtown. Su Mo said grimly. I encountered the missing girl there. She had turned into a corpse ghoul. I had to kill her. Understood. I'll be there right away. We'll talk in person. Lin Xianxian ended the call and quickly gathered her team to head for Midtown. Su Mo waited in the shadowy alley. Before long, a few shifty-looking young men appeared at the alley's entrance, speaking in hushed tones. Is this the place? One asked. Of course it is. I saw her. That girl was gorgeous, definitely worth it. Another replied. Damn, it's my first time doing this. Never thought I'd be in a place like this, a third muttered. Right there, one of them gestured. As they approached, they froze at the sight of Su Mo standing at the entrance. What's going on? Why is there a guy here? Who are you looking for? Su Mo asked, a sly smile playing on his lips. Nothing. We must have gotten the wrong place. One stammered as they hurriedly turned to leave. Su Mo's voice followed them as he called out. A delicate flower blooming in barren soil, aren't you worried it might be poisonous? The young men caught the warning in his words, quickening their pace as they disappeared into the night. Not long after, Lin Xianxian arrived with her team. She carefully inspected the interior of the building and emerged with a grave expression. The body was stuffed with straw. The energy signature matches it's the work of the same person crafting these corpse ghouls. She mentioned someone named Li Tian, Su Mo added. He wronged her and even introduced her to an old monk. That matches our findings, Lin Xianxian nodded. We tracked down Li Tian, but he's gone missing. According to his friends, he had been acting strangely recently. Someone spotted him 2 days ago near Yunwu Mountain. The mastermind, the monk, must be hiding in the abandoned temple there. I suspect he's none other than the long-wanted demonic cultivator, Blood Butcher Zhou Han. Blood Butcher? That's a high-level tier 3 bounty. Excitement flickered in Su Mo's eyes. What are we waiting for? Let's pay him a visit. He gestured toward the building. The other missing girls are in there too. Just like her thief, all become corpse ghouls. Lin Xianxian quickly had her team secure the site and clean up any evidence inside. Once the scene was handled, she and Su Mo set off for Yunwu Mountain. It was nearly midnight when their black sedan pulled up at the foot of the mountain. A frail, elderly man was already waiting for them. Are you folks really heading into the mountain at this hour? It's not easy, you know, the old man said in a thick regional accent, his yellowed teeth betraying years of heavy smoking. Su Mo stepped forward, pulling a cigarette from his bag and handing it to the man. He even lit it for him. The old man took a deep drag and chuckled. Good stuff. This is a fine smoke, sir. Su Mo casually handed the rest of the pack to the old man. Here, take it. Oh, I couldn't possibly. The old man protested, though he was already slipping the cigarettes into his pocket with a pleased grin. Are you really planning to go to Kushui Temple? The old man asked again. It's about protecting cultural relics, Suemo replied. The old man sighed, took a slow drag from his cigarette, and exhaled several elegant smoke rings. Let me tell you, that place is seriously eerie. If you're going, you'd better go during the day. At night, it's pitch dark, and you won't see a single living soul. Wang Lang chuckled from the side, a hint of curiosity in his tone. What's so eerie about it? What's eerie about it? The old man gave him a sidelong glance, then took a few more puffs of his cigarette. After releasing a cloud of smoke, he spoke slowly. Kushui Temple's been around for decades. I remember going there to burn incense when I was a kid. There was just one old monk back then. He's long dead. The place is so remote, no one takes care of it, and the temple's already collapsed. A few days ago, I was chasing some wild rabbits with my dog. Don't find me for that. Okay, boss? Huh. We don't handle that, Wang Lang said, half laughing, half crying. Those rabbits were fast, real plump ones too. I chased them for ages, but couldn't catch them. When I finally turned around, I realized I'd ended up at Kushui Temple. Then I heard girls laughing. I froze for a second and ran as fast as I could. The old man lowered his voice. Now, tell me, how could there be girls there? It must be, he paused, his voice dropping further. Female ghosts. Suemo chuckled. Sir, we need to trust science. Maybe it was just some tourists camping there. Could you guide us to the place? We'll pay you a reward too, 000 yuan. Suemo gave Lin Xianxian a meaningful look. She immediately chimed in. Sir, there's a bonus for guiding us. Didn't the village chief mention it? It'll be delivered to your house tomorrow. The old man's eyes lit up. Rubbing his hands together, he asked, will there be a banner? The kind I can hang on my door? Of course, Lin Xianxian replied with a smile. The old man glanced at their car and shook his head. The car can't go there. I'll take you through the small paths. 2 hours later, the old man stopped and pointed ahead. It's on that hill. Thank you, sir. We're starting our work now. You can head back, Lin Xianxian said, arranging for someone to escort the old man down the mountain. As he left, the old man reminded them. Boss, don't forget the banner and the bonus. The group continued forward, pushing through a dense forest until the temple finally came into view. Contrary to their expectations, it wasn't completely in ruins. It had a rustic charm instead. The temple gates were tightly shut, the interior shrouded in darkness. There was no sign of the girl's laughter the old man had mentioned. The silence around them was unnervingly heavy. Mr. Su, what should we do? Lin Xianxian looked at Su Mo, her eyes full of trust. As the strongest member of the team, it was naturally his call to make. Go straight in, Su Mo said without hesitation, stepping toward the temple. As they approached, the temple suddenly lit up with lamps, and the tightly closed gates creaked open. A deep voice echoed out. Honored guests, forgive me for not welcoming you sooner. See? They were expecting us, Su Mo said with a shrug, a hint of disdain in his tone. The group entered the temple, and the gates slammed shut behind them. A young servant with a broom appeared before them. The master is waiting for you in the back courtyard. They were led to the back courtyard, where the sound of laughter and music filled the air. A dozen women in sheer, flowing dresses were dancing gracefully, the atmosphere tinged with an unsettling eeriness. A burly monk reclined on a chair, being fed grapes by several of the women. Disgusting. Living quite the life, aren't you? Lin Xianxian muttered, a trace of coldness flashing in her eyes. She carefully observed the women and noticed the aura of death emanating from them. They had clearly been turned into corpse puppets, nothing more than playthings for the monk. Welcome to Kushui Temple, the monk said, his gaze lingering on Lin Xianxian with a hint of greed. Such a perfect material for a corpse puppet. Lin Xianxian's expression darkened, her eyes filled with disdain. Without hesitation, she raised her peachwood sword and pointed it at him. Bloodhand Butcher Zhou Han. I didn't mistake you, did I? The monk's expression shifted, looking somewhat awkward. He held a wine cup in his hand and abruptly pushed the woman beside him away. How do you know? He asked in a low voice, a trace of unease in his tone. I've already changed my body, haven't I? Lin Xianxian smiled faintly, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. She spoke slowly. You've probably forgotten your left hand. The monk froze and instinctively glanced down, only to realize that his left hand was holding the cup of wine. So, I really have changed my appearance. He murmured to himself, then shook his head with a wry smile. I was just trying to bluff you. I didn't expect you to admit it so easily. Lin Xianxian's expression turned cold. Her tone grew heavy as she said, you committed a bloodbath, turning dozens of women into corpse ghouls. Do you not plan to surrender? The monk's gaze swept over them, finally landing on Su Mo. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes before he looked away. Captain Lin, just you lot? The monk sneered. I'm afraid you're not qualified. As his words fell, the monk's aura suddenly became sharp and oppressive. The entire temple was filled with a chilling wind, and the air grew thick with a sinister, resentful energy. Is that the aura of a level 4 cultivator? Lin Xianxian's expression shifted slightly. She hadn't anticipated that the monk would leap from level 3 to level 4 in just a few months. and his energy was even stronger than hers, clearly nearing the realm of a level 5 cultivator. Surprised, aren't you? Didn't see that coming, did you? The monk chuckled smugly. I never left you, Ching. That's what they call hiding in plain sight. I should thank you all. If you hadn't pushed me so hard, forcing me to abandon my physical body, I wouldn't have broken through to level 4 so quickly. He narrowed his eyes and continued. To be honest, when that idiot Li Tian showed up today, I knew my cover was blown. His gaze turned icy as he stared at Lin Xianxian. Do you know why I didn't leave? He pointed to his chest and enunciated each word. I've been waiting for you to settle the score from that sword strike 6 months ago. The monk let out a cold laugh, a hint of madness in his tone. Don't worry. It'll turn you into the finest corpse ghoul, keeping you by my side for my amusement every single day. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. You abandoned your physical body? In that case, doesn't that make you a corpse ghoul too? The monk froze, then turned his gaze towards Su Mo, a trace of annoyance flickering in his eyes. Wow, you sound pretty excited saying that. Captain Lin, is this newcomer from your 749 bureau? The monk pointed at Su Mo. He doesn't seem like much. Lin Xiangxian's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Blood butcher, she said calmly. You're mistaken. Mr. Su isn't part of 749, but he does have a particular fondness for ghosts. With that, she waved her hand. Several members of the 749 Bureau immediately stepped back in unison, clearing the area. Mr. Su doesn't like anyone interfering when he's dealing with ghosts. The monk's face darkened, and his anger surged instantly. Fine, fine. Let's see who this so-called Mr. Su really is. He waved his hand, and the women who had been dancing moments ago instantly turned ghastly. Their eyes glowed red, and a chilling aura emanated from them. The ghouls shrieked as they lunged towards Su Mo, surging forward like a tidal wave. However, Su Mo didn't even spare them a glance. He activated the Nine Suns' divine art, causing his blood and energy to surge. A blazing, intense aura erupted from him. It was as if a blazing sun had risen behind him, and the surrounding air seemed to ignite. The temperature in the temple soared abruptly. The ghouls let out agonized wails as their skin began to decay, and wisps of smoke filled the air. Die! Su Mo channeled his chi and blood, the scorching energy erupting like a volcanic explosion. The surrounding corpse ghosts let out heart-wrenching wails. Under this powerful surge of chi and blood, the corpse ghosts collapsed to the ground, instantly transforming into lifeless bodies, with even the lingering resentment burned away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 2 ghost corpse ghost. Reward, 500 merit points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 2 ghost corpse ghost. Reward, 500 merit points. A series of notification sounds echoed in Su Mo's ears, and a wave of delight surged in his heart. These low-level corpse ghosts alone had provided him with thousands of merit points, a truly unexpected bonus. What the hell, that's insane. Wang Lang, standing not far away, widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. Su Mo's strength seemed to have grown considerably, becoming even more terrifying. Qing'er, don't be afraid. We're on the same side as Mr. Su. He won't harm you. Wang Lang noticed the trembling of the ghost within him and quickly reassured Qing'er by his side. Such powerful qi and blood. Lin Xianxian was also startled by the oppressive force. She raised her hand slightly, gently wiping the corner of her eye. A glimmer of golden light flashed in her gaze as she muttered softly. To refine qi and blood to this extent, Mr. Su's strength must have reached level 5, right? Suddenly, a scream shattered the silence. A figure stumbled out from the shadows. It was the long-missing Li Tian. Clearly, the scene before him had terrified him out of his wits. Humph. The monk's expression darkened upon seeing Li Tian, anger flaring. Fool. Still trying to run. With a wave of his hand, Li Tian froze in place. A sharp pain erupted in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw his stomach torn open, with bundles of straw spilling out from the gaping wound. I was just— Li Tian's words were cut short as Su Mo struck him with a powerful slap, sending him flying. He hit the ground and instantly turned into a lifeless corpse. To kill so many corpse ghosts in an instant, you are strong. I must admit, I'm quite impressed. The monk's gaze locked onto Su Mo, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes as he spoke slowly. Though his face remained calm, a wave of unease rose within him. He had thought that his strength, at the peak of level 4, was more than sufficient. But Su Mo's overwhelming power left him shaken. Escaping tonight seemed unlikely. Is that so? Su Mo sneered, leaping forward with sudden force. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the monk. His voice was low and menacing. I've got an even bigger surprise for you. Vajraseal. A brilliant golden light burst from Su Mo's palm, dazzling and fierce, carrying an aura of ruthless power as it struck toward the monk. This aura. The monk's pupils constricted, his heart pounding. The power of the Vajrasil was far too terrifying. If it hit him, survival was impossible. In desperation, he unleashed a surge of black energy, forming layers of curved defensive shields to protect himself. Bang! The Vajra seal collided with the black energy, instantly melting through it like sunlight on frost. The defensive shields were torn apart without resistance, and the Vajra seal barreled forward, slamming into the monk's chest with unrelenting force. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the surroundings as the monk's body was sent flying. Midair, it exploded into pieces. A shadowy ghost figure emerged from the debris and fled at high speed. Suemo had anticipated this. He pushed off the ground with a sharp motion, the earth cracking beneath him, and his figure shot forward like an arrow, chasing after the ghost. Get down here. Suemo growled, quickly forming a second Vajra seal and hurling it at the fleeing specter. No, the ghost turned its head, seeing the radiant golden seal hurtling toward it. It let out a shriek and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! The Vajra seal struck with unrelenting force, tearing the ghost apart. The shadowy figure disintegrated, vanishing into a wisp of smoke. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 4 Ghost Corpse ghost. Reward: 5,000 merit points. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Sumo's eyes as his merit points surged once more. A wave of satisfaction and exhilaration filled his heart. This guy really was worth a lot. Killing him actually earned me 5,000 merit points. Suemo stared at the corpse of Xue Tushou, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. If he had known this earlier, he would have interrogated him first to map out his connections, relatives, friends, or fellow disciples just in case there were others to deal with along the way. All done. Suemo clapped his hands, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. As he turned, he noticed the members of Bureau 749 staring at him with peculiar expressions. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Suemo asked with a playful grin, clearly in a good mood. No, nothing. You look great. Wang Lang immediately gave him a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Mr. Su, you're incredible. Xue Tushou had turned himself into a corpse ghoul, and his strength was terrifying. We thought even someone like you would need hundreds of moves to take him down. But you finished him off in one strike, completely crushed him. Lin Xianxian was even more shaken internally. She was well aware that Xue Tushou's strength had reached the peak of a level 4 cultivator, and his sinister techniques could rival those of a level 5. Yet, in front of Suemo, he was utterly powerless. She silently calculated. Mr. Su must be far beyond a level 5 cultivator, at least level 6, maybe even level 7? She quickly stopped herself from thinking further. Any more speculation, and she'd be calling him a grandmaster. Mr. Su, leave the cleanup to us, Lin Xianxian said respectfully. The merit points reward for Xue Tushou will be issued as soon as we return. Merit points don't matter much to me. Suemo waved dismissively, his eyes gleaming with excitement. But if you come across more of these ghostly creatures, make sure to call me. You know I can't resist these little cuties. He wasn't kidding. Just this level 4 corpse ghoul had earned him 5,000 merit points. Coupled with the earlier level 2 ghouls, he had racked up over 10,000 points in less than half an hour. Suemo glanced at his merit total, pleased to see it had surpassed the 20,000 mark. The members of Bureau 749 exchanged knowing smiles. While they couldn't quite understand why Suemo was so enthusiastic about taking down these little cuties, they all respected his preferences. Rest assured, Mr. Su, if anything like this happens again, you'll be the first to know, Lin Xianxian promised with a smile. Suemo turned to leave, but Lin Xianxian called out to him again. She pulled out her phone, looking slightly hesitant. Mr. Su, your luck is something else. There's a situation right now, are you interested? Let's hear it. In Wuyan County, Lin Xianxian explained, a construction team ran into trouble while digging a tunnel. 33 workers are trapped. According to the survivors, they stumbled upon an ancient tomb and encountered ghosts. The rescue team went in, but hasn't come back out. Now the entire mountain is shrouded in thick fog, and the ghostly energy is overwhelming. Based on our assessment, the ghost inside is at least a level 5. Level 5. Sumo's eyes immediately lit up with interest. Seeing his reaction, Lin Xianxian quickly added, Mr. Su, you won't be going in alone this time. Reinforcements from the capital will join you. Everyone will rendezvous in Wuyun County before entering the tunnel to eliminate the evil spirits inside. Huh? Another group mission? Suemo frowned slightly, muttering to himself. Were those people going to steal his experience? That wouldn't do. If they ended up killing one of the ghostly creatures, how much merit would be wasted? He couldn't allow that to happen. Mr. Su, the situation inside is unclear. It's safer to wait for reinforcements before going in, Lin Xianxian advised. She knew Suemo was powerful, but there was strength in numbers. Having more experts on hand would always be a safer choice. I understand, Suemo nodded lightly. Lin Xianxian watched as Suemo walked away, feeling a twinge of concern. Just then, Wang Lang approached, his expression uncertain. Captain Lin, do you think Mr. Su is going in alone? He wouldn't, right? I hope not, Lin Xianxian replied softly, though unease lingered in her heart. By the time Suemo returned home, dawn was breaking. He sat on the edge of his bed, running his fingers over the 2,000 merit points in his account. a wave of joy washing over him. Opening Pin Daddy, he quickly skimmed through the messages before asking, "Is the lightness technique ready?" Unfortunately, there was no reply. He sighed and thought to himself, "Never mind. There's no rush. I should focus on condensing the second Bloodkey Sun first." Having made up his mind, Suemo wasted no time and chose to enhance the Nine Suns Devouring Heaven technique. Ding! Enhancement target. Nine Suns Devouring Heaven technique. In an instant, a surge of powerful energy erupted from Sumo's body. A burning Bloodkey Sun slowly appeared behind him, its flames roaring fiercely. The Bloodkey Sun gradually expanded in the air, magnificent like a rising sun. Enhancement successful. The system's notification echoed, and Suemo could feel the obvious increase in his physical strength and a surge of yang energy within him. Once more, filled with excitement, he intensified his efforts. Ding! Enhancement successful. Remaining merit, 3,000 points. After 2 rounds of enhancement, the Bloodkey Sun Suemo had condensed grew even stronger, radiating dazzling light like the dawn of a new day. With a single thought, the sun slowly sank into his dantian, its flames still burning fiercely. He smiled, calculating in his mind, 8 more enhancements, and he'll be able to condense the second Bloodkey Sun. My strength will skyrocket. Nightfall. On an empty street, a young couple was walking hand in hand, chatting and laughing blissfully. They were completely unaware of the child trailing behind them. The child had no shadow, his body floating in midair. His mischievous eyes glimmered, and a faint, sly smile played on his lips. Fixing his gaze on the boy's shoulder, the child floated closer silently and gently tapped the boy's left shoulder. Poof! A barely visible flame was extinguished in an instant. The boy felt a sudden pain in his shoulder, and a chill spread through his body. Shivering, he murmured, "Why? Why does it feel so cold?" Before he could react, his right shoulder sank, and the chill swept over him again. Hee, cold, isn't it? The child chuckled softly, his face full of mischief. His gaze shifted to the faint flame atop the boy's head, which was now flickering weakly. The child raised his hand and tapped it, extinguishing the flame entirely. Achoo! The boy sneezed suddenly, his nose running as he trembled uncontrollably. "I think I'm catching a cold." "What?" The girl froze, her eyes narrowing with displeasure. "You're not trying to make me take you to a hotel, are you? Jerk." The boy was on the verge of tears and quickly explained, "No, that's not what I meant. Can't you see? I'm already sneezing." At that moment, the girl's shoulders sank, and a wave of cold hit her. She sneezed as well, muttering, "Why do I feel cold too?" The two exchanged glances, a chill creeping into their hearts. Could it be, is there a ghost? Ah! Scared by their own thoughts, they screamed and bolted down the street. Behind them, the child burst into laughter, his voice echoing in the night. "Serves you right for showing off your love." Umph. He floated weightlessly, seemingly aimless, drifting wherever his mood took him. Suddenly, he stopped, his gaze landing on someone walking alone down the street. The man was incredibly handsome. Hee. Putting out his young fire would be so much fun, he muttered to himself, quietly following behind the man. A sly grin spread across his face. "Once I extinguish your young fire and blow a gust of energy, freezing you to tears and snot, it's bound to be amusing." The child's steps were light and stealthy, like a ghost lurking in the night. He crept closer, and the man seemed completely unaware. The child reached out and gave a light pat on the man's broad shoulder. The moment his palm touched the skin, a sudden searing heat surged through, startling him into pulling his hand back immediately. From the man's shoulder, a blazing flame erupted, rising instantly. The fire danced brightly, dazzling and intense. "That's way too high." The child nearly jumped out of his skin in fear, his face filled with terror. "Oh no, his young fire is even stronger than what I've seen at the crematorium." He stumbled back a few steps, his heart pounding wildly, his eyes brimming with panic. "Is it fun?" A cold, steady voice suddenly came from behind. The child spun around abruptly, only to see the man turning to face him. The scorching aura emanating from the man filled the air, making it unbearably stifling, leaving the boy gasping for breath. The man's expression was calm, but his sharp gaze carried an undeniable sense of authority and power. The child's figure could no longer hide, as if exposed by the flames. In a panic, he cried out, "Big brother, I was just playing. I didn't mean to hurt you." "Oh." Sumo's lips curved into a faint smile, his eyes narrowing coldly. "Didn't your mother ever tell you that playing with fire comes with consequences?" The moment his words fell, his aura surged, and the scorching flames instantly swept through the surroundings. The ghostly figure hiding in the shadows was incinerated into ashes in an instant. The child's shrieks were carried away by the wind. A system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating a level 1 ghost mischievous spirit. Reward, 100 virtue points. Without pausing, Suemo headed straight to a crime scene. From a distance, there were still faint sounds of arguing and objects being smashed. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. He knocked gently on the door. "Is anyone home?" The arguing inside abruptly ceased, and an eerie silence filled the room. Suemo frowned slightly, sensing someone quietly approaching the peephole to peek outside. He paused for a moment, then leaned toward the peephole. Suddenly, a startled scream came from inside. "Oh my God!" Scared the life out of me. Suemo smirked, a playful glint in his eyes. "So you're home. In that case, I'm coming in." Before the words fully settled, he swung his fist, delivering a powerful blow to the security door. With a loud crash, the door collapsed. Instantly, a surge of dark energy poured in through the doorway like a tide. The entire hallway was engulfed in black mist, the air growing dense and visibility dim. Suemo stepped inside, and the oppressive atmosphere inside the house grew even heavier. A couple stood in the middle of the living room, their eyes fixed intently on him. The man held a blood-stained kitchen knife, its tip still dripping, while a horrifying wound on his stomach oozed blood, staining his clothes. The woman, on the other hand, gripped a pair of bloody scissors. "Good evening." Suemo greeted them with a faint smile, his voice calm and emotionless. "Your nightly arguments have been disturbing the neighbors." The couple exchanged a nervous glance. The man cautiously spoke. "We will keep it down in the future?" "Not good enough," Suemo replied, his tone low and icy. "It's best if there's no noise at all." As his words fell, a fiery energy erupted from his body. Flames spread rapidly, consuming the entire room. The oppressive dark energy was obliterated in an instant, burned away by the roaring fire. The couple's figures were engulfed by the flames, their agonized screams echoing briefly before they were reduced to ashes. The system's notification sounded again. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating a level 1 ghost vengeful spirit. Reward, 100 virtue points." "Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating a level 2 ghost vengeful spirit. Reward, 500 virtue points." Suemo cast a cold glance around, then turned and exited the building. Just as he stepped out of the neighborhood, he encountered a man wearing a red cap. The moment their eyes met, the man's face turned pale as if he'd seen a ghost. Without a second thought, he bolted, running so fast he seemed to leave an afterimage behind. Suemo stood there, completely baffled. "What the heck? Why are you running?" Suemo suddenly bolted after him. The young man was running at an incredible speed. With wisps of green smoke rising from his body, it was hard not to think he was some kind of ghostly creature. "Oh my God!" Little Red Riding Hood glanced back and saw Suemo in relentless pursuit, his fear skyrocketing. He panicked, picking up even more speed. Damn it! Suemo was speechless. Was he really that terrifying? "Stop running. If you keep running, he'll kill you," he bellowed, his aura surging violently. Little Red Riding Hood, terrified out of his wits, sprinted even faster. "Let's end this." Suemo accelerated, instantly closing the gap between them. Leaping into the air, he delivered a spinning kick to Little Red Riding Hood's back. "Ouch!" cried the latter as he was sent sprawling forward, tumbling across the ground several times before landing heavily. Just as he was about to crash into a rock, Suemo descended swiftly and planted his foot firmly on Little Red Riding Hood's chest. "Why are you running?" Suemo asked coldly. Little Red Riding Hood stammered, trembling and on the verge of tears. "They said if I saw you, I had to run, or else I'd be dead. How could I not run?" "They?" Suemo frowned, puzzled. "The 749 Bureau," Little Red Riding Hood stuttered, his voice shaky and his eyes darting nervously. "I'm an undercover operative." Suemo froze, countless questions flooding his mind. The 749 Bureau was resorting to tactics like this? Using ghostly beings as undercover agents, it was certainly a creative twist. "You're not lying to me, are you?" Suemo sneered, pressing down harder with his foot. "I wouldn't dare. I know your name, Suemo, the legendary Su." Little Red Riding Hood immediately protested, visibly trembling. "My handler is Wang Lang, the one from the 749 Bureau who specializes in dealing with ghosts. You must have met him. Remember the Axe Gang at the steel factory?" "The Axe Gang?" Suemo raised an eyebrow, momentarily confused. "How come I didn't see you there?" "I provided the intel, but I was too nervous to stick around. Even though the 749 Bureau said they wouldn't hurt me, I still didn't feel safe," Little Red Riding Hood said with lingering fear in his voice. "So I took the first chance I got and slipped away." Realization dawned on Suemo. This little ghost in front of him had already turned into a ghostly entity and somehow managed to escape the oppressive environment of the 749 Bureau. He wasn't a true undercover agent, had been ghostified. This ghost was a rare find. "Get up," Suemo said after a moment's thought, finally lifting his foot. He eyed Little Red Riding Hood with a mix of exasperation and amusement. "You're probably worth a few hundred karma points, aren't you?" Little Red Riding Hood scrambled to his feet, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, Master Su, for sparing my life." Once upright, his expression shifted as he seemed to recall earlier orders. He cautiously asked, "Master Su, may I leave now? Staying near a killing god like you is too nerve-wracking." Suemo let out a cold laugh and waved dismissively. "Go ahead. Just remember, you don't need to hide the next time you see me. You're your own ghost now. As long as you don't cause trouble, I want kill you. Overjoyed, Little Red Riding Hood turned and ran a few steps before Su Mo called out to him again. Huh. He turned back, his face still full of wariness, clearly fearing that Su Mo might change his mind. Hold on. Come here, Sumo's deep voice commanded from behind him. Boss, any other instructions? Su Mo asked with a cheerful smile, casually putting an arm around Little Red Riding Hood's shoulder. You must be pretty familiar with the ghost circles in your city, right? Sort of. Little Red Riding Hood nodded slightly, a hint of caution in his tone. Su Mo tightened his grip on the shoulder. Tonight, take me to find 20 ghosts. That shouldn't be a problem, right? 20. Little Red Riding Hood forced a nervous smile. I just did some quick calculations. I do know of a few spots with ghost activity, but I can't guarantee they'll meet your expectations. As long as there's quantity, I'm good. The two soon arrived at the street and flagged down a car. A yellow Ferrari slowly pulled up, and a familiar voice came from the driver's seat. Huh? Mr. Su, Gu. It's you again. Su Mo recognized Dagong immediately. Where to? They'll take you there, Dagong said with a cheerful grin. Just as Su Mo was about to open the car door, Little Red Riding Hood quickly stepped forward and respectfully opened it for him. Mr. Su, please, after you. He even used his hand to shield the doorframe, making sure Su Mo wouldn't bump his head. Noticing the familiarity between the driver and Su Mo, Little Red Riding Hood hesitated and pointed at himself. Mr. Su, I'm a ghost, and this. Get in. Su Mo nodded, signaling him to enter. Only then did Little Red Riding Hood carefully slide into the passenger seat. Driver, to Starlight Bar in Central District. The car sped through the night, but Dagong suddenly shivered. Why is it so cold? Did the air conditioning get supercharged today? Little Red Riding Hood awkwardly shrank into his seat, silently thinking. I'm a ghost sitting next to you, of course it's cold. Good thing I've suppressed some of my ghostly aura. Gu, why do I keep running into you? Su Mo quickly shifted the topic. I switched to night shifts. Dagong said proudly. I've been waiting for you specifically. He even let go of the steering wheel for a moment to clap in celebration. Gu, keep your hands on the wheel. Su Mo reminded him nervously. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Starlight Bar. Su Mo handed over a 500 yuan bill. Although Dagong tried to refuse, Su Mo insisted. If you don't take it, I won't ride with you next time. After watching Dagong drive off, Little Red Riding Hood lowered his voice. Mr. Su, there are two ghosts inside who are particularly fond of handsome men. With your looks, you'll definitely catch their attention. He pointed toward a nearby cafe. I need to continue my undercover work, so we'll wait for you over there. Is that okay? Su Mo nodded to show his understanding, a trace of sympathy flashing in his eyes. It's really tough finding a job these days. Even college graduates are struggling. He reached out and patted Little Red Riding Hood on the shoulder, his tone turning stern. Don't even think about running away. You know what'll happen if you do. With that, he turned and strode into the bar. As if I would dare. Little Red Riding Hood muttered, his face falling. He fully understood the implication in Su Mo's words if he tried to run. Not just the 749 bureau, but even his life wouldn't be spared. Sighing, he trudged across the street into the coffee shop, found a seat in a quiet corner, and dozed off. Suddenly, a chill ran through him. What the? Why is the air conditioning so cold? He mumbled, glancing at the deer head logo on his coffee cup. The ice had completely melted. Oh, wait, it's not the air conditioning, it's my coffee. I feel like you're mocking me, but I can't prove it. Meanwhile, Su Mo had just stepped into the bar, where deafening music blasted from all corners. On the dance floor, a group of young men and women were wildly moving to the beat. He frowned. If it weren't for the need to track down a ghostly entity, he wouldn't have set foot in a place like this. Sir, would you like a booth? A waiter shouted over the noise. Find me a spot, Su Mo replied curtly. Soon, he was seated in a booth. Before long, several young women approached, looking to score some free drinks, but Su Mo politely turned each of them down. Ugh, so handsome, but such a cheapskate. Totally, he's so stingy. The girls left, grumbling under their breath. Hey there, handsome, buy me a drink. A sweet, youthful voice suddenly sounded beside him. Su Mo looked up to see a girl in a JK uniform, appearing about 17 or 18, radiating youthful energy. Have a seat, Su Mo said with a smile, patting the seat beside him. The JK girl immediately sat down, her eyes lingering on his face. Here's the thing, Su Mo began, feigning a melancholic expression. I haven't had a sip of water in 3 days. I'm parched. Would you mind buying me a drink, miss? Uft. The JK girl stifled a laugh. Are you kidding me? 3 days without water? You'd be dead. Fine, I'll treat you. She called over a waiter and ordered 2 rounds of beer. The two clinked glasses and drank together, with Su Mo downing several bottles without even flinching. Do you have a sister? Su Mo suddenly asked. The JK girl looked puzzled. Seeing her reaction, Su Mo set his bottle down and explained with a grin. You're so beautiful if you don't have a sister. Wouldn't that be such a waste of good genes? Oh really? The JK girl leaned in slightly, lowering her voice. What? If I do have a sister, are you planning to go after both of us? Why not? Suemo replied, meeting her gaze directly. Huh. The JK girl smiled mysteriously. I'm just worried you might bite off more than you can chew. Well, how would I know unless I try? Suemo said evenly. So, you're saying you do have a sister? The JK girl flipped her hair with a sly smile and left the booth. Moments later, she returned with another young woman who was dressed provocatively but looked about the same age. Wow, a pair of sisters, Suemo remarked with a chuckle. So I hear you want both of us. The older sister, exuding a faint, alluring fragrance, asked as she sat down. It's not a want, it's a need, Suemo said firmly. Big words. Let's see if you can handle it. The older sister teased with a playful laugh. This place is too crowded. Shall we go somewhere quieter? Suemo suggested. Sure, the sisters said in unison, exchanging a knowing glance before standing up. With the two beauties by his side, Suemo confidently walked out of the bar, drawing envious stares from the other men. Damn it. I've been trying to pick up those two for 2 days, and he gets them just like that. You don't get it. They're into looks. Do you have the looks? Of course I do. Don't I look like Daniel Wu? The man was left speechless when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw a news notification. Sisters found dead in car late at night. Huh. He stared at the blurry photos in the article, feeling that the clothes looked oddly familiar. Suddenly, his face changed. Wait, weren't those the sisters who had just left with that other man? Could it be? Suemo led the two sisters through the streets, eventually arriving at a secluded park. The area was deserted, and the night was eerily quiet. Here will do, Suemo said, stopping and looking around. Here? The sisters exclaimed, their faces showing unease. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? How about a hotel instead? This place is perfect, Suemo replied with a shake of his head and a faint smile. The scenery is beautiful, just right for sending two lovely ladies off to the afterlife. Don't you think? The sisters' expressions shifted dramatically as they took a few steps back, black mist beginning to swirl around them. Their once charming faces started to distort grotesquely. Who are you really? The sister in the JK uniform demanded sharply. Her appearance rapidly changed, revealing a terrifying ghostly figure with crooked eyes and a ghastly blue-black complexion. Die! Suemo lunged forward in a flash, pressing his palm against the JK sister's face. A brilliant golden light burst forth from his Vajra seal. With a sharp crack, the JK sister was torn apart by the power of the Vajra seal before she could even scream. The black mist dissipated into the air. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating a level 1 ghost drunken spirit. Reward, 100 merit points. The fiery ghost let out a shriek and bolted, but she barely managed a few steps before Suemo grabbed her by the hair and yanked her back. Spare! She began to plead. Suemo smiled coldly, his eyes flashing with icy resolve. I already said I'd take care of both of you. Why would I let you go? I, Suemo, always keep my word. Bang! With a single slap, the ghost disintegrated into black mist. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating a level 2 ghost drunken spirit. Reward, 500 merit points. Suemo glanced at the system notification, musing to himself, the merit points aren't much, but better than nothing. In the distance, a figure hiding behind a tree shuddered, cold sweat dripping down their face. The higher-ups were right, mister. Su is terrifyingly ruthless. I must never cross him. Come out. Suemo clapped his hands, as if brushing dust off himself. The figure, a man nicknamed Little Red Riding Hood, quickly emerged from behind the tree, wearing an ingratiating smile. Mr. Su, you're incredible. Little Red Riding Hood flattered him. Those two? No, those two ghosts were bound to cause trouble if left unchecked. Next location. Lead the way, Suemo commanded. Little Red Riding Hood led Suemo to a graveyard, where tombstones stood in eerie rows under the moonlight, the air thick with a chilling aura. There are more here, but these ones are cunning and rarely show themselves. That's easy to handle, Suemo said. He stepped forward, releasing a wave of scorching energy as golden light radiated from him. The graveyard echoed with several blood-curdling screams as black mist scattered. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating a level 1 ghost. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating a level 1 ghost. From a safe distance, Little Red Riding Hood wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking, good thing I stayed far away. This guy is way too intense. Mr. Su, over there. Little Red Riding Hood pointed to a dimly lit public restroom in the distance. There's a disgusting spirit in there. Anyone who goes in to use the restroom gets asked if they need toilet paper and then he insists on wiping for them. Total creep. Suemo raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Little Red Riding Hood. How do you know so much about this? Little Red Riding Hood's face turned red with embarrassment as he stammered. Well, back when I was still alive, I came here to use the restroom once. I didn't bring any toilet paper that day. Suemo patted him on the shoulder to show some comfort, then strode purposefully toward the nearby public restroom. Of course, he didn't actually need to use the toilet, it was just part of the routine. As soon as he stepped inside, A strange conversation reached his ears. Do you need toilet paper? A chilling voice drifted out from one of the stalls. Ugh, a drunken reply came, followed by the sound of retching. You threw up on my head. The eerie voice grew heavier. Do you need toilet paper or not? Then give it to me already, ugh. I keep asking if you need paper. So why do you keep puking on my head? A suffocating wave of sinister energy filled the restroom, accompanied by a nauseating stench. The stall door suddenly swung open on its own, and a drunken man with a flushed face staggered out, stumbling a few steps before collapsing onto the floor. He mumbled, "Hick, this bathroom is so considerate, even offers toilet paper service." Then he fell asleep, snoring loudly. "He'll kill you." A filthy, disheveled man burst out of the stall, clutching a pack of toilet paper in his hand. When he saw Suemo standing at the entrance, he froze. Another one waiting in line? Do you need toilet paper? The man raised his hand ominously, pointing at Suemo with a sinister tone. Seriously? Hell no. Suemo was thoroughly disgusted. He immediately activated his chi and blood energy, flooding the entire restroom with a radiant red glow. The ghostly figure didn't even have time to react before it melted away on the spot. A system notification followed instantly. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 2 ghost, the restroom ghost. Reward, 500 merit points. Suemo turned and walked out, thinking to himself how bizarre these ghosts were. Could it be that guy had set him up to settle a score for him? Meanwhile, the drunken man stirred groggily in the restroom, muttering to himself. Was that daylight just now? He rolled over and went back to sleep. Once outside, Suemo took several deep breaths of fresh air to suppress his nausea. Little Red Riding Hood hurried over to him. Mr. Su, all done. He couldn't help but marvel at the speed. It hadn't even been a full minute. Done. Next location. That night, under Little Red Riding Hood's guidance, Suemo eliminated a total of 29 ghosts in level 2s, the rest level 1s. Though their levels weren't high, the sheer number of them caused his merit points to surpass the 10,000 mark once again. Mr. Su, that's all the leads I've got. Little Red Riding Hood stammered nervously as dawn approached, worried that Suemo might turn on him if he wasn't satisfied. You've done well. Suemo patted his shoulder encouragingly. Relax, I'm not a lunatic. I don't harm my own people. Only then did Little Red Riding Hood breathe a sigh of relief. But, Suemo's tone shifted, you need to step up your game. Look at the kind of crowd you're running with just low-level ghosts. As a ghost, you should have ambition, some aspirations. Aim higher, associate with more advanced ghosts. Don't you agree? Listen to yourself. I'm just a level 2 ghost. How am I supposed to meet high-level ghosts? What's that? Too hard for you? Suemo raised an eyebrow at him. No, not at all. Little Red Riding Hood shook his head, looking miserable. They'll try my best to dig up leads on higher-level ghosts. That's the spirit. Suemo nodded in satisfaction. Go on, get to work. Remember, any ghostly leads, report them to me immediately. You've got my address right. Got it. Good. Off you go. Little Red Riding Hood took advantage of the night and darted away like a gust of wind. Suemo stood rooted to the spot, watching her panicked retreating figure. He murmured to himself, am I really that scary? It wasn't until she confirmed that Suemo wasn't chasing after her that Little Red Riding Hood let out a sigh of relief, clutching her wildly beating chest. Oh my gosh, what a menace. But just as she started to relax, she suddenly remembered. Oh no, today's the meeting day. Without hesitation, she transformed into a cold gust of wind and rushed toward the rendezvous point. In a dimly lit corner, Wang Lang was pacing back and forth with a frown. When he saw Little Red Riding Hood arriving late, he said in a low voice, Why are you so late? What happened? Boss. Little Red Riding Hood hurriedly stepped forward. Any news about the ghosts? Did you find anything? Wang Lang asked bluntly. Little Red Riding Hood stammered. I did find something, but I don't think you guys need to go anymore. I just ran into Mr. Su. Whoa. Wang Lang raised his eyebrows in shock. Well, you're pretty lucky to come back in one piece. Exactly, Little Red Riding Hood said, still shaken. It scared me to death. All those ghosts were wiped out by Mr. Su. Boss, he even told me to let him know immediately if I hear about any ghostly activity in the future. And he said, I should work harder to get to know some higher level ghosts. What kind of request is that? Boss, can't you talk to him and tell him to leave me alone? I'm really terrified. Wang Lang pondered for a moment, and then a sly smile appeared on his face. Since Mr. Su said so, you'll be assigned to serve him from now on. What? Little Red Riding Hood's face turned pale. Don't worry about your pay, well, double it. Wang Lang quickly added. There'll be year-end bonuses too. And I've already submitted your application. Starting now, you're an intern ghost for Bureau 749. Work hard and aim for a full-time position within 3 years. If we find a suitable ghost tamer for you in the future, we'll introduce you. Your main job is to serve Mr. Su and make sure he's satisfied. Since he likes high-level ghosts, you'll need to get closer to the elite ghost circles and improve your skills. But remember, the most important thing is not to harm anyone, or the Bureau will deal with you. Hearing this string of tempting benefits, Little Red Riding Hood's eyes lit up. Really? My salary will really double? And the bonus will be sent to my mom? I can really go full-time. Wang Lang nodded. This job is dangerous, but the benefits are great. Not like some companies where you work like a mule and get nothing in return. If you really don't want to do it, I can find someone, or some ghost else. He'll do it, he'll do it. Little Red Riding Hood nodded quickly, then added in a small voice. Just one tiny request: if you're introducing me to a ghost tamer in the future, could you prioritize women first? You're already being picky when it's not even set in stone yet. Wang Lang rolled his eyes in exasperation. The next morning, Su Mo, who had barely rested, received a call from Zhou Yuanshan. Mr. Su, do you have some time? What's up? Well, about the reward I promised you last time. I've prepared it. If you're available, I'd like to come and visit you. After Su Mo gave Zhou Yuanshan the address, his phone rang again. It was Lin Xianxian calling. Mr. Su, there's been a change in Wuyuan County. The people above will be arriving tonight. Tonight's action? Yes, we'll send someone to pick you up. All right, no problem on my end. Should I come to pick you up now? Wait for my call. After hanging up, Su Mo waited for about an hour before a black sedan pulled up outside Guanhu Courtyard. Zhou Yuanshan stepped out of the car, accompanied by Lu Qingmei. President Lu, quite the investment. Zhou Yuanshan said with a smile as he gazed at the elegant, traditional Chinese-style villa. This courtyard must be worth at least 20 million. Lu Qingmei's lips curved slightly. Meeting someone as extraordinary as Mr. Su makes money seem secondary. Her gaze shifted to the young woman behind Zhou Yuanshan, holding a long, rectangular rosewood box. What gift have you prepared, President Zhou? Zhou Yuanshan smiled mysteriously. You'll see soon enough. Mr. Su is coming out, the driver exclaimed excitedly. As Su Mo's #1 fan, he added, that Taoist master Sanlei is incredible too, survived being struck by lightning. Mr. Su, sorry to disturb you. Zhou Yuanshan and Lu Qingmei quickly approached. Su Mo nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes landing on Zhou Yuron, who stood quietly to the side. The young woman looked visibly healthier, her youthful energy restored. Good to see you again, Su Mo greeted. Zhou Yuron responded timidly, Mr. Su, before lowering her head in silence. This girl has just recovered. When she heard we were visiting you, she insisted on coming along, Zhou Yuanshan explained. Once inside, Zhou Yuanshan gestured for his driver to bring over a document and place it in front of Su Mo. This is 15 of Yuanshan Group's shares. All you need to do is sign. 15 of the shares? Lu Qingmei exclaimed in surprise. Yuanshan Group was no small company, and this was a significant amount. She bit her lip silently while Zhou Yuanshan had called her generous. His own gesture was far grander. Compared to this, the villa she offered seemed rather modest. Seeing Su Mo's puzzled expression, Zhou Yuanshan explained, you saved my daughter's life. This is nothing. Besides, these shares originally belonged to him. Now that he's in a mental hospital, keeping them is pointless. Giving them to you is like returning them to their rightful owner. Su Mo understood that the him Zhou Yuanshan referred to was his former close friend. For someone like Zhou Yuanshan, who had built such a business empire, it was no surprise that he had quickly taken over his friend's shares. Thank you, Su Mo said without hesitation. Since the offer was sincere, declining it excessively would seem disingenuous. He also understood Zhou Yuanshan's intention. This was a move to align their interests. After signing, Zhou Yuanshan visibly relaxed. From now on, Mr. Su, we're family. Don't worry, I won't disturb you unnecessarily. Dividends will always arrive on time. I just hope you'll lend a hand if ever we face something we can't handle. Of course, Su Mo replied. Zhou Yuanshan sighed regretfully. I had planned to offer Taoist Master Lei 5 of the shares as well, but he refused to accept them. He took 200 yuan from me, and that settled the karma. Zhou Yuanshan said with a playful smile, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Su Mo nodded slightly, a faint smile on his lips. Taoist Lei's noble character is truly admirable. As he spoke, he glanced to the side. Oh, by the way, I have a small gift for you. I hope it suits your taste. Zhou Yuanshan gestured for his daughter to come over. She carried a wooden box in her hands, struggling slightly under its weight as she approached. Finally, she set it down in front of Su Mo, the box trembling slightly, as if its contents were quite heavy. What is this? Su Mo asked curiously. Zhou Yuanshan chuckled. Open it, and see for yourself. Su Mo gently opened the wooden box. Inside lay an ancient-looking horizontal blade, entirely black, including its scabbard. The weapon exuded a silent, profound aura. Clang. As Su Mo unsheathed the blade lightly, the blade emerged like a flash of white lightning, radiating a cold, sharp brilliance that instantly filled the room with an icy and piercing atmosphere. A trace of amazement flickered in Su Mo's eyes. What a fine blade. Although he wasn't an expert on weapons, it was clear this blade was extraordinary. Its length was slightly greater than that of a standard horizontal blade, measuring close to a meter in total, with a 20-centimeter handle. The lines were sleek, the edge razor-sharp, and the overall design balanced elegance and power. It felt perfect in his grip, moving with ease, and Su Mo was genuinely pleased with the gift. I'm glad you like it, Mr. Su, Zhou Yuanshan said with a smile. That day, I noticed your exceptional skills and figured you must be a renowned expert in the martial world. As it happens, an old friend of mine has a passion for collecting such items, so I went out of my way to ask for a favor and managed to acquire this blade. My friend mentioned that this blade once belonged to a famous general in ancient times. It was used in countless battles and is said to harbor a lethal aura that ordinary people cannot control. It had remained unsheathed in his possession for 10 years, and now that its true form has been revealed, its brilliance remains as striking as ever. Suemo quickly understood that Zhou Yuanshan must have gone to great lengths to obtain this blade. Such a remarkable weapon would not be easily given away. He smiled faintly. Thank you. With that, he smoothly slid the blade back into its scabbard, and the chilling brilliance in the room disappeared instantly. Well then, we won't take up any more of your time, Mr. Su, Zhou Yuanshan said, turning to his daughter. Yuron, shouldn't you thank Mr. Su properly? Zhou Yuron stepped forward hesitantly, her voice soft as she said, Thank you, Mr. Su, for saving my life. Suemo smiled lightly. I simply did my duty. Your father has already expressed his gratitude. His tone was casual, as if brushing off the matter. Zhou Yuron bit her lip, stealing a glance at her father before lowering her head again. Zhou Yuanshan, noticing her hesitation, quickly added with a laugh. No need to be so formal. After all, we're like family now, right, Mr. Su? As the group stepped out of the courtyard, Zhou Yuanshan leaned in and whispered to his daughter. There's plenty of time ahead, my girl. Zhou Yuron nodded silently, saying nothing, but her gaze lingered on Suemo. From time to time, she glanced back at the figure standing there, admiring the blade in his hands. An indescribable emotion stirred within her. After walking some distance, Lu Qingmei let out a soft huff. Mr. Zhou, you really are something. You could have given me a heads up. Now I look like I came unprepared. Zhou Yuanshan burst out laughing. Why would I need to announce a gift beforehand? Miss Lu, are you planning to give me a present too? Lu Qingmei swayed her hips gracefully as she climbed into the car, taking a seat in the back with Zhou Yuron. She couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Compared to the exquisite blade Zhou Yuanshan had gifted, her own offering of a few small tokens seemed rather inadequate. Still, she consoled herself. At least the little courtyard she had arranged had clearly hit the mark with Suemo. Back in his room, Suemo held the black horizontal blade in his hands, feeling utterly satisfied. Zhou Yuanshan's gift had truly resonated with him. He chuckled softly before giving the blade a casual swing, feeling its weight and sharpness. A thought struck him, and he decided to spend 10,000 merit points to activate the enhancement function. Enhance. Target. Horizontal blade, he murmured, his gaze resolute. Golden light erupted suddenly, enveloping the black broadsword in Sumo's hand. The blade slowly rose into the air, emitting a dazzling glow throughout the room. Accompanied by a low hum, the broadsword slid out of its sheath on its own and stood upright before Suemo. The golden light transformed into invisible hammer-like shadows, repeatedly striking the blade. With each impact, the weapon trembled slightly. Moments later, the golden light gradually faded. Suemo grasped the broadsword and examined it closely, noticing a striking new featuria thin, blood-red line running from the hilt to the tip. This detail lent the weapon an air of mystery. A system notification promptly sounded. Weapon enhancement successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Weapon Soul Devourer blade. This blade is highly effective against malevolent entities. It can absorb their energy upon slaying them. Remaining merit points, 2,300. Hiss. Suemo drew in a sharp breath. The blade's abilities truly astonished him. Not only could it exterminate ghosts, but it could also absorb their energy. This was a double benefit, earning merit while empowering the blade with the spirit's energy. The investment of 10,000 merit points, coupled with Zhou Yuanshan's generous gift, was proving to be worth every bit. Next, it was time to learn a sword technique. After rummaging through a pile of manuals, Suemo settled on the blazing wood sword technique. He had already decided that his next enhancement would be dedicated to this technique. By noon, Lin Xianxian arrived to pick him up in her car. During the ride, she provided a detailed briefing on the mission's lineup. This operation in Wuyun Mountain has been classified as a level 5 event. In addition to yourself, 4 others will be participating. 3 are level 4 cultivators, and 1 is a fellow level 5 cultivator like you. The 2 of you will handle the primary threats in the tunnel, while the other 3 will focus on eliminating weaker, ghostly entities. Suemo raised an eyebrow. The 749 Bureau should have plenty of experts. Why not dispatch a Grandmaster directly? Lin Xianxian sighed bitterly. In recent years, ghostly entities have become increasingly rampant and powerful. Grandmaster-level experts are preoccupied with suppressing even more dangerous threats. Suemo refrained from further questions and closed his eyes to rest. After a few hours of travel, the car finally pulled up in front of a 5-star hotel. The area was eerily quiet, with not a soul in sight. This hotel has been fully reserved as your temporary base of operations. All expenses are covered by the 749 Bureau, Lin Xianxian explained. At that moment, A cheerful voice broke the silence. Xiangxianji. A pink figure came rushing from afar, heading straight for Lin Xianxian. It was a young girl with pink twin pigtails, who without a word threw herself onto Lin Xianxian, their bodies colliding and causing a slight wobble. Stop messing around. Lin Xianxian sighed helplessly as she caught her. Get down, Mr. Su is still here. Mr. Su, long time no see. My Anna, still clinging to Lin Xianxian, turned her head to greet Suemo. You're coming too? Suemo raised an eyebrow in surprise. I didn't expect you to be strong enough to participate in a level 5 event. Lin Xianxian finally managed to pry my Anna off her. Pouting, my Anna said, I'm already a peak level 4 cultivator, just a tiny step away from reaching level 5. This might just be my breakthrough opportunity. If the Ghost King in the tunnel takes a fancy to you and makes you his bride, your cultivation level might skyrocket, Suemo teased. You. My Anna stomped her foot in frustration. What Ghost King? Ugh, stop jinxing me. Her gaze suddenly fell on the saber in Sumo's hand. Wow, what a cool blade. Can I take a look? No. Suemo refused flatly. Stingy. Ma Anna pouted, complaining. It's just a blade. You're guarding it like it's your wife. Lin Xianxian gave an awkward chuckle from the side, thinking to herself that Mr. Su had never been particularly fond of Anna's personality. Amitba. A Buddhist chant broke the somewhat awkward atmosphere. The group turned to see a sturdy, dark-faced monk approaching. His large earlobes nearly touched his shoulders, and his genial smile made him resemble the laughing Buddha. Master Ijia. Lin Xianxian hurriedly stepped forward to introduce him. Mr. Su, Anna, this is Master Ijia, the leader of this operation. Master, these are Ma Anna and Mr. Su Mo from Yuqing. Amitba, the monk greeted, pressing his palms together. This humble monk is Ijia from Fuyun Temple in your esteemed city. It is fate to meet both of you. He praised the Ma family for their talented descendants before his gaze shifted to the saber in Su Mo's hand, his eyes flickering with interest. This blade intriguing. Mr. Su, you must take great care of it. No need to worry, Su Mo replied coolly. Shortly after, two more 749 Bureau cultivators arrived, Zhao Fei and Huang Yinin, a man and a woman both dressed in combat uniforms, and both level 4 cultivators. After everyone got acquainted, Lin Xianxian excused herself with a bow. Master Ijia, what's the plan from here? Huang Yinin asked. Well, Master Ijia glanced at the sky. There's no rush. We'll discuss it after nightfall. How about we fill our stomachs first? The group entered the hotel restaurant, and the manager, dressed in uniform, quickly stepped forward to greet them. His gaze lingered briefly on Master Ijia's monk robe before he politely asked, Ladies and gentlemen, the food is ready. Should we prepare some vegetarian dishes for the master? No need. Master Ijia replied with a squint and a warm smile. I'd appreciate it if you could serve more meat and wine. By the way, do you have lobster? Crab would work too. The manager hesitated for a moment, but quickly nodded in understanding. We do. I'll arrange it right away. After the manager left, Master Ijia noticed the expressions on everyone's faces and chuckled. What? Did you all think I only eat vegetarian food? Seeing their silent smiles, he pointed to himself and continued. Do you know why I'm called Ijia? When everyone shook their heads, he explained. This name was given to me by my master. He said that in this life, I only need to abstain from one thing, worldly desires, or to put it bluntly, lust. Other than that, wine and meat, I'm more than happy to indulge. Hearing this, the group exchanged amused glances, thinking how peculiar this monk was. Ijia truly meant only abstaining from one thing. Soon, the table was filled with aromatic dishes. Master Ijia clasped his hands together, softly murmured, Amitba, forgive me, then rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a glistening pork knuckle, and began eating heartily. His greasy, ravenous demeanor bore no resemblance to a monk. Eat up, he said through a mouthful of food. If you don't eat your fill, how will you have the strength to fight ghosts? With that, he reached for a lobster. The rest of the group joined in the feast. However, it quickly became apparent that Master Ijia and Su Mo had voracious appetites. The master devoured a pork knuckle in one hand and a lobster in the other, his cheeks constantly bulging. Meanwhile, Su Mo was equally relentless, stacking empty plates high in front of him as the food on the table rapidly disappeared. Are you here to catch ghosts or just to eat? Ma Anna said helplessly, calling over the manager. The manager was startled by the sight. How did they eat so fast? They'll prepare 2 or 3 more tables immediately. Bring 2 more bottles of Wuliangya. The monk's voice called from behind. Without asking further questions, the manager instructed the staff to bring the alcohol and then hurried to the kitchen, clapping his hands. All right, everyone, let's get busy. The meal lasted over an hour, with most of the food consumed by Su Mo and Master Ijia. The others could only watch in amazement as the two devoured everything in sight. My stomach is full. I'm satisfied, Master Ijia said, downing the last glass of wine with a contented sigh. About 80 full, Su Mo said, finally setting down his chopsticks. Impressive, my friend. Master Ijia wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, his usual cheerful expression returning. "You're not bad yourself, master." Sumo replied with a grin, and the two shared a hearty laugh. "Now that we're well fed and watered, it's time to get to work," Master Ijia said, standing up. "Let's go deal with the evil lurking in that tunnel." Before long, the group arrived at the foot of a mountain. Looking up, they saw the entire mountain shrouded in thick mist, obscuring the view. Following a paved road, they climbed until they reached the entrance of the tunnel. "This is the place," Master Ijia said, staring at the dark, ominous tunnel entrance. He solemnly warned. "The situation inside is unpredictable. Everyone, stay alert and don't let your guard down." With that, he waved his sleeves and led the group into the tunnel. The moment they stepped inside, an eerie sensation washed over them. The tunnel was pitch black, so dark they couldn't see their own hands in front of their faces. It felt as though a heavy, oppressive cloud was pressing down on them. Even Sumo could barely make out the scene not far ahead. Everything before them seemed unnervingly abnormal. "Be careful, there's an ominous presence around," Ma Anna said softly, sniffing the air. She snapped her retractable baton open with a sharp flick. The two members of Bureau 749 gripped their weapons tightly, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. This was the domain of malevolent spirits. One careless move could lead to disaster. "The entrance, it's gone," Huang Yinin muttered as she glanced back. The group turned around, only to find that the entrance had vanished without a trace. In its place was an impenetrable cloud of black mist. "Humph." Master Ijia seemed to have undergone a shift in demeanor since entering this place. "How dare these spirits cause trouble in my presence?" he bellowed. Chanting some unknown incantation, he gently adjusted the prayer beads hanging around his neck and held them firmly in front of his chest. Buzz. The prayer beads emitted a soft golden glow, radiating a dazzling brilliance that lit up the surroundings in an awe-inspiring display. "Go," Master Ijia commanded with a wave of his hand. The beads spun through the air, shooting into the darkness ahead. Wherever the beads passed, their golden light blazed brightly, illuminating the area as if it were broad daylight. "Master Ijia, you truly live up to your reputation," Zhao Fei praised with a thumbs up, pulling a high-powered flashlight from his bag. With a sharp click, he turned it on, sending a powerful beam of light cutting through the darkness and illuminating a large section of the tunnel ahead. "Ijia, you've got this kind of high-tech gear? Why didn't you take it out earlier?" Zhao Fei asked, spreading his hands as the flashlight lit up much of the tunnel. The master chuckled and waved a hand dismissively. "The aura of malevolence is so strong here. Using the prayer beads to distinguish spirits wasn't a wasted effort." The group continued deeper into the tunnel, but it seemed endless. The further they went, the darker and more oppressive it became. Suddenly, Ma Anna stopped in her tracks, her eyes narrowing. "Something's wrong," she murmured. "We're caught in an illusion." Just as she looked up, her expression changed drastically. Before her, there was no one. She realized in a flash she had fallen into a trap. Her face darkened slightly as she quickly reached into her bag, pulling out several small star-shaped objects and scattering them in front of her. The stars immediately emitted a radiant light, encasing her in a luminous shield like a celestial glow. "Master, Mr. Su," she called out softly, but the silence around her was deafening. The oppressive darkness pressed in from all sides. Gripping her baton tightly, she took cautious steps forward. As she turned a corner, a figure suddenly stumbled toward her. It was Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei was covered in blood, his arms hanging at unnatural angles, clearly severely injured. "Anna," Zhao Fei called out, his voice urgent as he hurried toward her. "There are so many spirits over there. The master and the others are surrounded. Hurry, we need to save them." "What?" Ma Anna's eyes sharpened with urgency. "Where?" "Take me to them, quickly." "Over there." Zhao Fei pointed ahead, moving closer. But before he could finish his sentence, Ma Anna's expression turned icy. With a sharp command, she waved her hand, and the small stars around her flared brightly, shooting forward like bullets. Thud, thud, thud. The stars tore through Zhao Fei's body, ripping it apart and spraying blood everywhere. Zhao Fei froze, staring at Ma Anna in disbelief. "You?" Ma Anna stepped forward, her face cold as she swung her baton mercilessly at his head. The blow crushed his skull instantly. "Ugh," she spat, shaking the blood off her baton. "That stench on you, I could smell it from 800 meters away. Did you really think you could fool me?" Zhao Fei, who had been struck to the ground by Ma Anna's staff, lay motionless as his body began to undergo a violent transformation. Muscles writhed and skin twisted until, in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a creature covered in thick fur, its distorted face eerily human-like. A Remian Shao? Ma Anna recognized it instantly, her heart tightening with unease. This kind of demon was notorious for its ability to manipulate human minds, and she realized she had fallen into its trap the moment she entered the tunnel. There had to be a powerful Renmian Shao lurking deeper within the tunnel. Were Mr. Su and the others safe? A wave of worry washed over her, but she quickly pushed the thought aside. Grabbing a handful of small star-shaped charms, she scattered them and pressed onward into the depths of the tunnel. "Inin?" Master Ijia. Zhao Fei's voice echoed through the darkness as he gripped his knife tightly in one hand and aimed the beam of his flashlight deeper into the tunnel with the other. The surrounding shadows seemed to devour everything, including his courage. Within moments, the other four had vanished without a trace. The flashlight began to flicker, and after a few seconds, it went out completely, plunging him into total darkness. Zhao Fei clenched his teeth in frustration, trying unsuccessfully to reignite the light. Over here, a faint voice called out. It was Huang Yinin's. Zhao Fei froze, his instincts immediately on high alert. Why was Huang Yining here? Her sudden appearance at this moment seemed suspicious. Despite his wariness, he began to move toward the direction of the voice, his grip on the knife never loosening. After a few steps, he saw a figure ahead, waving at him. It was Yining. Master Ijia and the others are this way. Hurry! Huang Yining's voice carried urgency. Zhao Fei's vigilance did not waver. Her presence now only deepened his suspicion. Come quickly, she urged again, her tone growing more anxious. Something stirred in Zhao Fei's mind, and he quickened his pace. Yet the tighter he gripped his knife, the more his unease grew. His gaze never left Yining ahead of him. Yining, turn around! Zhao Fei suddenly shouted, his heart pounding like a drum. Huang Yining's figure paused for a moment before her head audibly cracked and twisted 180 degrees, revealing a sinister grin on her face. I've turned around, she said, her voice now chilling and eerie, her eyes glinting with malice. Damn it! Zhao Fei reacted instantly, slashing his knife toward Huang Yining. The blade gleamed as it cut through the air, but in an instant, her figure vanished, leaving only her mocking laughter echoing in the air. Zhao Fei, I'm over here. Come and get me. A shiver ran down Zhao Fei's spine as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Taking a deep breath, he raised a talisman and waved it quickly. Sparks flared from the talisman, casting warm light that pushed back the oppressive darkness around him. Determined, he followed the sound of her footsteps, giving chase. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of his blade slicing through the air echoed repeatedly, but every strike seemed to miss. Huang Yining's figure would vanish just as his blade approached, as if she were an illusion that could never be caught or defeated. Frustration and dread weighed heavier on Zhao Fei's heart with each failed attempt, and he soon lost all sense of time and space. At last, after what felt like an eternity, he caught sight of Huang Yining's figure again. This time, he resolved to end it in one decisive blow. Prepare to die, Zhao Fei roared, channeling all his strength as he leapt forward, his blade flashing as it descended on her. Huang Yining turned her head in shock, her eyes widening as she saw the blade coming toward her. She hurriedly drew her own blade to parry. The clash of steel rang out, the impact jarring Zhao Fei's ears. Huang Yining let out a muffled groan as she stumbled back several steps, barely managing to steady herself. Her eyes burned with a mix of anger and disbelief. Zhao Fei, are you insane? It's me. Zhao Fei stood firm, a cold smirk on his face. Trying to trick me again? He sneered, advancing on her with renewed ferocity. His blade flashed like lightning, slashing at her again and again. After several intense exchanges, Zhao Fei suddenly sensed something was off. He leapt back and held his position, his guard still up. Huang Yining, is it really you? He asked cautiously, his voice tinged with doubt. Panting heavily, Huang Yining glared at him with a mix of anger and exhaustion. Of course it's me. Have you lost your mind? You attacked me without warning. Relief began to seep into Zhao Fei's tense frame, and he let out a nervous laugh. If it's really you, then tell me what's my favorite snack? Obviously, it's teddy bear cookies. Huang Yining replied between breaths, a faint smile breaking through her frustration. Zhao Fei finally relaxed, sheathing his blade. His expression softened. Yining, so it really is you. I thought it was that cursed demon playing tricks on me again. He stepped forward, reaching out his hand. Before he could finish speaking, Huang Yining suddenly cried out, "Watch out!" In that instant, an abrupt movement in the surrounding darkness sent Zhao Fei's nerves spiraling into high alert once more. A flash of light streaked past his ear, followed by a piercing, agonized scream from behind. Zhao Fei spun around abruptly, only to see a humanoid creature with long, matted hair collapsed on the ground not far away. A blood-stained long blade was lodged in its neck, and its body convulsed violently. It was a human-faced Xiao. Huang Yining swiftly stepped forward and yanked the blade from the creature's neck. Stay alert, we're surrounded, she said gravely. Only then did Zhao Fei notice the countless crimson glimmers flickering in the surrounding darkness. The two immediately stood back to back, raising their weapons and holding their breath, ready to face the onslaught of the human-faced Xiao horde. Not far away, a scantily clad woman lay sprawled on the ground, her skin faintly visible under the dim light. Monk, come and enjoy yourself. Her seductive eyes sparkled, and her slender fingers beckoned provocatively as she called out to Master Ijia. Amatba. Master Ijia remained expressionless, his voice calm. There is no need for such acts, benefactor. In this humble monk's eyes, your appearance is no different from a skeleton. Allow me to send you on your way. Before his words had fully settled, Master Ijia had already formed a hand seal and pressed the air. From the darkness, a string of prayer beads whistled through the air, instantly binding the alluring woman. Perish, he bellowed. With a sharp tightening of the beads, the woman let out a shrill scream before her body shattered and dissipated into a wisp of green smoke. Amit Ba, Ijia murmured, retrieving the beads, his gaze softening with compassion. This place is sinister. Even with my 5th level cultivation, I didn't realize when I fell under an illusion. I wonder how Su Shizhu and the others are faring. He stepped over the corpses on the ground and disappeared into the shadows. A moment later, his voice roared out, "Foul creature, meet your end." Meanwhile, Su Mo stood alone in place, realizing that the other 4 had vanished without a trace. So aggressive? A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. To wield such a powerful illusion spell, this ghostly creature must be worth a fortune. Suemo, Ma Anna stumbled toward him, her face pale with urgency. Master Ijia is in Dan. Before she could finish, a blade flashed, and she froze, looking down in shock. A thin line of blood stretched from her left shoulder to her right waist. With a dull thud, her body fell, severed cleanly in two. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 2 ghost creature, the human-faced Xiao. You have earned 500 merit points. Do you take me for a fool? In a situation like this, someone suddenly showing up claiming to be familiar isn't a ghost? Please, Suemo sneered coldly. What followed was almost absurd. Zhao Fei stumbled out, barely managing to say, "It's full of," before being cut in half at the waist. Master Ijia had only uttered, "Su Shizhu," before his head was lopped off. And Huang Yimin didn't even have the chance to speak before she was cleaved into 2. Each kill was accompanied by the system's notification sound, but Su Mo had grown numb to it. In just a few short minutes, he had killed all his teammates. The sound of heart-wrenching wailing came from up ahead. Sumo looked up to see 7 or 8 workers, wearing safety helmets and with terror written all over their faces, rushing toward him. "There's a ghost! A ghost! Help!" They screamed, their eyes rolled back in fear, as if some invisible terror had completely consumed them. Sumo remained calm, stepping forward without hesitation. With a swift kick, he sent 2 of the workers at the front flying. Yet, they seemed unfazed, leaping back up and lunging at him without hesitation. "Apologies," Suemo muttered coldly. He realized these people were no longer alive, but corpses controlled by malevolent spirits. Focusing his energy, he activated the 9 Yang divine skill. A wave of intense heat burst forth, and the surrounding darkness was consumed by fiery light, turning the area into a crimson blaze. The scorching heat wave swept across the workers. The moment they made contact with the fiery air, smoke billowed from their bodies as they were instantly charred into blackened corpses, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Suddenly, a harrowing scream echoed from the darkness to his left. Suemo turned sharply, alert. From the shadows, a massive black figure rose and attempted to flee into the distance. Trying to run? Suemo sneered, gripping his blade as he gave chase. Within a few breaths, he had caught up to the creature. Only now did he see it clearly. It was a monster covered in thick black fur. Sensing Sumo's approach, the creature let out a piercing shriek, and the sound of countless skittering movements filled the air. Sumo's vision was soon filled with countless glimmering red dots. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by a swarm of creatures. Unperturbed, Suemo forced his blood and energy to surge, driving the oppressive darkness away with searing heat. As his surroundings became clearer, his heart sank. The creatures encircling him were humanoid monsters with human faces, numbering over 100. "Perfect," Suemo muttered through gritted teeth, a cold smile on his lips. Raising his blade, he swung it in a wide arc. With a flash of steel, 7 or 8 monsters fell to the ground, blood spraying in all directions. The sound of the system's notifications echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 1 ghostly creature human-faced fiend. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 2 ghostly creature human-faced fiend. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 2 ghostly creature human-faced fiend. Suemo didn't pause. With a forceful stomp, he propelled himself like a hunting wolf into the midst of the human-faced fiends. Each swing of his blade sent 3 to 5 monsters crashing to the ground. Thanks to the system's enhancements, his soul-devouring blade was terrifyingly sharp, making cutting through the creatures as effortless as slicing tofu. In less than a minute, the 100 or so human-faced fiends lay lifeless around him, and Sumo's merit points had surged by over 10,000. "Refreshing," Suemo exclaimed, his mood elated. He flicked his blade, letting the stinking blood drip off without leaving a single stain, the blade gleaming as brightly as ever. "Now it's your turn," Suemo said coldly, his eyes locking onto the massive human-faced fiend. Blade in hand, he charged at the creature. The monster had no time to dodge and was sent flying by Sumo's strike. With a sharp clang, the soul-devouring blade pierced through the creature's skull, pinning it firmly to the tunnel wall. As Suemo pulled the blade free, the monster's body slumped to the ground, and blood began to seep from the wound on its forehead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 5 ghostly creature human-faced fiend. Reward, 10,000 merit points. Sumo's grin widened. His merit points had surpassed 30,000. I didn't expect this human-faced fiend to be a level 5 ghostly creature. It wasn't much of a challenge after all. As the level 5 creature fell, the surrounding black mist began to dissipate. At the same time, the sound of fierce combat reached Sumo's ears from behind. Spinning around, he sprinted toward the source of the noise. After navigating through several turns, he finally saw Zhao Fei and Huang Yining fighting back-to-back against a swarm of human-faced fiends. The two moved with agility and strength, surrounded by a sea of corpses. Despite their impressive efforts, their labored breathing and pale faces revealed their exhaustion. What a waste! Sumo looked at the scattered remains of the human-faced fiends on the ground, his heart aching with regret, his eyes glimmering with a sense of loss. These could have been worth so much merit. Without hesitation, he hoisted the blade in his hand, shouting, "You too. Let me help you." Then, like a shadow, he dashed toward the remaining group of human-faced fiends. Zhao Fei and Huang Yining, startled by the sudden commotion, turned their heads abruptly. The unexpected reinforcement left them both stunned. They exchanged a tense glance, a question simultaneously arising in their minds. Who exactly is this man calling himself Mr. Su? Could he be trusted? Before they could make sense of their thoughts, the scene before them left them utterly speechless. Wherever Sumo's blade swept, the human-faced fiends fell like harvested wheat, their severed limbs and splattered blood painting the air with crimson arcs. Not a single one could survive his blade for more than 3 seconds. The ghostly veil seems to be gone. Huang Yining suddenly realized, noting that the surrounding mist had inexplicably dissipated. "It really is Mr. Su," she exclaimed with excitement, her voice trembling with undisguised relief and joy. Zhao Fei, invigorated by the sight, raised his blade and prepared to charge forward. "Mr. Su, let us assist you. Stay where you are," Sumo commanded sharply without turning his head, his blade never faltering for a moment. "Focus on recovering your strength. You're both exhausted. Leave this to me." His tone carried urgency as his eyes stayed locked on each fiend he struck down, as though calculating something. These are worth a lot of merit, after all. Zhao Fei and Huang Yining stood rooted to the spot, moved by his words. Wiping the blood and sweat off their faces, they couldn't help but see Sumo's figure as towering and heroic, his flashing blade making him look like a god of war. "Mr. Su, we're fine. Let us help," they shouted in unison, their voices brimming with respect. "Don't you dare move," Sumo warned again, quickening his pace. The relentless sounds of slaughter echoed, the chilling clash of his blade meeting flesh and bone filling the air. Finally, when the last human-faced fiend fell to his blade, Sumo let out a sigh of relief. "It's done." He discreetly glanced at his merit points, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The dozens of human-faced fiends here had earned him a substantial 3,000 merit points, a highly rewarding outcome. Zhao Fei and Huang Yining stood dumbfounded, staring at the field of slain fiends. For a moment, they were at a loss. That was insane. How could he kill them so quickly? The thought crossed both their minds, though neither dared to voice it aloud. Sumo flicked the blood off his soul-devouring blade with a sharp motion, the dark red droplets tracing an arc in the air. Turning to the pair, he asked, "Where are the others?" "No idea." They shook their heads, their voices carrying fatigue. "As soon as we entered, our vision was obscured." Umatba, a serene Buddhist chant broke the brief silence as Master Ijia emerged from the shadows. His monk's robe bore traces of blood, yet his demeanor remained composed and dignified. "Everyone, it seems we've escaped the ghostly veil." His gaze swept over the mangled remains littering the ground, momentarily pausing in surprise. His brows furrowed slightly. Why are there so many?" Zhao Fei pointed to Sumo and explained, "We only managed to take down a small number. Most of them were killed by Mr. Su." Master Ijia smiled knowingly. "It seems my luck wasn't too bad. I only encountered a few human-faced fiends, though one of them had reached the 3rd tier in strength." Hearing this, Sumo's eyes lit up. He asked eagerly, "Where is it?" "It transformed into a pink skeleton to try and tempt me," Master Ijia said calmly, his fingers lightly brushing his prayer beads. "I've already sent it to its next life." "Ah, what a pity." Sumo clicked his tongue, his tone full of regret. "That's such a waste." Master Ijia scanned the area, his brows knitting together again. "Where is Miss Ma?" "Here I am." As her voice rang out, Ma Anna emerged from another shadowed corner. A faint starlight surrounded her, and traces of blood were visible on her figure, indicating she had been through her own fierce battle. "Good, you're unharmed." Master Yiji's expression grew serious, his voice low. "The human-faced fiends are masters of deception. The moment we stepped in here, our vision was clouded. One of those fiends must have reached the 5th tier in strength. Though the confusion has lifted for now, we must proceed with extreme caution." He paused, his gaze steady as he looked at the group. "Do not let your guard down. If we encounter that creature, I will take the lead. The group nodded solemnly, their expressions grave. Yet Sumo, standing off to the side, spoke nonchalantly. Master Igia, the fifth deer human-faced fiend you mentioned? It's already dead. What? Already dead? The group looked at Sumo in shock, their gazes all turning to him simultaneously. Master Igia urgently asked, Benefactor Su, do you mean? Over there. Sumo pointed toward the depths of the tunnel, his tone casual. That guy came with a gang to attack me, but I took care of all of them. The group quickly rushed to the scene, only to be met with a suffocating side piles of corpses of humanoid-faced ghouls stacked like a mountain, the stench overwhelming. Dear heavens, Zhao Fei gasped, his eyes scanning Sumo up and down. How many of them are there? Sumo pointed to a corner where a massive corpse lay sprawled. Beneath its jet-black fur was a grotesque, human-like face. Master Igia hurried over to examine it. After a careful inspection, he stood up and said, Indeed, it's a level 5 humanoid-faced ghoul. He noticed the fatal wound on the creature's forehead and sincerely praised, Benefactor Su, what incredible blade work. Inwardly, he was startled. While level 5 humanoid-faced ghouls were not known for their offensive power, they were adept at mind manipulation and commanding lower-level ghouls. To have slain such a formidable foe, along with so many underlings, within just half an hour, Sumo's prowess was truly terrifying. Just some random slashing. Sumo responded with a hearty laugh. I don't know any fancy blade techniques, just brute strength and this sharp blade. Besides them, I even slashed at the illusions of you guys. It was oddly satisfying. Benefactor Su, you're too modest, Master Igia said, pressing his palms together before turning serious. We never expected so many humanoid-faced ghouls to be hiding here. Have any of you seen the workers who were stationed in this area? Ma'ana's expression darkened. I saw about a dozen of them, but sadly, they were already dead, controlled by these monsters. I dispelled the ghostly energy from their bodies and properly laid them to rest. Master Igia nodded. The ones I encountered were the same. Sumo briefly described his own findings, and the group fell into a heavy silence. For ordinary people, encountering such malevolent beings left almost no chance of survival. Let's not dwell on this for now, Master Igia said, gazing deeper into the tunnel. Aside from this humanoid-faced ghoul, there may be even more powerful evils further in. As they ventured deeper, Ma'ana suddenly covered her nose, her expression pained. The ghostly energy here is so thick. The stench is unbearable. Turning a corner, they saw a large pit ahead. Ghostly energy spewed out like a fountain, forming a black mushroom cloud above. Look, Zhao Fei shone his flashlight toward the pit, revealing 2 corpses impaled on a black spear. That's Zhang Guolong, the person in charge here. He directed the light further downward, but only impenetrable darkness met his gaze. Everyone, Master Igia said after a moment of contemplation. The situation down there is unclear. Allow this humble monk to go ahead and scout. The rest of you stay here and stand guard. No way. Sumo immediately objected, his eyes flashing with excitement. I'm going to. There's bound to be plenty of merit down there. Very well, Master Igia agreed with a nod. This man had single-handedly defeated a level 5 humanoid-faced ghoulish strength likely rivaled his own. Then Benefactor Su shall accompany me. The rest of you, hold this position and do not act recklessly. Master Igia paused for a moment before continuing. If Mr. Su and I do not return within 3 hours, you must leave immediately and report the situation here. The 3 Ma and her companions nodded gravely, fully understanding Master Igia's intentions. If Sumo and the Master failed to resolve the issue, it would mean the power of this ghostly aura had exceeded their control and reinforcements would be necessary. Master, Mr. Su, please be careful, they said, clasping their hands respectfully. Knowing their presence would only be a burden at this point, they added, take care. Without another word, Master Igia sprang into action. His kasaya billowed through the air like the wings of a great bird as he plunged into the thick, ghostly mist, disappearing in an instant, exuding the demeanor of a true master. Sumo, on the other hand, was far less elegant. He took 2 steps back, then leaped forward with a wild burst of energy, propelling himself through the air. Boom! A muffled thud echoed as Sumo landed heavily within the ghostly mist. The trio exchanged glances. Zhao Fei couldn't help but chuckle dryly. Mr. Su's moves are quite bold, huh? That's called style, someone retorted. Before the words had fully settled, Master Igia appeared as gracefully as a swallow, descending lightly to the ground. The surrounding darkness remained impenetrable, and the surface beneath his feet felt firm. Looking down, he realized he was standing on a large slab of green stone. Where is Sumo? Master Igia wondered, a hint of doubt crossing his mind. Just as he was about to ponder further, he caught a glimpse of a figure plummeting down in the corner of his eye. With a loud thud, Sumo crashed onto the stone slab, leaving a web of cracks spreading across its surface. Quite a drop, Sumo muttered, bending slightly to absorb the impact before finally steadying himself. Seeing this, Master Yiji's expression turned slightly peculiar. Looking at him, he remarked, Mr. Su, your technique is rather unconventional. I must say, I'm impressed. Suemo rolled his eyes. I haven't exactly mastered it yet, all right? Do you think I wanted to land so clumsily? This ghostly aura is a real pain. As he finished speaking, his body subtly shifted. A surge of yang energy erupted from within him, spreading outward like a tidal wave. The intense heat forced the ghostly mist to retreat rapidly, creating a vast, empty space around them. What incredible yang energy, Master Ijia thought, astonished. The sheer force of it was enough to repel the surrounding ghostly, aura, truly formidable power. This way, Master Ijia pointed toward a massive stone gate in the distance. Following his gaze, Su Mo saw the towering gate, standing nearly 3 zhang high. Intricate carvings adorned its surface, grains soaring, ancient pines standing tall, and celestial beings shrouded in clouds. The entire scene exuded an ethereal aura. Yet, in the midst of this ghostly atmosphere, the gate seemed strangely out of place. At the bottom left of the stone gate, a gaping hole large enough for a person to pass through had been broken open. Debris from the frame lay scattered across the ground. Clearly, the creature had emerged from this very gate. Master Ijia approached and carefully examined the opening before turning to Su Mo. Mr. Su, let's proceed and investigate. The two entered through the breach, finding themselves in a long corridor. The walls on either side were constructed from stone slabs, and the hallway stretched endlessly into the darkness. Oil lamps lined both sides of the corridor, their flames flickering faintly, extending into the shadows. Su Mo angled his blade and lightly scraped it against the stone wall. A sharp, crisp sound echoed as a lamp on the left side ignited, its dim lights spreading outward. One by one, the lamps lit up in succession, like a chain reaction of dominoes. Click! The metallic sound of a mechanism disrupted the stillness. Su Mo glanced to the side and saw Master Ijia holding a lighter he had pulled out from somewhere. He cupped it in his hand and used it to ignite the row of lamps on the right. What's that? Su Mo asked, slightly puzzled. Master Ijia smiled faintly. Every now and then, this humble monk enjoys a cigarette or two. No need to be surprised, Mr. Su. Sumo's lips twitched as he watched the monk finally take out a lighter. Unable to resist, he teased. Master, have you ever heard this saying? A cigarette only benefits others when shared, but smoking it yourself is purely self-serving. Master Ijia was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a kind smile. You truly are a person of great wisdom, Su benefactor. If you were to join our Buddhist path, you would surely attain enlightenment. Please know. Su Mo quickly waved his hand. That kind of enlightenment is far beyond what I can handle. The two of them walked along the dimly lit corridor, their footsteps echoing crisply against the stone slabs. At the end of the hallway, the space suddenly opened up into a vast chamber. The most striking sight was a massive black stone coffin suspended in the center, its surface intricately engraved with the same ornate patterns as those on the stone door. A thick black chain, as wide as an arm, dangled from above, securely holding the coffin in midair. Strangely, the coffin was surrounded by a heavy, ominous aura, which stood in stark contrast to the ethereal elegance of its carvings. The chamber was eerily empty, with nothing else in sight except the floating coffin and its chain. Master Ijia removed the prayer beads from around his neck, his expression grave. This must be the source. To have spawned so many humanoid ghouls, whatever lies inside this coffin is no ordinary being. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through the chamber from an unknown source, causing the coffin to sway slightly. The rusty chain creaked with a sharp, grating sound that echoed hauntingly in the silence. Who dares disturb my immortal slumber? A deep, chilling voice emanated from within the coffin as it began to tremble violently. Foul creature, show yourself, Master Ijia shouted sternly. With a flick of his hand, the prayer beads flew forward, radiating a burst of golden light. The beads struck the coffin with tremendous force, causing it to swing high before snapping back into place. The master skillfully caught the returning beads, his gaze locked firmly on the coffin. Monk, you deserve death. A piercing, furious roar erupted from within. Suddenly, a jet-black flame ignited, instantly melting through the chain. The coffin crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom, its lid flying open as a plume of dark green mist erupted. The mist coalesced midair into a ferocious, grotesque face. The poisonous fog swept across the chamber like a raging storm, corroding the stone floor wherever it touched, leaving behind bubbling craters. Be careful. This mist is toxic, Master Ijia warned as he quickly stepped back, shielding Su Mo, forming a hand seal. He uttered a strange, resonant syllable. OM. A burst of golden light flared from his body as he lightly tapped his left foot against the ground. In an instant, a golden arc of light appeared on the ground, encircling the two of them. The dark green, ghostly mist crashed against the invisible wall, emitting a hissing sound like acid corroding metal. That's impressive. Su Mo quietly marveled at the monk's abilities. Monk, how long can you hold out? A chilling voice echoed from within the coffin. A handsome head slowly emerged, followed by a muscular chest and abdomen. But when the lower body came into view, it was revealed to be a serpent's tail covered in scales, as thick as a human waist, with its tips splitting into two sharp hooks. Master Yiji's expression darkened. You've turned yourself into a serpent ghost? I am a serpent immortal. The handsome figure glared with wide eyes, enunciating each word. If it weren't for you disturbing my immortal dreams and preventing me from fully shedding my serpent form, I wouldn't be in this state. No matter, I'll devour the two of you and find a place to rest again. This is going to be troublesome, Master Ija quickly said to Su Mo. This creature is truly sinister. He's fused his soul with that of a hooked serpent. Though he's only a level 5 ghostly entity, he's far more dangerous than that human-faced ghoul we faced before. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the serpent's tail lashed out suddenly. The two hooked ends shot forward like lightning. With a crack, the invisible barrier shattered instantly. One hook aimed directly for Ijia's face, while the other shot towards Suemo. Watch out, Su Benefactor! Master Ijia roared, spreading his hands to intercept the hooks with his prayer beads. The beads trembled violently, emitting an ear-piercing sound as the sharp tip of the hook stopped just an inch from his nose. What shocked Ijia even more, however, was that Suemo had caught the incoming hook with one hand. Ijia was astonished and knew the hooked serpent was not only incredibly strong, but also lightning fast with its attacks, almost too quick for him to handle. Without hesitation, Suemo struck back. With a swift slash of his blade, the serpent's tail was severed in a flash of steel and a spray of blood. Ah! The handsome figure let out a harrowing scream as the severed tail recoiled. A new tail began to grow slowly in its place. Glaring at Suemo with venomous hatred, his eyes burned with malice. Hooked serpent? More like a hooked fool. Suemo scoffed, tossing aside the severed tail in disgust. As the poisonous mist surged forward, Suemo willed a surge of golden light to envelop his body. A phantom image of an ancient, ornate bell appeared around him. The moment the toxic fog touched the golden bell's aura, it dissolved instantly, like snow meeting a blazing sun. The moment the golden bell shield flared to life, Suemo dashed forward, raising his blade with lightning speed. Damn it! The serpent demon roared in fury, its body surging with an overwhelming torrent of ghostly energy as it rapidly expanded. In an instant, the snake tail that had been as thick as a human's waist grew to an enormous size, stretching several zhang in length. The massive tail reared up, towering over Suemo, and with a violent swing, the hooked end came crashing down like a stone pillar. The air howled as the tail swept through, smashing rocks into fragments with a thunderous roar. Be careful, Benefactor Su. Monk Ijia urgently flung his prayer beads forward, but the poisonous mist quickly surged back toward him. Master, protect yourself. Leave this beast to me. Sumo's voice rang clear through the toxic haze. Monk Ijia decisively retreated, retrieving his prayer beads with a swift motion and raising his hands before him. Golden light radiated outward, forming a barrier that held the poisonous mist at bay. Narrowing his eyes, he peered through the dense fog and caught sight of Sumo circled by the golden bell, wielding a long blade. With a powerful leap, Suemo charged at the oncoming serpent tail, his blade slicing through the air. Shhhk. A faint sound echoed as Monk Ijia clearly saw Sumo's blade cut effortlessly through the serpent tail. The thick tail was severed, and a torrent of foul-smelling blood sprayed into the air. Arg! The serpent demon let out a blood-curdling scream, desperately spewing poisonous mist towards Suemo, but the golden bell surrounding him deflected it all. Die! Suemo roared, landing heavily on the severed tail. He crouched slightly, gathering his strength, before leaping with explosive power. In the blink of an eye, he was at eye level with the serpent demon. Slash! The blade flashed, swift as a bolt of lightning. Sumo's figure reappeared behind the serpent demon, landing heavily on the ground with enough force to shatter the floor beneath him. The serpent demon's mouth gaped open, its hand raised high, its expression frozen in disbelief. Slowly, it reached for its neck, but before it could utter a word, its head tilted and tumbled to the ground. Hiss! From a distance, Monk Ijia's gaze trembled as he watched, his perception of Suemo shifting once again. This man was far more formidable than he had imagined. The serpent demon had been immensely powerful, its body fused with the vengeful spirit of a serpent, granting it unparalleled defenses. Yet, Suemo had decapitated it with a single strike. Bang! Suemo strode forward, and before the severed head could hit the ground, he smashed it with a punch. The handsome head burst apart instantly, dissolving into a mist of blood. Boom! The massive serpent body, still connected to its humanoid upper half, collapsed onto the ground, spraying more foul-smelling blood. Benefactor Su, your skill is truly remarkable. To vanquish this fiend with a single strike, this monk is in awe. Monk Ijia stepped forward, offering genuine praise. Suemo shook his head. It's pretending. It's not dead yet. Inwardly, he thought, of course not, the notification sound hasn't gone off. What? Monk Ijia tensed, his eyes snapping toward the serpent's body. Suddenly, the corpse ignited with black flames, and a ghostly figure emerged from the inferno, radiating an intense, malevolent aura. You actually noticed. In that case, Suemo had no patience for its words. He drew his blade and charged forward, slashing wildly. The ghostly figure didn't even get to finish its sentence before Suemo reduced it to pieces, its limbs severed and scattered. Without pause, Suemo activated his 9-yang divine power, summoning blazing flames that surged fiercely. The ghostly figure's body began to burn. Ah! It let out a piercing scream as its presence waned. Sumo's blade trembled faintly in his hand. He could feel its soul-devouring blade was yearning for the entity before him. It wanted to consume it? Go! Suemo raised his palm, and the red thread entwined around the blade erupted with a dazzling light. Like a serpent's tongue, it shot out swiftly, heading straight for the ghostly figure's head. Before the shadow could react, it let out a blood-curdling scream. In the blink of an eye, its head was tightly constricted by the blood-red thread, shattering into nothingness. With a faint sound, the red thread retracted back into the blade, as the brilliant light gradually dimmed. This Master Igia, standing not far away, was visibly shaken. His gaze locked onto the horizontal blade in Sumo's hand, a hint of uncertainty flashing in his eyes. This weapon, it actually devours spirits? How sinister. Ding. A system notification finally sounded. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 5 ghost snake ghost. You have been rewarded with 15,000 merit points. Sumo's mood soared with joy. It was worth every bit of effort. He stomped the ground powerfully, landing heavily, causing the ground beneath him to shatter into a deep crater. The massive body of the snake ghost before him began to decay rapidly, dissolving into a puddle of putrid sludge in mere moments. Done. Suemo nodded in satisfaction, patted the horizontal blade in his hand, and with a swift, fluid motion, sheathed the weapon. His movements were sharp and undeniably cool. Impressive, Benefactor Su. Master Igia couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He began chanting a spell, surveying the surroundings for a moment before speaking. The ghostly aura here is already dissipating. It seems this snake ghost was the source of the trouble. All done. Suemo laughed heartily, feeling an immense sense of relief. The gains this time were substantial. Aside from the low-level human-faced ghouls, the level 5 ghoul and the snake ghost alone had earned him an impressive 25,000 merit points. It was exhilarating beyond words. On their way back, Master Igia couldn't help but ask, Benefactor Su, that weapon of yours. Suemo glanced at the ancient horizontal blade in his hand and replied nonchalantly, it has a taste for this sort of thing. There's nothing I can do about it. Benefactor Su, be careful not to let this weapon turn against you. Master Igia warned with a frown. Suemo chuckled lightly, unbothered. There's no need for concern, Master. I know what I'm doing. What a joke. This was a divine weapon strengthened by merit points backlash? Impossible. Meanwhile, near the large crater, Ma Anna and the others were anxiously waiting. Time ticked by, and since the two had descended, there had been no sound, only an eerie silence. Why is there still no movement? Zhao Fei's voice was filled with worry. Don't panic, Ma Anna reassured her. It's only been half an hour. Mr. Su and Master Igia are incredibly skilled. They'll be fine. As they spoke, the sound of churning ghostly mist suddenly came from the pit. A figure shot out swiftly, landing firmly on the ground. Watch out. The three immediately readied themselves, only to realize it was none other than Master Igia. Master? The three let out a sigh of relief and quickly approached, cautiously observing him. All is well. There's no need to worry, benefactors, Master Igia said with a gentle smile, bowing slightly. He then clasped his hands together reverently. Amipa. Earlier, I was at the hotel down the mountain, enjoying 8 large crabs, 22 lobsters, and 3 bottles of Wulianya. Master, it really is you. The three relaxed, quickly stepping forward with concern. Where's Mr. Su? Are there still ghosts below? Master Igia pointed toward the thick, ghostly mist behind him, his brows slightly furrowed. The ghost should be coming up soon. Just as he finished speaking, a deafening roar erupted from the mist. Moments later, Sumo's figure burst through, charging out at high speed. Boom. Suemo landed heavily, creating yet another deep crater in the ground. Damn it. Suemo steadied himself and couldn't help but grumble. I really need to train in some Lightfoot technique. Jumping around like this is anything but elegant. Damn. Mr. Su actually killed that level 5 ghost snake with a single slash? That's insane. Man, if I had known he was this powerful, I would have gone down to watch it myself. At least then I'd have a story to brag about. Master Igia explained the next steps to the three of them, leaving them all stunned. Zhao Fei, in particular, couldn't help but blurt out a curse word, his eyes filled with admiration. At last, he truly understood what it meant to be a real expert. Master Igia chuckled and said, Do you think I'd joke about something like this? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Remember what I said? I came along just to hold the soy sauce. Really, I feel ashamed. As for Sumo's feat of slaying the ghost with a single slash, the venerable monk didn't elaborate much. He simply glanced at the two corpses still hanging on the spears. After a brief moment of thought, he swung his prayer beads, instantly binding the bodies. With a gentle pull, he removed them from the spears, letting them fall softly to the ground. Ba, Master Ijia murmured, stepping forward to gently close the eyes of the two corpses, offering peace to their souls. Now that this matter is resolved, let's move on. With the human-faced wraith no longer a threat, the group quickly located the missing workers in the tunnel. However, the outcome was heartbreaking. All of them were dead, not a single survivor. Master Ijia once again pressed his palms together in prayer, reciting a low chant before finally saying, "Their souls were instantly taken by the human-faced wraith. At least they passed without pain or suffering." As the monk's words faded, the group exited the tunnel. The mist that had been shrouding the mountaintop began to dissipate, revealing the dense forest in the distance. "Mr. Su, please wait here. I'll inform them first," Master Ijia said, pulling out a phone and dialing a number. "What? All taken care of." On the other end of the line, Lin Xianxian had just received the news the ghostly entities in the tunnel had all been eliminated, and the one responsible was none other than her recommended candidate, Su Mo. "Captain, what's going on?" Wang Lang, who had been playing rock paper scissors with his ghost companion, noticed Lin Xianxian's serious expression. He immediately recalled his ghost, walked over, and asked. "The tunnel incident has been resolved," Lin Xianxian replied. "That fast?" Wang Lang was stunned. "Wasn't this a level 5 case? Master Ijia must be incredible." Lin Xianxian shook her head. "It wasn't Master Ijia, it was Mr. Su. I've already been informed." Master Ijia personally reported that he was basically just holding the soy sauce. Mr. Su single-handedly killed the level 5 human-faced wraith with one slash, and even took down a snake ghost transformed from a ghost snake along the way. Wang Lang's eyes flashed with astonishment. "Damn, Mr. Su is that powerful? Does that mean his strength surpasses Master Yiji's?" Master Ijia is one of the top level 5 cultivators. His Buddhist techniques are formidable for subduing ghosts and slaying demons. If Mr. Su is stronger than him, doesn't that make him a level 6 cultivator? Wang Lang couldn't help but let out a gasp of admiration. "That's just insane." He smacked his lips and asked curiously, "Captain Lin, how strong do you think Mr. Su really is?" Lin Xianxian glanced at the dark night, remaining silent for a moment before suddenly cracking a joke. "Probably as tall as a 3-story building." Wang Lang, "All right, let's drop this for now. All the missing workers in the tunnel have been found. You'd better take a team to clean up the site and handle the aftermath. They'll go pick up Mr. Su and the others." "Got it." The two of them stepped outside, where the lights of countless homes glimmered warmly against the night, bringing a sense of relief to their hearts. Yet Lin Xianxian couldn't help but recall the bloodied corpse Su Mo had slain in a single strike. A trace of unease crept into her thoughts. If Li Wuxia were to come seeking revenge, could Mr. Su really withstand it? The two drove to the foot of the mountain and soon spotted several figures walking toward them, chatting and laughing along the way. "Xianxian Jia." Ma Anna immediately recognized Lin Xianxian and excitedly dashed over to her. Lin Xianxian caught her with a resigned smile and said softly, "All right, that's enough. Let go now." Reluctantly, Ma Anna released her grip and stepped aside. "Thank you all for your hard work," Lin Xianxian said to the group. "It wasn't hard at all." Ma Anna shook her head and replied, "We only took down a few human-faced demons. The rest of the credit goes to Mr. Su." Zhao Fei and Huang Yining chimed in. "That's right. We didn't contribute much. This mission was all thanks to Mr. Su." Master Ijia stepped forward, his hands pressed together in a gesture of respect. "Ba, this humble monk did put in some effort. Lin Captain, could you arrange for a late-night meal? I'm truly famished." "Of course," Lin Xianxian agreed. Master Ijia beamed. "Wonderful. Then it's settled. Consider this meal my reward for the mission." Pointing towards Su Mo, he added, "As for the rest, the 2 level 5 ghost creatures were all his doing. None of it had anything to do with me." Lin Xianxian discerned his unspoken meaning. Master Ijia was declining the mission reward points. Zhao Fei and Huang Yining also expressed that they didn't want any rewards, saying they had only been along for the ride. Even Ma Anna said, "Xianxian Jia, I was just doing my job, and honestly, I didn't contribute much this time. I don't need any rewards either." Lin Xianxian turned to Su Mo. "I can't make the final decision on this. It's up to the higher-ups. For now, let's go grab a late-night meal." The group headed to a hotel in the county, where the manager had already prepared several tables of food and a case of Wulianya liquor. Master Ijia quickly shed his monk-like demeanor, rolled up his sleeves, and began devouring the feast with gusto. Not to be outdone, Su Mo joined in, and the two ended up in a spirited eating contest. "Manager, bring out more dishes. Get 3 big pork knuckles for the master," someone called out. The manager hurried into the kitchen and personally took over the cooking. "Watch and learn, everyone. I'm a proud graduate of the new Oriental Culinary School of Professional." After the meal, Master Ijia bid farewell to Su Mo. "Mr. Su, if you ever visit Guicheng, he'll treat you to some authentic potato pancakes. I guarantee you'll love them. He'll make sure to visit." Sumo replied with a smile, then added, and Master, if you ever run into a big problem, remember to find me. Don't forget. Master Ijia paused for a moment before laughing. Mr. Su, you truly have a heart for the world. I admire you. Before leaving, Zhao Fei and Huang Yinin also exchanged contact information with Su Mo. Lin Xianxian asked, Mr. Su, where to now? Just drop me home. Su Mo replied simply. A few hours later, the black sedan pulled up outside Guanhu residence. Su Mo stepped out, waved, and said, thanks, before heading inside. Seriously? Not even inviting us in for a cup of tea? Ma Anna grumbled, leaning out the car window to peer into the house. You. Lin Xianxian shook her head. Mr. Su is a busy man. He doesn't have time to entertain you with tea. True, Ma Anna admitted, pulling her head back in and yawning. Xianxianjia, I'm sleeping at your place tonight. No way. I'm sleeping on the couch, in my pajamas, and not sharing with you. Really, as real as gold. Back home, Su Mo began tallying his gains from the night. His current merit points totaled 48,000. He pulled out the burning wood blade manual from beneath him and decisively declared, System. Enhance. Ding. Enhancement initiated target. Blazing wood blade technique. A dazzling golden light surged like lightning into the manual in Sumo's hand. The manual immediately glowed brightly, floating gently before his eyes. With a rustling sound, the pages of the blazing wood blade technique flipped rapidly on their own, as if guided by an unseen force. One by one, golden figures appeared amidst the radiant light. Each figure wielded a long blade, demonstrating exquisite techniques with precise slashes and strikes. The room's temperature spiked suddenly, and an intense heat filled the air. The golden figures, lined up like a dragon, eagerly darted into Sumo's forehead and vanished. Boom. When the manual reached its final page, it erupted into golden flames and was reduced to ashes in an instant. Sumo, however, was unfazed, having grown accustomed to such enhancement effects. Ding. The blazing wood blade technique has been successfully enhanced. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new technique, demon searing blade technique. The demon searing blade technique harnesses one's own vital energy to fuel fiery blade strikes, capable of purging all evil and demons from the world. When mastered to its peak, the technique allows for a sequence of 81 consecutive strikes, each strike growing increasingly powerful, incinerating demons and refining malevolence with unparalleled ferocity. A flood of information about the technique surged into Sumo's mind, and he quickly absorbed the knowledge. Clang. Drawing his blade, Sumo focused his thoughts, and in an instant, the sharp blade was engulfed in blazing flames, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance. I can now unleash 10 consecutive strikes. Sumo calculated silently in his mind. He opened the app, Pindai, and messaged the shopkeeper to check on his order. Boss, is the item I ordered in stock? After a long pause, the shopkeeper finally replied, wait a bit longer. I'll notify you when it's ready. Sumo frowned and quickly typed back. With your shipping speed, how do you even stay in business? Hurry up. He followed up with an okay hand gesture emoji. Glancing at his remaining balance of over 30,000 merit points, Sumo decided to use them for 3 more enhancements, pouring them all into the 9 Suns devouring technique. Let's focus on cultivating the second solar essence, he thought. Ding. The 9 Suns devouring technique has been successfully enhanced. After 3 consecutive enhancements, the solar essence in Sumo's Dantian expanded significantly. His vital energy became even more robust, and his pores opened fully, releasing waves of intense heat from his body. A sudden burst of clarity washed over him, and Sumo felt his strength rise to a new level. As expected, the system notification followed. Ding. Congratulations, host, your strength has advanced. Current power evaluation, level 7 practitioner. Feeling elated, Sumo focused his thoughts, and the overwhelming aura emanating from him instantly dissipated, becoming invisible and completely under his control. Just as I thought. With my breakthrough, I can now unleash 15 consecutive strikes using the demon searing blade technique. Satisfied, Sumo sheathed his blade. This trip to Wuyun County has been incredibly fruitful. If I enhance the technique 5 more times, I'll be able to cultivate a second solar essence within me. My strength will likely advance another level, reaching level 8 or even level 9 practitioner status, perhaps even stepping into the realm of a grandmaster. Sumo mused with excitement. The system-enhanced 9 Suns devouring technique was far more potent than he had imagined. I can't even fathom it if I managed to cultivate all 9 solar essences within me. The result would be utterly terrifying, he thought with anticipation. Time for a break. Tonight, I'll find someone lucky to test out the blade technique. Sumo collapsed onto the sofa and drifted into a deep sleep. Rong City, Qingmu County, Blue Moon Lake. Amid the thunderous sounds of water being pumped, several members of the 749 Combat Unit, clad in black tactical gear, kept their eyes fixed on the lake's surface. Among them was a burly man with a scar across his face, none other than Wang Tianlei from Yuqing. Blue Moon Lake is an artificial lake with a relatively small surface area, originally a popular spot for leisure. However, over the past half-month, a series of drowning incidents have occurred here, with the death toll rising to over a dozen, a truly unusual phenomenon. Eyewitnesses claim that a water ghost resides in the lake, dragging its victims underwater. Some even claim to have seen it with their own eyes. A few days ago, Wang Tianlei received an assignment to investigate the water ghost incidents at Blue Moon Lake. Upon arriving in Qingmu County, he immediately sought out the eyewitness. The witness, an avid fishing enthusiast, particularly enjoyed night fishing at the lake. He was the first to discover one of the bodies. "What exactly did you see?" Wang Tianlei asked. A flicker of fear crossed the fisherman's eyes. "That night, I saw a figure floating on the water, hair disheveled, looking like a ghost. No person could float like that." "Then why didn't you report it to the police immediately after discovering the body?" Wang Tianlei pressed. The fisherman scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "I had just found a good fishing spot. I finished fishing first, then reported it in the morning." His response left Wang Tianlei momentarily speechless, but it also made him admire the man's courage and luck had managed to avoid being dragged under by the alleged water ghost. Wang Tianlei and his team arrived at Blue Moon Lake and began staking out the area, waiting for the water ghost to appear. Strangely, after 2 days of surveillance, there was no sign of any activity. "Captain Wang, could it be that those incidents were just accidents?" A rookie team member cautiously suggested. The specialized instrument in his hand showed no signs of any supernatural presence in the lake. Wang Tianlei glanced at him and replied calmly, "A few cases might be accidents, but over a dozen? That's no coincidence." He paused before continuing, "Haven't you noticed? Since we arrived, the so-called accidents have stopped. But the moment we leave, I fear they'll start happening again." The rookie seemed about to say something, but Wang Tianlei cut him off. "Instruments are just tools. I trust my instincts more. There's definitely something sinister at work here." His gaze swept over the lake's surface. "In another day at most, the water will be fully drained. Then we'll see what's really lurking at the bottom. By the way, any leads on that green poison zombie we've been tracking?" Wang Tianlei suddenly asked. The rookie adjusted his glasses and shook his head. "That zombie's incredibly cunning. It's been hiding, and we suspect someone is controlling it from behind the scenes." Wang Tianlei sighed and nodded. "The world is becoming more chaotic. Zombies, ghosts, there's even talk of monsters causing havoc in Yunqing, with many of our comrades losing their lives. If it weren't for the green poison zombies' interference, Rongqing wouldn't have sent me to handle the water ghost case at Blue Moon Lake." As night fell, in a quiet alley of Qingmu County, Su Mo's app sent him a notification. "Dear practitioner, thank you for assisting Bureau 749 in resolving the Wuyun County Tunnel incident. The identified threat level, Grade 5. Task difficulty, Grade 5. Task reward, 2,000 points. Your clearance level has been upgraded to level 6, allowing access to Grade 6 threat cases. Keep up the good work, vanquish the threats, and safeguard humanity. Good night." Yuqing Bureau 749. Su Mo glanced at his phone and silently praised the Bureau's generosity this time, awarding 2,000 points. Putting his phone away, his eyes shifted to a dark corner. In a low voice, he said, "No need to hide, I've already seen you." As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 ghostly figures leaped out of the shadows, attempting to flee. Su Mo smirked, swiftly drawing his demon-slaying blade. With a quick motion, he struck. Boom! A surge of flames erupted from the blade like a descending fire dragon, engulfing the 2 ghostly figures and reducing them to ashes. Su Mo's silhouette vanished into the night, leaving behind only faint embers and lingering warmth. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 1 ghost roadblock ghost. Reward, 100 merit points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 2 ghost roadblock ghost. Reward, 500 merit points. The notification sounds echoed in his ears incessantly, almost without pause. The 2 fleeing ghosts didn't even have time to scream before they were incinerated into ashes by the blade's energy. Su Mo let out a cold chuckle, sheathed his sword, and felt little emotional fluctuation in his heart. He had long grown accustomed to dealing with such low-level ghosts. He opened the app, selected a few target locations, and narrowed his eyes. The moment he spotted a ghost, he immediately raised his blade and struck. Don't run. Ding. Oh, you can fly? Ding. Open up. Anti-vice raid. What the heck? It really is a female ghost. Her figure was enough to momentarily distract anyone. What don't transform into your true form? That's disgusting. Cursing under his breath, Su Mo continued his slaughter. This battle had no breaks. He had been on a relentless killing spree for several hours until the first rays of dawn appeared on the horizon. Though most of the ghosts were weak, their sheer numbers allowed him to easily rack up 3,000 points. Exhausted, he walked out of an abandoned building, his arm muscles slightly sore. These ghosts were so weak that fighting them lacked any excitement whatsoever. Suddenly, his phone rang. Su Mo picked it up and glanced at the time, 3 a.m. "Hello? Su Mo, Xiaoyu is here." On the other end, AI Rui's voice trembled so much it was almost inaudible. Where are you? Suemo raised an eyebrow. It's the weekend. I'm at my grandmother's house. Address. Suemo. I can't do this. AI Rui's voice was filled with palpable fear. I feel like Xiaoya, she's not human. What photo did you send me? Suemo asked in a low voice. AI Rui sent a picture, and Suemo opened it. It was a bright red double happiness symbol with the words, a union of two families, a binding agreement, a lifelong bond. At the bottom of the marriage certificate, it read, Zhou Xiaoya, AI Rui. Suemo frowned and calmly asked, when did you get this? Just now. I had a dream. Xiaoya said her parents were in a hurry, and since I agreed to marry her, the wedding would happen tonight. I thought it was just a dream and agreed, but then she really came and left this for me. AI Rui's voice was choked with emotion. Why would you agree to something like that? Suemo furrowed his brows, quickly piecing things together. She's a ghost. Huh. AI Rui's voice shot up in pitch. Am I done for? Suemo, are you joking? Stop wasting time. Sumo's face darkened. She's a ghost. Believe it or not. She's really a ghost? AI Rui sounded incredulous. Lucky you, huh? What a stroke of bad luck. Suemo didn't sugarcoat it. The marriage certificate is already in your hands, and she's coming to take you away tonight. If she's not a ghost, then what is she? From the very beginning, Suemo had been suspicious of this girl named Xiaoya. What kind of girl rushes into marriage upon meeting someone? But since Xiaoya had never shown up, Suemo hadn't had the chance to confirm her identity until tonight, when she directly came to claim her groom in the middle of the night. Stop overthinking. Sumo's tone remained steady. She's a ghost. Then I'm doomed, aren't I? AI Rui was almost in tears. No, I can't stay here. My grandmother is still here. What if she harms her? Enough with the nonsense. Give me your address. Suemo cut straight to the point. AI Rui froze for a moment on the other end before hurriedly giving him an address, her voice growing more panicked. I think I hear the sound of Swana horns. She's really here. All right, stop talking. I'm coming to get you. Suemo hung up the phone, his mind already made up. Tonight, this ghost was going down. He strode toward his car, ready to head out at full speed. AI Rui was on the verge of tears. Try to calm her down. After all, you two were in a relationship before. There's still some emotional foundation between you. I'll do my best. Suemo hung up the phone and was about to hail a taxi when a yellow cab pulled up right in front of him. Mr. Su, what a coincidence. Chen Dagong poked his head out of the window, flashing a wide, toothy grin. Suemo frowned. You're not seriously following me, are you? How else would we run into each other here? Without overthinking it, he opened the car door and got in. To Lu Family Village in the Northern District. Got it. Chen Dagong spun the steering wheel sharply, the tires screeching against the pavement as he executed a neat 180-degree turn, speeding off toward the Northern District. Mr. Su, you're always so busy, huh? Off to deal with more of those creepy things again? Chen Dagong glanced at his passenger in the rearview mirror. My buddy's getting married tonight. I'm headed to the wedding. Step on it. Sumo's tone was urgent. Huh? Chen Dagong looked confused. A wedding at this hour? We don't have a tradition of late-night weddings around here. His eyes lit up as though he'd figured something out. Mr. Su, hold on tight. Chen Dagong slammed the gas pedal to the floor, the car lurching forward with such force that the front end lifted slightly. Suemo felt a powerful jolt against his back and silently reached for his seatbelt. Chun, there's no need to go this fast. You're already doing 180. I'm starting to get scared. Relax, I've got this under control. Chen Dagong patted the steering wheel confidently. They'll make sure you get to your buddy's wedding banquet in time. Lu Family Village was located on the outskirts of the Northern District, a modest-sized settlement. Due to rapid urbanization, only a handful of families still lived there. At this late hour, the village elders were already fast asleep, and the entire place was shrouded in silence. In a two-story house, the upstairs lights were still on. AI Rui had just ended a call and was trembling as she climbed onto the windowsill, peering anxiously into the distance. Faint sounds of a Swana horn drifted from afar, and the big yellow dog guarding the front door suddenly perked up its ears, standing alert in a defensive posture. Moments later, AI Rui witnessed a horrifying scene. Wisps of greenish smoke began to spread in the distance as a wedding procession clad in festive red slowly emerged from the mist. Leading the group were two young girls holding flower baskets. Their faces were frozen in eerie smiles, their lips curled into identical unsettling arcs as they mechanically scattered petals with each step. Behind them was a bright red sedan chair carried by 8 pallbearers with stiff, lifeless expressions. Though the scene should have been celebratory, it exuded an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. The sedan chair swayed unsteadily, as if something or someone was inside. Beside it walked a man dressed in red, leading a tall, imposing horse adorned with a large, vibrant red flower around its neck. The entire procession appeared simultaneously festive and ominous, with an air of chilling unease. Strangely enough, they seemed to glide rather than walk, their feet never touching the ground. In the blink of an eye, the procession had reached the front of the house. Woof, the big yellow dog growled menacingly, but before it could bark again, The man leading the horse blew a puff of air in its direction. The dog whimpered once before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Big Yellow. AI Rui cried out in alarm. Just then, the entire wedding procession tilted their heads upward in unison, their gazes locking onto her at the window. Oh my God. AI Rui's face turned ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. If this wasn't a ghostly sight, then what was? She frantically grabbed her phone, only to find the screen displaying no signal. The man holding the horse curled his lips into a rigid smile. A chilling voice, seemingly out of nowhere, echoed in AI Rui's ears. The groom. The auspicious hour has arrived. Time to mount the horse. AI Rui gritted his teeth and slowly descended the stairs. In the darkness, his grandmother's gentle voice came from the bedroom. Child, why aren't you asleep yet? Strangely, his grandmother seemed completely oblivious to the piercing sound of the Suona outside. AI Rui forced himself to stay calm and casually replied, Grandma, I'm hungry. I want to go to town to get something to eat. Where can you buy food this late at night? Let me cook something for you. His grandmother's voice was full of concern. Grandma, I can do it myself. Please go back to sleep. It's already very late. AI Rui quickly stopped her. He couldn't let those unclean things harm his grandmother. Pushing open the door, AI Rui quickly stepped into the yard. De Huang, the family dog, was soundly sleeping in the corner, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. He's alive. AI Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Young master, please mount the horse. A man with an eerie grin approached, leading a horse. Xiao? Xiaoya, is that you? AI Rui mustered his courage and asked softly. It's me. The curtain of a bridal sedan chair was lifted, revealing a woman in a wedding dress with a red veil covering her head. Her voice was so gentle it sent chills down his spine. Xiaoya, this marriage, can we not go through with it? I'm not ready yet. AI Rui pleaded with a pained expression. No, that's not possible. Xiaoya shook her head. You've already agreed and signed the marriage contract. The guests are all waiting. How can you back out now? A bone-chilling cold swept over him, and AI Rui felt as if every pore on his body had frozen. He knew there was no escape and could only bargain. Then, you can't harm my grandmother or De Huang. Since we're husband and wife, she is family to me. Why would I harm her? Xiaoya tilted her red-veiled head. As for De Huang, he's just in a deep sleep and will wake up soon. Rest assured, my intentions to marry you are sincere. Then, after the wedding, can I come back? AI Rui asked cautiously. Xiaoya's silence made his heart sink to the bottom. This was going to be a ghost marriage. My husband, change into your wedding attire and mount the horse. The guests are waiting, Xiaoya said softly. AI Rui understood that for his grandmother's safety, he had no choice. The man leading the horse immediately handed him a perfectly fitting wedding outfit. After reluctantly changing, AI Rui clumsily climbed onto the horse. The man leading the horse shouted, The groom is mounted. Let's go. The wedding procession swayed forward through the thick fog. Sitting on the horse, AI Rui wobbled uncomfortably, gripping the saddle tightly. Suddenly, he heard a ripping sound. To his shock, he had torn off a piece of the horse's skin. It wasn't skin at all, but brown-painted paper. Beneath the torn area, bamboo strips were exposed. A paper horse. AI Rui suddenly realized the truth. No wonder the people carrying the sedan chair, scattering flowers, and beating drums all had such strange smiles. They were paper figures. He couldn't help but sigh. How had his luck been so bad? He finally found someone to love, and it turned out to be a ghost. My husband, are you sighing? Xiaoya's voice floated out from the sedan chair. AI Rui's heart raced with anxiety. This wouldn't do. His phone had no signal, and even if Su Mo arrived, they wouldn't be able to find him. This was not good. We must find a way to stall her. AI Rui took a deep breath and decided to play the emotional card. Xiaoya, do you truly love me? He asked softly. A trace of melancholy flashed across Xiaoya's face as she lowered her head and replied slowly. Husband, of course I love you. Otherwise, why would I marry you? Her voice was gentle, tinged with an unconscious dependency. Sitting inside the sedan chair, AI Rui frowned. This horse ride is making my backside sore. Can I switch to the sedan chair? He asked, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. We haven't performed the wedding ceremony yet. It's bad luck to meet before that. Xiaoya became a little anxious and quickly added, I won't lift your veil. Then come in, AI Rui said quietly, summoning his courage. The sedan chair came to a halt. Xiaoya hesitated for a moment before finally stepping inside. She sat gracefully, her figure appearing even more gentle in the dim candlelight. AI Rui couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Xiaoya gently patted the seat beside her. Husband, come sit. Without hesitation, AI Rui moved closer, but the coldness that enveloped him made him feel uneasy, sending goosebumps across his skin. The sedan chair swayed lightly, as if lulling him into a drowsy stupor. Husband, are you not afraid of me? Xiaoya's voice suddenly grew low, her gaze becoming distant. AI Rui took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. You are. He paused for a moment, his expression complicated. But I really like you. To be honest, you're my first love me first relationship ever. Xiaoya's expression turned remorseful. She lowered her voice and said, I'm sorry, husband. A sharp pang struck AI Rui's heart. He quickly reassured her, don't apologize. It wasn't until I met you that I understood what love is, what warmth feels like. You're like a glass of wine. I know it might make me drunk beyond reason, but I'd rather lose myself in your arms forever, even if it means enduring the pain it may bring. Tears finally rolled down Xiaoya's cheeks. She sobbed, husband, you're so kind. I never expected you to love me this much. Despite his affectionate words, AI Rui's gaze remained clouded with worry. He spoke softly. My love will always wait, never waver. A hint of confusion flickered in Xiaoya's eyes. Wait for what? AI Rui clasped her fingers tightly and said slowly. Even if I were to die tomorrow, I wouldn't regret it. I just want to spend this life with you. His words brought tears to Xiaoya's eyes again. She murmured, husband, do you have any wishes? Raising his hand, AI Rui made a small gesture, his tone filled with hope. I have a little wish. Will you grant it? Today is our wedding day, with all our friends and family here, yet I feel so alone. Could I invite my best friend to witness our love? Xiaoya hesitated for a moment before lowering her voice. Wouldn't he be afraid? Don't tell him the truth, AI Rui said with a faint smile, his eyes resolute. I just want to share my joy in my bride with him. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoya nodded. All right then. AI Rui pulled out his phone, intending to send a message, but realized there was no signal. He sighed in frustration. No service now, he muttered. At that moment, Xiaoya spoke softly. Don't worry, husband. If he dares to come, we won't harm him. Just as her words fell, the sedan chair stopped abruptly, followed by the sound of firecrackers and the distant chatter of guests. The groom has arrived. The groom has arrived. The curtain of the sedan chair was lifted, and an elderly woman dressed as a matchmaker approached. She looked at AI Rui inside the sedan and gave a meaningful smile. Groom, come out. Everyone's waiting. AI Rui stepped out of the sedan, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. The familiar faces, illuminated by the festive atmosphere, stood out vividly. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Su Mo was staring at the message on his phone, a faint smile playing on his lips. This guy really has some nerve, managing to send me a message from a place like that. He handed the address to Chun Dagong beside him. Chun, take us here. Step on it. Chun Dagong nodded, revving the engine of the yellow Ferrari. With a thunderous roar, the car sped into the night like an arrow in flight. Come on, groom. Stop dawdling and get down here. The matchmaker called out, waving her handkerchief and winking exaggeratedly. The blush on her cheeks wobbled with her movements. AI Rui gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. With no other choice, he braced himself and climbed out of the sedan chair. As soon as his feet touched the ground, his legs gave way and he nearly stumbled. Luckily, the matchmaker caught him in time. Oh my groom, you're so frail. You can't be this weak when you enter the bridal chamber later, she teased with a smug laugh. I just have numb legs. AI Rui snapped back, managing to salvage a shred of dignity. Once out of the sedan chair, AI Rui finally raised his eyes to take in the mansion ahead. It was an imposing residence, decked out in celebratory decorations. Red lanterns hung high, and couplets were neatly pasted on the walls. A small crowd gathered at the gate, craning their necks to peer outside. By all accounts, it should have been a festive scene, but AI Rui knew better. This place was a haunted house, and no amount of decoration could mask the eerie atmosphere. The groom's out of the sedan. Time to head inside, the matchmaker urged loudly. She helped the bride out of her sedan chair and gently took AI Rui's arm. Together, they walked step by step toward the mansion. The gazes of the onlookers seemed to linger on him, carrying an indescribable strangeness. This is truly the gates of hell, AI Rui thought to himself, forcing a calm exterior. He kept reminding himself that Su Mo would come to his rescue. Su Mo, you better not take too long, or I'm really going to be torn apart by these ghosts. Surrounded by a crowd of ghostly figures, AI Rui and the bride entered the mansion. Firecrackers exploded outside, and neighbors gathered to watch the commotion. Inside, however, was a different scene. Several banquet tables were set up, and men, women, and children filled the room. Their stares sent chills down AI Rui's spine. Their eyes seemed to deliberately fixate on him, making his back break out in a cold sweat. Stay calm, AI Rui muttered to himself, trying to steady his nerves. He forced a smile and gave a small wave to the crowd. Well, he's got some guts. Look at this guy, quite the belly too, someone joked with a laugh. Being a bit plump is good, more stamina, and he can father a big, healthy boy, another chimed in. After the laughter died down, the matchmaker suddenly clapped her hands and shouted, the auspicious hour has arrived. Groom and bride, bow to the heavens and earth. AI Rui's gaze shifted to the front of the room, where two chairs were placed. Sitting in them were two figures with strange, eerie smiles, their expressions carrying an unsettling undertone. What the hell? Even my in-laws aren't alive. AI Rui's heart sank, and dizziness threatened to overwhelm him. He quickly steadied himself. Wait! His outburst shattered the lively atmosphere. The laughter abruptly ceased, and the room fell into an eerie silence. Even the firecrackers outside seemed to have stopped. There's still a guest who hasn't arrived, AI Rui said, taking a deep breath. His mind raced as he calculated his only chance of survival. A guest? What guest? Someone asked, confused. Isn't everyone already here? What guest could he mean? Another voice murmured. My brother Xiao Yu promised he could attend the wedding. AI Rui quickly improvised. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to the bride. She remained silent, her head still lowered under her red veil. After a moment, she gave a slight nod. The crowd relaxed, smiling faintly as the firecrackers and Swana music resumed, restoring the lively atmosphere. Let's proceed with the ceremony. The guest can wait, the matchmaker said, waving her handkerchief again and urging AI Rui and the bride toward the altar. First bow to the heavens and earth. Just then, a yellow Ferrari sped toward the foot of the mountain in the distance. Mr. Su, the road ends here, Chen Dagong said, slamming on the brakes as the car screeched to a halt at the dead end. Thank you. Su Mo paid the fare, leaped out of the car, and took off toward the mountain at lightning speed. Hey, Mr. Su, they'll wait here for you, Chen Dagong shouted, leaning out of the car window. Watching Su Mo disappear into the distance, he couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he's a master runs like the wind. If he competed in the Olympics, those foreigners would be terrified. Su Mo, gripping his blade, darted through the forest with astonishing speed. Though his movements weren't particularly graceful, they were undeniably swift. The repeated strengthening of his vitality had significantly enhanced his strength and stamina. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as Su Mo's footsteps pounded against the ground with fierce intensity. Su Mo stepped onto the trunk of a large tree and used its force to leap forward, his figure shooting through the air like an arrow. The tree behind him shook violently, and a cascade of leaves fluttered down, covering the ground. The faint sound of a Swana horn from up ahead grew clearer and clearer. As he passed through the final stretch of dense forest, a brightly decorated courtyard finally came into view. The mansion was sizable, its red silk ribbons fluttering in the wind, but its festive appearance felt oddly lonely in the desolate wilderness. The main gate was tightly shut, with only the firecrackers hanging at the entrance crackling incessantly, their sharp sounds piercing through the otherwise silent surroundings. Let the ceremony conclude. Escort the couple to their chamber. A loud voice suddenly rang out from within the mansion. Sumo's eyes sharpened. In a few swift steps, he rushed to the gate and delivered a powerful kick. With a thunderous crash, the heavy door flew off its hinges like a kite with a broken string, landing on a group of guests seated not far away. Chaos erupted as unlucky guests were pinned under the door, groaning in pain and struggling to get back on their feet. Who's there? The crowd inside, in the middle of the wedding ceremony, froze in shock at the sudden commotion, turning their heads toward the entrance. Sumo, upon recognizing the figure at the door, the groom, AI Rui, immediately teared up, his voice trembling. You finally made it. I was about to head to the bridal chamber. He made to sprint toward the entrance, but was abruptly held back by the bride in red, who grabbed his arm. Husband, where are you going? The bride's voice was ethereal and eerie. My brother, here for the wedding. AI Rui stammered an explanation. Only then did the bride release him. AI Rui instantly bolted towards Sumo, his urgency evident as he whispered, Sumo, you're finally here. Sumo pulled AI Rui behind him protectively, his gaze sweeping over the guests in the hall. A faintly amused smile played on his lips. Your wedding? How could I miss it? Though I didn't bring a gift this time. They'll make it up to you at your next wedding. There better not be a next time. AI Rui muttered under his breath. Sumo's sharp eyes scanned the room, and the guests visibly tensed under his scrutiny, faint wisps of ghostly energy emanating from each of them. Finally, his gaze locked onto the bride. Although her face was hidden under a red veil, her aura betrayed her strength mediocre at best. A single strike would likely be enough to end her. As my husband's friend, why not join us for a drink? The bride said, her voice as light and melodic as wind chimes. Sure, Sumo replied without hesitation. AI Rui tugged at Sumo's sleeve like a frightened child and whispered, Sumo, maybe we should leave. They're all ghosts sitting down to eat with them feels unsettling. You were fine marrying one, so what's wrong with sharing a meal? Sumo said casually as he walked over to a nearby table. The ghosts seated at that table scrambled to their feet in a panic, retreating to a safe distance and avoiding Sumo as though he were a plague. Raising an eyebrow, Sumo teased, who's the ghost here, you or me? What are you so afraid of? I'm quite easy to get along with. He had already figured out that the ghost bride didn't seem intent on immediately harming AI Rui. Otherwise, he'd have arrived only to collect his friend's corpse. Sumo was curious to see what the bride's elaborate charade was all about. Sit, Sumo said, motioning for AI Rui to take a seat. AI Rui obeyed, sitting down like a frightened rabbit. You lot, sit too, Sumo commanded, pointing at the trembling ghosts standing nearby. They shook their heads vehemently, their heads spinning on their necks like tops in a display of extreme reluctance. I sense it. Suemo slammed his blade onto the table, unleashing an intense aura that engulfed the entire mansion like a raging fire. Immediately, 7 or 8 ghosts stiffened and cautiously returned to their seats. They sat upright, hands neatly placed on their knees, trembling uncontrollably. Despite the lavish spread of food on the table, they didn't dare so much as glance at it. Master Su, the bride said as she approached gracefully, taking a seat beside Ai Rui. She poured a cup of wine for Suemo and smiled. Today is a joyous occasion for me and my husband. Please accept this humble wine as a token of our celebration. Suemo glanced at the wine glass on the table, not moving an inch. He had seen too many scenes in movies at bizarre feasts like this. The drinks served were either bat blood or something equally revolting. He wouldn't dare try it so easily. The bride seemed to notice his hesitation and softly explained, Master Su, please don't misunderstand. I knew my husband was expecting a guest, so I specifically asked them to prepare honey wine. It's nothing like what you're imagining. How considerate of you, Suemo said coldly, casting her a frosty glance while lightly patting the hilt of the blade by his side. You have 10 minutes to explain yourself. Otherwise, his intention was crystal clear. Fail to provide a satisfying explanation, and blood would be spilled. The bride didn't respond directly to Sumo's threat. Instead, she turned her gaze to Ai Rui. Husband, do you still remember a promise made 12 years ago? 12 years ago. Ai Rui looked utterly confused. What promise? I was just a kid back then. Then take a closer look. Where do you think this is? The bride gracefully waved her hand, and in an instant, the surroundings transformed. The festive courtyard vanished, replaced by a desolate, barren wilderness. Ai Rui froze, as a deeply buried memory suddenly resurfaced. It was a rainy night, a chubby little boy lost in the mountains, crying out helplessly, not knowing how to find his way home. Suddenly, an old woman leaning on a cane appeared before the boy. Little one, can't find your way home? It's raining so hard. Come stay at Granny's house for the night, and he'll take you home tomorrow. The chubby boy wiped his tears and nodded, taking the old woman's cold hand. She led him through winding paths until they arrived at a small house adorned with colorful paper decorations. Just as the old woman was about to pull the boy inside, a stunning woman wearing a veil suddenly appeared and grabbed the boy's other hand. Though rain poured down on her, not a drop seemed to touch her. The woman spoke only one word to the old lady: leave. The old woman trembled all over, immediately letting go of the boy's hand before fleeing and vanishing without a trace. Where did Granny go? The boy asked innocently. Granny went home, the beautiful woman said, kneeling to his level. Here, let me carry you back home. The boy climbed onto her back, inhaling her faint, elegant fragrance, and quickly fell asleep. When he woke up, they were already at the village entrance. Before parting, the boy suddenly turned back, kissed the beautiful woman on the cheek, and declared, You're so kind, sister. My name is Ai Rui. When I grow up, I'll marry you. The beautiful woman laughed, extending her slender finger. You have to keep your word, okay? He'll wait for you. Of course. A man always keeps his promises. Little Ai Rui hooked his pinky with hers, sealing the vow. The memory abruptly ended. Ai Rui stared at the bride in front of him, utterly dumbfounded. The courtyard reappeared, and the ghostly figures remained seated, motionless, as an eerie silence blanketed the entire space. Holy crap! Ai Rui felt his head spinning, inwardly screaming. I was just a kid. I didn't mean it. How could she actually take it seriously? He actually came to find me? What's going on? Suemo stared at Ai Rui in front of him, confusion and puzzlement evident in his eyes. Ai Rui scratched his head, looking a bit awkward but still recounted the events honestly, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Suemo was speechless, the corner of his mouth twitching. Well, turns out you've been a charmer since you were a kid, even charming a ghost girl, one who even saved your life. And now things are complicated. Killing her outright would be a bit too heartless. The bride spoke softly, her voice low and cool. You probably don't remember, but I lived on this little hill for many years, always alone. There was a chubby boy who used to pass by with his cattle. Every time, he would leave candies and milk on a small mound of earth. I couldn't eat them, but just seeing them made me feel happy. He would even take out a picture book, sit in front of me, and read it aloud word by word. Those stories were really wonderful. At this point, Ai Rui suddenly recalled that mound of earth. He had thought it was just a convenient spot to leave things, not realizing it was actually a grave. And that picture book, he now realized it was actually a Chinese textbook. He had read it out loud there because he couldn't memorize his homework. The bride's voice softened, tinged with a gentle nostalgia. Back then, I always waited for you, hoping you would come back. After you moved away, I grew stronger over time. Eventually, I found you. I was so happy. But now, my time is running out. She took a deep breath, her gaze carrying a trace of sorrow. After you left, I kept looking for you. When I finally found you, I thought we could complete the wedding we never had. Then, I could send you back. But to you, this will all just feel like a dream. In the end, you will remember me forever. It It was only then that Suemo noticed the bride's ghostly aura flickering erratically, growing weaker and harder to discern. What's going on? Suemo asked, frowning. The bride sighed, her tone laced with frustration. A powerful ghost has set its sights on me. I refuse to be bound by it, so it injured me severely. It declared that it would come for me tonight to force me into marriage. I had no other choice but to bring you here for our wedding. Without you here, I would have already perished along with it. She gestured to the silent, ghostly figures sitting around them and said softly, they are nothing more than mountain spirits and vengeful souls that I forcibly summoned to inhabit paper effigies. I just didn't want our wedding to feel so lonely and desolate. Sumo's mouth twitched again, feeling a bit at a loss. This is too much. I'm not sure I can handle this. But from the way she spoke, it seemed like there would indeed be a dramatic showdown tonight. Just how strong was that ghost? The bride lowered her head and sighed deeply. Suddenly, she lifted her red wedding veil, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. She gently kissed Ai Rui's cheek, just as he had kissed her back then. Ai Rui stood frozen, staring at that familiar face as memories of their time together one human, one ghost flooded his mind. A wave of sadness stirred within him. The bride stood up, her voice tender yet tinged with urgency. Young Master Su, it's getting late. Please take my husband and leave. I know you're no ordinary person, but that ghost is incredibly powerful and difficult to deal with. Husband, remember my name. Don't forget me. Before Ai Rui could react, Suemo had already grabbed his hand, a determined look flashing in his eyes. We're leaving. Xiaoya and Ai Rui stood facing each other, their eyes filled with reluctance. The initial fear that once gripped them had long dissipated, as the bond between them had grown deep. Suemo lifted the wine cup in front of him and drank it in one go. The liquid slid down his throat, carrying a hint of sweetness just as the bride had described. Indeed, it was delicious. The bride's eyes reddened, and shimmering tears rolled down her cheeks, only to evaporate into wisps of smoke before hitting the ground. She understood the weight of that cup of wine Suemo had just consumed. Setting down the cup, Suemo fixed his gaze firmly on Ai Rui. Your bride, your decision. I've got your back, brother. Ai Rui slammed the table and stood up abruptly, his voice loud and resolute. We've already bowed to heaven and earth. Xiaoya is my wife. Even if she's a ghost, she's my ghost wife. Suemo, I can't leave. Hearing this, the bride's tears welled up even more. All right then. Suemo stretched lazily, his tone casual. Let's see which blind ghost dares to mess with my brother's wedding. He turned to the bride. If what you say is true, I won't harm you. But if you're lying, don't blame me for sending you on your way. The bride was about to respond when her expression suddenly changed. They're here. From the distance came the festive sound of Suono horns, growing louder and closer, until they reached the entrance. Bride, get in the sedan chair, a voice shouted, echoing through the courtyard. In an instant, a dense ghostly mist filled the area, revealing a large red bridal sedan chair surrounded by several ghostly, menacing figures. The leader of the ghostly group stood tall and proud, but when his gaze fell on the bride and groom, his expression shifted dramatically. How dare you? My master said he would marry you tonight, and you dare to wed someone else? A living human, no less. He glared at Ai Rui. You're dead. My master will skin you alive. Boom. A massive blade of fiery energy slashed through the air, instantly shattering the sedan chair into fragments. The ghostly entourage didn't even have time to scream before they were obliterated into nothingness. Suemo sheathed his blade slowly as a system notification sounded. Killed level 1 ghost vengeful spirit. Gained 100 merit points. The remaining ghosts stood frozen in shock. The leader glanced around, realizing he was the only one left, and instinctively touched his neck. If that blade had been an inch off, he wouldn't still be in one piece. Ai Rui stared at Suemo in stunned silence, while the bride looked equally astonished. The ghost leader dropped to his knees, trembling. Spare me, Great One. I'll leave immediately. Hold it. Suemo commanded, towering over the ghost. Since you're here to escort the bride, how can you leave empty-handed? Lead the way. I'm going to have a drink at your master's wedding banquet. The ghost panicked even more. Great One, my master is very powerful. If you go, it could be dangerous. Suemo unsheathed his blade slightly, the cold gleam of its edge cutting through the air. All right, I'll take you. The ghost quickly changed his tune, scrambling to his feet and stumbling forward. Great One, come to the wedding. My master will surely be delighted. I'm going to, Ai Rui declared firmly. Ai Rui strode forward, anger flashing in his eyes. At the very least, I need to see what the guy who stole my wife looks like. Husband, I'll go with you. The bride quickly followed, her dress swaying gently behind her. Suemo impatiently kicked the ghostly creature. You two are the main characters here, so go on. What are you waiting for? Lead the way. Boss, how could I let you walk? Watch this. The ghostly creature's face was full of flattery. With a blink, it conjured up a pitch-black carriage, its wooden wheels faintly wrapped in ghostly energy. It gave Suemo a deep bow. Boss, please take the main seat. Then, Turning to AI Rui and the bride, it grinned obsequiously. Big brother, sister-in-law, please get on. AI Rui, slightly numbed by all the strange events, glanced at the carriage and frowned. You've conjured a carriage, but where's the horse? Oh, come on. I'll pull it myself. The ghostly creature darted to the front, hoisting the carriage frame onto its shoulders. Its muscles bulged with eerie strength, yet it stood firm as a rock. Once the two humans and the ghost were aboard, the ghostly creature called out, "Hold on tight." The carriage shot forward like an arrow, gliding so smoothly that the wheels made almost no noise against the ground. Suemo, what about those ghosts back at the house? AI Rui asked, his brows furrowed. The bride softly explained, "Husband, you needn't worry. Those are just wandering spirits I forcibly attached to paper dolls. Once the sun comes up tomorrow, they'll dissipate." Oh, the carriage sped through the forest like a phantom. The ghost pulling it emitted an increasing swirl of ghostly energy, yet it didn't slow down at all. Boss, is it steady enough? The ghost turned its head slightly to ask. You're doing great, Suemo replied with a satisfied smile. Well, hey, race the thing. The ghost, sensing the moment was right, cautiously ventured. Boss, I'm just a worker. You know, not really close with the masteru, I mean the boss. When you kill the boss later, could you, spare me? Sure. Huh. The ghost was stunned, disbelief flashing in its eyes. You agreed so quickly? You're not lying to me, are you? Really? I never lie, Suemo said calmly. That's fantastic. Thank you, boss. The ghost was so thrilled that its ghostly energy almost spiraled into a vortex. Hold on tight, it'll speed up. It put all its strength into pulling, and the carriage surged forward again, leaving a streak of darkness in the night. At the foot of the mountain, taxi driver Chun Dagong was leaning against his car door, scrolling through short videos. On the screen, a long-legged lady was swaying her hips, and he watched with great interest. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something unusual. He looked up abruptly. Hey, a carriage? Am I seeing things? Did I just encounter a ghost? He swallowed nervously. Stay calm. Mr. Su hasn't come down yet. I have to wait for him. Quickly, he scrolled to another video of an even more provocative lady, which helped him calm his nerves a bit. Half an hour later, the carriage came to a smooth stop in front of an even more imposing mansion. Suemo looked up and saw that the entire estate was adorned with red lanterns, yet it was shrouded in dense ghostly energy, creating an eerie sense of celebration. Boss, we're here, the ghost said respectfully. After stepping off the carriage, Suemo patted the ghost on the shoulder, causing it to flinch in fright. You're quite capable. Can't kill you, now who will pull the carriage later? The ghost let out a sigh of relief. As expected of the boss, always keeping his word. Let's go. It'll help you reclaim your dignity, Suemo said, drawing his horizontal blade with a metallic clang. Instantly, the blade was engulfed in flames. Channeling the demon-slaying blade technique, he unleashed a fiery slash of energy over 10 feet long. It pierced through the dark night and struck the mansion's gate with a thunderous impact. Boom. With a deafening crash, half of the mansion collapsed. Rubble flew everywhere, and several unfortunate ghosts were instantly consumed by the fiery blade energy, vanishing into nothingness. A series of crisp notifications echoed in Sumo's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 2 ghost wandering spirit. Reward, 500 virtue points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Who dares to cause trouble in my territory? A furious roar echoed, shaking the courtyard walls slightly. Immediately after, over a dozen ghostly auras shot into the sky like smoke pillars, carving eerie arcs in the air before landing steadily outside the estate. The entrance was undeniably dramatic and undeniably impressive. Leading the ghostly group was a hunched old man-like figure with a twisted and grotesque face, sharp features, and trembling whiskers on either side of its mouth, making it resemble an oversized rat from afar. It was dressed in a bright red groom's wedding robe, but the stench of decay emanating from it was nauseating, detectable even from a distance. Behind it stood a row of similarly grotesque, ghostly figures, each hideous enough to make one avert their gaze. The old ghost paused when it saw the bride, its eyes narrowing as it glanced at AI Rui's attire, quickly piecing the situation together. So not only did someone fail to abduct the bride, but they even got chased back to their own doorstep. Kill them. The ghost leader's eyes flared with ghastly green fire as it waved a hand. The group of ghosts behind it howled and charged forward. Be careful, husband. The bride immediately stepped in front of AI Rui, her body emanating a pale green aura to form a protective barrier. Brave, aren't you? Suemo sneered, gripping his blade tightly. He bent his knees slightly, gathering strength, then launched himself forward like an arrow, heading straight for the ghostly horde. Squelch, squelch, squelch. The sound of flesh being sliced rang out repeatedly. 7 or 8 ghostly creatures barely had time to react before Sumo's blade tore them into pieces, scattering ghostly blood everywhere. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 2 ghost rat ghost. Reward, 500 merit points. Ding. Congratulations, host. The ghost pulling the carriage shrank back in terror, its heart pounding. So brutal. Thank goodness I surrendered quickly, or I'd be minced meat by now. Run for your lives. That guy's blade is too fast. Master, save me. The remaining ghosts, those lucky enough to dodge the initial attack, were utterly terrified. They scrambled to escape, diving into the ground in a panic, leaving several gaping black holes in their wake. Suemo, quick on his feet, rushed forward and slashed with precision. With a swift upward flick, he dragged a ghost out of the ground just as it was about to burrow deeper. Flash. The ghost was cleaved in two, its ghostly aura dispersing. Not bad at hiding, huh? Suemo chuckled coldly, spotting a subtle movement in the ground. He stomped down hard, and a piercing scream echoed from below. The system notifications continued ringing in his ears as Suemo moved with fluid efficiency, dispatching one ghost after another like a game of whack-a-mole. 13. Not a single one left. Suemo crushed the final rat ghost underfoot, feeling pleased with the substantial merit points he had just earned. Damn it! The ghost leader, the most powerful of the group, snarled in fury. Its ghostly aura surged, and in an instant, it transformed into an enormous rat, larger than a calf, with exposed fangs. It charged at Suemo with ferocious speed. Suemo remained calm, waiting until the massive rat was within striking distance before delivering a powerful kick to its abdomen. The force sent the creature flying, crashing into an old tree outside the courtyard, shattering it. Unwilling to give up, the giant rat burrowed underground, causing the ground to ripple as it moved rapidly towards Suemo's position. Standing his ground, Suemo waited until the moving mound was close, then brought his blade down in a swift slash. A spray of blood erupted as the rat was forced out of the ground, its body half severed. The giant rat let out a pained shriek, but before it could recover, it felt a cold sensation in its chest. Looking down, it saw Suemo's gleaming blade piercing through its body, pinning it to the ground and rendering it immobile. Spare me, the giant rat screeched, its voice shrill and piercing. You're the one who dared to abduct a bride, huh? AI Rui stepped forward angrily, delivering a heavy kick to the rat. I won't dare again. I swear. The rat wailed in terror, its eyes filled with desperation. It cursed itself for provoking such a powerful ally of the ghost bride. Time to end this. Suemo tightened his grip on the blade, activating the flame demon blade technique. A surge of scorching flames engulfed the rat's body, consuming it entirely. Within moments, the creature was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 4 ghost rat ghost. With the disappearance of the ghostly entities, the eerie mansion in the distance gradually faded away, revealing a barren burial mound beneath it. All done. Suemo sheathed his blade, but AI Rui's sudden gasp interrupted him. Xiaoya, what's wrong? Turning around, Suemo saw the bride collapse weakly into AI Rui's arms. Her body emitted wisps of blue smoke, flickering in and out of visibility, as if she might vanish into thin air at any moment. Husband, the bride weakly raised her hand, gently brushing AI Rui's face. I was too gravely injured earlier. I can't stay with you any longer. Xiaoya, don't die. AI Rui choked with emotion. We haven't even consummated our marriage yet. If you die, I'll be left all alone. The bride's hand trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but laugh. At a time like this, you're still thinking about that? Shameless. Suemo, think of something. Save her. AI Rui turned to Suemo, pleading desperately. Suemo spread his hands helplessly. I'm good at killing ghosts, not saving them. My condolences. Wait, I know a way. The ghostly creature that had been pulling the carriage earlier suddenly stepped forward, shrinking back slightly under their gaze. A ghost keeper. If you become a ghost keeper, she won't have to die. Sumo frowned, recalling Wang Lang from the 749 Bureau, the guy who worked with ghosts. How does it work? Here's the thing, the ghost explained. The two of you got married, so you're officially a ghost couple, connected in spirit. Becoming a ghost keeper isn't too hard, but she'll have to live inside your body, and you'll need to nourish her with your blood and flesh. From then on, you'll never be apart. How do you know so much about this? I've been a ghost for years, I still have dreams, you know? I've always wanted to be a proper ghost, so I've learned a few things. Husband, no. The bride weakly shook her head. I don't want you to become like that. I'm willing. AI Rui said firmly, turning to the ghost. What do I need to do? I don't know. The ghost admitted, shaking its head. All I know is the general idea. I'm not sure about the specifics. Suemo pulled out his phone and dialed Lin Xianxian's number. Captain Lin, is Wang Lang around? Mr. Su. Wang Lang's voice came through the line. I have a question for you. How did you become a ghost keeper? Huh? Mr. Su, are you thinking of becoming a ghost keeper too? Just answer the question. All right. To become a ghost keeper, the host needs to have a natural aptitude for controlling ghosts. You also need to form a contract with the ghost, sharing mutual trust and a deep connection, allowing the ghost to reside in your body. It sounds simple, but it's actually very dangerous. If the host lacks the aptitude, letting a ghost enter their body could result in instant death. In my case, Ching'er and I grew up together and were lovers, plus I had the talent, so it worked out smoothly. Thanks. Suemo hung up and pulled AI Rui aside, lowering his voice. This isn't impossible, but it's risky. You just need to open your mind and let her enter your body. But I have to warn you, if it doesn't work, you could die. It's your choice. AI Rui didn't hesitate for a second. I choose her. This bond of fate, tied since childhood, had to be resolved by her own hands. After all, having once bowed to heaven and earth, Zhou Xiaoya was destined to be her ghost bride. How could she just stand by and watch her die? Suemo, I've made up my mind. She turned to Suemo, her eyes filled with determination. Though her words were resolute, a flicker of unease lingered in her heart. One wrong move, and her life might end here. Your ghost, your choice, Suemo replied calmly, his expression indifferent. Though they were close friends, this decision was AI Rui's alone, and he could only respect it. Nearby, the cart-pulling ghost was growing frantic, stomping his feet in urgency. Big brother, hurry up. She's in bad shape. AI Rui rushed over, gently cradling the bride Zhou Xiaoya in her arms. Come on, let's try. Husband, it won't work. Zhou Xiaoya shook her head, her face showing a comforting smile. The fact that you made this decision is enough for me. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up, AI Rui shouted, her gaze suddenly sharp. I refuse to die single. If luck's not on my side and I do die, my brothers will take care of my body. Right, Suemo? Of course, Suemo nodded, his expression serious. Husband, Zhou Xiaoya whispered again, her eyes reddening with tears. If we fail, I will disperse my soul to join you. Here I go. Her voice was firm. Suddenly, the faint ghostly aura around Zhou Xiaoya began to swirl, transforming into a mist that surged toward AI Rui's face. It swiftly entered her body through her nose, mouth, and eyes. AI Rui shuddered violently, her body freezing in place. Hey! Sumo's expression changed as he watched, startled. Is she dead? A few seconds later, AI Rui's eyes shot open, and she exhaled sharply. That feels amazing, she shouted, her voice filled with relief, as though a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. It was like experiencing the most thorough massage, with every pore in her body opening up. Is it over? She looked up at Suemo, bewildered. Suemo seemed just as puzzled. You're not dead, so I guess it's done? Before the words had fully left his mouth, a surge of energy emanated from AI Rui's body. Behind her appeared a ghostly figure, dressed in wedding robes and wearing a red veil. Husband, we did it. Zhou Xiaoya's voice carried excitement and surprise. She hadn't expected the process to go so smoothly. We did it. AI Rui let out a long breath, the tension that had gripped her heart finally easing. A wave of relief washed over her. That's good. I don't want to die. At that moment, AI Rui felt a subtle yet undeniable connection between herself and Zhou Zaya, like a fateful bond had been formed. It was as if the marriage certificate, binding a human and a ghost, had sealed an unbreakable tie between them. That's wonderful, Xiaoya. She embraced Zhou Xiaoya tightly, her voice brimming with uncontainable joy. We're both alive. That's amazing. Wow. The cart-pulling ghost cheered from the side, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Big brother and sister-in-law really are a match made in heaven. Big brother, you're something else. Normally, when forming a contract with a ghost, the ghost's energy would backlash against the summoner. But you? Not even a scratch. Well, you are Sumo's brother, after all. As he praised AI Rui, he made sure to flatter Suemo as well. Suemo gave the ghost a side-eye glance, his mouth twitching slightly in exasperation. This guy really knows how to butter people up. Guess I can't bring myself to get rid of him now. The cart-pulling ghost looked at Zhou Xiaoya with envy in his eyes. From now on, she's a proper ghost. Not like me, a wandering spirit always on edge, with my head barely hanging onto my body. AI Rui turned to Suemo with a questioning look. Suemo, does this mean I'm a ghost tamer now? Can you teach me some tricks? I want to go hunt ghosts too. AI Rui made a slashing gesture, and that strike was simply stunning. The blade cut through the air with a sharp and fierce momentum, as if even the air itself had been sliced apart. Suemo watched him, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. At least there wouldn't be a need to collect his corpse. I can't teach you. Suemo shook his head. Your path is different from mine. Most of your power comes from your wife. The stronger she is, the stronger you become. That's pretty much how it works. He paused, deep in thought, before his eyes lit up. I know a place that might be helpful for you too. It's a government job. Are you interested? I can make some inquiries for you. Suemo already had a plan forming in his mind. Introducing AI Rui to the 749 Bureau. That organization had extensive knowledge about ghost tamers, and AI Rui, being a complete rookie with no understanding of his powers, could benefit greatly from training and learning there. It would be nothing but advantageous for him. AI Rui immediately nodded upon hearing this, his eyes shining with trust. I'll go. I believe in you. Suemo pulled out his phone and dialed Lin Xianxian's number. Mr. Su, Lin Xianxian's voice came through the phone. Though curious, she refrained from asking too many questions. Captain Lin, are you still recruiting over there? Suemo got straight to the point. Recruiting? Lin Xianxian's voice grew noticeably excited on the other end. Mr. Su, are you thinking of joining us? We would. Not me. It's for a friend. Suemo interrupted her. He just completed a contract and is now a ghost tamer. Ah. Lin Xianxian quickly regained her professional tone. Of course, that's possible. Just give me his name, and we'll conduct a professional assessment. After ending the call, Suemo turned to AI Rui. Done. They'll contact you tomorrow. Once you pass the assessment, you're in. Suemo, the place you mentioned is at the 749 Bureau? AI Rui's eyes widened in disbelief. That department actually exists. His shock was written all over his face. Suemo gestured toward the ghost bride by AI Rui's side, a faint smirk on his lips. You've married a ghost for a wife. Is it really that surprising such a department exists? Good point. AI Rui suddenly realized, his thoughts catching up to the bizarre events of the night. For the first time, he became fully aware of just how deep the waters ran in the world he lived in. At that moment, the rickshaw ghost shuffled forward, rubbing its hands together nervously, its expression resolute. Boss, I have an idea. It's not fully formed yet, but could you hear me out? Suemo gave it a cold glance, but said nothing. Taking Sumo's silence as permission, the rickshaw ghost mustered its courage and continued. You see, when you're out hunting ghosts, you must need to get around quickly, right? Regular human vehicles can't go to certain places. Coincidentally, pulling a rickshaw is my specialty. How about I become your personal ride? He'll be your lackey, serving you rain or shine, always at your beck and call. It had thought this through carefully. Witnessing Sumo's swift and decisive actions earlier dispatching ghosts with the ease of slicing watermelons, it had a strong premonition that pleading for mercy would only end with it being chopped into countless pieces. Instead, it decided to take the initiative and prove its usefulness. At the very least, it might save its ghostly existence. Oh, Suemo stared at it with a half smile, his gaze scrutinizing. What if you come across someone more powerful than me? You won't betray me, will you? I wouldn't dare. The rickshaw ghost waved its hands frantically, its voice tinged with fear. That rat ghost was ruthless, and I only followed it to survive. But you're different. I truly want to follow you. It suddenly straightened up and raised a finger solemnly, its expression unusually serious. I swear here and now, I will never betray you. If I break this oath, may I never reincarnate. May lightning strike me down, and may my soul be utterly destroyed. Suemo remained noncommittal. He wasn't sure if oaths in this world had any binding effect on ghosts. However, the ghost did make a valid point. Indeed needed a driver. After all, he couldn't keep taking Chun Dagon's taxi every day to hunt ghosts. You've temporarily kept your ghostly life, Suemo said in a flat tone. Thank you, boss. No, thank you, master. The rickshaw ghost's voice trembled with excitement, secretly rejoicing. I gambled right. This guy definitely wanted to kill me at first. That was close. Just call me boss, Suemo corrected expressionlessly. Being called master by a male ghost felt rather odd. Yes, boss. The rickshaw ghost quickly changed his tone and added, my surname is Chuan, and my name is Chuan Zhengwo. You can just call me Xiao Chuan. That's an uncommon surname. Suemo nodded and then listed his conditions. If you work for me, there's no salary. As long as I get something to eat, I'm fine. No holidays. Holidays? Those words don't even exist for me, Chuan Zhengwo. You must be available anytime I call. Of course, Chuan Zhengwo replied respectfully. It's just that I'm not very strong right now. He'll need to avoid the sun, but he'll work hard. All right. You'll be on probation for a few months. If your performance is poor, they'll fire you on the spot, Suemo said. He'll make sure to do my best. Chuan Zhengwo shrank his neck. He fully understood that Suemo's version of firing meant cutting him down. You're quite promising. Suemo patted his shoulder with satisfaction. I really am a man of my word. After a pleasant conversation, Suemo officially took on this ghost employee. Chuan Zhengwo immediately transformed into a horse-drawn carriage and sped down the mountain. As a newcomer, he was eager to show his enthusiasm, pulling the carriage both swiftly and steadily. Stop! Suemo suddenly ordered as they neared the foot of the mountain. Screeched Chuan Zhengwo braked with his legs, coming to a precise and stable stop. There's a taxi waiting for me down there. Hide for now, so you don't scare anyone, Suemo instructed. Got it. Chuan Zhengwo's figure blurred and vanished into a ghostly shadow, but he didn't dare to stray far. Running away wasn't an option. He was sure his boss would hunt him down to the ends of the earth if he tried anything funny. Chuan Zhengwo, you better make something of yourself. Stick with the boss and rise to the top, Chuan Zhengwo muttered to himself, hiding in the darkness and giving himself a pep talk. Little did he know that in the not-so-distant future, he would grow into a powerful ghost king, commanding fear across the land. You two, stop lingering and get back in. Suemo turned to glance at the ghost bride. The ghost bride nodded and vanished into a shadow as well. Suemo led AI Rui down the mountain and soon arrived at the taxi. Chen Dagong was slumped in the driver's seat, fast asleep, completely unguarded. You're pretty carefree. Suemo knocked on the window. Brother Chen, let's go. Mr. Su, you're back already? Chen Dagong jolted awake, quickly getting out to open the door. Huh. He paused when he saw AI Rui, then quickly realized that this must be Mr. Su's relative. It was obvious the guy was still wearing wedding attire. Mr. Su, so you've attended the wedding, huh? Chen Dagong started the car, slipping back into his chatty mode. Why do I only see the groom and not the bride? As soon as he said this, Chen Dagong regretted it. Damn it. What kind of stupid question is that? In this remote area, the bride is probably not even human. You want to see her? Suemo asked indifferently. Never mind. Maybe next time. Before long, the taxi reached the village. Suemo told AI Rui to head home, first to avoid worrying his family. He also reminded him to take off the wedding attire before going inside to avoid scaring anyone. After reaching the city, Suemo paid the fare, and the two got out of the taxi. See you next time, Mr. Su. Chen Dagong waved goodbye. Chen Dagong waved his hand, secretly feeling fortunate that he was on the night shift today, especially since every time it was his turn, he would run into Suemo. After the taxi turned a corner and disappeared from sight, Chuan Zhangwo emerged from the shadows and said softly, Boss, that car was way too slow. Suemo had no interest in engaging with him and said directly, Cut the nonsense. Take me home. Chuan Zhangwo smirked slyly, made a gesture with his hand, and suddenly, a rickshaw materialized out of thin air. Boss, please get in, he gestured invitingly. Suemo was speechless. Couldn't you conjure up a car or something? Chuan Zhangwo replied with a sheepish expression. I don't have a driver's license, so I can't manage that. He looked a bit awkward but quickly added, But don't worry, boss. This rickshaw is pretty comfortable too. Suemo shook his head in resignation. All right, at least you're abiding by traffic laws. Hold on tight, boss, Chuan Zhangwo said. As soon as the words left his mouth, the rickshaw took off steadily, speeding away into the night like a gust of wind. Back at home, Suemo quickly began reviewing his gains from the evening. When he saw the merit points he had accumulated, he was astonished to find that they had surpassed 20,000. System Enhance. Without hesitation, Suemo poured all 20,000 merit points into the system. Instantly, the Nine Suns devouring technique was upgraded 7 times. The Bloodkey Sun in his Dantian emitted an overwhelming pressure, and the violent energy surged through his body as though it were going to tear him apart. A powerful force awakened within him, and his bloodkey boiled. Suemo felt his strength make another qualitative leap forward. Ding! Enhancement successful. Remaining merit points, 800. Just 3 more enhancements, and I can condense the second Bloodkey Sun. Suemo murmured, taking a deep breath as a sense of anticipation filled him. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Taoist Lei emerged from a rundown motel. He gazed up at the pitch-black sky and sighed softly. It's happening again, huh? Quickening his pace, he headed to a remote, deserted area. There, he spread his arms wide, bracing for the impending lightning. Boom! A deafening crash of thunder was followed by a bolt of lightning striking directly on Taoist Lei. In an instant, his entire body was shrouded in black smoke. After 3 successive thunderclaps, the storm began to subside. Taoist Lei coughed a few times, exhaling a puff of black smoke, and quickly pulled out a tattered notebook from his chest pocket. He licked his brush and scribbled down a number. 5003. Staring at his notes, he muttered with a sigh. When will this ever end? Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. Turning around, he saw 2 figures rushing toward him through the misty rain. Where is he? A man's voice called out. Are you sure you weren't seeing things, honey? A woman asked in a doubtful tone, trailing closely behind. Their clothing was soaked from the rain, and they both looked quite anxious. How could I be mistaken? I clearly saw someone struck by lightning, the man said uneasily. The couple, married for years, had planned to come to this secluded spot for some excitement under the cover of night. However, the sudden downpour ruined their plans, and instead, they witnessed someone being struck by lightning. As soon as the thunder subsided, they hurried over to see if they could help or call an ambulance. But when they arrived, there was no one to be found, just empty surroundings. The woman shivered and whispered, Honey, could it be something supernatural? I read in novels that yellow weasels or snake spirits, once they gain sentience, get struck by lightning. The man's expression grew tense. You might be right. Taoist Lei, overhearing their conversation, felt utterly exasperated. I'm a certified Taoist priest, for heaven's sake. How did I become a monster in their eyes? Deciding he'd had enough, Taoist Lei chose to leave without further interaction. Meanwhile, the couple also decided to head home. But as they walked a short distance, the woman suddenly exclaimed in delight. Honey, look, that looks like a red envelope. What red envelope? The man looked up and saw a large, bulging red envelope lying quietly in a puddle ahead. It seemed quite heavy. Just as the woman was about to step forward, the man grabbed her arm. Wait, didn't the news recently report cases of scams involving red envelopes? This place is completely deserted. Who could possibly be trying to scam anyone here? The woman looked around and spoke with conviction. The envelope's so big, there must be a lot of money inside. Whoever lost it must be really worried. Let's pick it up and take it to the police station. That makes sense. The man took 2 steps forward and bent down, but before he could reach it, a figure darted out of nowhere and snatched the envelope in a flash. Looking closely, it turned out to be a scruffy Taoist priest, his hair wild as if struck by lightning, gleefully examining the red envelope. Hey, old man, where did you come from? The man's anger flared. Hand over the envelope. We're taking it to the police station. The Taoist priest rolled his eyes. What the Taoist picks up belongs to the Taoist. The man rolled up his sleeves, ready to step forward, but the priest quickly hid the envelope behind his back and said calmly, "What do you think you're doing? Don't lay a finger on me. If I fall down, I won't get up for less than 100,000 yuan. Honey, let it go." The woman tugged at the man's sleeve and whispered, "It's not our money anyway. Let's just leave." Bah! The man glared at the priest with disdain. Shameless. Aren't you afraid of getting struck by lightning? With that, he pulled his wife along and hurried away. The Taoist priest watched them leave, chuckling to himself. Afraid of lightning? Old Taoist's been there, done that. He patted the envelope but didn't open it, muttering, "Wow, at least 10,000 in here. This thing's too hot to handle. Shame. Thought his luck isn't mine, but it might be yours." His eyes lit up with an idea, and he made a call to Suemo. Shortly after, he arrived at Shangyun Temple in the city center. This bustling temple, thriving with worshippers, charged entrance fees and had donation boxes everywhere, even ones that accepted QR code payments. The Taoist priest slipped inside, found a donation box, and stuffed the red envelope into it. A bit of incense smoke should suppress whatever's inside. I'm not opening this thing if a ghost jumps out. It'll scare me to death. Let those bald monks deal with it. Just as the Taoist priest left, a chubby monk appeared, sneaking around as he checked the donation boxes. Most of them were empty, but when he opened the last one, he found the red envelope. He quickly opened it, and his face lit up with joy. He stuffed it into his bag, muttering, "Buddha bless. What luck! Who's the fool who donated so much money in one go?" The Taoist priest, watching from the shadows, shook his head quietly. Greed will be his undoing, he murmured before slipping away unnoticed. The chubby monk, now in possession of the money, hurried back to his room. He waited impatiently for nightfall, eager to enjoy his newfound fortune. The chubby monk hurried back to his room, quickly put on a wig, donned a suit, and transformed into a trendy city guy. He immediately headed to Club K, ordered 3 young models in one go, and sang karaoke until his voice was hoarse. He even ended up playing pool with them. The 10,000 yuan in the red envelope was gone in the blink of an eye. Stumbling out of Club K, drunk and nauseous, he vomited as he walked, with not even enough money left in his pocket for a taxi. At the front desk of Club K, the receptionist was counting the cash when she noticed a peculiar stack of bills. Upon closer inspection, her face turned pale. "Hell money. Manager, someone used fake bills," she shouted in panic. The manager slammed his desk in anger and snapped, "Fake bills? That's hell money." He frowned, grumbling indignantly. What rotten luck must have been that fat monk from earlier. Call the police. But when he looked down, the stack of hell money had vanished into thin air. The manager shivered and broke into a cold sweat. "Are we haunted?" His expression shifted as he turned abruptly and asked, "Miss, should we still call the police?" The receptionist, her voice trembling and makeup nearly falling off, stammered, "Call the police? Forget it. I'll inform the boss and have him invite a master from Shangyun Temple tomorrow to take a look." Night had fully descended. Suemo and Taoist Lei quietly followed the chubby monk from a distance, watching him stagger and vomit in a pathetic state. Compared to Master Ijia, this guy was a complete jokey. At least Master Ijia could drink 3 bottles of baijiu without batting an eye. "Mr. Su, keep watching. The ghost from the red envelope is about to appear," Taoist Lei said with a low chuckle. Suemo shot him a cold glance and replied indifferently, "Taoist Lei, you're quite the schemer. If I were truly heartless, I wouldn't even bother with him," Taoist Lei retorted with a sneer, pointing at the monk. "Look at him, brought this on himself. When the ghost shows up, let's not intervene right away. Let him learn a lesson." At that moment, a cold gust of wind swept through a distant alley. The chubby monk shuddered, his drunkenness almost completely dissipating. When he looked up, a seductive woman appeared before him. Her figure was enchanting, and she smiled coyly, capturing his full attention. The monk's eyes lit up instantly, a lecherous glint flashing within them. "Sir, have you seen my belongings?" the alluring woman asked softly as she took a few steps closer. "What?" The monk looked confused. "A red envelope," she said, gesturing with her hands to indicate its size. "About this big, with 10,000 yuan inside." The monk's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly shook his head. "Haven't seen it." But the woman pointed at his small bag and smiled faintly. "Oh, but I see it's right there in your bag." "Impossible." The monk was startled, instinctively reaching into his pocket. To his horror, the red envelope was indeed inside. As the alcohol cleared from his system, a sense of unease crept over him, and he began to panic. "What the hell? What's going on?" The woman chuckled, her voice dripping with sinister mockery. Feeling like you've seen a ghost, aren't you? Her laughter grew increasingly eerie. The monk watched helplessly as his own hands took out the red envelope, opened it, and revealed a stack of hell money. He then began counting the bills one by one, unable to stop himself. 1, 2, 3, 10,000. The woman's voice echoed like a chilling wind in his ears, her laughter becoming even more menacing. Her face darkened, and an eerie green light flickered in her eyes. She suddenly reached out and grabbed the monk by the throat, lifting him off the ground effortlessly. His eyes rolled back, and he gasped for air, on the verge of suffocation. 10,000, he muttered, bloodshot eyes staring blankly as blood bubbles formed at the corners of his mouth. For your life. That's enough. The woman's voice turned sharp and piercing. That's enough. Be careful not to actually kill it. Daoist lay softly reminded, his brows slightly furrowed. Mr. Su, watch out. Before he could finish, Suemo had already drawn his blade. Daoist lay only saw a flash of fiery light streak through the darkness, as a scorching blade of flames cut through the shadows, heading straight ahead. In the dark, the ghost creature that had been preparing to attack the chubby monk suddenly felt an intense heat, as if its entire body were wrapped in an electric blanket. It jerked its head around, its eyes instantly filled with the blaze rushing toward it. Thud! The ghost didn't even have time to scream before its body was torn apart, disintegrating into ashes. The chubby monk fell heavily to the ground, coughing violently a few times before shouting in terror, "Oh, my mother!" and promptly fainting. A system notification echoed in Sumo's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 2 ghost red packet ghost. Reward, 500 merit points. That week, Suemo frowned, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He turned around to see Daoist lay staring at him in shock, his beard slightly curling up in astonishment. Daoist lay? Huh? Oh! Daoist lay snapped out of his daze, his voice tinged with disbelief. Mr. Su, your progress, isn't it a bit too fast? Daoist lay thought to himself. Last time we met, this guy wasn't this strong. Damn it. It's only been a few days, and now he's terrifying. That strike just now could probably take out even a level 5 ghost. No choice. Suemo calmly sheathed his blade, his tone indifferent. I really want to improve. You're amazing. Daoist lay gave him a thumbs up, internally speculating that Suemo must have been hiding his true strength last time just to mess with him. After all, no one could cultivate this quickly unless they were cheating. The chubby monk was still unconscious on the ground. Daoist lay walked over, nudged him twice with his toe, and, seeing no reaction, spat disdainfully. Useless. After a closer inspection, Daoist Lay's expression turned serious. As I suspected. What's the situation? Suemo asked. Daoist Lay pointed to the empty alley. The red packet ghost you killed just now wasn't the real one. Not the real one. Sumo's gaze sharpened as he looked at him. Daoist Lay continued. Red packet ghosts are cunning. Last time it appeared, the 749 Bureau tracked it for a long time. If it were just a level 2 ghost, the 749 Bureau wouldn't have come up empty-handed. Now, it seems my theory was correct. He locked eyes with Suemo and said each word deliberately. The red packet ghost can spread. People killed by a red packet ghost also turn into red packet ghosts and go on to harm others. This can't be a coincidence. Perhaps, the real red packet ghost hiding in the shadows is growing stronger. Suemo instantly grasped the implication. The real red packet ghost kills people by luring them with red packets, and the deceased become new red packet ghosts, continuing the cycle. The more it kills, the more ghosts there are, and the original ghost hiding in the dark becomes increasingly powerful like a pyramid structure. No wonder it was so weak. Suemo nodded in agreement. It seems finding the real red packet ghost won't be easy. Contact the 749 Bureau and sync the details. Daoist Lay suddenly suggested. Suemo looked puzzled. Daoist Lay chuckled awkwardly. Just a buzzword I picked up online 8 slipped out. I mean, let's check with the 749 Bureau to see if they have more information on the red packet ghost. Daoist Lay, stick to plain speech next time. Suemo said, shaking his head in exasperation. Daoist Lay glanced at the still unconscious monk on the ground and said with disdain, let him sleep here for a while. The two turned and left the alley. Night deepened. Wang Lang stepped into Lin Xianxian's office, holding a few red packets in his hand, his expression grave. Captain Lin, you were right, it's not just one red packet ghost. There are many. Wang Lang carefully placed the red packets on the desk. So far, we've collected 4 ghost red envelopes, and they're all here. Our assumption was correct. These ghost envelopes cannot be used by the entities to kill anyone as long as they remain unopened and unused. Lin Xianxian's gaze fell on the envelopes on the table as her fingers lightly tapped the surface. These envelopes varied in size and color, looking no different from ordinary red envelopes at first glance. However, her sharp and experienced eyes could clearly detect the faint, mist-like aura of ominous energy lingering on their surfaces, as though a thin fog clung to them. Is it possible to use these envelopes to track down the one hiding in the shadows? Lin Xianxian suddenly asked, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Wang Lang raised an eyebrow, immediately catching her drift. You're saying baiting them? Lin Xianxian nodded, pointing at the envelopes on the table. Her tone was resolute. The ghost entities tied to these envelopes must have some sort of special connection to the one in hiding. We can open one envelope to lure out the ghost and question it about the main entity's whereabouts. Wang Lang straightened up, thumping his chest confidently. Got it. He'll gather the team and take care of it right away. He paused and then added, should we contact Mr. Su? You wouldn't believe it, but the team's been unusually idle lately. It's like ghost entities in Yuqing are going extinct. He gave a look of admiration mixed with helplessness. Mr. Su is something else every time he encounters one. It's instant annihilation. If we're late, we don't even get to see what the entity looks like. Lin Xianxian shook her head, slightly furrowing her brows. Mr. Su isn't part of the 749 Bureau. Relying on him for every little thing might wear on his patience. Let's handle this ourselves first. If we really can't manage, then we'll reach out to him. Understood. Wang Lang nodded firmly, then seemed to remember something. Oh right. About that ghost handler Mr. Su recommended AI Rui. They'll pick him up first thing tomorrow morning. A smile spread across Wang Lang's face. Of course, AI Rui must have a good relationship with Mr. Su. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally called to recommend him. They'll make sure to complete the task and bring him back with utmost courtesy. We've got to respect this connection. As they spoke, Lin Xiangxian's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen, and the name displayed made her pause for a moment. Mr. Su. She quickly answered the call. Captain Lin, hope I'm not disturbing your rest. Sumo's voice came through, casual as always. In our line of work, there's no such thing as rest at night. Lin Xianxian chuckled lightly, her tone relaxed. Ghost entities are more active after dark. During the day, who knows where they're hiding? Nighttime is when we're busiest. I wanted to ask if you have any leads on those ghost envelopes. Sumo cut straight to the point. Lin Xiangxian's eyes lit up. You've encountered a ghost envelope? Yeah, ran into one. I got careless and accidentally killed it. Sumo said, his tone carrying a trace of regret. Daoist Lei mentioned these ghost envelopes are just appetizers. The main one is still in hiding. So, I thought I'd check with you to see if you have more clues. Daoist Lei. Lin Xianxian frowned as she tried to recall, finally remembering the long-beard Taoist shed met at the steel mill. Our thoughts align with Daoist Lei's. The ghost envelopes are spreading through killings tied to the envelopes. The ones appearing now aren't the real deal. There must be a connection among them. Her gaze returned to the envelopes on the table as she continued. We've already collected for ghost envelopes. Really? Sumo's voice carried a note of excitement. Captain Lin, would you mind handing those ghost envelopes over to me? You know May can't stand those little creatures. If I don't deal with them, it just eats away at me. Lin Xianxian was already used to it. Mr. Su had such a strong sense of justice he couldn't tolerate ghosts causing trouble or demons harming people. A true role model. I'll deliver it to you right away, Lin Xianxian said as she hung up the phone. She stood up, grabbed the red envelopes, and headed out. Captain Lin, I'll come too. Wang Lang eagerly followed, his face full of anticipation. The two quickly arrived at the address Su Mo had mentioned. From a distance, Wang Lang began waving excitedly. Mr. Su. He admired Su Mo greatly, even though the ghost inside him was trembling in fear. Mr. Su Daoist Lei. Lin Xianxian hurried forward and handed over the red envelopes. All 4 ghost red envelopes are here. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to a patch of darkness in the distance, her eyes sharp and filled with killing intent. Friendly ghost, Su Mo briefly reminded her. Lin Xianxian immediately understood and withdrew her gaze. In the shadows, Chuan Zhangwo shrank his neck and let out a visible sigh of relief. How do we get the red envelope ghosts to show themselves? Daoist Lei asked. Open them and spend the money, Su Mo explained. Once the money is spent, it turns into ghost currency. Don't worry, Mr. Su. We'll send someone to exchange the ghost currency later, so ordinary people won't suffer any losses, Lin Xianxian assured him. Su Mo nodded and decisively opened all 4 envelopes. These ghosts weren't as generous as the last one together. The envelopes only contained a few hundred yuan. Su Mo found a small shop and quickly spent all the money. Sure enough, not long after, the red envelopes that had seemingly been spent mysteriously reappeared in his pocket. Hold this for me for a bit. Don't scare the little ones away, Su Mo said as he handed his large blade to Daoist Lei. You all should hide for now. Whoa, this is heavy. Daoist Lei exclaimed as he struggled to hold the blade. This thing must weigh at least a few dozen pounds. The group quickly hid in the shadows, while Su Mo deliberately chose a secluded alley and strolled slowly. Before long, a cold wind began to blow, and the temperature dropped sharply. Finally, they're here, Su Mo muttered, a hint of an expectant smile appearing on his lips. Big brother, have you seen my red envelope? A child's voice called out from the darkness. A little girl, no more than 7 or 8 years old, emerged from the shadows. She had 2 adorable pigtails, chubby cheeks, and a pair of large eyes that glimmered with an eerie light as she stared directly at Su Mo. Little one, Su Mo said, patting her head with a smile. How much money was in your red envelope? 50 yuan, the girl answered sweetly. Oh, I saw it. I spent it all. Suemo replied matter-of-factly. Big brother, you're lying. The red envelope is clearly still in your bag. The girl's mouth twisted into a strange grin, her voice dropping to a chilling tone. Her eyes began to glow green. Big brother, since you spent my money, you will. Before she could finish, another ghostly voice echoed from the depths of the alley. Young man, have you seen my red envelope? An elderly woman appeared, leaning on a cane. Her face was a maze of deep wrinkles, so tightly packed they almost seemed to merge. When she smiled, she resembled the bark of an old tree outside a neighborhood gate. She froze for a moment when she saw the little girl. Why is someone else stealing my job? The old woman frowned. The little girl was momentarily stunned, then protested. Grandma, I got here first. Her voice turned icy as she glared at the old woman. Turning her face slightly, the little girl's once chubby cheek began to rot, revealing wriggling maggots that spilled out like a grotesque, oozing dumpling. Child, you must respect your elders. The old woman tapped her cane, her eyes narrowing into slits. Let Grandma take her red envelope first. Grandma, no way. The little girl shook her head and began counting on her fingers. I've already collected 7 red envelopes. This is the last one I need. Child, you're being disobedient. The old woman's eyes gleamed with malice as a surge of ghostly energy swirled around her. Watching the two ghosts argue, Suemo couldn't help but feel exasperated. You two are seriously fighting over this. Young man, have you seen my red envelope? The elderly lady turned her head towards Suemo. Before Suemo could respond, 2 male voices followed. Hey, have you seen my red envelope? For ghostly figures holding red envelopes suddenly appeared, surrounding Suemo. At the same time, the ghosts froze in shock. This guy? How lucky is he? He actually picked up 4 red envelopes at once. No contest. Suemo casually pulled out 4 red envelopes from his bag, waving them in his hand as if to invite their owners to claim them. Scanning the group, he noticed that among them, the little girl seemed to have the strongest aura. I'm the one who. The elderly lady raised her hand, pointing to one of the envelopes. Old hag, are you stupid? One of the ghosts suddenly snapped to attention, yelling urgently. This is a trap. Run. The other 3 ghosts finally grasped the gravity of the situation and transformed into dark winds, disappearing into the shadows. Run. Sumo's mind stirred, and his blood surged with energy, instantly heating the surrounding air like a scorching furnace. Ah! The 4 ghosts screamed in agony as Sumo's vital energy illuminated them, leaving them no place to hide. They writhed like ants being roasted, trembling uncontrollably. Pain tore through their spectral forms, as though their very existence was melting away. Incredible! Hiding in the corner, Wang Lang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Just Sumo's aura alone had subdued the ghosts completely. Daoist Lei glanced at him coldly and said, Kid, you haven't even seen Sumo's swordsmanship yet. That's where the real power lies. The 3 of them stepped behind Suemo, their combined presence amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. The ghosts, seeing the overwhelming force before them, completely broke down. It's over. We're doomed, one muttered in despair. Come here. Suemo beckoned with a casual curl of his finger, and the 4 ghosts shuffled forward, trembling with fear. Big brother, please spare me. The little girl tearfully pleaded, her innocent eyes fixed on Suemo. Stop pretending. Suemo slapped her hard, sending her spinning 8 times. You've caused the most harm out of all of them. The other 3 ghosts, sensing the danger, quickly shut their mouths, falling into a nervous silence. Come, claim your envelopes. Suemo placed the 4 red envelopes in front of him, his expression cold and commanding. This one's mine. I'm the owner of this one. With heads bowed like schoolchildren being scolded by their teacher, the ghosts timidly retrieved their respective envelopes. Now, I'll give you a chance to live. Sumo's voice was calm, yet chilling enough to make one's blood run cold. The ghosts' eyes lit up, a glimmer of hope sparking in their despair. Tell me, who is your superior? Can you lead me to it? Quickly answer. Sumo's tone was stern, his gaze unwavering. I. One male ghost eagerly raised his hand, blurting out in panic. We can contact our superior. My superior is. His voice suddenly faltered, and his expression twisted with dread. Suemo raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? It seems to be gone. The male ghost stammered, his voice trembling. Earlier tonight, I could still sense its presence, but now it's completely vanished. Suemo exchanged a glance with Daoist Lei, barely suppressing a laugh. Your superior wouldn't happen to be the red envelope ghost I killed earlier, would it? Well, that makes you pretty unlucky or lucky, depending on how you see it. Suemo smirked faintly, forming a Vajra seal with a thought. The male ghost was instantly obliterated, vanishing without a trace. And you? Suemo turned to the other male ghost. I. The ghost's eyes brimmed with terror as he whimpered. I had the same superior as him. Well, that makes you just as lucky. Before Suemo could act, Daoist Lei gave him a glance and whispered, Let me handle this one. Boom. The ghost's form shattered into 4 pieces, dissipating like smoke scattered by the wind. You two aren't going to tell me you share the same superior as them, are you? Sumo's gaze swept over the elderly lady and the little girl. No, no. The elderly lady shook her head frantically, her eyes pleading for mercy. I'll take you to find it. Will you really spare me? Respect me, please. Sumo's face turned serious, his voice resolute and sharp like winter frost. I never break my promises. Daoist Lei's mouth twitched slightly. Meanwhile, Chuan Zhangwo, who had been hiding in the distance, shivered inexplicably. Somehow, those words sounded eerily familiar. The old woman eagerly answered every question, while the little girl beside her, teary-eyed and terrified, felt as though her life hung by a thread. And you? Are you working with her? Suemo asked with a warm smile, like that of an older brother, though it carried a subtle chill, as if the slap from earlier had never come from his hand. No. The little girl hastily wiped her tears. Good girl. Sumo's tone was gentle but firm, leaving no room for argument. He reached out to pat her head, but stopped midway upon noticing how dirty she was. His hand hovered in the air before he finally withdrew it. Don't cry. You still have a chance. Find it, and I won't harm you. Really? Big brother. The little girl's eyes glimmered with a sliver of hope as she looked up at Suemo, her face full of anticipation. Of course, Suemo replied with a sincere smile. I never lie. I answered first. The old woman interjected hastily, desperate not to miss her chance, clearly intent on betraying her own kind as quickly as possible. First come, first served. That's fair. Suemo nodded in agreement. The old woman immediately said, they'll contact my connection right away and get it here. Me too. The little girl chimed in, the two speaking almost in unison. As soon as the words left their mouths, they both exhaled a cloud of ghostly energy. Instantly, a chilling aura surged upward and spread outward. Then, they vanished into the air. 10 minutes later, a powerful wave of ghostly energy rapidly approached. It's here, the old woman said, her eyes flashing with a mix of nervousness and relief. Big brother, my connection is here too. The little girl pointed in another direction, where a faint, ghostly shadow could be seen in the distance. Good. Sumo's smile deepened. I keep my word. Now, I'll send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck swiftly, slapping the old woman on the head with such force that she died instantly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 2 ghost. The little girl watched in horror, tears streaming down her face once more. Trembling, she stammered. Big brother, didn't you say you never lie? Suemo shrugged. And neither do you. Bang. He struck again, this time killing the little girl with a single blow. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 2 ghost. With the 2 ghosts dead, the surroundings fell eerily silent, and the air seemed to freeze. Lin Xianxian and Wang Lang exchanged shocked glances. So this is what Mr. Su meant by not lying. Elder Lei remained calm and composed, as if entirely unfazed by what had just happened. In the distance, Chuan Zhangwo hid in the shadows, his limbs cold and his face filled with fear. Only now did he realize he had narrowly avoided becoming part of the ghost's ranks. Meanwhile, 2 ghostly figures were rushing through the darkness toward a specific direction. One was a woman, shrouded in a menacing ghostly aura, and the other was a man, also radiating powerful ghost energy. Their subordinates had sent out a signal, and they were heading toward the source. Suddenly, the male ghost came to an abrupt stop. A thought flashed through his mind. I've lost contact with you. Damn it. In the distance, he spotted a group of people, one of whom was a young man staring directly at him. A strange sense of fear crept into the male ghost's heart. Despite being a powerful level 3 ghost, he felt an uncontrollable panic at this moment. Run. The ghost instinctively decided, turning and fleeing, disappearing swiftly into the darkness. Lin, that ghost is yours, Suemo said calmly, as though assigning a routine task. He grabbed the horizontal blade in Elder Lei's hand, bent his knees slightly, and then leaped forward like a cannonball, shooting into the distance. What the hell kind of move is that? Wang Lang exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Elder Lei smiled faintly, as if he had expected such a reaction. Don't understand, do you? As the old saying goes, with great strength comes great flight. Watch out, that ghost is coming this way. Lin Xianxian suddenly warned, pointing in a direction where a ghostly woman in white had appeared, slowly approaching. Entrapment. The female ghost frowned, her voice tinged with anger. You people have no sense of honor. The female ghost was no fool. Seeing the group clearly waiting for her, she suddenly realized she had unknowingly been cut off, and instantly understood what had happened. She turned around, ready to flee. Stop her. Lin Xianxian commanded coldly, swiftly pulling out a talisman from her pouch, preparing to throw it at the ghost. This was a task entrusted to her by Mr. Su. Daoist Lei noticed the talisman in her hand, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. However, before Lin Xianxian could hurl the talisman, an unexpected twist left everyone stunned. A ghostly, eerie carriage abruptly charged forward out of nowhere. The most shocking part was that the carriage wasn't pulled by horses, but by a burly man. The man was emanating ghostly energy, clearly a spectral being. "I'm going to ram her," the burly man shouted. The carriage shot forward like a cannonball, slamming into the female ghost. She let out a wretched scream as she was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground right at Lin Xianxian's feet. With a sharp swish, Lin Xianxian acted decisively. She drove her peachwood sword mercilessly into the ground, pinning the ghostly figure firmly in place, rendering it incapable of movement. The female ghost's eyes were glazed over, filled with disbelief. She muttered, I got hit by a carriage? Wait, a carriage? What even is this? I'm Mr. Seuss driver. You all continue with your business, okay?" At that moment, Chuan Zhangwo's figure flickered and retreated swiftly into the shadows, disappearing without a trace, his contribution unnoticed. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Finally, Taoist Lei gave a thumbs up, sighing in admiration. As expected of Mr. Sutrally unconventional, truly remarkable. About a minute later, Su Mo returned, dragging a battered and broken ghostly entity behind him. He tossed it onto the ground like a dead dog. The ghost's body was in tatters, its legs entirely gone. The female ghost suddenly felt a strange sense of relief. Being hit by a carriage didn't seem like such a big deal anymore. A wave of inexplicable calm washed over her. "Not bad," Su Mo said with a smile, looking at the ghost pinned to the ground. "Looks like I just picked up the scraps." Lin Xianxian gestured toward the shadows and whispered, "It was your driver. He drove the carriage and rammed her over here." "Ah, indeed," Su Mo nodded. In the distance, Chuan Zhangwo stood in the darkness, muttering to himself with excitement. "The boss praised me. This is great. My chances of survival just went up a bit." Little did he know, he would become the only ghostly entity Su Mo ever spared in his lifetime, while the rest had all been eliminated. "Do what you will," Su Mo said coldly, looking at the legless ghost. The ghost, already incapable of resistance, hung its head low in silence. "Any more of your kind? Call them over," Su Mo asked. The ghost remained mute. Su Mo turned to Taoist Lei. "Taoist Lei, do you have anything? Something that can make a ghost suffer unbearably?" "Of course," Taoist Lei replied immediately, pulling out a talisman with golden edges from his robes. He held it delicately by a corner. "This is the Netherworld Heavenly Fire Soul Refining Talisman. It burns the soul of a ghost, causing excruciating pain, like ants gnawing at the heart, utterly unbearable." Lin Xianxian's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the talisman. She thought to herself, such a high-level talisman, just who is this Taoist? Incredible. But then, she noticed something odd. There was no discernible aura emanating from the talisman. Could it be that I'm too weak to sense it? She wondered. "What are you waiting for? Go ahead and use it," Su Mo said with a smirk, giving the order. "Got it." Taoist Lei prepared to act without hesitation. "No, no, no." The ghost suddenly screamed, its face filled with terror. It was clearly petrified. "I give up. Please, just let me down first." Su Mo casually tossed it to the ground. The ghost weakly fumbled in its robes, pulling out a large red envelope. Opening its mouth, it spat out a dense mass of ghostly energy, which enveloped the envelope. Seeing this, Su Mo shifted his gaze toward the female ghost, noticing her trembling all over, her eyes brimming with fear. "Miss, you wouldn't want your body to," Su Mo began, but before he could finish, the female ghost frantically shook her head, as if understanding his implication. "No, no, I get it. Good. Then behave yourself," he said, his tone calm yet firm. As his words fell, Lin Xianxian and Taoist Lei exchanged a knowing glance. Both of them realized that things were about to get even more interesting. 20 minutes later, Su Mo gracefully sheathed his blade. Scattered across the ground lay the remains of the red envelope ghosts he had slain, their souls obliterated before they could even let out a scream. "Any more?" Su Mo turned and scanned the surroundings. The last two red envelope ghosts on the ground shook their heads frantically, their voices trembling. "No more. All my subordinates are gone." "Same here." "Good. That's the right answer." Su Mo nodded, then his tone shifted. "Next question, how's your superior?" "Our superior is the same ghost," one of the female ghosts stammered, swallowing a non-existent gulp, her voice quivering. "Oh." A hint of pity flashed in Su Mo's eyes as he glanced at the ghost with severed legs. "Then you're useless." With a flash of the blade, the ghost was sliced into pieces before it could even scream. A system notification immediately followed. "Congratulations, host. You have defeated a level 3 ghost red envelope ghost. Reward, 1,000 merit points." The remaining female ghost trembled uncontrollably, frozen in fear. Su Mo, however, appeared almost considerate. He first pulled the peachwood sword out of her body, eliciting a shriek as black smoke rose from her wound, and then said apologetically, "Oh dear, did that hurt? My bad." Without hesitation, he plunged the sword back in. The female ghost was in so much pain that she nearly fainted, but she gritted her teeth and remained silent. Su Mo continued his gentle act. "It seems inconvenient for you with this sword stuck in you. Let me take it out again. He pulled the peachwood sword out once more. I know where it is. I'll take you to it. The female ghost blurted out, terrified of enduring further torment. Suemo handed the peachwood sword back to Lin Xianxian, and the group set off. An hour later, under the ghost's guidance, they arrived at a graveyard. It's here. The female ghost pointed to the burial ground. Thank you, Suemo said politely before swiftly and decisively killing her. Another system notification sounded, granting him another 1,000 merit points. The ground suddenly trembled as a powerful ghostly figure burst forth from the earth, exuding an aura far stronger than the previous ghost it was a level 4 ghost. Lin Xianxian subtly signaled to Wang Lang and Daoist Lei, who immediately stepped back, clearly understanding that a bloody battle was about to begin. Who are you? The ghost growled, glaring at Suemo. Killing so many of my subordinates, are you courting death? Suemo shrugged nonchalantly. You're about to be logged out too. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he had already leapt into action, throwing a punch. If he hadn't needed to interrogate it about its superior, he would have drawn his blade right away. The level 4 ghost barely had time to react before being slammed to the ground by Suemo's punch, left on the brink of death. Suemo placed a foot on its mouth and said to Daoist Lei, it doesn't want to talk. Show it some persuasion. MMPF. The ghost struggled desperately. You haven't even asked. How am I supposed to talk if you don't ask? Daoist Lei, prepared as ever, pulled out a soul-refining talisman that made Lin Xianxian's eyelids twitch. Upon seeing the talisman, the ghost thrashed even more violently, its twisted movements resembling a giant crab. Mr. Su, you're stepping on its mouth, Wang Lang helpfully pointed out. Oh, my bad, Suemo said, removing his foot. Look at you. Not speaking even when I step on your mouth. I thought you didn't want to talk. Of course I couldn't talk. How was I supposed to speak, with you stepping on my mouth? With my rear end? The ghost snapped, though its tone now carried a hint of resignation. What do you want to ask? Simple. Do you have any more subordinates? And who's your superior? The ghost immediately answered. No more subordinates. The ghost shook its head, a hint of fear flashing across its face as it said, I only developed 2 subordinates, and you killed them both. Suddenly, its eyes lit up with a spark of hope, and it spoke urgently, but I do have a superior. Its strength is about the same as mine. Both of us are level 4 ghosts. I know where it is. I'll take you there right now. Under the ghost's guidance, Suemo and his group quickly arrived at an abandoned village school. The eerie campus looked especially dark and sinister in the night. It's in there, the ghost said, pointing toward the pitch-black campus. It turned to flee but suddenly let out a piercing scream. Save me. Suemo remained expressionless as he raised his hand. A Vajra seal instantly formed in his palm. With a single strike, the ghost's body was shattered into pieces under the power of the seal. A system notification sounded immediately. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the level 4 ghost red envelope ghost. Reward, 3,000 merit points. Lei Daozhong and Wang Lang were left speechless, stunned by what they had just witnessed. A level 4 ghost had been destroyed in a single move. Only Lin Xianxian remained unfazed after all. The 2 level 5 ghosts in William County had also met their end at Sumo's hands. Mr. Su, what should we do next? Wang Lang asked cautiously, sensing that the ghost within him was becoming even more terrified. It will come out on its own, Suemo said calmly. At that moment, in an abandoned office within the school, a tall, thin man wearing glasses sat silently. On the desk in front of him lay a thick red envelope, the last object he had touched in life. Memories surged through his mind. On that fateful day, he had been a groomsman at a friend's wedding and received a large red envelope. On his way home, a tricycle struck him down. Lying in a pool of blood, he helplessly watched someone snatch the envelope from his hands, unable to utter a word. After becoming a ghost, the first person he sought out was the tricycle driver, whom he killed. To his surprise, the driver became his ghost slave, and he gained the ability to distribute red envelopes. Just a little longer, and I'll level up, become stronger, and hand out even more red envelopes, the man muttered, pushing up his glasses as a malicious gleam flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the close watch of Bureau 749, he would have already gone out to distribute them himself. Suddenly, a scream rang out from outside, and the red envelope on the desk was engulfed in black flames. They found me so soon. The man's eyes glinted with ferocity as he teleported to the school gate in an instant. There, he saw a group of people standing, led by a young man. To the man's surprise, the young man looked delighted to see him. See? Told you it would show up, he said, then asked, do you have a superior? The man shook his head. I don't. I see. The young man replied, sounding slightly disappointed. Without hesitation, he drew his blade, and a blazing flame-infused slash tore through the air toward the man. Damn it! The man's face changed drastically, a mix of shock and a flicker of fear. He had expected the usual exchange of provocations, at least a few sharp words thrown back and forth. But to his surprise, the opponent struck without hesitation, completely disrupting his rhythm. In a panic, he raised his hand and flung out a flurry of red envelopes. They drifted in the air, each one emanating an eerie ghostly aura, transforming into grotesque ghostly faces that lunged toward his adversary. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. The fiery blades surged forward like an unstoppable force, sweeping through with scorching heat. In an instant, the red envelopes were incinerated, twisting and wailing in the flames before disintegrating into ashes. Shit! A deep sense of helplessness overwhelmed the man as he watched the fiery blade grow brighter and brighter before his eyes. The blinding light filled his entire vision. He didn't even have time to react before his consciousness was completely consumed. Boom! The fiery blade, having shredded through the ghostly red envelopes, continued its momentum and slammed into the wall of an abandoned village school nearby. The old wall crumbled under the immense force, bricks scattering and dust billowing into the air. Ding! A system notification sounded in Sumo's mind. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 5 ghost entity, the Red Envelope Ghost. Reward, 10,000 merit points. Wow. Sumo raised an eyebrow. Pretty strong, huh? The reward is on par with that of the Run Lianxiao. He was quite satisfied with the result. The merits he had spent on enhancing his Qi and Blood Sun had not gone to waste. His strength had indeed improved significantly. Now, taking down a level 5 ghost was a breeze. However, his soul-devouring blade remained unresponsive, failing to absorb the ghost's energy. Not to its taste, I guess. Sumo shrugged. Oh well, as long as it's happy. All done. He turned around, only to discover Lin Xianxian and the others staring at him like they'd seen a ghost, their eyes filled with shock. What? Sumo took a step back uncomfortably. Don't look at me like that. You're scaring me. Mr. Su, Lin Xianxian stammered, disbelief written all over her face. You just one-shot a level 5 ghost. Although she had heard from Master Ijia that Sumo had previously taken down 2 level 5 ghosts solo, there was a vast difference between defeating and instantly killing. Dealing with a level 4 ghost was one thing, but to instantly kill a level 5 ghost. What level of power did Mr. Su possess? Could he be a grandmaster? Lin Xianxian's mind raced with speculation. That's insane. Absolutely insane. Wang Lang waved his hands excitedly. Mr. Su, are you a grandmaster? Sumo shook his head honestly. No, I'm not. But he paused, a sly smile tugging at his lips. I'm probably close. Impressive. Daoist Lei gave him a thumbs up, grinning. Mr. Su, your strength is truly admirable. Yet deep down, Daoist Lei was increasingly puzzled. When he first met Sumo, the latter didn't seem this powerful. How could he go from that to instantly killing a level 5 ghost in just a few days? There was only one explanation: this guy was holding back all along. Sumo chuckled. I have you to thank for that, Daoist Lei. Thank me. Daoist Lei was taken aback, a surge of excitement bubbling within him. Could Sumo have some connection to him or his master? That would make their relationship much closer. But Sumo's next words nearly made Daoist Lei choke on air. Thanks to your secret manual. Sumo said earnestly. Cough, cough, cough. Daoist Lei coughed violently, waving his hands awkwardly. Mr. Su, please don't joke around like that. Sumo shook his head in exasperation. See? When I tell the truth, you don't want to hear it. Watching from afar, Chuan Jingwo was so thrilled, he almost jumped up. The boss is so powerful. My ghostly path has such a bright future ahead. Let's go. Sumo snapped his fingers, and Chuan Jingwo immediately brought the carriage over. Want to ride together? Sumo gestured toward the carriage. Will it fit all of us? Wang Lang asked doubtfully. My carriage is very spacious. Chuan Jingwo retorted indignantly. The three climbed aboard, only to find that the interior was surprisingly large. Boss, hold on tight. With a burst of strength, Chuan Jingwo drove the carriage forward. It glided silently into the night like a phantom. What an amazing experience, Wang Lang said, pulling aside the curtain. The dark scenery outside rushed past rapidly, yet the interior of the carriage remained perfectly steady, without the slightest bump. It was even more comfortable than the official vehicles of Bureau 749, utterly extraordinary. Lin Xiaoyu, if you have something to say, feel free to speak, Daoist Lei said, his sharp gaze fixed on Lin Xianxian. I have yet to inquire about Daoist Lei's sect, Lin Xianxian asked respectfully. Daoist Lei waved his hand dismissively. It's just a minor sect, not worth mentioning. His eyes shifted to the sword in Lin Xianxian's hands. But that 7-star demon-slaying sword you're holding is made from top-quality lightning-struck wood. Many years ago, Daoist Lin Juing used it to slay Western zombies and vanquish malicious ghosts from Hua country. Such glorious deeds. He sighed deeply, shaking his head. It's a pity that heaven is jealous of true talent. Considering you carry this sword and share the same surname, the origins of Captain Lin from the 749 Bureau are quite evident. Lin Xianxian nodded in acknowledgement. This is a family heirloom. She had been holding back her curiosity for a while, but finally couldn't resist asking. Daoist Lei, that talisman you showed earlier. Sumo, standing nearby, stifled a laugh, clearly understanding her thoughts. Taoist Lei looked slightly embarrassed as he pulled the talisman from his robe. Oh, you mean this? Here. Taoist Lei, I can't possibly accept this. That talisman is far too precious. Lin Xianxian quickly declined. Precious? It's not even worth a dime wholesale. Take it. Taoist Lei generously pulled out a handful of talismans. Wholesale? Lin Xianxian was stunned. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the words Xinshin Printing Factory printed in small characters in the bottom left corner of the talisman. She finally understood why Taoist Lei had always carefully covered that corner with his fingers. Wang Lang couldn't help but cover his face. He had assumed that Taoist Lei, who was traveling with Mr. Su, must be some great figure. Who would have thought he was just a half-baked Taoist scraping by with a printing business? Despite her disappointment, Lin Xianxian carefully put the talisman away. Thank you, Taoist Lei. It's nothing. Just buy me a bowl of pork trotter rice in return, Taoist Lei said with a twitch of his beard, seizing the opportunity to ask for a favor. Wang Lang facepalmed again, thinking to himself that this was quite the deal, trading a 10-cent talisman for a 20-yuan bowl of pork trotter rice. He'll treat you to pork trotter rice another day, Lin Xianxian reluctantly agreed. Why wait for another day? How about today? Taoist Lei's eyes lit up as he pointed to the brightening sky. I know a place that's open by now. I haven't eaten all day, and am starving. His stomach growled loudly on cue. Su Mo, uninterested in pork trotter rice, had Chuan Zhengwo drive him home. Boss, Taoist Lei swaggered into the small restaurant. Is the pork trotter ready? The owner didn't even look up, slamming a cleaver onto the cutting board. Taoist, let me guess, extra vegetables, extra soup, extra pork trotter, extra rice again? Why don't you just order 2 portions? Just 1 portion. Taoist Lei straightened his back and declared solemnly. Extra rice, extra vegetables, extra soup, extra pork trotter. He then turned to Lin Xianxian with a grin. Lin Xiaoyu, you're paying. Wang Lang facepalmed for the 3rd time, thinking, this gluttonous, thick-skinned, and penniless half-baked Taoist, perhaps this is another form of cultivation after all. Su Mo returned home and finally took a look at his gains this time. Although it couldn't compare to Ai Rui's wedding, the harvest was still quite satisfying. Taking a deep breath, he made up his mind. System. Enhance. Without hesitation, Su Mo chose to enhance the 9-yang devouring technique. He decided to first condense the 2nd blood chi san. Ding. Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. Remaining merit points, 7,500. His body was instantly filled with a surge of vitality, and Su Mo could feel the powerful energy coursing through his meridians. He calculated silently just 2 more enhancements, and he would be able to condense the 2nd blood chi san. Suddenly, a wave of hunger hit him. Rubbing his stomach, Su Mo decided to treat himself to an Aleocaniate buffet the next day as a reward. Early in the morning, the chubby monk wobbled back to the temple, his head feeling as heavy as lead. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket, only to find it empty, not a single red envelope. The events of last night felt like a dream. The chubby monk quickly changed out of his clothes, removed his wig, and dashed to kneel before the Buddha statue. Pressing his palms together, he chanted repeatedly, Buddha, have mercy. Buddha, have mercy. There you are. Come on, we've got a job to do. Another monk suddenly appeared behind him. Huh. The chubby monk reluctantly got up, his face full of resistance. Well, I caught a cold. Can't someone else take this one? Someone else? The other monk glared at him. We agreed to take turns, remember? You've skipped out a few times already. No one's going to cover for you this time. Helpless, the chubby monk yawned and muttered under his breath. Performing rituals without a commission hose motivated to do that? Where's the job? At Royal KTV. Where? The chubby monk's face turned pale instantly. Wasn't that the place where he had indulged himself last night? I heard, the other monk said with a sly grin, clearly enjoying scaring him. That Royal KTV was haunted last night. A receptionist took money from a customer, but the cash suddenly turned into ghost money. Creepy, huh? The chubby monk's face grew even paler, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Seeing his reaction, the other monk was secretly amused. Serves you right for dodging rituals all the time. The rest of us want some fun too, you know. Today, it's finally your turn. Can I not go? The chubby monk's voice was almost pleading, his face full of despair. Sure, the other monk shrugged nonchalantly. But you know the temple's cutting costs lately. The abbot said anyone without contributions might as well leave. If you're not going, you'll go. The chubby monk was on the verge of tears. Getting into this temple hadn't been easy, had spent a lot of money and pulled strings to become a monk here. The job came with a salary, benefits, and minimal work. Where else could he find something like this? If he got kicked out of Shangyun Temple, he'd have to go back to a regular, grueling job. It was better to stay here, where he could occasionally earn some extra cash on the side. He couldn't help but glance at the donation box nearby. For now, he didn't dare touch it again. That's the spirit. The other monk patted him on the shoulder and lowered his voice. Don't worry so much. Where in the world are there really ghosts? Have you ever seen one? Have I? Besides, we've got Buddha watching over us. Just perform the ritual well, and try to earn more incense money. Who knows, The abbot might even treat us to a meal if he's in a good mood. Now go get changed, and wipe that miserable look off your face. The devotees won't trust you if you look like that. The chubby monk felt his stomach churn with anxiety, barely able to hold it together. But I did see one just last night, he screamed internally. After tidying himself up, the chubby monk transformed into a grand master of Shangyun Temple. Dressed in solemn robes, he forced himself to project an air of authority and dignity. Amatba, the chubby monk strode out of the temple, trying to appear calm. But as he approached, he saw that the person who had come to fetch him was none other than the KTV manager who had personally served him the night before. The sight nearly made him break character on the spot. Huh. The manager glanced at the chubby monk, frowning slightly. He seemed to find him somewhat familiar, like the extravagant customer from last night. But after a moment, he shook his head. No, it couldn't be him. The manager shook his head. The person standing before him was none other than a master from Shangyun Temple, renowned for his profound spiritual cultivation and ability to ward off evil spirits. If it had truly been him last night, how could any malevolent entity have gotten close? Why is this guest looking at me like that? Is there a flower on my face? The chubby monk asked with a stern expression, his face serious. No, no, of course not. The manager waved his hands nervously, stepping closer and lowering his voice. Master, something strange happened at our KTV last night. He whispered the whole story, and when he got to the part about the ghost money, he couldn't help but curse. If I catch that bastard, I'll break his damn legs. The chubby monk's mouth twitched slightly. Noticing his colleague giving him a look, the monk closed his eyes and pretended to ponder deeply. From what you've said, it seems there may be an evil spirit lingering at your establishment. He shook his head with a feigned air of wisdom. I sense resentment clinging to you, my friend. It's likely that the spirit has set its sights on you. This matter is difficult, very difficult. With that, he fell silent, shaking his head mysteriously. The manager turned pale with fear. It's targeting me? What the hell does this have to do with me? He quickly pleaded. Master, you must help us. Our boss said that if you're willing to assist, we'll donate 50,000 in incense money. The chubby monk shook his head. 80,000. The monk continued shaking his head. 90,000. Still, the monk shook his head persistently. The manager gritted his teeth and raised a finger. 100,000. Just come over and help us out. That was the budget his boss had given him. He had hoped to pocket a little for himself, but it seemed impossible now. Amatba. The monk chanted with a benevolent expression. Since you are so sincere, I will do my best to assist. Master, please. Not now. The monk looked up at the sky and stated firmly. It must be at noon, when the sun's energy is at its peak. The sun will be blazing by then. Ghosts probably wouldn't dare come out, the manager thought to himself. At noon, the chubby monk nervously stepped into the Royal KTV. After making a full round and finding everything calm, he finally felt at ease. As expected, even if there were ghosts, they wouldn't dare face the midday sun. While the monk was chanting and performing his rituals to drive away the spirits, the manager was whispering with a young lady. Tong Tong, are you sure it's him? You couldn't have mistaken him, right? He's supposed to be a master from Shangyun Temple. The manager asked skeptically. No mistake. Tong Tong rolled her eyes and replied firmly. That hickey on his neck? I personally left it there last night. Back when I worked at another venue, those monks used to book me all the time. They spend more lavishly than anyone else. Some of them were in their 70s, and they'd book 5 girls at once. The manager's face darkened. He had already been suspicious, and Tong Tong's words only confirmed it. It had to be this scumbag monk who spent ghost money at the club. Otherwise, why would the place suddenly be haunted, causing him to get scolded by the boss? Go get me a wig, the manager ordered coldly. The chubby monk remained blissfully unaware, growing more confident as he continued his ritual. After finishing, he was already thinking about how to pocket some extra money. Spotting the manager approaching with a smile, the monk's mind raced. This is it, he thought. I've already laid the groundwork back at the temple. Now's the time to sell him some talismans and charms. Easy money. He stepped forward, about to speak, when the manager suddenly pulled something out and shoved it onto his head. The monk reached up and felt something furry. Oh no. He turned to flee, but the manager grabbed him by the arm. Gotcha. So, you're the so-called master from Shangyun Temple? Huh. Yesterday, you were a lot more nimble when you were groping those models. Pay up, cover the ghost money and last night's losses. That's 5 grand in total. If you're even a penny short, they'll break your damn leg. The chubby monk's legs went weak, and his pants were soaked as he stammered. You've got the wrong person. I'm just a humble monk. Still pretending? Beat him. Mr. Su, take care. The restaurant manager wiped the sweat off his forehead, forcing a smile as he escorted Su Mo to the door. The food was great. Su Mo patted his slightly rounded belly with satisfaction, his whole demeanor radiating warmth. Looking forward to your next visit. The manager's smile grew increasingly strained. Internally, he muttered to himself, this guy sure can eat. If the boss hadn't specifically instructed me to let him eat as much as he wanted as a form of promotion, I wouldn't have dared to serve him. That said, since that live broadcast, business has been booming, with many diners coming specifically to try our steak. The boss's foresight is truly remarkable. All right, I'll come back when I'm hungry. Suemo left contentedly. It was only after his figure disappeared around the corner that the manager let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Hosting this particular guest was more exhausting than working a full shift. As Suemo walked home, his phone suddenly rang. It was Lin Xianxian calling. What's up? We've brought AI Rui back. He. Lin Xianxian hesitated. Sumo's heart tightened. Quit the suspense. Just tell me. After organizing her thoughts, Lin Xianxian explained. Hey Race, the thing is, contracted Ghost Bride is quite unique. She's already at a level 3 strength, with significant potential. However, she was injured before the contract and is now in a deep sleep. The higher-ups are taking this very seriously and want to transfer him to a special training program in Kyoto. They asked me to get your opinion. I see. Suemo breathed a sigh of relief. I thought he'd married a ghost bride and was about to get drained dry. Just ask for his opinion. I won't interfere. The voice on the other end switched to AI Rui. Suemo, I've decided to go to Kyoto. They said Xiaoyu will recover faster there, and I can also improve my strength. But, his tone grew somber. Lin said the training is in a closed environment. I might not be able to contact you or return to Yuqing for a long time. They'll miss you. Cut it out, Suemo said, half laughing, half annoyed. I'm not your wife. What's there to miss? Focus on your training and improve your strength as soon as possible. You've seen it yourself, this world is full of dangers. Now that you're a ghost handler, the evil spirits you'll face will be terrifying. Don't end up getting killed and taking your ghost bride with you. Is that even the right way to use taking with you? AI Rui paused before continuing. Suemo, thank you. When I come back, let's team up and hunt ghosts together. The call then returned to Lin Xianxian, who briefly informed Suemo that the reward for the Red Envelope Ghost Mission, 1,500 points, would soon be credited to his account. Sure enough, Suemo quickly received the notification on his app. Feeling pleased, Suemo stretched and refreshed the bounty section on the app. Though there weren't many tasks available, he still accepted all of them without hesitation and headed straight toward a funeral home. According to the report, a corpse there had suddenly come back to life. Meanwhile, at Blue Moon Lake in Rongqing, the roar of several high-powered water pumps filled the air. As the lake water finally receded, revealing the mud-covered lake bed, Wang Tianlei stared intently at the sludge and asked in a deep voice, "Any movement?" None. The young team member shook his head and handed over a device, but it still showed no response. Captain Wang, could those drowned people really have been accidents? The water's already been drained, he asked hesitantly. The device remained silent, as if the air held no trace of ghostly energy. Impossible, Wang Tianlei muttered under his breath, his brows furrowed tightly. The scar on his face twisted into a menacing line, making him appear even more intimidating. He began to doubt whether his judgment had been wrong. By evening, the device in the young member's hand suddenly emitted a frantic beeping sound, sharp and piercing. Captain Wang. His expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly handed over the device. The screen displayed a rising concentration of ghostly energy. It's a level 2. No, level 3 ghost presence, the young man stammered in panic. Wang Tianlei's demeanor changed instantly, exuding an aura of authority. He barked a commanding order. Everyone, prepare for battle. Seal off the area. A series of firm, "Yes, sir," responses echoed back. The dozen members of the 749 Bureau swiftly drew their weapons, their eyes fixed warily on the lake bed. In moments of life and death, every second was crucial. Captain Wang, look over there. One member suddenly pointed toward the center of the lake. The water level there was gradually receding, revealing a small portion of something. Moments later, a thick yellowish mist surged upward, spreading into the air and carrying a nauseating stench. Corpse miasma? Wang Tianlei's expression darkened, his mind filled with questions. Why would there be corpse miasma here? He quickly set aside his doubts, thinking to himself, could it really be the work of a water ghost? Without hesitation, he issued a command. Hold your positions here. I'll go check it out. With lightning speed, Wang Tianlei dashed toward the lake, his feet leaving deep marks in the soft mud as he ran. As he drew closer to the center, a look of shock flickered in his eyes. There, standing upright in the mud, was a coffin. It was covered in dirt and water, with droplets sliding down its surface, revealing a faint silver gleam. Intricate symbols could be vaguely seen etched into it. Wang Tianlei's hands trembled slightly as realization struck him. This isn't an ordinary coffin, it's a silver coffin of corpse cultivation. His expression grew tense as he recalled the forbidden tales he had heard about such objects. No wonder there was corpse miasma. The coffin was completely intact, with no signs of being opened, and the leaking miasma was gradually dissipating. He cautiously began to retreat, not daring to act recklessly. Captain Wang, behind you. An urgent warning came from one of the team members on the shore. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Tianlei drew his blade and slashed fiercely behind him. Thud! The blade struck something with great resistance, as if cutting through rubber, yet it sliced through as easily as tofu. A piercing scream followed. Wang Tianlei spun around, and the sight before him made his heart jolt. A ghostly creature, its body covered in mud, had been cleaved in two. Its lower half was already burrowing into the mud, attempting to escape. You're not getting away. Wang Tianlei moved like the wind, quickly catching up and grabbing the creature's upper half with one hand. Without hesitation, he dragged it onto the shore. Speak. What's going on down there? He pinned the creature down with his foot, showing no concern for the sticky mud and slime on its body. I don't know. The ghost stammered, its voice trembling with fear. Let me rephrase, Wang Tianlei said coldly. How did you become a ghost? And how many more of you are down there? The ghost quivered as it answered. I was fishing. Then a huge fish dragged me underwater, and I blacked out. When I woke up, I felt drawn by a powerful energy. I followed it and found that coffin. I hid there, absorbing the surrounding energy. I felt myself growing stronger, but the resentment in my heart also grew. Eventually, I started killing people. It glanced at Wang Tianlei cautiously before adding in a small voice. There are 2 more ghosts down in the mud. 2 more. Wang Tianlei's gaze was fixed on the lake's surface, the murky waters seemingly concealing something ominous. The light from above pierced through the layers of clouds, casting faint silver beams onto the corner of the coffin floating at the lake's center, glinting weakly. The lake was eerily quiet, as if everything was holding its breath. Wang Tianlei's heart stirred, his eyes narrowed, and the scar on his face seemed to throb faintly. He could sense it whatever lay inside that coffin was far from ordinary. This wasn't his first time facing such a situation. Captain Wang, what do we do now? A few team members cautiously approached, their eyes drawn uneasily to the silver coffin submerged in the lake, their vigilance tinged with unease. Don't make any moves yet, Wang Tianlei said in a deep voice, shaking his head. This place. A coffin suddenly appearing here, it's downright uncanny. Someone's nurturing corpses here, no doubt about it. We don't even know what's inside that coffin. Opening it recklessly would be extremely dangerous. He suddenly recalled a similar incident in Yuqing just a few days ago, when Mr. Su had personally dealt with a corpse-nurturing coffin. Taking a deep breath, determination flashed in Wang Tianlei's eyes. Guard this area. Stay alert. I'm making a call. With that, Wang Tianlei took out his phone and dialed a number in Yuqing. Yuqing, halfway up the mountain, stood a funeral parlor. Locals jokingly called it the underworld office. Its exterior was lavish and resplendent, resembling a palace. From a distance during the day, one might mistake it for a wealthy tycoon's mansion if unaware of its true purpose. Su Mo strode into the funeral parlor. The surroundings were unervingly quiet, a cold wind brushing past, as if the very air had turned frigid. The place was devoid of staff. No one dared work here at night anymore, and affairs between the living and the dead had come to a standstill. As Su Mo stepped into the main hall, an icy chill enveloped him, and the temperature plummeted. Hey, young man, pretty youthful. Are you here to burn too? A raspy voice suddenly emerged from the shadows. Su Mo glanced up to see a corner of the room, where an automatic mahjong table was set up. For figures dressed in burial clothes were engrossed in a game of mahjong. A grandmotherly figure, a middle-aged man, and 2 younger individuals. One of the younger men, appearing to be in his 20s, had a grayish complexion and vacant eyes as he reached out to play a tile. The elderly woman beside him shook her head and sighed. You're different. You died from an accident, a sudden tragedy. She cast a chilling smile at Su Mo, her gaze cold and unsettling. Look at him. She abruptly shifted her tone, sneering at another figure at the mahjong table. Maybe he's the new employee. Let's have him light the furnace later and burn him. That way he won't disturb our game. The others nodded in agreement. Su Mo smiled faintly as he walked over, speaking nonchalantly. Actually, I'm here to burn all of you. The ghostly figures froze, their expressions shifting to panic. The temperature around them skyrocketed, and the mahjong table burst into flames with a loud roar. The scorching heat surged, as if even the air itself was being incinerated. Even after being cremated, you still won't behave, Su Mo said coldly. He channeled his energy, and the ghostly figures let out piercing screams before disintegrating into ash, the mahjong table vanishing along with them. Ding! A notification from the host system sounded in Su Mo's ears. Without a second glance, he turned calmly and walked out of the funeral parlor. The next destination was a restaurant. As Su Mo pushed open the door, the owner and his daughter emerged with smiles, warmly greeting him. Handsome guy, what would you like to eat? Su Mo's eyes swept over the owner and his daughter before he spoke slowly. Are you the owner of this place? The owner grinned. That's right. Instead of responding immediately, Su Mo stared at him thoughtfully. There was an explosion here a few days ago. The owner and his daughter died in it. If you're the owner, then who were the ones who died? The owner's smile froze instantly. Fear flickered in his eyes, and his expression darkened. Who are you? He stammered, shielding his daughter protectively. That's not important, Su Mo said in a low voice, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. I'm here to send you both on your way. No, the owner exclaimed in terror, shaking his head as an ominous aura thickened around him. I'm not leaving. I want to stay with my daughter. Sumo's face remained emotionless, his voice cold and firm. Whether you're willing or not, you're leaving. She was only 8 years old. Her life had barely begun. Sumo gazed at the little girl behind him, shrouded in resentment, and let out a soft sigh. At his gesture, the girl finally reunited with her long-waiting family. The system notification chimed in at the perfect moment. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sumo turned and walked away. Just as he stepped over the restaurant's threshold, the lights behind him suddenly dimmed. In the blink of an eye, the once dimly lit establishment began to shake violently, collapsing into a heap of fire-scarred ruins. Over the next few hours, Sumo tirelessly traveled from one haunted location to the next, efficiently dealing with one ghostly entity after another. Just as he was about to take a break, his phone rang unexpectedly. Captain Lin, what's the matter? Sumo answered the call. Mr. Su, Lin Xianxian's voice carried a clear note of unease. A corpse-nurturing coffin was just unearthed in Rongqing. We suspect there's a blood corpse inside. A corpse-nurturing coffin? A blood corpse? Sumo's eyes narrowed. Is this the work of the Yin corpse Taoist? Exactly. Lin Xianxian's tone grew urgent. Originally, there were just reports of a water ghost causing trouble. But when our team arrived at the lake, they discovered a silver coffin at the bottom. It bears a striking resemblance to the previous blood corpse coffin. A faint, enigmatic smile appeared at the corner of Sumo's mouth. Send me the address. I'll head over right away. It seems the Yin corpse Taoist truly has a talent for raising corpses. Lin Xianxian hastily warned. Mr. Su, you've already caught the Yin corpse Taoist's attention. This time, a single blood corpse or 5 blood corpses, it's all the same enmity. Sumo cut her off decisively. What's the difference? After receiving the address, Sumo contacted Ma Anna. Before long, the roar of a motorcycle engine echoed from afar, growing louder as it approached. Dressed in black, Ma Anna dismounted with practiced ease, her short pink hair standing out vividly against the night. Mr. Su, she greeted with a respectful bow, though her tone betrayed a hint of nervousness. Sumo snapped his fingers, and Chuan Jiangwo suddenly appeared, pulling a rickshaw that startled Ma Anna. With a light puff from Chuan Jiangwo, the humble rickshaw transformed into a luxurious carriage amidst a swirl of green smoke. Get in. We're heading to Rongqing, Sumo instructed. Hours later, the carriage came to a smooth stop at their destination. Stretching lazily, Sumo remarked on the comfort of the journey. After Chuan Jiangwo departed, he and Ma Anna quickly made their way toward the lakeshore. Halt! Who goes there? A sharp voice rang out as a uniformed member of Team 749 blocked their path. This area is off-limits. Leave immediately. Sumo simply pointed toward a figure in the distance. I'm here to see Wang Tianlei, he said calmly. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.